On the day of my grandfather's passing, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred on Kunlun Mountain, captivating all beings as they gathered in reverence. The divine coffin, pulled by 9 dragons, descended amidst an air of mystery. Chapter 1. Yama, I seek a soul. When I was 6 years old, my mother nearly poisoned me with pesticide. She had been abducted by my father from elsewhere. She bore him 2 daughters and a son. My father was a compulsive gambler. My eldest sister was lost to Lu, a cripple from the neighboring village, in a game of chance a few days later. Lu returned my sister's lifeless body, utterly tormented. Upon seeing her, my mother collapsed in despair. Upon regaining consciousness, unwilling to allow us to endure our father's torment any longer, she purchased 2 bottles of pesticide. After consuming one herself, she forced half a bottle down my second sister's throat and then proceeded to do the same to me. Just as I had taken a few sips, my grandfather returned home. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, his face drained of color, he hastily snatched the pesticide from my mother's grasp. Tragically, both my mother and second sister succumbed to the poison, their bodies grotesquely contorted, blood oozing from every orifice as they perished on the ground. Though I had ingested only a small amount, the pesticide was highly toxic, and I too teetered on the brink of death. The daughter-in-law and granddaughter lay lifeless, their bodies convulsing, faces twisted in agony. The only grandson, cradled in my grandfather's arms, was also nearing his end. With teeth bared and eyes aflame, my grandfather trembled in his frail form, raising his voice to the heavens in a furious lament. With 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings, I have already lost 3 of the 4 deficiencies. Why must you sever my lineage? I, Ji Sanxian, have traversed the path for nearly a century, casting countless divinations, and calculating every cause and effect, mastering the intricacies of feng shui. Am I to believe that I cannot protect my only grandson? Today, I shall invoke the Dragon Gate's celestial barrier and traverse the realms of the underworld. Yama, I, Ji Sanxian, demand the return of one soul. From this day forth, I have come to realize that my family, the Ji clan, has lineage that spans 9 generations of feng shui masters and diviners who have retreated into this humble village. My grandfather was the most distinguished among the Ji family, at the tender age of 8. He grasped the principles of yin and yang by 10. He discerned the dragon veins, and at 13, he ascended Mount Longhu, where he single-handedly vanquished the celestial masters, stripping the mountain of its title. Not long after, he engaged in a battle of wits with the Maoshan Taoists. None could unravel his divination formations, and he returned home triumphantly, the Maoshan steel in hand. By 20, clad in grassled shoes, he traversed renowned mountains and rivers, donning robes that embodied the essence of yin and yang, commanding the winds of the Taoist realm. Wielding a copper coin sword to vanquish malevolent spirits, alone, he stood as half a mountain in the realm of feng shui. The other half of that mountain was represented by the northeast Ma, the west Mai, the south Tian, the north Bagua, and the sacred maiden of the Miao region. Together, they constituted the other half of the mountain. My grandfather's path in the Tao was rooted in the south, bearing the surname Ji. He was marked by an additional stroke above, akin to a sky sheltering the Li beneath. Thus, some have proclaimed, above the southern sky of Li lies the realm beyond, and the Ji family's Sanxian reigns over the mountain. In the south, the Li family is revered, yet the Ji family must overshadow them, compelling them to bow their heads in our presence. However, that was merely the past. Now, I find myself in the secluded embrace of this quaint village. The reasons behind it remain a mystery, perhaps known only to my grandfather. For over a decade, he has refrained from divination, fortune-telling, and feng shui. Yet, unexpectedly, for my sake, he is prepared to invoke the celestial gates and traverse the realms of the underworld to beseech the king of hell for my return. The invocation of the celestial gates is a formidable and audacious art. The heavens are adorned with the 7 stars Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Tai Wei lies to the north, with Shu representing the heavens, Xian the earth, Ji the human realm, Quan the passage of time, Heng the sound, Kaiyang the laws, and Yaoguang the Stars, my grandfather intends to use my birth chart and the elements of my fate to secure the heavenly gates. Binding my 7 souls and 6 spirits, in a hurried fashion, he enveloped me in a straw mat, neglecting even the remains of my mother and elder sister. He placed me at the center of the room and set 7 white candles beside the mat, oriented according to the arrangement of the Big Dipper. Next, he soaked a red string in Black Dog's blood, using it to entwine the candles representing the Big Dipper. Sitting cross-legged outside the circle of lights, he formed mystic gestures with his hands, placing an incense burner before him, igniting 7 sticks of incense that sent tendrils of smoke spiraling into the air. Within this ethereal haze, my grandfather, with his flowing white hair, seemed to embody the spirit of the immortal. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, Liujia and Lu Ding, 9 paths of wandering spirits, the primordial essence of all energies. Open the path of the ghostly realm, enter the realms of yin and yang, and traverse the 9 hells. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the room, accompanied by the haunting wails of sorrowful spirits, reverberating with an ear-splitting resonance. The furniture within the room was tossed about chaotically, yet on that day, the 7 stars lamp remained utterly still. The candlelight shimmered brilliantly, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. At that moment, I found myself immersed in an exceedingly strange dream. I dreamt I was frolicking on the playground with my companions. Suddenly, the sky became tumultuous, dark clouds swirling ominously, thunder rumbling in the distance. It felt as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse upon us. A chilling wind arose abruptly, sweeping away everything in my vicinity. I stood frozen in place, unwavering amidst the chaos. Then, from within those dark clouds, a brilliant ray of dawn broke forth. Piercing through the gloom and descending gracefully, 3,000 rays of light enveloped my being, exuding an ethereal aura. A warmth enveloped me, akin to being immersed in a soothing bath, an exquisite comfort, a woo. A deafening roar reverberated from the heavens, resonating throughout the cosmos. Beneath that radiant cascade, a magnificent golden dragon emerged, its scales glistening as if forged from pure gold, adorned with 2 towering horns reminiscent of mighty hills. Its whiskers flowing like a celestial river. The dragon's colossal form rivaled that of mountains, radiating golden brilliance, illuminating the very fabric of the world. It reared back and unleashed a furious roar, then dove straight toward me. Startled, I instinctively covered my head and cried out. It was at that precise moment that I jolted awake. Upon awakening, I discovered I had been resting in my bed. My grandfather, pale and anxious, seated beside me, gazing at me with concern. Upon witnessing my awakening, a radiant smile illuminated his face as he hurriedly enveloped me in his embrace, exclaiming, Xiao Tian, how are you feeling? Grandfather, I just had a terrifying dream. I nestled in his arms, the haunting images of the dream lingering in my mind. What was it about? Do tell your grandfather quickly. His eagerness was palpable that I then recounted my dream to him. Upon hearing my account, I could sense his hands trembling with intensity. He whispered in my ear, the dragon gate shall rise, altering the 5 elements of fate. You were born in the month of Gung, yet encountered the wind. The golden dragon belongs to metal, and the essence of Gung metal is fiercely radiant. You are deficient in water and earth. This signifies a true dragon's fate, a destiny that lacks balance. I shall summon water for you, to nurture the earth. Grandfather then steadied my shoulders, his tone turning grave as he spoke. Xiao Tian, from this day forth, your name shall be Ji Tian, style Jinlong. However, the name Jinlong must only be revealed to those closest to you. Do not disclose it to others casually. At the tender age of 6, my understanding was limited. Nevertheless, I typically adhered to my grandfather's words. He then embraced me tightly and led me out of our dwelling, bringing us to the banks of a grand river adjacent to our village. This river, a long and ancient tributary of the Yellow River, flowed with muddy waters, obscuring its depths. I, the grandson of Ji Sanxian, beseeched the river goddess to accept me as a foster son, seeking only 7 days of rain for the Ji family. Will the river goddess grant this request? The waves crashed in response as grandfather, holding me close, stood at the riverbank and spoke slowly to the vast waters before you. The words fell. An initial silence enveloped the surroundings. However, moments later, the murky river erupted like a roaring yellow dragon, unleashing towering waves that swept away the surrounding crops into its depths. The waves were colossal, reaching a height of 9 feet, drenching the entire expanse as if a torrential rain had descended. Surprisingly, a fish scale burst forth from the river, soaring into the air before landing gently in my grandfather's hand. This scale emanated a faint luminescence, resembling a fish scale adorned with ancient, intricate patterns, inscribed with some archaic script, undeniably peculiar. "Thank you, river goddess Ji Zhenlong shall be your adopted son and will surely assist you in your ascension." I was taken aback by this scene, my heart racing in panic. Yet my grandfather remained remarkably composed, cradling me close while clutching the scale, addressing the river with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, he carried me away from the river. Upon our return home, my grandfather surprisingly procured a bag of soil, burying me in bed with only my head exposed. Soon after, I witnessed torrents of rain cascading outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Yet not a whisper of wind stirred. The dark clouds shrouded the heavens, and the rain fell incessantly for a full 7 days without a moment's respite. On the 7th day, the deluge finally ceased. It was then I learned that this tempest had only plagued our home, while the rest of the village basked in sunshine. The villagers, witnessing this phenomenon, were greatly alarmed, proclaiming that our family had incurred divine retribution. As soon as the rain abated, my grandfather unearthed me from the soil and cradled me as he stepped outside. I beheld a venerable old man seated outside our door, clad in an opulent purple robe intricately embroidered with lifelike motifs of fish and dragons, all woven with golden threads. His attire alone suggested that he was of remarkable lineage, undoubtedly hailing from a family of affluence. Yet his eyes streamed with blood, trickling down his eyelids, imparting a frightful and ghastly visage. Before him lay a compass and several pieces of yellow paper, upon which rested a few copper coins. In his hand, he wielded a rusted cleaver, directed ominously towards my home. "Dear-in-law, this is Ji Tian, the son of Siener, your grandson," he said. "Siener has passed away, and my heart is heavy with sorrow. Why must you sever her only line of descent?" My grandfather, cradling me, appeared unsteady, his complexion a sickly yellow as he gazed at the old man and sighed. "I, of the northern Bagua, have calculated my entire life, yet I could not discern the fate of my missing daughter. To my astonishment, when the heavenly secrets unfolded, the only revelation was that she had already departed from this world. You, of the G family, have caused the demise of my poor daughter. How could I possibly forgive you?" He continued, his voice seething with wrath. "Even if it means extinguishing Siener's soul lineage, I vow to ensure that your family faces extinction, leaving no descendants." The old man, with blood streaming from his eyes, trembled with fury, his teeth clenched, and his words dripped with intense resentment. At that moment, as I absorbed their conversation, the realization dawned upon me. This old man was in fact my maternal grandfather. Chapter 2. The 9 Dragons and the Coffin. My mother was abducted. Now that my grandfather has found his way here, he will undoubtedly not rest until he finds resolution. My grandfather glanced at my father and sighed, saying, "In our path of cultivation, we emphasize fate and karmic retribution. The destiny of Siener is intertwined with me and my wayward son, and has nothing to do with Xiao Tian." The elder sitting at the door wore a frigid expression, his teeth clenched, and his eyes streaming blood, unable to open. Upon hearing my grandfather's words, he pointed at me and coldly declared, "Good. If that is the case, then send him away, and let us duel in magic. You, Ji Sanqian, known as the Celestial beyond the heavens, I am eager to witness your magical prowess." My grandfather cast a glance at me, gently ruffled my hair, and with a warm smile said, "Xiao Tian, go play for a while. Grandfather will have a chat with your grandfather, and later I will take you to buy some sugar balls." "Grandfather, what about my mother? I miss her, and I miss my second sister. I do not wish for sugar balls. I want to find them," I said, gazing up at my grandfather with innocent eyes. They're waiting for you outside," my grandfather replied, his murky eyes glistening with unshed tears. He smiled at me gently and said, "Go on now." Upon hearing his words, I joyfully dashed out the door. Just as I stepped outside, my grandfather stood at the threshold, looking after me with a kind expression. He then sighed deeply, reluctantly shutting the door behind him. I searched outside for my mother and my second sister, but finding no trace of them, I hurried back home. The grand door was firmly shut, and my 6-year-old frame was utterly incapable of pushing it open. All I could do was cry out, "Grandfather, grandfather." Yet, he did not come to unlock the door for me. Peering through the crack of the wooden door, I gazed into the courtyard and beheld an unforgettable scene. Within the courtyard, a chilling wind howled, shrouding the area in an impenetrable darkness, akin to the depths of night. Merely a door separated us. Yet there existed a stark dichotomy of day and night. My grandfather stood in confrontation with my maternal grandfather. Amidst the sinister gusts, ancient war horses galloped, their neighs deafening, accompanied by the clanging of weapons and the thunderous sounds of armored steeds. There were also paper figures soaring through the air, their faces painted in ghastly hues, grinning with malevolent glee as they emitted eerie wails. Concurrently, glimmering swords made of copper coins sliced through the vast expanse, radiating like a resplendent sun, with their formidable energy purging all malevolent spirits from the realm. The courtyard was indeed terrifying. However, witnessing the spectacle, I felt no fear. Rather, I ceased my weeping. As I watched with rapt attention, everything suddenly vanished. My maternal grandfather abruptly swung open the door, causing me to tumble inside. He merely cast a glance in my direction before departing, uttering a grave warning to my grandfather. "Remember your promise, or I shall ensure the annihilation of your family." My grandfather sat cross-legged in the courtyard, his complexion ashen. One of his sleeves hung limply. Remarkably, one of his hands was missing. "Grandfather, grandfather, your hand." I gasped upon witnessing this and hurriedly inquired. "It's nothing, nothing," he replied with a gentle smile, using his remaining hand to stroke my hair. In the past, my grandfather loomed in my heart like a towering tree, majestic and grand, even taller than my father. However, now he has aged considerably, his hair turned gray, and his posture bent like that of an ancient tree. I have not seen my father, who seems to have vanished as if fleeing from some wrongdoing. Since that day, my grandfather has taken me every morning to the banks of the great river to pay homage to what I refer to as my foster mother, the river goddess. Yet, I have never encountered this foster mother. In the evenings, regardless of the season, my grandfather would prepare a wooden tub filled with an array of peculiar items, inviting me to soak within it. After my bath, he would cheerfully knead my arms and legs, a delightful experience indeed. My grandfather has always treated me with utmost kindness, fulfilling my every wish. I have often dreamed of the day I would grow up and repay his kindness, easing his burdens so that he could enjoy a better life. However, 3 years later, when I turned 9, I was struck by a thunderbolt of despair. My grandfather had passed away. The village chief informed me that he had hanged himself from the locust tree at the village entrance, his eyes wide open in rage, blood oozing from all orifices, his body stiff and already showing signs of decomposition, emitting a foul odor. The scene was utterly tragic. When they finally lowered him to the ground, his body appeared weathered and sunken, the skin clinging tightly to his bones, resembling a desiccated corpse. A coroner from the city arrived to perform an autopsy and was taken aback, chastising the villagers for exhuming a body that had been buried for 3 years. The villagers were taken aback, for my grandfather had passed away 3 years prior. Fearful, they hurried home, bolting their doors, none daring to approach him. Upon learning the news after school, I rushed to the village entrance, where indeed, I discovered my grandfather's lifeless body discarded at the threshold. Some wild dogs lurked nearby, seemingly eager to feast, yet they curled up in fright, trembling and hesitant to advance. My heart shattered like glass. Tears streamed down my face as I drove the dogs away and knelt beside my grandfather's remains. My grief enveloped me, and I wept inconsolably for an entire day and night, my voice lost to sorrow. It was only then that the village head approached, urging me to find a grave for my grandfather, explaining that the villagers were too frightened to assist with the funeral arrangements. The thought of my grandfather's departure, of never seeing the one who cherished and spoiled me again, pierced my heart with an unbearable pain. Such emotions are ineffable. I could only comprehend that the person who meant the world to me was forever gone. I fell into another fit of desperate tears. The village head, witnessing my anguish, shook his head and sighed, choosing not to press me further. I felt profoundly distressed, realizing I could not afford my grandfather a proper burial. The villagers regarded my family with disdain, showing no willingness to lend a hand, with some even suggesting to the village head that I should be expelled from the village, lest my grandfather be interred nearby. Initially, I believed I could only dig a shallow grave for him. However, everything changed when my father returned. My mother has perished, along with my elder sisters, and my father, who had been missing for 3 long years, has finally returned. To my astonishment, he arrived with a chauffeur, driving a luxurious Rolls-Royce that came to a halt at our doorstep. The villagers, upon witnessing this, flocked to our home, bowing and offering endless praise to my father. However, he remained indifferent to their admiration. Clad in a formal suit, he approached the village entrance and encountered the lifeless bodies of my grandfather and me, his gaze laden with complexity. Shouting on, "Allow your father to bring grandfather home." He spoke gently, as if fearing to offend me. "No, you are not my father. I do not recognize you as such. I have no need for you, nor does grandfather," I declared before shouldering my grandfather's body and making my way home. At that moment, I was oblivious to the fact that, at the tender age of 9, I possessed the strength to carry my grandfather's corpse. It was only later that I realized my vigor stemmed from the daily baths and massages my grandfather had generously given me. After bringing my grandfather back home, I found myself utterly exhausted. Coupled with 2 days of incessant weeping and neglecting food and drink, I fainted as soon as I stepped inside. When I regained consciousness, our doorstep was overwhelmed with guests. The threshold was trampled, and the surrounding hills were encircled by luxury cars. These were influential figures in politics and business, esteemed members of society. The villagers cast envious and reverent glances my way, and no one dared to look down upon my family any longer. So many people arrived, yet I did not urge my father further. However, I remained silent, not uttering a single word to him. I stayed within my grandfather's mourning tent, which had been erected for 7 days. Countless individuals came to pay their respects and offer prayers. Some I had even seen on television. On the 7th day, just as the tent was being dismantled to prepare for the burial, an astonishing sight unfolded. A multitude of creatures, ferrets, foxes, hedgehogs, snakes, and even wolves and leopards descended from the mountains behind my home and gathered at our doorstep. The number of these wild beasts was beyond counting. Thousands upon thousands encircled my house. With few exceptions, the onlookers were struck with fear and retreated. To my astonishment, these creatures then bowed and knelt before my grandfather's coffin in an act of reverence, a collective worship of the spirits. The surrounding crowd was left in utter disbelief. Was my grandfather a celestial being, to pass from this world and be honored by such an assembly of spirits? The beasts arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After their homage, they vanished into the wild. Truly, the aura of the feng shui realm is profound. A venerable sage of the mortal realm, with the spirits paying homage. He enters the cycle of reincarnation. An elderly man clad in rough garments, with long gray hair tied up, exuded an ethereal presence. He was a remarkable figure of mystical prowess. Upon his arrival, many approached to greet him. At that moment, he gazed at the departing spirits, a sense of admiration evident in his expression. After the rites concluded, it was time to proceed with the burial. However, as the 8 immortals lifted the coffin, the moment they tugged at the ropes, a sudden thunderclap erupted from the heavens, and dark clouds surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. Above the sky, purple lightning roared, resonating 9 times in succession. It was as if a thunderous dragon was bellowing, shaking the very mountains to their core. The guests who had come to pay their respects were thrown into a state of panic, scattering in all directions. Only a few Taoist priests from Maoshan, the celestial masters of Long Hushan, and eminent geomancers remained, gazing upwards at the tumultuous sky, their bodies trembling with trepidation. I stood rooted in place, devoid of fear. even feeling an inexplicable urge to reach out and grasp the purple lightning. As the 9 thunderclaps faded, from the rear mountain descended 9 colossal serpents. These serpents occupied the 9 cardinal directions, their heads raised high like dragons. They were as thick as a human arm, adorned with golden scales that shimmered brilliantly under the sun, resembling molten gold. Even more astonishing was the sight of a jade-green, translucent urn nestled among these 9 serpents. The urn was merely the size of a palm, encircled by the powerful serpents, exuding an aura of regal might akin to true dragons. The urn, safeguarded by the 9 serpents, radiated a mysterious green light. It was intricately engraved with motifs of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, exuding an ancient charm that overwhelmed the senses with a palpable sense of history. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding guests, as well as the esteemed geomancers and celestial masters of Long Hushan, were rendered utterly speechless, frozen in awe. In a celestial spectacle, the immortal ascended, and the heavens reverberated with thunder to welcome his return. The 9 dragons bore the coffin, a divine casket to inter the celestial form. O heavens! The visage of the true dragon. The G family is destined to produce an emperor, a true scion of the dragon. The 9 serpents encircled the verdant urn, and as they appeared, a Taoist clad in ceremonial robes exclaimed in astonishment. The guests around, upon hearing this, trembled in unison, turning their gazes toward my impeccably attired father. This is an auspicious sign of feng shui, a portent of destiny. The G family is bound to ascend to greatness. Congratulations, congratulations. Do not forget us, my brother. The guests began to ingratiate themselves with my father, addressing him as a brother in camaraderie. With the emergence of the 9 dragons bearing the coffin, they believed my father to be the future true dragon of the G family. However, as I observed the 9 golden serpents, I sensed their gaze fixated upon me. In their serpentine eyes, there flickered an essence of fear, trembling, trepidation, and reverence. Even their massive forms quivered subtly. Ha! A collection of short-sighted individuals. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated across the gathering. An elder donned in a purple robe approached with an extraordinary bearing, exuding an aura of authority. I turned to behold him, momentarily stunned, my fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, as a surge of resentment welled within me. I shall never forget him. He is none other than my maternal grandfather, who had dueled with my grandfather 3 years prior. Chapter 3. The Gray Fairies claim my grandfather, clad in a purple robe, appeared remarkably unchanged from 3 years prior. Upon his arrival, an eerie silence enveloped the morning hall, as neither my father nor the seasoned geomancers, the Taoist priests of Kunlun Mountain, nor the masters of esoteric arts dared utter a word. They all lowered their heads, seemingly unable to meet my grandfather's gaze. With a disdainful snort, my grandfather approached. It was as if the very air had crackled with the sound of thunder. Those who had been closest to my father stumbled back in disarray, their faces drained of color as they regarded my grandfather with palpable trepidation. Raise the coffin, lower it to the earth, my grandfather commanded coldly, without any superfluous words. The 8 bearers of the coffin, taken aback, obeyed without hesitation, lifting the casket and proceeding toward the back mountain. As the 8 bearers lifted the coffin, the sound of the swana began to resonate, and yellow paper money fluttered through the air while spirit banners danced in the breeze. Each guest, bearing paper effigies, gold mountains, silver mountains, and floral wreaths, closely followed behind. The funeral procession continued. The 9 golden serpents, as we passed, astonishingly parted the way for the 8 bearers. Guests who dared to walk alongside them were struck with cold sweats, unable to meet the serpent's gaze. They seemed to watch us, as though bidding farewell to my grandfather. Once my grandfather was interred, the guests took their leave, and only then did the serpents slither away, leaving behind the verdant urn that they had so vigilantly guarded. My grandfather took away that urn. My father did not linger either. After the funeral was concluded, he departed in his luxurious car. However, before leaving, he secretly instructed me never to harbor resentment towards my grandfather and to strive to earn his favor. For at present, My grandfather holds greater power than my late grandfather. In the northeast, there exists the horse. In the west, the ma. In the south, the li. And in the north, the 8 trigrams, where the sacred maiden of Miaojong resides. My grandfather is among the 8 trigrams of the north. Yet this was 3 years ago. My father revealed that during these 3 years, my grandfather managed to visit the other 4 legendary figures one by one, defeating each in turn. None were a match for my grandfather, not even my late grandfather. He even journeyed to Kunlun Mountain, where he remained for 3 days and nights without descending. Throughout this time, Kunlun Mountain echoed with the roars of dragons and tigers, thunderous purple lightning, and fierce winds, all illuminated by dazzling golden light, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. However, on the 4th day, 12 celestial masters from Kunlun Mountain paid their respects to my grandfather, escorting him down the mountain. Mingshan had heard of this event and declared a closure before my grandfather's arrival. Although I do not grasp the significance of this, I am aware that my grandfather is exceedingly unpleasant, lacking the warmth of my late grandfather. I find myself longing for my grandfather. After everyone else departed, only my grandfather and I remained. He offered me not a trace of kindness, maintaining a stony visage, as though I owed him something. Season, you shall remain here for a day. Tomorrow I shall come to escort you to Jinling. My grandfather spoke with a frigid demeanor, cradling a verdant urn in his hands, uttering those words with an air of detachment. Without waiting for my response, he turned and departed. I gazed at his retreating figure, then cast a glance at my grandfather's portrait displayed on the altar. My mind was flooded with memories of the time spent with him. Tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. I would never see my grandfather again. Season, why do you weep? Isn't grandfather right here? Just as my grandfather had stepped away, he suddenly appeared at the doorway, flashing a broad grin. Yet, his appearance struck me as peculiar. He stood at the threshold, clad in dark garments, stooped over, pressing against the wall. Moreover, his heels were unnaturally elevated. Merely observing him filled my heart with unease. My first instinct was to think that he was not my grandfather. However, upon seeing his familiar visage, I felt a pang of injustice, as if there were countless words yearning to be shared with him. Father. I looked at that figure, my feet laden as though weighed down by lead, slowly approaching him. Just as I stepped beyond the threshold, a woman in a yellow robe suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Season, do not approach. He is not your grandfather. I have never encountered this lady in the yellow robe, yet at this moment, she reminds me. Old yellow skin. Are you seeking your demise? How dare you disrupt my plans? As I paused in my tracks, grandfather suddenly contorted his face in a grotesque manner. In an instant, he transformed into a gaunt figure with a pale face and sharp cheekbones, his body sprouting dark, steel-like bristles that were astonishingly long, creating a truly horrifying sight. This was no longer my grandfather. Rather, it resembled a standing black rat, approximately 1.60 meters in height. Upon witnessing this transformation, I was seized by fear and hastily attempted to retreat into the courtyard. However, just as I turned, I was startled to discover a gray hedgehog looming behind me. This hedgehog stood upright, towering at an impressive height of 1.60 meters, its body bristling with sharp quills, effectively blocking my escape. It appeared to be even taller than I, and as I glanced back, it bared its teeth at me, revealing a gaping maw that was utterly terrifying. I was so frightened that I fell to the ground in shock. Old Master Ji, you presume to take on his form. You are truly courting death, and to conspire against old Master Ji's grandson. You are utterly oblivious to your own peril. At this moment, the lady in the yellow robe glared fiercely at the hedgehog, her voice seething with rage. Once I devour that little brat, it will be tantamount to consuming Ji Sanqian's celestial essence. Do you truly fear the deceased Ji Sanqian? You must leave at once. In consideration of our shared lineage as descendants of the 5 great immortals, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall slay you alongside your companions. The large rat menaced the lady in yellow robes. You seek your own demise. I have been graced by the benevolence of Lord Ji. How could I possibly depart? If you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. At that moment, the lady in yellow robes unexpectedly transformed into a wisp of yellow smoke. hurtling directly towards me. "You, yellow weasel! How dare you take my forbearance for weakness? Do you truly believe I fear you? Do you think I alone covet G. Sanchian's celestial essence? It is not just I. They all desire it." Boom! The black rat's eyes bulged, resembling luminous bulbs, and its head was disproportionately large, akin to that of an adult. Most striking were its glistening incisors, seemingly capable of devouring stone and gold alike. As its words fell, shadows erupted from the surrounding grass and trees, coalescing into over a dozen figures. These silhouettes did not take form, but remained shrouded in dark mist, green light, and crimson shadows, like phantoms. Bang! As they emerged, the lady in yellow robes, who had rushed to my defense, suddenly collapsed to the ground. I was unaware of which ferocious beast had bitten away a chunk of her flesh. Blood flowed freely, revealing her true form. She was, astonishingly, a yellow weasel. Witnessing her injury, a wave of panic surged within me. What should I do now? Who can save me? Whether we seek death or not remains uncertain, but you shall undoubtedly meet your demise before us. The black rat, gazing at the yellow weasel that lay sprawled on the ground, let out a derisive snicker. It turned its gaze upon me, baring its fangs in a sinister grin, and proclaimed, "Fear not. We shall refine you into elixirs and partake of your essence. You will feel no agony. Cease your struggles and accompany us willingly, for Ji Sanxian has perished, and you lack any protection." The black rat strutted arrogantly towards me, intent on seizing me. Is that so? A band of vile creatures, oblivious to the heavens above and the earth below, in broad daylight, they dare to reveal their true forms. However, before the black rat could finish its taunts, an immensely authoritative voice resounded throughout the realms. Thunderous. Suddenly, the firmament erupted with a purple lightning bolt, cleaving the sky, and struck the black rat directly. Instantly, the black rat was engulfed in black smoke, its body contorted, collapsing to the ground in a cacophony of wails. With Ji Sanxian gone, I, Wang Kunlun, remain. Ji Sanxian is his grandfather, and I, Wang Kunlun, am his maternal grandfather. As long as I, Wang Kunlun, draw breath in this world, let it be known that none shall dare lay a hand on my grandson, Ji Tian. The grandfather has returned, clad in resplendent purple robes, treading the path of the 7 stars, wielding the Taiji thunder, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, swirling amidst the heavens. Chapter 4. The mirror of King. When in the blink of an eye, my grandfather stood protectively by my side. His expression was stern as he gazed at the black mouse on the ground, wailing as though it were merely an insect. "Spare me, great one. Please spare me." The once arrogant mouse now lay on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy, fearing that my grandfather might unleash a fatal strike upon it. A mere rat's spirit dares to covet my grandson, truly seeking its own demise. With a cold glance at the creature, my grandfather showed no hesitation, his resolve unwavering. Another blast of divine thunder erupted from his palm. The mouse screamed in agony as the bolt struck it directly, transforming its body into a mist of blood that scattered in all directions. He had decisively vanquished this once formidable beast. Those lurking figures, concealed in the surrounding green light and black mist, trembled at the sight, hastily retreating. In an instant, nearly all of them had vanished, leaving only a scant few, their forms wavering as if still uncertain. Heavenly mercy favors the living. I had intended to spare you. Yet, to my astonishment, you dared to covet my grandson. Since he refused to depart, then let all of you remain. My grandfather's gaze was icy as he regarded the shadows still lingering in the grass. His voice resonated powerfully, akin to thunder echoing through the air. Around me, figures hesitated, torn between the decision to depart. Upon hearing my grandfather's words, they scattered in panic, not daring to linger any longer. However, it was too late. My grandfather stood before me, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, a brilliant white light surged forth. Reminiscent of a cascading galaxy, this radiant beam swept outward from him, expanding like ripples on the surface of a lake. "Spare us, revered one. We shall withdraw." Cries for mercy echoed from the surrounding underbrush. Yet, my grandfather remained indifferent to their pleas. In the next moment, blood mist erupted from the grass, a harrowing sight. 7 or 8 bursts of crimson erupted, revealing bodies that tumbled forth. Massive gray wolves the size of calves, spiders as large as human heads, and centipedes as thick as water buckets. This scene was utterly terrifying. As I witnessed it, my body trembled in fright. I cast a trembling glance at my grandfather. Though not imposing in stature, stood before me like a towering mountain. At that moment, I felt as if I could see my grandfather, who once sheltered me from storms. Their images melded together. Grandfather! My voice was hoarse, and I could not help but call out. Standing before me, my grandfather exuded an air of formidable authority, akin to a judge presiding over the fate of the world. Yet, upon hearing my utterance of grandfather, I could distinctly perceive a subtle tremor coursing through his frame, as if a hidden string had been plucked. He slowly turned to face me, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. With his aged hand, he gently reached out, bending slightly to touch my cheek. It was strikingly reminiscent of my dear Sienna in her youth. My poor Sienna, my father, in his ineptitude, could predict the course of a lifetime, yet failed to discern your destiny. In that moment, my grandfather appeared to have aged considerably, his thoughts drifting to my mother, Wang Sienna. However, in the next instant, he straightened his posture, suppressing the tide of emotion, and resumed his former icy, authoritative demeanor. All things possess a spirit. Today, I thank you for thwarting them. The karmic ties between you and Jition shall one day be repaid by Jition himself. At this juncture, my grandfather cast his gaze towards the severely injured Mrs. Weasel. Though she was still bleeding profusely, upon hearing his words, her heart swelled with joy, and she hastily replied, "There is no need for gratitude, esteemed one. Lord Ji has shown me kindness, and I would lay down my life to protect Jition. Indeed, while your injuries are not fatal, they will nonetheless deplete your cultivation. This is the consequence of Jition's fate," my grandfather remarked, laden with implication. This suddenly startled the weasel matriarch, prompting her to inquire, "Esteemed one, what does this signify?" "The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. In due time, you shall come to understand," my grandfather replied in a calm manner. "In a moment, I shall take Jition away. You should set this place ablaze." Upon hearing this, I became anxious. This was my home. How could I allow my grandfather to incinerate it? "No, no, please do not burn this place. Do not destroy my home," I cried out in desperation. My tears flowed profusely, as this abode held the memories of my grandfather, parents, and sisters. If it were to be reduced to ashes, I would be left without a home. At that moment, my grandfather turned to me and said, "I am not burning your home, but rather a malevolent connection. This place ought not to exist. I merely wish for it to return to dust, to fulfill its destined end. Moreover, it adversely affects your fate. If it remains, it will surely become a great calamity for you. The dragon has its reverse scales. It must not be touched. You must ponder this carefully." His words were delivered with an air of indifference. Though I did not fully comprehend the meaning behind them, I recognized that this was my home. I was unwilling to permit him to destroy it. "These matters are my own. There is no need for your intervention. I can resolve them myself," I asserted defiantly. Little did I know at the tender age of 10 that the decision I made this day would ultimately lead to my demise. My grandfather, upon hearing my words, erupted into hearty laughter. "Very well. Since that is your stance, so be it as you say. This old residence shall remain here." Grandfather gestured for the weasel lady to depart. After bowing to both my grandfather and me, the weasel lady took her leave. Only my grandfather and I were left in this place. From within his robe, grandfather produced a small Bagua mirror, a diminutive artifact strung with a red cord. Though I was merely 10 years old, having lived with my grandfather, I had encountered numerous books. In feng shui and burial, there are recorded details about the Bagua mirror, also known as the King Wen Bagua mirror or the Taiji Bagua mirror. It is encircled by the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the pre-heavenly Bagua, and the 9 stars of the Heluo, complemented by the 24 solar terms. The reverse side features images of the Bagua patriarch and the 5 deities of wealth from the 4 directions. The Bagua symbolizes the heavens, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountains, and marshes, serving to ward off malevolence with its convex form and attract fortune with its concave shape. According to legend, the emperor met the queen mother at Kunlun Mountain and forged 12 mirrors, utilizing them with the moon, marking the inception of this mirror. The Bagua mirror, gifted to me by grandfather, is crafted from jade, a substance formed from the essence of heaven and earth. It serves as a protective talisman, driving away evil while inviting good fortune, and symbolizes health and longevity. This Bagua mirror must surely be of considerable value. Grandfather placed a Bagua mirror around my neck and instructed, "From this day forth, you must never remove it, regardless of whether you are eating, changing clothes, or bathing. Now, let us go. I shall take you to your new home." My grandfather, a figure of great seriousness and authority, instilled in me a sense of fear that rendered me incapable of defiance. I could only nod in acquiescence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, I clandestinely unraveled the red string that bound me. Consequently, upon my return to Jinling with my grandfather, as soon as I stepped into his sprawling estate, an expanse of nearly 1,000 acres reminiscent of a wealthy aristocrat's residence, disaster struck, costing me nearly half my life. Chapter 5. Jinling, Crimson Rivers of Qingqiu. Jinling, an ancient metropolis steeped in history and enduring legacy, is where my maternal grandfather's abode lies, a distinguished family of geomancers. Revered within Jinling, numerous gentry and aristocratic clans defer to my grandfather. Upon arriving at his residence, I was immediately awestruck, rendered speechless by the sheer magnificence. It was hardly a mere dwelling, but resembled an ancient prince's manor. The estate sprawled across an immeasurable expanse, encompassed by vermilion walls and verdant brickwork, with pavilions and ancient trees flourishing in abundance. Even from the entrance, the grandeur of the residence was palpable. At the threshold stood a pair of stone lions, lifelike and imposing. The main gate, crafted from thick, cinnabar redwood, resembled a formidable barrier. I doubted even a grown man could budge it. The gate was adorned with intricate carvings of flora, fauna, and various creatures. Above it hung a plaque inscribed with the characters, "Wong Residence. From now on, this is your home. No one shall wrong you." Since my paternal grandfather's passing, my maternal grandfather's demeanor towards me had undergone a profound transformation, as if he had fully embraced me. The look in his eyes mirrored the same benevolence that my paternal grandfather possessed. At that moment, holding my small hand, he stood at the entrance, proclaiming with great magnanimity. He appeared to exude pride in the empire he had forged. Within his domain, I was the crown prince, untouchable by any. I glanced at my maternal grandfather, then at the manor, my eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts, hesitant to voice my feelings. In my heart, I still yearned for my paternal grandfather. Subsequently, my maternal grandfather took my hand and led me toward the residence. Upon reaching the vermilion gates, he made no overt gesture. Yet, with a resounding rumble, the gates swung open, revealing a path of azure brick flanked by pavilions and verdant flora, reminiscent of a stroll through a park. This was merely the courtyard of my maternal grandfather's estate. He guided me by the hand into the courtyard. The threshold of his home was remarkably high. As I was about to step over it, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me. My vision blurred, and a shiver ran through me, raising goose flesh on my skin. In that instant, I lost consciousness. I felt as though I were dreaming, my head spinning. It was akin to an out-of-body experience. I could see my own body and my maternal grandfather. He was holding my hand, witnessing my collapse just as I was about to cross the threshold. He froze, then stared at the threshold, retrieving a shriveled serpent from beneath it. His face contorted with displeasure, and he muttered curses under his breath. Then, with a series of intricate hand gestures, he conjured beams of white light, an arcane display of power. With a delicate motion, my grandfather brushed his eyes. In that instant, his gaze became extraordinarily luminous, as if imbued with a divine radiance. It was as though he perceived my presence, his eyes turning directly toward me. Mystic jade summons the soul. Hasten its return. All spirits disperse. All evils recede. Tianji, return at once. Upon seeing me, his countenance hardened, and with a decisive gesture, he produced a jade pendant, directing it toward me. The jade emitted a shimmering, iridescent light, exquisitely radiant. Observing this, I felt a sensation of weightlessness akin to a feather. Involuntarily, I drifted toward the jade pendant. Fear gripped me, for while my body lay prone on the ground, I felt myself floating toward the jade. I later realized that I existed in a spectral form, a mere soul. My grandfather, with the mystic jade, sought to reclaim my soul. Suddenly, a chilling wind arose from the void, enveloping the area in an oppressive darkness. A dense black fog obscured everything. This sinister gust assailed my soul, preventing my return and threatening to tear me asunder. Vile creature, how dare you? Who dares harm my grandson? Darkness consumed my vision, the black fog concealing all. Yet, amidst the gloom, I heard my grandfather's furious roar, his rage palpable, as if it had never crossed my mind. How audacious it was for someone to dare act before me, intent on abducting me. Thunder rumbled. I beheld a flash of lightning slicing through the black mist, dispersing a significant portion of it. Yet, it proved utterly ineffectual. Within the oppressive shroud, a chilling wind swirled around me like a tornado, leaving me devoid of any sense of direction. I was swept away into the distance, soaring higher and farther. I ascended to such heights that I could see my grandfather amidst the dark fog, unleashing wave after wave of palm thunder. However, as I gazed upon him, he gradually became a mere blur until he vanished from view. I remained oblivious to the duration of my flight in this bewildered state. Eventually, when I regained consciousness and felt my feet firmly on the ground, I discovered I had arrived in a desolate wasteland. The landscape was barren, overrun with weeds. Yet, there lay a small mound, resembling a protruding grave. Beside this mound flowed a river, its waters a ghastly crimson, thick and emanating a putrid stench. The sight of it sent a shudder through my body, overwhelming me with terror. At merely 10 years of age, I was ill-equipped to withstand such fright. Instantly, I began to weep, calling out for my grandfather. Grandfather, grandfather, oh, woe is me. My sobs were heart-wrenching as I longed for his rescue. This place was far too terrifying, with weeds flourishing and graves scattered about. The blood-red river flowed incessantly, a grim reminder of the countless souls it had claimed. Here I stood, an isolated child of 10, engulfed in fear. Season, do not weep. I am here with you. Suddenly, an extraordinarily melodious sound graced my ears, akin to celestial melodies resonating from the heavenly palaces. It was as crisp as the sound of large and small pearls cascading upon a jade plate. Suddenly, upon the tomb of Qingqiu, a crimson whirlwind began to swirl. Within this red tempest emerged a graceful figure, seated atop the Qingqiu. Though shrouded in the scarlet mist, it was evident that she was an enchanting beauty. It was she who had just spoken. Upon beholding her, my tears ceased to flow involuntarily. I could not fathom why, but her presence instilled in me a sense of fearlessness in this place. Season, do you see what this is? Sister has brought you a gift to play with, shall we? The woman amidst the red haze conjured a crimson thread, astonishingly woven from strands of hair. Adorning this thread was a jade pendant, glimmering in vibrant green, radiating a brilliant azure light. Inscribed upon the pendant was a singular character, divine. Chapter 6, The Red Umbrella. The bridal chamber, as soon as the red thread floated out from the crimson mist, it swiftly settled upon my wrist, binding itself with an automatic grace. I gazed at the jade pendant, my heart filled with perplexity, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The pendant, luminous and gentle as jade, radiated a soft, ethereal glow as it rested upon my wrist. Inscribed upon it were delicate characters, divine. It appeared immensely enigmatic. I could even perceive a faint warmth emanating from the jade, a sensation that was remarkably comforting. Was this bestowed upon me? Surrounding me, wild grasses flourished, and the Qingqiu tomb exhaled wisps of azure smoke. Beside the tomb flowed a narrow river, its waters thick and red with blood, releasing a pungent scent of iron. While trepidation gripped my heart in the face of this eerie landscape, the sight of the jade pendant inexplicably filled me with a sense of joy and affection. Indeed, today I bestow upon you the heart of the dragon jade. In return, one day, grant me the crown of the true phoenix, shall we? Upon the Qingqiu tomb sat a woman clad in crimson, her gown as vivid as blood, enveloping her figure entirely. Yet, her delicate legs, white and smooth as jade, were tantalizingly exposed, evoking an irresistible desire to caress them. Her visage remained obscured, as if shrouded by a veil that concealed her features. However, it was unmistakably evident that she was an extraordinary beauty. Should her face be revealed, the very heavens would surely pale in comparison. Upon maturing, I shall undoubtedly repay you. At the tender age of 10, I was oblivious to such complexities. My sole desire was to retain this cherished jade pendant, unwilling to part with it. Upon hearing my earnest promise, the woman in crimson from the land of Qingqiu appeared immensely pleased, her words imbued with mirth. "Red umbrella," she uttered softly. Suddenly, a flurry of petals cascaded around us, radiant and fragrant, illuminating the air with their divine brilliance. Amongst the splendor, a woman clad in azure garments emerged, gracefully holding a red umbrella adorned with fallen petals. Her figure was statuesque, legs elongated, and the flowing azure dress could not conceal her alluring curves. She approached me, and with the red umbrella directed toward the woman in crimson atop the Qingqiu grave, she gently bowed and proclaimed, "My lady, henceforth, you shall remain by Ji Tian's side, and you must perish before him. Do you understand?" The woman in crimson, her voice as melodious as jade, responded with an icy demeanor, laced with authority and command. "Yes," the red umbrella replied, inclining slightly in a gesture of utmost respect. She stood beside me, her long legs obscured by the vibrant red umbrella, which was laden with petals, concealing her visage from my view. I realized, to my astonishment, that the crimson-clad woman had indeed decreed that she accompany me. She directly rejected her. "I had no desire for anyone to follow me. She is here to protect you. In the future, with her by your side, it will be as though I am beside you as well." The woman in red displayed an icy demeanor towards the crimson umbrella, yet she treated me with remarkable gentleness. She chuckled softly and waved her hand. In the void, wisps of mist began to rise, ethereal and dreamlike. In an instant, I felt as if my body had become weightless, my feet no longer touching the ground, and I began to soar towards her involuntarily. I was utterly astonished by this scene, finding it delightfully amusing. In the next moment, I found myself cradled in the arms of the woman in red, enveloped in warmth and a fragrance that was profoundly enchanting. Her crimson gown was as soft as silk, gliding smoothly beneath my fingers. In her embrace, I felt no fear. Rather, I experienced a comforting softness. Suddenly, beneath the woman in red, the Qingqiu tomb appeared to crack open, releasing waves of red mist that startled me, quickly obscuring my vision. All that I could see was a sea of red. When my sight cleared once more, I discovered that I had been transported into a classical pavilion. The room exuded an ancient charm, adorned in shades of deep crimson and dark hues. The windows were embellished with numerous double happiness characters, and red cloth hung, enveloping the beams of the room. At some point, the woman in red had donned a phoenix crown and a flowing gown, gracefully seated beside the bed. A red veil adorned her head, rendering her enchanting. Where am I? I gazed around, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear, utterly bewildered by the strange surroundings. Outside the window, I discerned shadowy figures, some even emitting an eerie green glow. An unsettling sight that sent shivers coursing through my body. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and in walked a fox, its vibrant red fur glistening. Remarkably, it stood upright, balancing a platter adorned with crimson cloth, upon which rested a golden scale. Upon sighting this peculiar creature, I was momentarily startled, glancing outside to behold an array of grand tables, as if laid out to entertain guests. They were laden with raw chickens, ducks, and bloody pork, crimson liquid cascading down the surfaces. In the center of these tables lay tender, lifeless children, their bodies drenched in blood. Surrounding the tables were a motley assembly of mice, foxes, hedgehogs, wolves, and an elderly man clad in a shroud. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister green light, and as I turned to look at them, they all fixed their gaze upon me, revealing grotesque smiles that stretched unnaturally to the back of their heads. This sight sent me tumbling to the ground, paralyzed by sheer terror. "Stay here, and you may leave," a voice echoed from a woman in red, addressing the fox. The fox placed its burden upon the table and then retreated from the room, closing the door behind it. The woman in red sat by the bedside, softly beckoning me. Her words were delicate, resonating like the gentle chime of jade, truly enchanting. I remained seated on the floor when, unexpectedly, I felt my body drifting towards her, entirely beyond my control. In an instant, I found myself before her. I extended my small hand, clutching the joyous scale that had just been presented, and lifted her crimson veil. At that moment, my initial fear transformed into curiosity. Lifting her veil would reveal her true appearance. My hand reached out, gradually unveiling her red covering. At last, the veil was raised. Yet, to my astonishment, I beheld nothing. The woman in red embraced me, effortlessly pulling me onto the bed. With her delicate fingers, she began to loosen my garments. One by one, my clothes slipped away, discarded upon the floor. Simultaneously, she began to unfasten her own attire. The vibrant red fabric cascaded from her, revealing skin as smooth as jade, as tender as cream. Her complexion was fair and youthful, a touch so exquisite it seemed to dissolve upon contact. Chapter 7. The Homecoming of the Soul. The Might of Wang, Kunlun. My consciousness was profoundly muddled, as if the heavens and earth were in a dizzying spin. I felt as though I were adrift in a sea of primordial chaos. An instant could have been eons, or perhaps the blink of an eye. When I finally awoke, I was astonished to find myself within the confines of Jinling City. Accompanying me was none other than the woman with the crimson umbrella. The night was far advanced, and a fine drizzle permeated the air. With one hand, she held the umbrella aloft, while the other gently guided me forward. Her pace was unhurried as she trod upon the flagstone path. I recognized this route. Was it not the very path that led to my maternal grandfather's residence? Are you taking me to my grandfather's?" I inquired, rubbing my temples. I refrained from using the word home, as I harbored no affection for my grandfather or the Jinling Wang family. Indeed, I felt as though I were merely an unwelcome guest in Jinling. To my surprise, the woman with the crimson umbrella remained impassive to my query, continuing to lead me onward. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any human presence. Despite the lateness of the hour, the streets should not have been so deserted. The only illumination emanated from the dim streetlights, which cast a pallid, deathly glow. After some time, the woman led me to the ancient Wang family mansion. What struck me as peculiar was the pair of lanterns that hung high above. They had initially emitted a piercing light, but the moment the woman paused, their flames abruptly dimmed, flickering uncertainly, as if in a trance. It seemed as though the next moment would herald my demise. Before I could even comprehend the situation, the red umbrella had already taken my hand, guiding me towards the ancient residence of the Wang family. What on earth is happening? How did I find myself in that desolate graveyard of Qingqiu, only to be transported back here? I murmured quietly, my heart brimming with confusion, unable to fathom it no matter how I pondered. Before long, the red umbrella led me into the courtyard outside the main house. "Grandfather!" I glanced inside the main residence, where the lights were still aglow. At that moment, my grandfather, Wang Kunlun, stood in the living room, surrounded by a number of individuals. I could only perceive their lips moving incessantly, yet their words eluded my ears. What struck me as particularly strange was that these people seemed entirely oblivious to the arrival of the red umbrella and myself. What is happening? Can it not see us? My mind raced with uncertainty. After a brief pause, the red umbrella did not linger. She held the umbrella aloft and pulled me toward the main hall. As I stepped into the room, I was taken aback to discover that my grandfather and the others were gathered around a lifeless body. That body was none other than my own. Witnessing the scene left me in a state of shock, my expression frozen in disbelief. As we entered the living room, my grandfather, his demeanor icy, was reprimanding those around him. Yet, suddenly, a glint of awareness sparked in his eyes, as if he had sensed something. He turned abruptly, directing a cold gaze towards the place where the red umbrella and I stood. At this moment, it was as if he were witnessing my encounter with the crimson umbrella. My grandfather's expression was frigid, his hands forming a stance of incantation. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Which demon dares to harm the grandson of Wang Kunlun? Since you have come today, you shall remain." As his chilling command echoed, the other guests in the living room were startled, hastily retreating to the sides. They followed my grandfather's gaze, turning their attention towards me. In that instant, being the focal point of so many gazes, though the others aside from my grandfather may not have been able to see me, I still felt a jolt of surprise. However, the crimson umbrella remained unfazed. Shielding her visage with the umbrella, she calmly spoke, "Wang Kunlun, open your eyes and behold what this is." Her voice was melodious and delicate, yet it carried an unexpected chill. My grandfather paused, his brow furrowing as he glanced at my wrist. Upon noticing the jade pendant I wore, his pupils dilated in shock, his face darkened like stormy waters, and the body he had previously tensed began to tremble slightly. "You're courting death. How dare you harm my grandson?" My grandfather's expression twisted with fury, resembling a growling lion as he spat at the crimson umbrella. Yet, she remained unperturbed, her demeanor placid. She replied, "Ji Tian has wed my young lady, and they share the bond of husband and wife. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, Ji Tian shall meet his demise as well." Upon hearing those words, my grandfather's eyes turned crimson. His hands trembled as he gazed at the red umbrella, as if he wished to shatter it into oblivion. Yet, he restrained his actions, suppressing his fury. His entire being quaked with rage, yet he uttered not a single word. The red umbrella, noticing his prolonged silence, calmly declared, "From this day forth, I shall accompany the son-in-law. No one shall lay a finger upon him, save for my lady." After speaking, she released me and turned astride towards the exit. My grandfather, with eyes ablaze, watched helplessly as the red umbrella departed, consumed by an overwhelming wrath that reverberated through his trembling form. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a brilliant divine light erupted from his hands. A bolt of violet lightning cleaved through the darkened heavens, striking the very ground where the red umbrella had just poised to step. The earth blackened beneath the force of the impact, interwoven with the shimmering purple lightning. "Though I cannot slay you, should you dare to harm my grandson, this shall serve as your lesson. Return and inform your lady. No matter her formidable powers, should she dare to touch the grandson of Wang Kunlun, I shall unleash my divine thunder upon her, reducing her to ashes." The red umbrella was entirely unprepared for the extent of my grandfather's capabilities. Had she taken but one more step forward, that bolt of violet lightning would have surely descended upon her. The red umbrella stood with its back to us, trembling slightly, seemingly awed by my grandfather's prowess. Upon hearing his words, she said nothing and once more stepped briskly toward the outside. This time, her pace was swift, and in mere moments, she vanished like a wisp of smoke. Strangely enough, just as the red umbrella disappeared, I suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness wash over me, causing me to collapse helplessly. Xiao Tian, my grandfather, witnessing this, took a large stride forward and supported me. In a daze, I saw him place me before my own lifeless body. With hands joined in reverence, he invoked the spirits as if summoning the celestial beings. His hands formed intricate gestures, and clad in coarse robes, he seemed to defy the wind, his pale silver hair billowing around him, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. With a thunderous stomp of his left foot, he commanded the heavens, proclaiming, "Heaven is clear, the earth is serene. I beseech the 5 spirits of the underworld. Come forth at the hour of the rat." In urgency, he declared, "By the decree of the ancestor of Enigma Mountain, hasten with all due diligence." As he recited the incantation, my grandfather bit his finger, and with 2 fingers, he traced a symbol upon my brow. It was as if he painted a talisman, elegant and flowing, with strokes that danced like dragons and serpents. Immediately, my once feeble body surged with vitality. My hazy consciousness became clear. "Xiao Tian, return to your corporeal form." In the midst of my confusion, my grandfather suddenly called out to me. At the sound of his voice, I jolted, instinctively glancing at the corpse beside me. At this point, I have come to some understanding. My current form appears to be a spiritual body, while my true essence remains ensconced within the ancestral Wang residence. After a brief pause, I resolved not to delay any longer and directed my spirit toward my true self, yearning for the unification of my spiritual and corporeal forms. However, to my astonishment, as my spiritual body was on the verge of merging with my true essence, a formidable force of repulsion surged forth from my physical form. Caught off guard, my spiritual body was violently thrust away by this shockwave. Fortunately, my grandfather was nearby and, witnessing my predicament, swiftly grasped my spiritual form. "What could be happening?" he exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief as he turned his gaze toward my spiritual body. I, too, was engulfed in confusion, even experiencing intense physical pain. "I must discover what is preventing your return." Observing my distress, my grandfather's expression grew increasingly stern. In that moment, he recited incantations, invoking the spirits of heaven and earth. "All beings, heed my call. Restore clarity to my vision and purity to my heart. Open the heavenly eye." He swept his hands across his eyes, and in an instant, they radiated with blinding divine light. At that moment, his eyes resembled two luminous lanterns, illuminating the darkness. He cast his gaze upon my lifeless body, and in that fleeting instant, I caught a glimpse of a massive white serpent coiled within my corpse. The serpent, majestic and formidable, resembled a white dragon, its tongue flickering with a blood-red hue. Chapter 8. The 7-inch strike at the serpent. Upon witnessing the white serpent, my grandfather momentarily froze, his expression swiftly transforming into one of icy severity. "What sort of beast dares to invade my royal abode?" he thundered, his voice reverberating with authority as he directed a cold rebuke at the serpent. The white serpent, resembling an ancient dragon, coiled around my lifeless body, its crimson eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as it surveyed its surroundings. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, exuding a foul odor. The members of the Wang family, present at the scene, were momentarily taken aback by the sight. This serpent possessed years of mystical prowess. It had somehow infiltrated Ji Tian's corporeal form. Judging by its demeanor, it appeared to be a serpent spirit seeking to usurp Ji Tian's body. This wretched Ji Tian was indeed a harbinger of calamity. Upon his arrival, he had already stirred a series of misfortunes. The Wang family members surrounding us were all kin to my grandfather, including my uncles and aunts. Yet in this moment, they uttered words that pierced my heart with profound discomfort. "Silence!" My grandfather interjected sharply, commanding them to refrain from further discussion. "Bring me a mouse," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for dissent. His authority within the Wang family was undeniable. As soon as his words fell, several men promptly turned to capture a mouse. Before long, a middle-aged man returned with a mouse in hand. Grandfather seized the mouse, his hands poised like swords, and with a swift motion, he pierced the creature's body, casting it before my lifeless form. At that moment, I stood to the side, witnessing my own corpse beginning to tremble before my eyes. It writhed and twisted unnaturally, akin to a serpent slithering on the ground, yet I was trapped in a human body, unable to advance even an inch. What could this be? I also observed patches of mottled white appearing on the neck of my corpse, resembling scales of a snake, seeping forth an unknown liquid that was utterly repulsive. The sight filled me with a profound terror. Had it not been for the myriad experiences shared with my grandfather, I might have wept in fright. "How dare you inhabit my grandson's body?" It seems I, Wang Kunlun, have not taken action for far too long, allowing you filthy entities to forget my former renown. Come forth at once, or I shall obliterate your century of cultivation here and now. Upon witnessing the transformation of my corpse, grandfather's expression grew increasingly frigid. As his words fell, my corpse contorted grotesquely, devoid of any semblance of bone. My head lifted, emitting a hissing sound, an expression of sheer malevolence. Moreover, from my lips, with a single breath, a visible gray mist erupts forth. This mist is exceedingly foul, reeking with a rancid stench. It causes those of the Wang family around me to cover their noses and retreat to the side. Yet, my grandfather glares at my corpse, refusing to budge an inch. Such audacity! Today, should I not strike you until your soul is shattered? May my name, Kunlun, be sullied. Upon witnessing the state of my corpse, my grandfather's fury ignites. In that moment, he bellows with wrath. He takes a step forward, positioning himself before my lifeless form, his fingers poised like a sword. Dipped in vermilion, he begins to inscribe upon my body. With each finger's descent, my corpse trembles, even exhibiting indentations. My grandfather then places one foot upon the rodent, crushing it into a gruesome pulp. Blood flows profusely, spilling towards the edge of my corpse's mouth. He staunchly uses his shoe to prevent the blood from reaching my lips. He intones, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let the ancestral master descend. Souls trapped in the long night, spirits ensnared in the netherworld. Fix the soul's head. Fix the soul's waist, fix the soul's legs. May the soul remain steadfast and unmoving. I humbly beseech the 6 stars of the southern sky, the 7 stars of a northern dipper. I serve the supreme old lord. Hasten to heed my command." My grandfather's visage is icy as he recites the incantation. He reaches out, swiftly seizing me. Then he strikes towards my lifeless body. Shout Tion, with the soul-fixing technique, I bind your spirit. Now drive that serpent spirit from your flesh. My grandfather seized me and, in an instant, thrust me back into my corporeal form. Immediately, I sensed the tangible reality once more, regaining dominion over my body. At that moment, an excruciating pain surged through me. I screamed in desperation, yearning to expel the serpent's spirit from my flesh. My body quivered uncontrollably, even succumbing to spasms. I was not the sole arbiter of my actions. The serpent spirit relentlessly fought for control over this vessel. I could perceive the serpent coiling within me. Yet it was now captivated by a mouse. Its gaping maw, dripping with saliva, craved the rodent. However, it was loath to relinquish my body. "Get out of me!" I cried. My grandfather's eyes shone like twin lanterns, radiating divine light. Magnificent and resplendent, he bellowed with fury, his fingers poised like a sword, stained with vermilion. In that moment, he struck at the vital point on my body. To subdue a serpent, one must strike at its heart. Hiss! The pain was not mine alone. The serpent's spirit recoiled as if struck with a tremendous blow. It howled in agony. My grandfather's fingers did not waver. Each strike, tainted with vermilion, landed upon that critical point. With every impact, the serpent cried out, compelled to extricate itself. Thus my grandfather continued, delivering nearly dozens of blows. Half of the serpent's form was already emerging, leaving only its rear entangled within my head. With the thunder of heaven at my command, I shall not falter on this earth. My grandfather's palm radiated with the brilliance of thunder, poised to strike down upon the serpent spirit. The serpent spirit seemed to sense its impending defeat. Upon witnessing the storm gathering in my grandfather's hand, it hesitated not for an instant. With a swift motion, it relinquished my corporeal form and fled as a shadow, darting towards the outskirts of the Wong family's estate. Not daring to linger a moment longer, as soon as the serpent spirit departed, I felt an immediate release from the pressure within my body. An ethereal sensation enveloped me, filling me with an unparalleled lightness and freedom. "Oof, do you think you can escape?" Observing the serpent spirit's flight, my grandfather was resolute in his pursuit. With a disdainful snort, the heavens rumbled and the thunder erupted, cleaving the void as purple lightning descended upon the earth. Boom! As the purple lightning struck, it collided directly with the serpent spirit, bringing it crashing down. The creature, a mottled serpent as thick as a man's arm, writhed grotesquely upon the ground. Evoking a chilling sight, "Bring it to me," my grandfather commanded coldly to the Wong family members upon witnessing the serpent's downfall. He then supported me, forming intricate hand seals, and produced a piece of purple talisman paper. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman ignited spontaneously. My grandfather promptly placed the purple talisman into my mouth. A tremor coursed through my body, expelling a significant amount of dark water, soaking my clothes thoroughly. Yet, I could distinctly sense that I felt no discomfort whatsoever. It was as if I had completely returned to my former self. My grandfather, holding my small hand, strode confidently into the living room and seated himself upon the grand chair. I stood beside him. The man from the Wong family, the one who had previously caught the mouse, now entered carrying a large, mottled serpent. My grandfather vanquished the snake, yet his fury remained unabated. Instead, his presence grew increasingly formidable. His gaze was frigid as he surveyed the room, addressing the Wong family. Wang Jun, you are the uncle of Ji Tian. Why have you caused his spirit to depart upon his entry? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, this serpent shall be your fate. My Wang family has no need for a rebellious offspring such as yourself. Chapter 9. The Grave of Qingqiu, the mottled white serpent, resembling a colossal python, boasted a girth comparable to that of an adult's arm and stretched over 5 meters in length. It was unceremoniously cast into the living room by a middle-aged man. Previously, the spirit of this very serpent had entered my body. My grandfather had summoned a purple lightning bolt, striking the serpent's true form concealed outside the Wong residence. At this moment, the serpent was still exuding black smoke, accompanied by a charred aroma. Surrounding the living room, members of the Wong family formed a circle, occasionally casting furtive glances at the serpent sprawled on the carpet. Their gazes then shifted to my grandfather, seated regally in a chair, and to me, standing beside him. They exchanged apprehensive looks, noting my grandfather's frigid expression and the formidable display of power he had just wielded to annihilate the serpent. It was evident that he was seething with rage. My grandfather's voice resonated like thunder, chilling the air within the living room and silencing the onlookers. His reputation commanded respect, not only in the outside world, but also within the Wong family, where no one dared to defy him. Wang Jun, my uncle and my mother's brother, became the focal point of attention as my grandfather's words echoed. This middle-aged man was the one who had earlier captured a mouse and returned with the serpent. As he stepped forward, my gaze instinctively fell upon him. Was he the one responsible for my plight? Why would he wish me harm? I am enveloped in profound confusion, as memories of my grandfather's teachings on physiognomy resurface in my mind. I scrutinize his visage, a square-shaped face, prominent eyebrows, well-defined features, and a harmonious forehead. Above his brows lies a discreet black mole, subtly hidden. This is the mole of official fortune. A prominent position in the realm of governance is suggested by the mole's presence, a sign of hidden yet palpable influence, indicating a ceaseless flow of fortune, capable of both retreat and advance. Judging by his countenance, he appears to be a person destined for great endeavors. Moreover, his every gesture exudes an aura befitting one of high status. This is not mere pretense. Rather, it is an innate quality nurtured by his life experiences. My grandfather commands such respect. How could his son possibly be ordinary in Jinling? As soon as my grandfather's words resonated, he stepped forward and knelt upon the ground. Wang Jun's expression was grave, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Even before my grandfather, he displayed not a hint of timidity. He knelt upright, his eyes flashing with fury as he glared at me. In that moment, he coldly declared, "Father, Sienna is my sister, yet she was abducted by the father of this wretched creature. Now, she lies dead far from home. And the instigator of this tragedy is the Ji family. My sister perished at their hands. Our Wang family can never coexist with the Ji family. How can we possibly tolerate Ji Tian? He must be expelled from the Wang family to fend for himself." Wang Jun's gaze bore into me, as if he wished to consume me alive. He spoke to my grandfather with palpable grief and indignation, affirming, "Indeed, father, Sienna is our sister, and yet she met her demise outside. How can we ever be at peace with this? My brothers and I treat Sienna with the utmost care, as if she were a fragile treasure, fearing she might break or melt away in our embrace. Yet, she was cruelly victimized by the Ji family. And to make matters worse, she bore this wretched offspring. Despite the vastness of the Wang family, we cannot harbor him." At this moment, another man stepped forward, bearing a resemblance to Wang Jun. However, he diverged from Wang Jun in significant ways. If Wang Jun is a formidable figure in the realm of politics, then this man emerging is a titan of commerce. With an elevated brow and an aura as fierce as a dragon, his hands resemble claws that can seize wealth untold. He knelt alongside Wang Jun, publicly declaring, "Father, elder brother, second brother is correct. Even if he is Siener's child, he is not of her choosing. This is a conspiracy of the Ji family. We must expel him and allow him to fend for himself." Then, yet another man rose to join them, appearing even younger than the previous two, yet lacking their composure. His demeanor was calm, devoid of any remarkable traits, at least none that I could discern. As soon as my grandfather's words fell, these three men stood and knelt in the living room. I, having been wronged, entered the room only to lose my spirit, subsequently becoming possessed by a serpent spirit. My grandfather had yet to reprimand them, yet they took the initiative to expel me. Though I am merely 10 years old, I am no ignorant child of 3. It seems these 3 uncles are far from ordinary. Before my grandfather, I felt no loss of dignity. He sat resolutely in the armchair of the living room, casting a cold gaze upon the 3 kneeling figures before him. At that moment, he finally spoke. "Is this the explanation you provide me? Do you realize the heinous crime you have committed? Even I am powerless to save Ji Tian." His expression was frigid, and as his words echoed, he abruptly pulled me closer. With a swift motion, he rolled up my sleeves. "What do you see here?" he demanded, exposing my wrist to them, his voice laced with fury. To their astonishment, the jade pendant that once adorned my wrist had vanished, replaced instead by a tattoo, a design that mirrored the pendant perfectly, etched firmly onto my skin. Upon witnessing this ink, I was momentarily stunned. Where was the pendant? How had it transformed into this mirror image? The members of the Wang family, along with my 3 uncles, were equally taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief. "How could this be? Where has his soul gone?" they gasped. "How could the one from Qingqiu tomb possibly take this wretched creature with him? How is this connection even conceivable?" As they beheld the tattoo, my uncles were left utterly speechless, their faces pale as if they had seen a ghost. "Umph. You set the snake crossing the threshold trap that caused Ji Tian's soul to depart. Seizing the opportunity presented by the grave of Qingqiu, you shall never comprehend the extent of Ji Tian's allure. In the celestial realm of southern heaven, the Ji family boasts 3,000 descendants, overshadowing the grandest mountains. Do you truly believe this to be mere jest?" Witnessing their astonished expressions, my grandfather coldly rebuked them, chastising their ignorance. Upon hearing those words, the 3 of them trembled in unison, exchanging glances as if deflated like a punctured ball. They could no longer maintain the confidence they once exhibited, now kneeling with diminished resolve. "You have harmed Xiao Tian by arranging a marriage with a calamity. I shall select an auspicious date to renew the engagement for Xiao Tian. You are to make arrangements swiftly, announcing to the world and inviting all for 3 days hence. My Wang family will seek a spouse for the grandson of Ji Sanqian, Ji Tian." Chapter 10. The Wang family's betrothal. The words of my grandfather were undeniably authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Even though the members of the Wang family in the living room were reluctant, they dared not oppose him. One by one, they retreated before his presence. In the end, only my grandfather and I remained in the living room. Once they had all departed, his gaze softened. He drew me closer and said, "Xiao Tian, I feel inadequate for not having protected you well. Your grandfather, Ji Sanqian, indeed deserves the title of a formidable figure. Even though he conceded to me for your sake, I still find myself lacking in comparison to him. However, take comfort in knowing that as long as I draw breath, should anyone dare to wrong you, they shall surely face the consequences." He continued to impart wisdom. "During these days, remain at home. Your grandfather has remarked upon your innate intelligence and your voracious appetite for knowledge. In my study, there are numerous classics on geomancy and esoteric arts. When you find yourself with idle time, feel free to explore them." My grandfather had much to convey. This time, in arranging my betrothal, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. After all, our family is one of the prominent houses in Jinling, and my grandfather is none other than the esteemed Ji Sanqian, a master of geomancy. Now, with my grandfather orchestrating my engagement, it was certain that my betrothed's family would not be of ordinary standing. I nodded in acknowledgement. Being still young, I found myself powerless to alter these circumstances and could only acquiesce. Subsequently, I found myself alone in my grandfather's home, devoid of playmates or friends. Fortunately, his study was replete with a wealth of books, even more numerous than the tomes collected by my grandfather. Among them are such ancient texts as the dragon-shaking scripture, feng shui dragon-slaying techniques, Western emperor scripture, and burial casket, all of which have long been lost to time. They captivated me entirely. These ancient volumes hold a position of great significance in the annals of feng shui history, accessible only to a select few. The average person would hardly ever lay eyes upon them. Only the esteemed nobility may possess such rarities. For 3 days, I found myself immersed in these writings, only realizing the passage of time when my grandfather called me. It turns out 3 days had slipped away unnoticed. Shouty yawned. Everything is prepared. Come along and take a look, he said, his tone warm and devoid of any prior indifference. I set the book down and stepped outside with him, understanding that all he did was for my benefit. Upon leaving the house, I noticed a considerable number of guests had gathered at the Wong residence. Judging by their appearances, they were all quite extraordinary individuals, some of whom I had even seen on television. Though my grandfather spoke not a word, I comprehended the gravity of the situation. Prominent figures from Jinling and beyond, political and business elites, real estate magnates, and social luminaries, had converged at my grandfather's home. Additionally, several esteemed giants of the feng shui world, who had attended my grandfather's funeral, were present as well, clad in traditional garments and adorned in a manner that exuded solemnity. Without exception, they greeted my grandfather with the utmost respect upon their arrival. My grandfather led me to the rear garden of the Wong residence. It was vast and expansive, adorned with ancient trees that twisted and curled like dragons, reaching towards the heavens. Surrounding us were pavilions ample enough to accommodate hundreds, draped in vines that shielded us from the sun. Here people gathered, engaging in lively exchanges and conversations. Upon our arrival, all eyes turned towards us, and they approached with grace. Old Wong. They greeted my grandfather with respectful gestures, their faces adorned with smiles, their demeanor unified in reverence. My grandfather nodded in acknowledgement, and after a brief moment, he released my hand and addressed the assembled guests with a bow. I sincerely thank you all for gracing us with your presence at my grandson's betrothal ceremony. Ji Tian is not only my grandson, but also the descendant of the esteemed Ji family. His lineage, I need not elaborate, as you are all well aware. Therefore, this marriage proposal cannot be considered a match of equal standing. However, I do hope the disparity is not too pronounced. My grandfather's words were remarkably candid. He articulated that no family could truly compare to the Wong and Ji families, thus rendering the notion of a match of equal standing moot. Yet, he also expressed a desire for the differences not to be overly substantial. The guests, upon hearing his remarks, surprisingly did not take offense. Instead, they found his honesty refreshing and accurate, acknowledging that a match of equal status was indeed unattainable. Nonetheless, this very reality ignited their excitement and joy. The prospect of their daughters potentially becoming engaged to me was nothing short of a leap towards greatness. During the engagement ceremony, my family, the Wong family, presented an impressive dowry. The radiant sunlight illuminating Kunlun's shimmering lake, the mystical purple clam of the West River releasing its spiritual pearl, a singular purple cloud pearl. The celestial diviner, with her profound knowledge, unveiled the secrets of the North Sea's tortoise bearing the river map, accompanied by a scroll of the river map. In the pursuit of true immortals beyond the 9 suns, the East Lake's fish and dragons astonished the heavens, bestowing a drop of true dragon's essence. As the balance of yin and yang unfolded across the vast terrain, the merfolk ascended the dragon gate in the southern skies, gifting a sinew from the merman. Additionally, we offered supplementary gifts, the ancestral estate of Jinling, comprising 10 splendid villas, real estate spanning 100 miles, luxury automobiles, Lamborghinis, Maseratis, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Bugattis, and Koenigsegg's, 100 in total, cash amounting to $99,999,999, before a gathering of esteemed guests. My grandfather proclaimed the grandeur of the Wong family's dowry. As his words resonated, Members of the Wang family presented each splendid offering. The assembled guests, whether they were masters of feng shui, Taoist priests from Maoshan, or visitors from Kunlun Mountain, were left utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The radiant sunlight illuminating Kunlun's shimmering lake, the mystical purple clam of the West River releasing its spiritual pearl. Indeed, it was the fabled purple cloud pearl. It is said that after enduring a millennium, tempered by the dawn's rays and nurtured atop mountains, it possesses the power to give life for 10,000 years. The skies adorned with purple clouds, the divine axe, and the sacred pearl, were treasures that ancient emperors fervently sought, yet never attained. When worn, it grants longevity, ensuring 100 years of vitality and health. As my grandfather's declaration echoed in the air, an elderly Taoist, clad in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams and with a flowing white beard, exhibited a look of astonishment, revealing that he recognized the origins of the purple cloud pearl. Heavens! There exists also the dragon tortoise river diagram, the celestial secrets of Xianghua. As divined by the immortal maiden, the Northern Ocean's mysterious tortoise bears the river diagram, the dragon tortoise river diagram. This is by no means mere folly. The dragon tortoise river diagram is an artifact of ancient times, having once aided He Xinggu in ascending to immortality. As the progenitor of the Xuanwu, it utilizes tortoise shells to unveil celestial mysteries, nurturing the principles of the heavenly way, capable of unraveling the secrets of the cosmos. To possess it is to obtain dominion over the world. A Taoist from Maoshan, clad in a yellow robe, wielding a peachwood sword, stand with his hair bound. At this moment, he is equally astonished, unable to maintain his footing. True dragon saliva. Remarkably, even true dragon saliva is brought forth. In this world, dragons no longer exist. They reside solely within the realm of legend. Only the ancient families of the mortal realm might still possess dragon saliva. An almost century-old master of feng shui, with wrinkled, withered skin, reveals a look of astonishment at this moment. Yet what astounds most is none other than the sinew of a merman. Chapter 11. The betrothal of Nangong legend has it that in the western sea dwells the merman, who feeds upon the sun and moon, guided by the essence of heaven and earth. In ancient times, they were revered as the sea gods, ruling over the vast lakes and oceans, commanding the celestial realms. This truth has been passed down through generations. Now, my grandfather presents a strand of merman sinew as a betrothal gift, a revelation that is truly astonishing. This sinew, known also as the sinew of the celestial beings, has the power to vanquish the ghosts of the underworld, impervious to all malevolence, feared even by gods and demons. It is said that the legendary weapon of the gods, the whip of deities, was forged from such sinew. The treasures of the Wang family are indeed abundant. Possessing even this divine artifact, anyone betrothed to Jitian would surely ascend to greatness. One must ponder, in this era, who could possibly present such 4 treasures. Each one rivals a city in value. The guests surrounding were envious, murmuring amongst themselves. As for the additional gifts my grandfather mentioned, villas, luxury cars, cash, and the like, they dismissed them entirely, for none lacked such material possessions. It was only these 4 ancient artifacts that left them utterly astounded. Each of these relics is deemed priceless, nearly unattainable in this world. Should any faction acquire these betrothal gifts, they would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights, unstoppable thereafter. For them, this is indeed a monumental opportunity. Master Wang, this is my granddaughter, a 3-year-old prodigy in speech, a 6-year-old virtuoso in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And by the age of 7, she could discern fortunes. Now at 9, she has mastered the art of talismanic drawing, perfectly complementing the young Master Tian. At this moment, someone began to advocate for their own granddaughter, who was of a similar age. Though young, it was evident that she possessed the makings of a beauty. As soon as that feng shui master recommended his granddaughter, those around him feared they might miss the opportunity. They hastily began to promote their own granddaughters. Master Wang, my granddaughter excels in both beauty and intellect, having thoroughly studied the 4 books and 5 classics, and is proficient in feng shui and fortune-telling. Another exclaimed, "My granddaughter has trained at the nation's premier dance academy and boasts an IQ of 180. They all vied eagerly to present their little granddaughters. My grandfather remained silent, casting a glance in my direction. Witnessing their fervor filled me with trepidation. Each guest was accompanied by a young girl, some even twins, each more exquisite than the last. Master Wang, this is the next generation heir of Kunlun Mountain, born under auspicious signs, with a rare celestial birth, hence named Long Lingyu." The Kunlun Mountain priest stepped forward to proclaim. As his words fell, my grandfather could not help but gaze longer at the girl beside him. He nodded in approval, visibly pleased. Kunlun Mountain, a bastion of Taoist tradition, was not considered a lofty aspiration compared to the Wang family. This is my disciple, who at the tender age of 3 could capture spirits, master the art of Maoshan by 5, and at 6 was able to tread the 7-star steps, causing malevolent entities to retreat. A Maoshan priest, he was also accompanied by a young girl, openly speaking to those around. This little girl exuded an aura of spirituality, her large eyes fixed upon me with unwavering intensity, as if she too were appraising me. Those who later came forth were considered representatives of esteemed lineages and formidable practitioners of geomancy. However, a few remained at a distance, standing far back, having no opportunity to voice their thoughts. These individuals were obscure officials or wandering geomancers, lacking in renown. "Shouty Yan, which one has captured your fancy? Share with your grandfather." He leaned slightly, inquiring gently. I gestured toward a little girl, declaring openly. In the direction I indicated, there were few souls present, as it was rather secluded. Earlier, they had remained silent, but upon my pointing, they were struck dumb with astonishment, followed by overwhelming excitement. To be chosen by me was akin to winning a lottery. Instantly, they transitioned from the shadows to the spotlight, all eyes upon them. Upon noticing my selection, my grandfather asked, "Shouty Yan, have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I have," I nodded affirmatively. "I choose her, and we shall be betrothed." At that moment, under the gaze of countless onlookers, I stepped forward to stand before a little girl clad in a white princess gown. The young girl appeared quite youthful, likely several years younger than myself. She possessed remarkable beauty, her features exquisitely delicate, unmistakably a charming little darling. However, it was not her appearance that captivated me. The other young girls present were equally enchanting. What drew me in was an indescribable sensation. Amidst the multitude of girls, the moment my gaze fell upon her, I felt a slight flutter of nervousness. At that instant, I realized there was a profound connection between us. The young man accompanying the girl was merely a minor businessman, having engaged in a bit of trade, yet this hardly sufficed in this context. He was here merely to observe the spectacle, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his daughter would be chosen. When I selected them, he stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "What is your name?" At that moment, my grandfather approached and inquired of him. "I am Nangong Zheng, and this is my daughter, Nangong Iran. We reside in Jinling and are engaged in the real estate business." The young man, upon being questioned by my grandfather, became visibly anxious, as if scrutinized by divine forces. He divulged his background and family lineage as if recounting treasured heirlooms. The surrounding guests, upon hearing Nangong Zheng's background, exchanged slight frowns. It was simply too ordinary, just a small-time real estate developer, hardly worth their attention. They seemed worlds apart, akin to the heavens and the earth. In comparison to the Wang family, he was but an ant beside the vast sky, an utterly inconceivable comparison, should the Wang family consider an alliance. The Nangong family would not even be worthy of the term aspiration. "Shouty Yan, have you thought this through?" At that moment, my grandfather turned back to confirm with me. I nodded, filled with unwavering certainty. "Very well. Since this is the case, I, Sun Ji Tian, shall become betrothed to your daughter, Nangong Iran. 3 days hence, our Wang family will visit the Nangong family to present the betrothal gifts and formalize this union." Upon receiving my affirmation, my grandfather addressed Nangong Zheng, finalizing the matter. Nangong Zheng was utterly exhilarated, his face flushed with excitement. He had merely come to observe the festivities, never imagining that I would choose his daughter, thus intertwining our families. He could foresee that the Nangong family would ascend to prominence in Jinling from this moment onward. The guests surrounding us were equally astonished, unable to believe that this relatively unknown wealthy merchant, Nangong Zheng, had stumbled upon such a grand opportunity with the Wang family. At this moment, they gazed at him with overwhelming envy and admiration. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. I shall await you at home with my daughter," Nangong Zheng joyfully declared, holding Nangong Iran by the hand as he expressed his delight to my grandfather. Chapter 12. The Union of Two Souls. The Chamber of Three. 3 days later, the Wang family delivered betrothal gifts to the Nangong family. The entire city of Jinling was stirred, even making headlines. Hundreds of luxury vehicles paraded down the streets, heading towards the Nangong residence. This engagement unfolded without any unforeseen events. I had formed an alliance with Nangong Zheng's daughter, Nangong Iran, and we pledged to marry upon her 18th birthday. Moreover, my grandfather explicitly stated during the engagement ceremony that Nangong Iran must share a chamber with me on the night of our wedding. While the engagement itself was uneventful, an unexpected turn of fate befell my grandfather. Shortly after our engagement, he departed from Jinling, leaving behind a solitary letter. It bore the words, "Ji Tian, to be opened upon your 18th birthday." I was struck by the gravity of those words. My grandfather had anticipated this moment, entrusting the letter to my uncle, Wang Jun. Upon my arrival, Wang Jun ensnared me in a predicament I had not foreseen. I never imagined my grandfather would place me in his care. Upon learning this, it felt as though the very foundations of my world had crumbled. I had only just begun to embrace my grandfather, yet he had left me, forsaken in the chilling embrace of the Wang family. The Wang household was a realm of unfamiliarity to me. Since my grandfather's departure, I had not exchanged a single word with anyone there, not even with Wang Jun, who remained a stranger. In the eyes of the Wang family, I was perceived as a recluse, lost in my own thoughts, perhaps even a fool. My solace was found in a tranquil lake, a cherished refuge just beyond the confines of the Wang estate. There are numerous goldfish to whom I confide my deepest thoughts. The Wang family, having lost their grandfather, has gradually fallen into decline. No longer as formidable as before, even the ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain and the Taoist lineage of Maoshan must now bow in deference. Moreover, every year, members of the Wang family mysteriously vanish, with no one knowing their whereabouts. This has undoubtedly accelerated the family's descent into obscurity. Yet, Wang Jun remains steadfast. He has not departed. As long as he is present, the Wang family shall never truly perish. Although he once ensnared me with the snake crossing the door ploy when I first entered this realm, he ceased to trouble me after my grandfather's passing. In fact, he has taken it upon himself to escort me to school, imparting knowledge and wisdom on navigating life. Deep within, I harbor a profound disdain for Wang Jun. Yet, I cannot help but respect him. Whatever the task at hand, he executes it with meticulous precision and unwavering composure. As for the Nangong family, ever since our engagement, they have soared to unprecedented heights. No force can impede the progress of the Nangong clan. Nangong Zheng has steadily ascended, now holding a position of considerable influence in Jinling. Meanwhile, Nangong Iran continues to blossom, her beauty transcending her former allure, now possessing a captivating charm that could enthrall nations. I too have matured into a 17-year-old young man, standing an impressive height of 6 feet. My features are sharply defined, with arched brows and starry eyes, long legs, and a robust physique. I possess an enviable set of 8 muscular abs that captivates many a maiden. As I stand there, numerous talent scouts approach me, seeking to recruit me as a star. Many young ladies at school have sent me love letters on multiple occasions. However, I remain indifferent to their affections. I am preoccupied with my studies while simultaneously delving into the vast knowledge left to me by my grandfather and great-grandfather. Their bequests are exceedingly intricate: astronomy and geography, ancient and modern literature, feng shui, medicine, martial arts, and divination. It is precisely through my consistent practice of physical techniques that I have attained my current physique. I have mastered each of these disciplines, achieving a level of expertise akin to that of a grandmaster. At times, I even ponder whether I might be a genius, capable of mastering all these subjects. I could rely on this knowledge to earn a living, never once having asked the Wong family for financial aid. Just the other day, while feeding goldfish at Qinglong Lake, I stumbled upon yet another business opportunity. Qinglong Lake is renowned in Jinling, surrounded by affluent residences, luxurious villas, and extravagant automobiles. Moreover, the lake boasts a picturesque scene where the azure dragon spirals and the mountains part, embodying exceptional feng shui. The landscape here is truly breathtaking, attracting many couples who come to capture their wedding moments. As I crouched by the lake, tending to the goldfish, I observed a couple engaged in a photo shoot for their wedding. The bride's belly was slightly rounded, indicating an unexpected pregnancy. Clad in a stunning white wedding gown, she exuded beauty, her long, fair legs accentuated by high heels. The gentleman beside her was also remarkably handsome, though not quite on par with myself. As the betrothed couple posed for their wedding photos, I noticed a third figure lurking beside them. A woman in a scarlet dress, her raven hair disheveled, her complexion pallid, and her lips tinged with violet. Blood trickled from her eyes, and a dark aura emanated from her head. She mimicked the bride's poses, even as the groom had his pictures taken. The sight was utterly ghastly, sending shivers down my spine, even in broad daylight. For a vengeful spirit in red to appear on such an auspicious day portends ill fortune. A joyous occasion turned funereal, a pregnancy ending in tragedy, and a wedding bed shared by three. Upon witnessing this, I couldn't help but exclaim my thoughts aloud. My words, spoken without reservation, reached the ears of the wedding couple and their photographer, instantly wiping the smiles from their faces. "You dare utter such nonsense? Are you courting death?" The groom, a man of considerable height, was incensed by my words. It was evident that my comments were directed at them. He advanced toward me, intent on violence. But my attention remained elsewhere. It was upon the figure of the red-clad specter beside him that my gaze fell. It seemed she discerned my awareness of her presence. In that fleeting moment, her eyes flowed with crimson, blood trickling from her mouth and nose. Her long, ebony hair danced wildly in the air, cascading to the ground in a most mournful display. An overwhelming aura of darkness enveloped her, chilling the very atmosphere around us. The bride and the film crew nearby involuntarily shuddered, feeling an inexplicable chill despite the sun's zenith. "Are you striking me?" At this juncture, the groom had approached me. I regarded him from above, a faint smile gracing my lips as I spoke softly. A beauty mark upon the brow signifies abundant progeny. "Here's my calling card. Before your nuptials, bring your token of love and a personal garment of your beloved to seek my aid, and I shall save you. Otherwise, on the day of your wedding, joy will turn to sorrow, and one life shall be lost, leaving two to wed and three in the bridal chamber." Chapter 13. Nangong Iran. After speaking, I turned and departed from that place. The groom glared at me, still cursing, as he tossed the business card I had handed him carelessly onto the ground. I paid him no mind. After all, there was little I could do for a stranger. My sympathy, however, lay with the bride. Alas, the world is merciless, yet humanity retains its compassion. My grandfather often taught me that saving a life is worth more than constructing a towering pagoda. I sighed and shook my head. Though the groom was despicable, the bride remained innocent. Upon returning to the Wong residence, night had already fallen. I entered my quarters and retrieved yellow paper and vermilion. With a vermilion brush, I dipped it in the red powder, allowing my hand to dance across the paper, inscribing talismans to ward off evil spirits. In a short while, I had crafted dozens of talismans, and I was drenched in sweat from the exertion. These symbols were learned from the ghost talismans my grandfather had left for me. Drawing the talismans was merely the first step. Next, I ventured into the courtyard and snapped off a willow branch. Ignoring the barking of my dog, Dahe, I plucked a few strands of its black fur from its forehead. Returning to my room, I settled cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by the numerous talismans laid out before me. One by one, I affixed them to the peachwood branch. The black dog fur adhered to the talismans, transforming the branch into a striking rod, radiant in yellow, akin to a divine weapon forged from gold. At this moment, my countenance grew serious, my hands forming intricate gestures as I intoned coldly, 9 directions of ding armor, 18 divine weapons, by the power of my intent, vanquish the demons and dispel the malevolent. Hush! In an instant, the golden divine staff before me radiated a brilliant golden light. It stood upright upon the ground, exuding a blinding brilliance, resonating with a rustling sound, as if yearning to confront the fiends. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be awestruck, utterly astonished. Yet I remained remarkably composed. This was merely one of the esoteric arts I had mastered. The heavens possess three wonders: the sun, the moon, and the stars, transcending the realm to astonish spirits and deities. The divine and the malevolent shall retreat. Go forth. I once more formed my hands into intricate gestures and commanded coldly. Subsequently, I directed a peach branch wrapped in yellow talismans with a flick. Instantly, it soared into the air, slipping through the crack of the door, transforming into a beam of golden light before vanishing beyond the horizon. All I could do was this. After completing these actions, I exhaled deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from my brow, murmuring to myself. The incantation I had just performed was derived from the secret blessings of the six armors. It pertained to the art of weapons, the ability to command all things as instruments of battle. Entering the sacred mountains, one must employ the essence of the cosmic cycles to expel the sun, utilizing 5 colors of silk, each measuring 5 inches, suspended from a great stone, and all desires shall be fulfilled. It is further stated, when entering the mountains, one ought to be well versed in the secret blessings of the six armors, which proclaim, those who engage in battle shall array themselves before. The 9-character incantation shall always serve as a profound blessing, warding off all that is harmful. The path to mastery is not burdensome. Thus is it defined. This is derived from the secret blessings of Lujia. However, the version left to me by my grandfather is but a fragment, containing only the Bing character method, with no other records. Yet, even this solitary technique has been sufficient for my understanding thus far. I have yet to fully master it. After the peachwood branch soared into the air, I remained seated cross-legged upon the ground, making no further movements, for I understood that this matter was not yet concluded. I was waiting. Suddenly, I was jolted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. They have arrived. Upon hearing the sound, my expression hardened, and I rose, brushing off my garments to approach the door. Ji Tian, Nangong Zheng has come, accompanied by Nangong Iran, seeking you. Before I could open the door, the voice of Wang Jun echoed from outside, causing me to pause momentarily. It was my uncle, Wang Jun. But what could be the reason for Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran's visit? Since my grandfather's disappearance, the relationship between the Nangong family and the Wang family had initially been quite close. However, as the Wang family declined and the Nangong family gradually rose to prominence through their betrothal gifts, they had deliberately distanced themselves from us. It had been 3 or 4 years since the two families last interacted. I acknowledged the presence outside with a slight response, indicating my awareness of the situation. After a brief moment to adjust my attire, I stepped outside. I had been anticipating the return of the female ghost with the divine hammer, yet unexpectedly, she had not been brought back. Instead, it was the Nangong family, with whom I had lost contact long ago, that arrived first. However, I paid it little mind. If the divine rod were to return accompanied by a female ghost, I would surely be aware of it. Though the Wang family is large, the number of its remaining members is quite limited, even scarce. I encountered none and made my way into the Wang family's parlor. As I stepped beyond the threshold, I noticed a group of strangers seated within. They wore smiles, seemingly engaged in conversation with Wang Jun, who, in stark contrast, bore a countenance as dark as water. He remained silent. Upon my arrival, all eyes in the parlor converged upon me. Despite the passage of time, I immediately recognized Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran. After many years, Nangong Zheng had transformed from a youthful man into a middle-aged figure. Under his leadership, the Nangong family had expanded its business significantly, gaining ever-increasing prestige. Presently, Nangong Zheng stands as the undisputed wealthiest individual in Jinling. Seated there in silence, he exuded an undeniable authority, instilling a sense of power without uttering a word. As for Nangong Iran, she was a beauty even in her youth, and now she has blossomed into a vision of exquisite allure. Acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in Jinling, her mere presence commanded attention, for her beauty was truly captivating. Nangong Yiran possessed a complexion as flawless as white jade, with features so refined that they could only be described as impeccable. Beneath her arched brows, a pair of eyes shimmered with a misty allure, as if veiled by a delicate layer of rippling water. The moment one gazed into them, they became unforgettable. Such exquisite eyes, ethereal and enchanting, stirred a profound sense of compassion. Upon seeing me, Nangong Yiran's delicate lips curved into a subtle smile, reminiscent of a gentle dawn. In that moment of mirth, the world around dimmed in comparison, creating an enchanting tableau that felt both dreamlike and surreal. Not only was her visage striking, but her figure too was an epitome of earthly perfection. She donned a yellow dress that accentuated her form. Her bosom rose like majestic peaks, subtly revealing the alabaster skin of her neck, as if yearning to break free. Her waist was as slender as silk, and her long, white legs appeared tender and straight, sculpted like jade. Beneath her delicate waist, her rounded hips created a flawless silhouette reminiscent of a siren's curves. Nangong Yiran embodied perfection in every sense. I searched through the depths of my memory, yet found no other woman who could rival her beauty. Nangong Yiran seemed to epitomize the world's immaculate grace, a beauty unparalleled by any other. Truly, she was a paragon of extraordinary allure. To win her hand and journey to the heights of Wushan together would render even death a worthy fate. Chapter 14. The Tiger's Roar and the Dragon's Emergence. In addition to Nangong Zheng and Nangong Yiran, there were two unfamiliar figures present, an elderly gentleman and a young man who appeared to be 2 or 3 years my senior. The elder was clad in traditional Tang attire, exuding an air of unpretentious nobility. The young man, dressed in casual black clothing, wore a constant smile, his face marked by a distinct mole, a so-called Mingmen mole. Such a mark suggests that while one may possess cunning intellect, they lack profound wisdom. Therefore, this young man is likely sly, yet ultimately of little consequence. Upon my arrival, the eyes of everyone in the living room converged upon me, Nangong Zheng, Nangong Yiran, and the two strangers, the elder and the young man. My gaze lingered momentarily on Nangong Yiran, dismissing the others entirely. Though I spoke infrequently and refrained from greeting anyone, it was not due to a sense of inferiority. Rather, it stemmed from my inherent pride. Few have ever captured my interest, and I possess every reason to hold my head high. What is it you seek from me? I inquired directly upon entering the living room, my expression remaining impassive as I assessed the countenances of those around me. My grandfather had nurtured my ability to read faces since childhood, leaving me with the tome Mai Xinxiang for further study. I had immersed myself in its teachings for years, relying on the nuances of their visages and the shifts in their fates. It is evident that their purpose for coming here is quite clear. As soon as my words fell silent, I caught sight of Nangong Zheng, who was gazing in my direction. Nangong Zheng possesses a dignified countenance, with a broad visage that befits one of wealth and high status. His aura is formidable, indicating a man destined for prolonged prominence. At this moment, he scrutinizes me, seemingly perplexed by my deviation from the rumors that portray me as reclusive and exceedingly self-doubting. However, I stand before him with an air of confidence, neither servile nor arrogant. Nangong Yi, too, directs her gaze towards me, though her expression is laden with complexity. Moreover, an ominous red aura shrouds her fate, suggesting her visit is fraught with inner turmoil, as if she is compelled to undertake an act that weighs heavily on her conscience. As for the elderly gentleman and the young man, their expressions are imbued with a mocking semblance, as though they regard me as a mere jester. Yet, I discern that despite the young man's apparent fortune, indicated by a rosy complexion, the celestial realm upon his forehead is beset by dark calamities and impending misfortunes, hinting at an imminent crisis. The elder and the young man, upon noticing my scrutiny, return my gaze with an air of condescension, akin to spectators observing a fool. It appears that Nangong Zheng's visit is prompted by their presence, and their demeanor towards me is decidedly unfriendly. With a mere glance, I glean their intentions, understanding the nature of their designs. This is Ji Tian, the grandson of Ji Sanxian, who seems to differ somewhat from the external rumors. Nangong Zheng, with his deep, resonant voice and slightly narrowed gaze, turned to me and spoke in a calm manner. His neatly cropped hair lent him an air of freshness and cleanliness, further enhancing his imposing presence. I maintained a tranquil expression, refraining from speaking, and awaited his continuation. "Chun Sheng, you may take the floor," he directed. However, Nangong Zheng did not elaborate further, instead addressing a young man present. It was indeed an invitation for him to speak. My heart silently acknowledged the connection. "Very well. Since Uncle Zheng has granted me the opportunity, I shall take the stage." The young man named Chun Sheng smiled as he rose from his seat. 7 years ago, the Nangong family and the Wang family established a marriage pact, binding Ji Tian and Nangong Yiran to wed upon reaching the age of 18. However, since that day, the Wang family has been in decline, to the extent that they have even sold their ancestral home. In contrast, under Uncle Zheng's leadership, the Nangong family has flourished, standing as the foremost family in Jinling. The Wang family can no longer match the stature of the Nangong family. Today, we have come to announce the dissolution of the engagement between Ji Tian and Iran, while simultaneously arranging a new engagement between Iran and myself. Qin Sheng of the Yun Guqin family. As compensation, my family will purchase the Wang family's ancestral home and return it to them. This is not a matter for discussion. It is a notification. Regardless of whether your esteemed Wang family consents or not, the engagement between Ji Tian and Iran is rendered null and void. Furthermore, I have already shared a chamber with Iran. The intentions of Wang Kunlun from years past have been laid bare. As Chun Sheng concluded his statement, he cast a glance at Nangong Yiran, a smirk dancing in his eyes, laden with provocation towards Ji Tian. He reveled in his triumph, exuding unparalleled arrogance. This visit to annul the engagement was not a matter for discussion, but rather a mere notification. He did not spare the Wang family even a modicum of dignity. The Chun family, having risen by stepping upon the fallen Wang family, forged an alliance with the Nangong clan. With a sharp crack, as his words echoed, Wang Jun, seated in the main position of the parlor, wore an exceedingly grim expression, dark as the depths of water. The teacup in his hand shattered upon the floor. Nangong Zheng maintained a serene demeanor. Iran, with her head bowed, nearly buried in her chest, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire wore a haughty smile. Once the Wang family basked in glory, yet now they are forced to sell their ancestral home. Having long since fallen from grace, they regard the Wang family with utter disdain. Little Tian, I, Wang Jun, have never demanded anything of you since you entered the Wang family. Although this engagement was arranged by your grandfather, the Nangong family has proven to be treacherous, while the Yin Guqin family bullies us with their influence. As for Nangong Yiran, she has lost her purity, thus this marriage is best discarded. I am aware that you appear indifferent, yet you harbor lofty aspirations. Today he may dare to insult me, believing me weak and powerless. Let him know that I shall ensure he cannot reach such heights. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the tempest, it transforms into a dragon. Wang Jun sat resolutely in the living room, his eyes ablaze with fury, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. In this moment of seething rage, he coldly commanded me to agree to annul our engagement. I gazed at Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran, utterly taken aback by their unexpected visit to sever ties. Moreover, it was shocking to discover that Nangong Iran had already entered a conjugal relationship with Chun Sheng. Truly, they showed no mercy. A profound indignation welled up within me. Although I was not acquainted with Nangong Iran, she remained the fiancée arranged by my grandfather, a union that had stirred great excitement in Jinling. The upper echelons of Jinling were well aware of this arrangement. Yet today, Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran, accompanied by the Chun family, had the audacity to come to the Wang family to call off the engagement. This ignited a tempest of fury within my heart. With the roar of a tiger, a dragon emerges from its lair. With the soaring of phoenixes, they enter the Golden City, Nangongzheng. It seems you have forgotten my grandfather's initial counsel. You have also overlooked the reason behind the rise of the Nangong family to this day. The Nangong family, betraying their word, and Nangong Iran, disregarding her marital duties. How can such a family and such a woman be deemed worthy of my status as Ji Tian? I shall withdraw from this engagement. I shall dismiss this woman. Chapter 15. Calamity of Blood. I am resolute. Since the Nangong family has breached their trust and acted treacherously, I shall not shamelessly approach them again. Furthermore, I have never held the Nangong family in high regard. Upon hearing my words, Wang Jun's clenched fists tightened even further. Nangongzheng's countenance was as dark as water, devoid of any trace of a smile. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized me. Nangong Iran, on the other hand, kept her head bowed, clearly too ashamed to meet my gaze. It seemed she was overwhelmed with embarrassment, unable to face anyone. Chun Chung and the elderly gentleman wore smiles on their faces, seemingly delighted by my proclamation. However, as I observed them, I discerned the growing intensity of malevolence in their celestial demeanor. It appears that the calamity of blood is imminent. Ji Tian, this is what you have stated, and we have recorded it. There will be no room for regret on your part. Nangongzheng scrutinized me for a moment before lifting his gaze. His eyes icy as he addressed me. Uncle Zheng, this lad has already made his intentions abundantly clear. There is no need for further discourse. Moreover, he has audaciously declared his intention to divorce Iran. We have shown enough benevolence. At this juncture, Chen Sheng spoke to Nangongzheng with a smile, distorting the narrative to suggest that I was the one seeking a divorce. Yet, I remained indifferent to this misrepresentation. If it is indeed my wish to sever the marital bond, then I shall do so. Nangongzheng, your family was once merely a modest merchant. Now, it has become one of the most prominent families in Jinling. Yet it seems you have forgotten the reasons. Water can carry a boat and also capsize it. You should be mindful of this. Wang Jun released his clenched fist, his expression returning to calm as he turned to Nangongzheng Dao. Once, Nangongzheng was merely a young man without any reputation in Jinling. However, due to our engagement, he ascended within the Wang family. From that moment, he experienced a meteoric rise, achieving remarkable success in less than a decade. Yet now, he comes to the Wang family to annul our engagement. Wang Jun is warning them that the rise of the Nangong family is attributable to the Wang family. Upon hearing Wang Jun's words, Nangongzheng's expression shifted immediately. He certainly did not forget how the Wang family once shone brilliantly. Families from all corners of the world came to pay their respects. Such grandeur is something the current Nangong family cannot compare to. Uncle Zheng, times have changed. Moreover, we have the Yin Guchun family. Although our Chen family may not match the former glory of the Wang family, now it would be effortless to crush the Wang family. Seeing the change in Nangongzheng's demeanor, Chen Cheng feared that he might have regrets. He immediately reassured Nangongzheng, asserting that their Yin Guchun family harbored no fear of the Wang family and was indeed stronger than the current Wang family. With the Chun family standing firm, Nangongzheng need not fear anything. Indeed, after listening to Chun Cheng's words, Nangongzheng's expression improved considerably. I stood to the side, remaining silent, merely observing their faces. In the celestial realm of Chun Cheng, the bloodthirst became increasingly dense, nearly obscuring his visage. At that moment, I realized that his calamity of blood had arrived. It has come, I mused silently to myself. Simultaneously, I became aware of the Jiufeng Dingjia divine weapons I had previously unleashed, the God-smiting hammer. In an instant, the truth dawned upon me. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the courtyard outside the living room, shrouding it in a dark mist that was both eerie and bone-chilling. The fallen leaves within the courtyard were swept up, producing an eerie wail reminiscent of ghostly cries. As this commotion erupted in the courtyard, everyone inside the living room turned their gaze toward it. Nangongzheng and Nangong Iran appeared somewhat perplexed, while Chun Cheng and the elderly man seemed to have an inkling of what was transpiring, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Wang Yun was taken aback and glanced towards the courtyard. Amidst the dark mist and chilling wind, there flickered a glimmer of bloodlight, as if a crimson figure stood within. Oomph. Wang Yun, is this truly your family's hospitality? How utterly laughable to retaliate against us with specters. Chun Cheng and the others swiftly deduced the nature of this sudden arrival. Moreover, he boldly attributed the ghostly apparition to Wang Jun. The Wang family is renowned in Jinling as a haven for repelling malevolent forces. Yet now, a specter had audaciously manifested within their courtyard. Undoubtedly, Chun Cheng surmised that Wang Jun was the perpetrator, seeking retribution for their intention to annul the engagement with the Wang family. Though Chun Cheng's countenance was grave, he secretly rejoiced. Such actions from the Wang family were a godsend. He did not consider such apparitions a threat. However, Wang Jun's use of malevolent spirits as revenge would enrage Nangong Zheng upon discovery. Nangong Zheng would sever ties with the Wang family without further instigation from Chun Cheng. As Chun Cheng's words faded, Nangong Zheng's expression shifted drastically, shielding Nangong Iran. He turned towards Wang Jun, exclaiming in anger, "Wang Jun, I believe your family to be honorable. Yet you resort to such vile tactics." A female figure materialized amidst the swirling black mist in the courtyard, her crimson dress resembling blood. Her complexion was livid, her eyes bloodshot and brimming with rage, which solidified behind her. She glared furiously at the assembled guests in the hall. Protected by the 9 directions Dingjia divine soldiers and the god-smiting mace, I shielded the bride and groom. Disciplining and confining her here, I declared. Her fury was palpable, driven by a desire for vengeance. "You dare obstruct me. You are all courting death. I will leave your entire family in a state of carnage." The vengeful spirit, her face contorted, shrieked with a piercing, ear-splitting tone, akin to scraping metal. As her words echoed, 3,000 strands of her raven hair danced wildly, engulfing the scene. Suddenly, the malevolent force surged towards the crowd in the living room, unleashing havoc. Witnessing this alarming scene, Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran were profoundly terrified. They were but mere mortals, unaccustomed to such spectacles. In contrast, Chun Cheng exhibited an air of indifference. He stepped forward and coldly declared, "Abomination! You dare to act with impunity before the Chun family of Yungo? Today, I shall send you into a state of utter despair." Chun Cheng appeared to possess some formidable abilities, daring to confront the crimson-clad specter. What nonsense about the Chun family! In Jinling, only recognize the Wang family of Bagua. Should you obstruct me, prepare to meet your demise. The red-clad specter seemed entirely unfazed by the mention of the Yunga family. With a piercing voice, she proclaimed, her once ebony locks transforming into a cascade of white hair, enveloping the surroundings like a sea of silvery threads, as she charged towards Chun Cheng with lethal intent. Chapter 16. The specter in red, the malevolent spirit, clad in crimson, emanated an unparalleled chill. In that moment, it lunged directly towards us. Chun Cheng's expression turned frigid as he coldly exclaimed, "Seeking death." With those words, he stepped forward, and from the folds of his sleeve emerged a myriad of venomous creatures. Snakes, toads, butterflies, all in vibrant shades of green, strikingly vivid. The Chun family of Yun Valley was renowned for their expertise in breeding such creatures, employing them to vanquish malevolent entities. Thus, it was no surprise that Chun Cheng unleashed such a multitude of them. However, I was curious to witness how these creatures would contend with the specter in red. As the grotesque insects crawled forth from Chun Cheng's sleeve, the sight was utterly chilling. Both Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran were thoroughly unnerved. After all, it was inconceivable for an ordinary individual to harbor such a plethora of venomous creatures. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down one's spine. The insects slithered across the ground, advancing menacingly towards the specter. Yet, to our astonishment, the crimson specter displayed no fear whatsoever. She disregarded the oncoming swarm and charged directly at Chun Cheng. A chilling wind howled around us. The visage of the specter was ghastly, her features marred and bloodied, a terrifying sight indeed. Half her face was decayed, with maggots writhing within her flesh. Her eyes glowed a fierce red, radiating an aura of bloodlust. As her raven locks made contact with the approaching insects, they began to twist and constrict with lethal intent. Hiss! Hiss! The strands of her hair exuded an ominous, dark energy. Upon first encountering the cursed insects, they were swiftly vanquished, reduced to mere wisps of dark mist beneath the strands of hair. They could not withstand the malevolent aura emanating from the spectral lady. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Chun Sheng's complexion turned ghostly pale. Being youthful and lacking mastery over the Gu techniques of the Yun Guqin clan, he was instantly exposed to his true nature upon confronting the vengeful spirit clad in red. The malignant energy of the red-clad ghost transformed the cursed insects into pools of black liquid, filling the courtyard with a foul stench that was utterly revolting. With the demise of these cursed insects, the red-clad ghost became increasingly grotesque, her visage contorting in a terrifying manner. In an instant, a tempestuous chill swept through. Rushing towards Chun Sheng. Wretched beast, do you dare to harm a member of the Qin family? An elderly gentleman in traditional attire, witnessing the red-clad specter's intent to slay Chun Sheng, could no longer remain passive. He issued a stern rebuke to the ghost and immediately sprang into action, exuding an even greater terror. Having lived for an extensive period, he had nurtured countless cursed insects over the years. Astonishingly, he expelled a golden toad from his mouth. Frothing at the mouth, upon its emergence, the golden toad rapidly expanded in size, growing from that of a fist to the size of a human head in mere moments. It leaped directly towards the red-clad ghost, yet it was still a moment too late. The malevolent energy surrounding the ghost was nearly tangible, overwhelming all in its proximity. Her countless strands of hair swiftly ensnared Chun Sheng, threatening to tear him apart. In that moment, she sensed danger emanating from the golden toad. Ah! A chilling scream escaped her lips as her myriad of hair flung Chun Sheng into the air. Then it surged towards the golden toad, intent on subduing it with her hair. Yet, this golden toad, nurtured by the elderly man in Tang attire for many years, unexpectedly released a mysterious liquid. As this liquid made contact with her hair, it emitted a sizzling sound, as if corroding everything in its path. In an instant, the strands of the red-clad specter were significantly eroded. At this moment, the red-clad specter staggered backward, her breath faltering, issuing a cry of anguish. These strands were connected to her soul. If damaged, her power would be severely compromised. Uncle Shan, kill him. Chun Sheng was hurled away, bruised and bloodied, with numerous lacerations upon his body, all inflicted by those deadly strands. He found himself in a dire predicament. At that instant, he witnessed the red-clad specter being harmed by the elderly man in Tang attire. Consumed by a thirst for vengeance, he roared in fury, yearning to shatter the spirit of this red-clad specter. Only then could he find solace. Raising the Gu as if nurturing a child, I stood by, observing this turmoil. Gazing at the old man, my heart filled with astonishment. The elderly man has remarkably cultivated his skills in raising insects to an extraordinary level. The art of insect cultivation encompasses various forms, such as body insects, heart insects, and offspring insects. Presently, this venerable figure has reached the realm of offspring insects with his golden toad. As the saying goes, raising insects is akin to nurturing one's own child. Harmonizing body and mind is one. Although I have not engaged in insect cultivation myself, the ancient tome left to me by my grandfather, the Insect Cultivation Scriptures, contains valuable insights. At a glance, I discerned that this elderly man's mastery in insect cultivation is formidable. The crimson-clad, vengeful spirit, though its malevolent aura has escalated to a sinister level, far surpassing that of an ordinary ghost, is no match for the elderly man. Thus, I shall extend my assistance. Standing aside with my hands clasped behind me, I began to weave intricate seals. With the aid of a 9-phase divine armament, I sought to assist the Crimson Spectre. As for Chun Sheng and the elderly man, they hardly capture my attention. Spirit controlling and soul subduing, heed my command, I decree. The 9-phase divine armament, which had been entwined with the Crimson Spectre, now radiated a soft golden light, trembling slightly. Instantly, the spectre froze, her eyes flashing with ferocity. Yet deep within her pupils flickered a hint of trepidation. It became evident that she had been under the control of a higher power all along. However, at this moment, that power appeared to be aiding her. Her fear of the golden toad diminished significantly. In an instant, the crimson specter comprehended my intentions. She lunged once more at the elderly man, no longer daunted by the golden toad. Uncle Sean, swiftly vanquish him. Upon witnessing the audacity of the female specter to attack rather than flee, Chun Chung displayed a sinister grin. This time, he was determined to end her life. She was courting death. The elderly man in traditional attire had assumed that the malevolent spirit, having sustained grave injuries, would retreat, yet she had the gall to confront him. Truly, she was inviting her own demise. His countenance turned icy as he commanded the golden toad to launch a direct assault on the crimson-clad specter. This golden toad had the ability to consume spirits and nourish itself. With a swift motion, the red-draped specter, emanating an eerie chill, approached the golden toad. She extended her ghostly claws, sharp and menacing, her 3-foot-long nails exuding an unsettling purplish hue. The toad unfurled its tongue, as if to devour a fly, intent on swallowing the female ghost whole. However, at that moment, an unexpected golden radiance enveloped the specter, causing the toad to momentarily stiffen, its advance faltering. Seizing the opportunity, the specter's razor-sharp claws tore through the golden toad, cleaving in two. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground in a macabre display. At that instant, the elderly man in traditional garb coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling drastically. He swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Yet, with immense effort, he stifled his dizziness and fell to his knees, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I apologize for any offense I may have caused. Chinshan, I beseech you, noble one, to overlook my transgressions and grant us mercy. We shall depart immediately and no longer be a nuisance. Chapter 17. The arrival of all evils. The elderly man in traditional Tang attire knelt unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Despite sustaining severe injuries, his first instinct was not to seek healing, but rather to offer an apology. This scene left Chun Chung, Nangong Zheng, Nangong Iran, and Wang Jun momentarily stunned. A master? Could it be that the Wang family harbors a master? After all, the Wang family was once a formidable force. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Thus, the existence of a hidden master would not be too surprising. They were acutely aware that the malevolent spirit in red was no match for the elderly man. Yet in an instant, it had torn apart the golden toad and gravely injured both the elderly man and Chinshan. This led them to conclude that there must be a powerful figure behind it all. Upon this realization, the expressions of Chun Chung, Nangong Zheng, and the others darkened. Hurry and kneel before me, Chinshan urged as he noticed Chun Chung, Nangong Zheng, and the others still standing in shock. A being capable of inflicting such grave harm with, but a thought was not someone he could afford to offend. Should that master harbor any discontent and wish to keep them all here, none would escape. Great master, please temper your wrath. We had no intention of disturbing you. We shall take our leave and beseech your forgiveness. Chun Chung, Nangong Zheng, and the others hastily knelt, explaining themselves. Nangong Iran also bowed her head, but remained silent. The crimson-clad spirit stood nearby, utterly unaware of who this master was. Uncertain of the intentions of the esteemed being, she dared not continue her reckless behavior. Should she persist in her defiance, the powerful entity could effortlessly subdue her with a mere thought. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded in the courtyard. A ghost clad in red stood to one side, while the ground was awash with golden blood from a golden toad. Chin Chung, Nangong Zheng, and others knelt upon the earth, while Wang Jun and I stood nearby. Observing this unsettling tableau, Wang Jun furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Could it be that the Wang family truly possessed a formidable figure? How else could they have subdued Chinshan? I was well aware of the underlying truth, yet I refrained from taking further action. My grandfather had left me a letter within an ancient tome, cautioning me to conceal my talents until I had attained the ability for self-preservation. Otherwise, I would invite calamity upon myself. After a brief moment of silence, during which Chun Shan and his companions sensed no further movement. They rose to their feet, casting a silent glare at Wang Jun and me before departing. Though the esteemed being bore them no ill will, they dared not linger in the presence of such a mysterious force, unsure of its temperament. Once they had left, the ghost in red also took her leave. I watched her depart, feeling it inappropriate to intervene. In the end, only Wang Jun and I remained. Xiao Tian, he said, do not concern yourself. The Nangong family, treacherous and unfaithful, shall ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Moreover, our Wang family, even if we were to sell our ancestral home, shall never fall into decline. As it stands, our noble family is still under the protection of formidable guardians. This is the lingering power. At this moment, Wang Jun turned to me, offering words of comfort. Although I have never held much regard for him, I must admit that, aside from my childhood when he left me bewildered, he has generally treated me quite well. Suddenly, an ominous shadow hurtled from a distance, striking Wang Jun on the back of his head. Drip, drip, blood began to trickle down from the wound. Wang Jun was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching for the back of his head, only to find his hand drenched in blood. He staggered, his eyes glazing over, unable to maintain his footing, and it seemed he was about to collapse. This unexpected scene left me momentarily speechless. Wang Jun, as I saw him teetering, I rushed forward and supported him, guiding him to a chair. At this point, he had already lost consciousness. A ghastly creature, a bat, was lodged in the back of his head. This bat was pitch black, with sharp fangs and crimson eyes, exuding a sinister aura, feeding on the brains of the deceased. It thrived in dark, damp, and chilling tombs. How could it have suddenly appeared here? Upon witnessing this, I was filled with confusion, yet I dared not delay. The creature continued to burrow in, intent on consuming Wang Jun's brain. I swiftly formed a hand sign, retrieving a yellow talisman, and hurled it directly at the ghastly bat. The golden light burst forth, and the ghostly bat emitted a piercing, anguished shriek before being reduced to ashes by a yellow talisman. Blood continued to flow from the back of Wang Jun's head, and if he did not receive timely treatment, he would likely meet a tragic end here. In a rush, I turned and sprinted toward the Wang family pharmacy in search of herbs to staunch the bleeding. The Wang household always kept traditional Chinese medicine on hand, and having studied its principles, I possessed a basic understanding of herbal remedies. Before long, I had gathered by Ji, Xianhe Chow, palm charcoal, and Shui Yutan, herbs known for their hemostatic properties. After grinding the herbs, I hurried back to the living room. However, upon my return, I was met with a horrifying spectacle. Wang Po and Zhou Shu were behaving as though possessed. Wang Po, the family's cook, and Zhou Shu, the janitor, now stood beside Wang Jun, intent on devouring him. Wang Po's face was ashen, her hair disheveled, clad in a shroud that emanated a chilling aura of death. She leaned back against the wall, inching toward Wang Jun with an eerie gait. Her eyes were devoid of pupils, appearing entirely white, a sight that was truly terrifying. Zhou Shu resembled a grotesque weasel, hunched over and emitting strange noises. His features were grotesquely contorted, rendering him a disturbing sight. On all fours, blood poured from his mouth, revealing that he had already devoured 2 of Wang Jun's fingers. You wretched creatures, in this vast universe, beneath the watchful sun and moon, do you dare to commit such heinous acts? Upon witnessing this scene, my eyes instantly reddened with fury. Although I held little affection for Wang Jun, he had been the one who nurtured me from childhood. How could I possibly stand by and watch him be devoured? Heaven and earth, the profound essence of the universe. I call upon the vast calamities to manifest my divine powers. I chanted fervently, my hands forming intricate seals, my right foot pounding the ground. In that moment, my rage surged forth, and I coldly commanded, "Come forth." My hands radiated a brilliant golden light, as if they were forged from pure gold. I directed my energy towards Wang Po and Uncle Zhou. With a swift strike to Wang Po's forehead, she let out a piercing scream before being sent flying, rolling several times before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Yet from her body, a dark essence surged forth, attempting to escape into the night. Spit it out. I paid no heed to the escaping shadow, instead seizing Uncle Zhou. My golden-tinged palm struck his back with force. Uncle Zhou shrieked in agony as a weasel spirit fell from him. Without a moment's hesitation, I crushed the malevolent spirit beneath my foot, scattering its essence without mercy. Could it be that Chun Shan and his cohorts harbored unrelenting malice, seeking revenge upon us? Without a second thought, I retrieved medicinal herbs to staunch Wang Jun's bleeding. While a tempest of wrath surged within me, I had granted them freedom, and yet they still sought to retaliate against us. Chapter 18. The 5 corpses carrying the palanquin. Wang Jun was gravely injured. I employed herbal remedies and Taoist talismans to staunch his bleeding. As I gazed upon the lifeless forms of Granny Wang and Uncle Zhou, an overwhelming fury surged within me. Just moments after Chen Shan and his companions departed, the Wang family was beset by a series of bizarre occurrences. Surely, they were the culprits. There was no one else. I had spared them, yet they retaliated the moment my back was turned. Suddenly, amidst my simmering rage, urgent knocking echoed from the entrance of the Wang family estate. The sound was frantic, as if conveying a matter of life and death. Could it be the bride and groom from earlier? I pondered, though the address I had provided did not lead to the Wang family. Nonetheless, after the recent strange events, I remained exceedingly cautious. In my left hand, I clutched 5 yellow talismans, while my right palm shimmered with a faint purple light, a manifestation of gathered divine thunder. Help! Please help! Wang Jun. Open the door. Help! The knocking intensified, accompanied by the hurried voice of Nangong Zheng from outside. Nangong Zheng. I was momentarily taken aback. I had not anticipated that it would be him at the door. How could he have returned? And with a skilled protector like Chen Shan, how could they have encountered any peril? Nevertheless, I decided to open the door directly, eager to discern what trickery they were up to. As soon as I opened the door, Nangong Zheng lost his footing and fell to the ground in a most disheveled manner. I observed that his previously elegant and noble attire was now caked with mud and stained with blood. Upon seeing me, he looked at me with desperate urgency and exclaimed, "Ji Tian, hurry, please save Iran. She has been captured. Have your uncle send someone skilled to rescue her. I will give you anything you desire." In his panic, Nangong Zheng, who had once looked down upon me, now implored me to save Nangong Iran. What on earth was happening? I furrowed my brow and inquired. They had previously come to my family to annul the engagement with great arrogance. Yet now, Nangong Iran had been abducted? What was going on? Ji Tian. Everything Chun Shang said earlier was false. Iran is still a maiden. We were compelled into the engagement with the Chun family. I beg you, bring her back. She has always cared for you. It was solely for the sake of the Nangong family that she came to annul the engagement. Do not blame her. Blame me. Nangong Zheng, in a state of utmost distress, grasped my sleeve, his eyes red-rimmed as he spoke. He was fervently urging me to rescue Nangong Iran, or rather, to have the powerful figure behind the Wang family intervene on her behalf. I gazed at Nangong Zheng's pitiful state. His affection for Nangong Iran was evident, known throughout the entirety of Jinling. Currently, Nangong Iran remains captured, and naturally, he is exceedingly anxious. I examined the wounds on his body, which surprisingly emanated a ghastly aura. This aura was remarkably dense, almost materializing into a tangible black mist, suggesting it had lingered for no less than 5 centuries. What on earth is happening? Clarify this for me, so that I may seek the expertise of the Wang family's esteemed individual. I gazed at Nangong Zheng and spoke. Although I harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the former Nangong Zheng, it must be acknowledged that Nangong Iran is a life at stake. I cannot allow my fleeting anger to result in his demise. My grandfather instilled in me, from a young age, that practitioners of the Tao often encounter tumultuous fates. Thus, they should perform good deeds and eradicate evil. Just after we exited the Wang residence, we were abruptly confronted by 5 monkeys blocking our path. Chun Shan disembarked to drive them away, but found himself utterly outmatched by these 5 creatures. They appear to be corpse monkeys. Before his severe injury, Chun Shan had mentioned that these monkeys, having long resided in tombs, had already been tainted by the aura of death. They may have just emerged from a millennium-old grave. Nangong Zheng hastily interjected. His grip on my sleeve was exceedingly tight, trembling slightly. Corpse monkeys? A millennium-old grave? A flicker of alarm surged within me. A grave of such antiquity could indeed be deemed a cursed sight. Such perilous graves warrant caution, even from my grandfather. I understand now. Wang Jun has also sustained severe injuries. You must enter and tend to him. I shall seek an expert at once to rescue Nangong Yiran. I addressed Nangong Zheng directly, freeing my hand from his grasp and stepping boldly through the door. This matter could not be delayed. If what Nangong Zheng asserted were true, then the 5 corpse monkeys must have captured Nangong Alan and would undoubtedly be heading towards the ancient tomb. As for the direction of the tomb, it was clear that Nangong Zheng was unaware. Questioning him would yield no fruitful answers. With the essence of Yang Ming, the divine, might concealed within, I summoned the spirits to capture the malevolent shadows, veiling myself in human form. With the sacred talismans, I would leave no trace behind. Should there be any defiance, let the celestial soldiers rise. Upon exiting the Wang family courtyard, I swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. This was the magical incantation of the Maoshan Dingjia, granting me extraordinary speed, as if my feet were swept by the wind, akin to celestial soldiers treading upon the heavens. Beneath my feet, mystical symbols flickered with brilliance. Concurrently, I felt the invigorating rush of wind, making my steps light and swift. I then plunged into the forest, making my way towards the nearest mountain. Only by reaching the summit could I open my heavenly eye and discern where the malevolent energies, ghostly auras, and ominous spirits converged within Jinling. That location would undoubtedly be the site of the sinister tomb. The closest mountain in this vicinity was Kunlun Mountain. It is said that on rainy days, one can hear the roar of the divine dragon emanating from this mountain, which has made it renowned. As I trod upon the sacred incantation, I swiftly ascended to the mountain peak. At the summit, I beheld the vast expanse of lesser mountains. The entirety of Jinling, with its myriad ancient cities and grand rivers, lay before my eyes. So much malevolent energy. Could it be? The emergence of the sinister tomb heralds great chaos for Jinling. Standing atop the mountain, the cold wind howled fiercely around me. Beneath the verdant embrace of Kunlun Mountain, an array of emerald lights flickered erratically, while malevolent energies surged unchecked. Countless mountain spirits and wild creatures had astonishingly taken on human forms, masquerading within the city of Jinling. The entire celestial dome above Jinling was shrouded in an ominous darkness, as if the heavens themselves were poised to collapse. A palpable sense of foreboding loomed, reminiscent of black clouds pressing down upon a besieged city. Underneath this oppressive gloom, the green lights danced chaotically, dark mists enveloped the air, and sinister energies rampaged. To my eyes, the entirety of Jinling appeared in utter disarray. It seemed that a significant event was on the horizon for Jinling. I must proceed with utmost caution to avoid inciting trouble. First, I must locate Nangong Yiran. My heart raced with anticipation as I activated my spiritual vision, seeking her out. Having encountered her not long ago, finding her now proved no arduous task. Soon enough, I beheld the figure of Nangong Yiran. Remarkably, 5 corpse monkeys bore a blood-red bridal sedan chair through the forest, and within this grand crimson palanquin sat Nangong Yiran herself. Chapter 19. The 5 elements for symbols and the 5 ghostly carriers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a surge of astonishment coursed through me. These 5 monkeys were far from ordinary. Their eyes glowed crimson, and their fur was adorned with human garments. They ambled uphill, conversing and jesting amongst themselves, bearing a striking resemblance to gnomes engaged in a bridal procession. Had they attained sentience? The sight instilled a sudden jolt of fear within me. These monkeys, clad in human attire and exchanging jovial banter, had undoubtedly transcended their animal nature. Furthermore, their demeanor suggested a wedding ceremony. Their discovery of Nangong Yiran implied her extraordinary nature. My grandfather had stipulated that I must consummate my union with Nangong Yiran upon reaching the age of 18, lest dire consequences ensue. It seemed my grandfather had concealed something significant within her. Whatever he had entrusted to me, I could not allow others to defile it. However, I must first assume a disguise to prevent Nangong Iran from recognizing me. Upon sighting her figure, a swift decision formed in my mind. Fortunately, I had anticipated this and promptly donned a black robe, concealing my entire form, rendering me unrecognizable. Atop azure Dragon Mountain, cloaked in the black robe, I exuded an imposing aura. A fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the robe to billow around me. Suddenly, the heavens erupted with divine thunder, and a streak of violet light flashed across the firmament, as if within arm's reach. And then I beheld it. In the distance, an unparalleled golden light suddenly ascended. The golden radiance surged as if it had transformed into a vast sea of gold, tumultuous and overwhelming, engulfing the very heavens. This resplendent light emanated an aura of pure gold, reminiscent of a celestial weapon being forged within the womb of the universe. From the summit of the mountain, I beheld this scene with utmost clarity. The golden beam stood tall like a pillar, piercing through the realms above and below, rising from the east in a dazzling display. Witnessing this spectacle, my heart was seized with astonishment. I found myself unable to gaze directly at the brilliance of the golden light. Yet, as the golden glow lingered, a sudden eruption of crimson light engulfed the western horizon, reminiscent of a fiery sunset spreading across the sky like a conflagration. It consumed the world in fervent divine flames, incinerating all in its path. The crimson clouds churned violently, shaking the heavens to their core. As the blood-red divine light ascended, an emerald luminescence enveloped the southern skies, piercingly bright, soaring towards the firmament as if a celestial dragon were swirling within. In the northern expanse, a profound yellow light emerged, dense and heavy, as if the vast earth were pressing down upon the heavens. Simultaneously, the entire firmament of Jinling shone with a cerulean brilliance, as deep and clear as a pristine lake, rippling with ethereal waves. This was an extraordinary celestial phenomenon, the convergence of the five elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Upon witnessing this marvel, my heart was filled with astonishment and dread. I had never anticipated that upon reaching the mountaintop, I would witness such a miraculous spectacle in Jinling. Before I could fully comprehend it, amidst the golden light, a phantom of a white tiger emerged, shattering the fabric of reality. As the aura of pure gold raged forth uncontrollably, in the midst of azure light, the divine dragon roars, resonating through the heavens and stirring the winds across myriad miles. Within the golden radiance, the Xuanwu trembles the sky, its formidable presence akin to a mountain looming over the heart. Amidst the crimson glow, the figure of the vermilion bird spreads its wings to obscure the heavens, its fierce flames incinerating all in their path. The azure dragon, Xuanwu, vermilion bird, and white tiger emerge from these resplendent divine lights, seeking to manifest in Jinling the five elements and four symbols, the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. The appearance of a treasured artifact in Jinling is bound to stir considerable upheaval. Upon witnessing these phenomena, I am profoundly astonished. The five elements and four symbols embody the essence of celestial law. Their simultaneous emergence suggests that the treasure revealed in Jinling may be extraordinary. It could very well be an imperial weapon, a weapon wielded by ancient emperors. Could it be that the ominous tomb is, in fact, the sepulchre of emperors? I recall the words of Nangong Zheng regarding the millennial-old tomb. Coupled with the current aberrations, it is entirely plausible that this is indeed the burial site of an emperor, heralding the appearance of an imperial weapon. Such a weapon, borne by ancient sovereigns, is imbued with the aura of the Son of Heaven, compelling the masses to bow in reverence. It is the emperor among weapons. For practitioners of the Tao, it is an unparalleled divine armament, capable of commanding a domain of orthodoxy. In the contemporary realm, few imperial weapons remain, typically held by the descendants of those emperors, seldom surfacing. The emergence of an imperial weapon will likely incite the ancestral grounds of Longhu Mountain, the Maoshan lineage, the Li family, to converge. Moreover, the malevolent spirits and supernatural entities of Jinling will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to sow chaos. The once mighty Wang family could once intimidate these malevolent entities, but alas, with their decline, I fear a descent into chaos for the city of Jinling. My heart is heavy with concern for Jinling, the city of my upbringing, and the prospect of its descent into turmoil and demonic infestation pains me. Yet, confronted with such monumental events, my meager cultivation renders me powerless to intervene. I can only offer a silent hope for their deliverance. The immediate imperative is to rescue Nangong Iran. With this resolve, I hesitate no longer, once more invoking the divine Ingji incantation, and with swiftness, I hasten towards the 5 imps. Having pinpointed their location earlier, I am confident in locating them with relative ease. Amidst the verdant forest, ancient trees stand tall, their forms reminiscent of coiling dragons reaching for the heavens. I traverse the woods with the swiftness of lightning, my presence barely discernible. As I pursue the quintet of imps, a sudden peal of thunder reverberates across the distant firmament. I halt, gazing upwards in awe. Lo! Celestial rainbows streak across the sky above the ancient trees. Behold, several formidable white tigers traverse the air, treading upon divine luminescence. Upon these majestic beasts sit Taoist adepts, akin to celestial deities. At the forefront, a Taoist priest brandishes a grand banner, its fabric fluttering in the wind. Emblazoned upon it, in graceful calligraphy, are the 4 characters, Dragon Tiger Ancestral Temple. Their display and momentum were truly grand, riding upon a white tiger and treading upon divine rainbows. This scene, if witnessed by an ordinary person, would surely evoke exclamations of celestial beings. Even I, upon observing it, felt a slight tremor. I had never encountered such a spectacle. It was indeed magnificent. The ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain. It seems my suspicions were correct. The tomb of an ancient emperor has manifested. There may be imperial weapons, unrecorded in history, emerging into the world. Upon seeing the banner of Kunlun Mountain, my conviction and my conjecture grew stronger. The ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain traversed the heavens with remarkable speed, utterly oblivious to my presence. Once they departed, I resumed my journey. However, I discovered that the path of the 5 specters aligned perfectly with the direction of the Kunlun Mountain ancestral grounds. If these 5 specters indeed emerge from the imperial tomb, I must reach them before they enter the burial site to rescue Nangong Iran. Otherwise, it will become exceedingly troublesome. It may even be impossible to save Nangong Iran at all. Chapter 20. Slaying the Corpse Monkey. The 6 Emperor ancient coins beneath the verdant expanse of Kunlun Mountain. The imperial tomb has emerged. At the ancestral ground of Longhushan, a celestial master descends, commanding the ethereal white tiger with an air of divine elegance. As I traverse the dense woods of Kunlun Mountain, I am struck with awe at the spectacle before me. Such prowess is truly akin to that of the immortals, inspiring a sense of reverence within me. I ponder the years it might take to attain such extraordinary abilities. Yet, I do not succumb to despair. I firmly believe that one day, I too shall summon the tempest, with thunderous purple lightning crackling at my fingertips. At present, my foremost concern is the rescue of Nangong Iran. The 5 ghostly corpse monkeys emerging from the imperial tomb have hoisted her into a resplendent red bridal palanquin. Nangong Iran and I share a profound bond, having previously pledged our betrothal, entwining our fates. Who could have foreseen her abduction into the imperial tomb? Might this calamity intertwine with my own destiny? For the sake of my fate, I am resolute in my determination to rescue her. The 5 ghostly corpse monkeys, having long feasted on the miasma of decaying bodies within the ancient tomb, have evolved into a grotesque form of spirit. Possessing the cunning of a human and the agility of a monkey, they now carry the bridal palanquin with an air of nonchalance. After hastening through the forest for a spell, I finally catch sight of these spectral entities. Instinctively, I conceal myself behind a towering tree. Kunlun Mountain, perpetually shrouded in darkness and humidity, is rife with wild beasts, rendering it a seldom visited locale for travelers. Here, the ancient trees, each a venerable centenarian, rise with a strength reminiscent of coiling dragons. I concealed myself behind an ancient tree, observing the 5 ghostly corpse monkeys. Adorned in garments reminiscent of human attire, they appeared, up close, akin to funeral shrouds. These shrouds were vibrant, red, green, black, and white, each hue strikingly conspicuous. They possessed elongated faces and coarse fur, yet their lips bore a peculiar powdery pink hue, rendering them pallid and their lips a ghastly crimson, as if they had just feasted upon the living. Merely gazing upon them sent chills down my spine, leaving me with an unsettling sensation. Any ordinary person encountering them would surely be paralyzed with terror. Among the 5 corpse monkeys forbore a floral sedan, while one led the procession. Their eerie vocalizations echoed, resembling laughter or chatter. Such otherworldly beings, unwelcome in this realm, are destined to face divine retribution. I murmured to myself, hidden behind the ancient tree, contemplating their existence, which defies the heavens. Their presence is a defiance of nature itself. If lightning were to strike, it would undoubtedly obliterate them first. These ghostly entities harbor a fear of thunder talismans. Thankfully, I always carry one with me. However, these alone would not suffice to vanquish them entirely. From my bosom, I swiftly produce 5 or 6 yellow talismans, each inscribed with intricate thunder symbols. While these are indeed thunder talismans, they are yellow and lack the potency to annihilate them instantaneously. If I were to further my efforts and inscribe blue talismans, a single thunder talisman could summon the celestial thunder, delivering immediate justice upon them. Yellow talismans are merely the most rudimentary of inscribed charms. Ascending in potency, one encounters azure, violet, argent, and finally, golden talismans. I then produced a peachwood sword, diminutive enough to be readily portable, scarcely larger than a finger's breadth, alongside a bagua mirror, a gift bestowed upon me by my maternal grandfather, which I've kept on my person ever since. Enough dawdling. Haste is paramount lest complications arise. With these implements at hand, I hesitated no longer and resolved to act decisively, for who knows if these entities might summon reinforcements of even greater menace. Without delay, I hurled 5 thunder talismans towards the cadaverous monkeys of the 5 ghosts. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder talismans detonated, unleashing a symphony of interwoven lightning, as resplendent as fireworks. They erupted in close proximity to the cadaverous monkeys of the 5 ghosts, with violet lightning transforming into a violet radiance, converging upon the fiends in a suppressive manner. Ugh! Ah! The cadaverous monkeys of the 5 ghosts, upon the initial detonation of the thunder talismans, abandoned the crimson sedan chair in utter disarray. Amidst the tempest of lightning, they leaped and bounded, desperately seeking to flee the area. However, the interwoven lightning transformed a section of the ancient trees in a thunderstruck wood. The acrid scent of charred wood permeated the air, accompanied by rising plumes of dust, plunging the area into pandemonium. I decree, as the sun rises in the east, I bestow this sacred talisman to sweep away all misfortune. From my mouth issues forth the fire of mountainous veins, and from the talisman emanates a light that seizes all. I command you to traverse the heavens and subdue demons throughout the ages, to vanquish plagues and devour the Vajra. Subdue the malevolent and transform the deceased into auspiciousness. The venerable Lousy, I humbly invoke your command. Seizing the moment, I deftly entwine my fingers in a complex gesture, reciting incantations with fervor. A radiant golden light erupted from my grasp as I bit into my fingertip, directing it towards the bagua mirror. A resonant hum filled the air. At that moment, the bagua mirror too began to radiate brilliance. Ancient characters transformed into mystical seals that materialized in the void. Clutching the bagua mirror, I unleashed its divine glow towards the peachwood sword. With a resounding clang, in an instant, the peachwood sword levitated from the ground. Go! My fingers, poised like a sword, commanded the peach wood to ascend. From my being, it transformed into a beam of golden light, charging directly towards the 5 ghosts' corpse monkey. The 5 ghosts' corpse monkeys were utterly terrified by the thunderous talisman. Dust billowed, engulfing the surroundings in a shroud of obscurity. Yet, my eyes shone with divine light as I opened my heavenly eye. This did not hinder my vision in the slightest. With a swift thrust, I propelled the peachwood sword forward, transforming it into a streak of golden light. Before a corpse monkey clad in a green burial suit could react, the peachwood sword sliced through its throat, severing its head cleanly. The severed head rolled away, but remarkably, not a single drop of blood was shed. The corpse monkeys squealed in terror, leaping and scrambling in vain to escape. At this juncture, I stepped forth resolutely. Bang! I cast the thunder talisman from my hand, and a brilliant flash of lightning shattered the ancient tree, leaving the corpse monkeys utterly bewildered. The peachwood sword transformed mid-air into a radiant beam of gold. Sharp and unstoppable, with a series of swift strikes, the hapless corpse monkeys had no chance to react before their heads were severed. How remarkably feeble. After subduing all the 5 ghostly corpse monkeys, I sheathed the peachwood sword in my palm, gazing at the lifeless bodies of those that posed no threat whatsoever. I smacked my lips, reflecting on how I had feared an arduous battle. Suddenly, as I was about to approach the flower sedan to check on Nangong, I heard a crackling sound emanating from the corpses I had slain. It was as if they were melting away. Startled, I momentarily believed they were not truly dead, prompting me to grasp my peachwood sword once more for protection. Yet, as the bodies of the corpse monkeys dissolved, they left behind ancient coins on the ground, resembling exquisite antiques. 6 Emperor Coins. Chapter 21. The plump monk the corpses of the 5 ghost corpse monkeys, upon vanishing into thin air, astonishingly left behind a collection of copper coins. Each corpse monkey had yielded 1 coin, totaling 5 in all. However, I immediately discerned the origin of these 5 coins. They were actually ancient coins from the 6 emperors. If I could acquire a coin from one more emperor, I would possess a complete set of the 6 emperor coins. These ancient coins are intimately linked to the concept of emperor. Within the Taoist tradition, they are regarded as supreme treasures of immense significance. The 6 emperor coins represent the ancient emperors: Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, Jiaqing, and Daoguang. They possess the power to dispel the malevolent energies of the universe and vanquish evil spirits, embodying unparalleled divine authority. I hastily approached and collected the 5 emperor coins, employing a technique to exorcise the lingering darkness. However, the 6 emperor coins seemed to be mere replicas and were tainted with a sinister aura. Could they be linked to the spectral soldiers? I paused, recalling the records in Feng Shui burial of soldiers. In the realm of existence, there exists a duality of light and shadow. All entities possess a shadow, including soldiers. This denotes the spectral soldiers. There are formidable individuals who, utilizing ghosts, malevolent spirits, and dark energies, have nurtured these soldiers over centuries. Those who succeed in this endeavor become the spectral soldiers, capable of slaying the spirits of the underworld, invoking terror even in the hearts of the black and white impermanents, as well as the ox-head and horse-face. These spectral soldiers are the creations of ancient masters who use spirits, corpses, and dark energies as vessels, embedding weaponry within their forms and nurturing them with the essence of the spectral and the cadaverous. If successful, they become spectral soldiers, formidable in their own right. Indeed, the presence of the enigmatic guardians of the underworld, Heibai Wuchang, the ox-headed and horse-faced beings, instills a sense of dread. Moreover, the shadowy soldiers are exceedingly rare, seldom making an appearance. To my astonishment, I have encountered the spectral soldiers associated with the 6 emperor ancient coins. Though these may be mere imitations, their value is immeasurable, enhanced by the essence of the shadowy soldiers. These spectral beings are indeed treasures beyond price. This particular piece was severed from the 5 ghost corpse monkey, suggesting that within the imperial tomb, there must be numerous such extraordinary artifacts. As this thought crossed my mind, I prepared to secure the 6 emperor ancient coins and continue my exploration of the tomb. Yet, just as I was about to do so, a voice resonated by my ear. Amitabha. The sound of a Buddhist chant echoed from a distance, reverberating like the tolling of a great bell across the heavens and the earth, causing me to shudder involuntarily. This must be a formidable figure from the Buddhist realm. Following the sound, I beheld a rotund monk, his face aglow with a radiant light, clad in tattered robes, a wine gourd dangling from his waist, and a chicken leg in hand, approaching me with surprising swiftness. Initially, he seemed to be 100 meters away, yet in the blink of an eye, he stood before me. Despite his girth, his movements were remarkably graceful, akin to falling leaves drifting gently to the ground. To encounter such a spectral soldier is indeed a stroke of fortune. The jovial monk, upon noticing the 6 emperor ancient coins in my possession, beamed with delight. He extended his large hand towards my 6 emperor ancient coins and remarked, "Child, this is a malevolent artifact that you cannot hope to control. Kulme, let the monk handle it. Allow me to purify it." Previously, his chanting of Buddhist sutras resonated with the grace of an arhat, leaving one in awe. I had assumed he was a formidable figure from the Buddhist realm, only to discover he was merely a gluttonous monk. Furthermore, he displayed no sense of shame, unabashedly attempting to seize my 6 emperor ancient coins without a second thought. Did he truly believe I was a mere 6-year-old, easily deceived? "Monk, the water here cannot drown me." I promptly stepped back, seeking to evade his grasp. However, this gluttonous monk exhibited remarkable agility. With a mere flick of his hand, he snatched the 6 emperor ancient coins from my possession, clasping them firmly in his grip. With a hearty laugh, the monk declared, "Child, I do this for your own good. The depths of this water are too perilous for you to navigate. Consider this a favor owed to you. The next time we meet, I shall present you with something even better." The gluttonous monk arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before he could finish his words, he was tearing into a chicken leg, his mouth glistening with grease as he strode away into the distance. I gazed at the retreating figure of the monk, seething with indignation, longing to confront him and topple him over. "You scoundrel! This is a treasure of immeasurable worth, the 6 emperor ancient coins. Yet you have pilfered them with such audacity." My frustration boiled within me, and I felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Damn it, do not let our paths cross again. For each encounter, I shall hurl my curses upon you." I picked up a stone and hurled it towards the direction where the monk had departed. Gazing in my empty hand, a wave of regret washed over me. Had I known better, I would have hastened to secure it. That was, after all, the ancient coin of the 6 emperors, a treasure that nurtured the spectral soldiers. In my lifetime, it is unlikely that I shall ever encounter such a relic again. The thought of this precious artifact slipping through my fingers is truly infuriating. Nevertheless, there must be other spectral soldiers within the imperial tomb. My current task is to escort Nangong Yiran back to the Wang family, and then return to the tomb to see if I could discover any spectral soldiers. Without hesitation, I approached the ornate red bridal sedan and lifted the curtain. As I did so, I beheld the breathtaking visage of Nangong Yiran, though she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. This fortuitously spared me the burden of explanation. I hoisted Nangong Yiran onto my back and hastened towards the Wang residence. My thoughts were still consumed by the spectral soldiers, yearning to return to the imperial tomb swiftly in hopes of uncovering some of them. Simultaneously, I cursed under my breath, "Damn that monk. I hope I never lay eyes on you again, or I shall shatter your teeth." The image of the portly monk, with his greasy and lecherous grin, lingered in my mind, refusing to dissipate. "Please, no. I do not wish to marry Qinsheng. He is responsible for my sister's demise, and I shall avenge her." As I sprinted towards the Wang residence, I was taken aback when Nangong Yiran, still on my back, began to mutter as if lost in a dream. Upon hearing those words, I was momentarily taken aback. Does Nangong Yiran still have an elder sister? How was I unaware of this? Furthermore, was she harmed by Qinsheng? If that were the case, why would Nangong Zheng allow Nangong Yiran to marry him? I have faith in Tian. He can protect our Nangong family, though you may not understand him. Nevertheless, I have been following his journey for many years, and I am certain he is capable. Nangong Yiran lies behind me, still in a deep slumber, never having awakened. Has she been watching over me all along? Suddenly, it dawned on me why I had felt as though someone was shadowing me. A sense of unease washed over me as I halted, gently placing Nangong Iran against a tree. As soon as I stopped, an envelope unexpectedly fell from her. I bent down to retrieve it. The elegant handwriting on it read, "To Ji Tian, with affection." This was indeed penned by Nangong Iran. I did not open it, but instead gazed at her, examining whether she had purposely allowed me to overhear those words. Nangong Iran remains in a state of unconsciousness, her soul adrift, her celestial orifices firmly shut. It appears she is truly lost in a dream. Furthermore, I discern from her features that her celestial palace is frail, her empty hall bare. The chamber of spouses is devoid of any presence, remarkably pure. Indeed, as Nangong Zheng stated, she remains untouched, and it seems she has never interacted with male peers throughout her life. What, precisely, does your esteemed Nangong family intend to achieve? How dare you come to my Wang family to annul the engagement? Upon witnessing these events, my ire toward Nangong has significantly diminished. Subsequently, I opened the envelope. The moment I unsealed it, I was taken aback. The contents within were astonishingly. Chapter 22. Ji Jinlong. Within the envelope lay a collection of photographs, images chronicling my journey from childhood to adolescence, from the age of 10 to 17. She had captured my life in fragments. Almost every week bore witness to a new snapshot. Each photograph encapsulated moments of my existence. As I perused these images, I found myself momentarily frozen in place. Among them were pictures of me exercising at Qinglong Lake at dawn, gazing at the sunset over the water, and even feeding the fish. These constituted the majority. Indeed, the place I had frequented the most throughout my youth was Qinglong Lake. Beyond those, there were also images depicting my school days, fighting with classmates, strolling through the corridors, and shopping on the streets. Each photograph served as a poignant reminder of my past, moments I had never thought to document. Yet, to my astonishment, someone had been quietly observing my life, meticulously preserving these memories. Upon viewing them, a swirl of emotions enveloped me. I unfolded the envelope further, revealing elegant handwriting in dark ink, conveying the heartfelt sentiments of Nangong Ilan. Since the day our engagement was established, I have kept a watchful eye on you. At that time, you were a towering figure from the Wang family, while I was merely a daughter of the humble Nangong clan. I always felt unworthy of you, daring only to admire you from afar. However, as the Wang family fell into decline and the Nangong family began to rise, I felt a surge of joy, not merely due to our family's ascent, but because I found myself drawing ever closer to you. I have always been attentive to you, gradually becoming accustomed to all your habits without even realizing it. In doing so, it feels as though you are perpetually by my side, forever accompanying me. Throughout the years, you may remain oblivious to my existence, yet I have become intimately acquainted with every facet of your life. Perhaps, to you, I am merely a stranger. However, to me, you have long since become the dearest person in my life, accompanying me each day. I apologize for intruding into your life without your consent, spying on all that pertains to you. Alas, it seems that I may soon be unable to see you again. The Chen family has arrived. They caused my sister's demise and now seek me out. Perhaps, before long, I too shall follow the path my sister took. I'm not afraid. Rather, I am filled with regret for never having stood before you and uttered a single word. Nangong Iran, stay. Upon finishing this letter, I felt a profound sense of unease. I gazed upon the now unconscious Nangong Iran, her visage as exquisite as jade, utterly refined. Even in her current state of unconsciousness, she resembles a celestial being. In my childhood, I sensed that someone might be following me, yet I never anticipated it would be an envoy sent by Nangong Iran merely to observe my life. She has been watching over me since our youth. I harbor no doubts regarding the authenticity of this. It is evidently the work of Nangong Iran, meticulously crafted in advance. Perhaps she intended to present this to me at the Wang family's residence. However, due to her rescinded betrothal, Wang Jun and I were filled with indignation, preventing her from entrusting these items to me. Subsequently, we encountered the 5 ghost corpse monkeys. A cataclysmic roar erupted in the distance as I held the envelope, jolting me from my reverie. It was as if the heavens and earth had exploded. A boundless, radiant light emanated from afar, engulfing the firmament and transforming it into a vast, ethereal mist. Could it be that the ancestral court of Kunlun Mountain and the Taoist lineage of Mao Shan are assailing the tomb? Upon witnessing this spectacle, I was immediately alarmed. Only entities of such magnitude could orchestrate such a terrifying upheaval. With this realization, I hesitated no longer. I stowed the photographs and envelope into my pocket, then carried Nangong Iran on my back, and hastened towards the Wang residence. Essence of Yangming, divine might concealed within. Subdue and gather the Yin spirits. Vanish and conceal the form. With this sacred talisman, the dwelling is left without a trace. Should there be any defiance, the celestial soldiers shall ascend. By command, without hesitation, I once again invoked the Mao Shan Dingjia divine incantation, granting me swiftness and alacrity. My pace was rapid, and in short order, I descended Kunlun Mountain, traversed Kunlun Lake, and returned to the Wang residence. I remained cloaked in a black robe, concealing my true countenance from view. As I carried Nangong Iran on my back and entered the Wang residence, Nangong Zheng was in the midst of tending to Wang Jun in the living room, diligently cleaning his wounds. Upon seeing me return with Nangong Iran, he was overcome with elation. I have returned. My deepest gratitude to the esteemed one for rescuing the young lady. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Zheng hurriedly approached, brimming with excitement. He did not consider that I might be Tian, but rather assumed I was the powerful figure behind the scenes. After all, only such a formidable individual could have saved Nangong Iran. She is not seriously harmed. With a bit of rest, she shall awaken. I gently placed Nangong Iran upon a chair, disguising my voice to sound somewhat aged. To the ears, it was evident that I portrayed an elderly man. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed one. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Nangong Zheng, visibly excited, inquired about my name. It appeared he wished to forge a connection with me. Address? I hesitated momentarily before responding to Nangong Zheng. Ji Jinlong. Ji Jinlong. Ji. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zheng's expression immediately froze as he recalled the character Ji. His smile became rigid. Nevertheless, he addressed me. I must trouble you, Elder Ji, to accompany me to the Wang family. My departure was rather hasty, and I had not brought any valuable treasures to express my gratitude for your great kindness. To the Wang family? I scarcely have the time for such a visit. I must proceed to the imperial tomb to see if fortune favors me with an encounter with some spectral soldiers. I currently have no time. I shook my head and replied to Nangong Zheng. This, Nangong Zheng, was momentarily taken aback, then hastily pulled out a card from his pocket and presented it to me, saying, Elder Ji, please accept this card. In the residence of the Nangong family, I await the arrival of Elder Ji with unwavering anticipation. When Elder Ji graces us with his presence, I shall bestow upon him a remarkable gift, a token of my profound gratitude for today's immense favor. I earnestly hope that Elder Ji will not decline. Nangong Zheng extends to me a card of profound elegance, entirely black in hue. It is adorned with golden inscriptions, elegantly engraving the name of the Nangong family. This is, in fact, the prestigious black gold card of the Nangong family. Possessing this card grants one the privilege of unlimited consumption within the enterprises of the Nangong family, free of any charges. Tales of such a card have long circulated in Jinling, yet it remains exceedingly rare. I am astonished that Nangong Zheng would bestow upon me such a card. It appears he genuinely desires to forge a connection with Ji Jinlong. With a nod of acknowledgement, I accept the card from Nangong Zheng. It would be foolish to refuse such an exquisite offering. After accepting the card, I turn to leave, but unexpectedly, Nangong Zheng inquires, May I ask, Elder Ji, what is your relation to Ji Tian? It seems that Nangong Zheng harbors some reservations. Ji Tian. He is exceptional. One day, he shall transform and ascend to greatness, ensuring that Ji Tian's name endures. My engagement to him is indeed a fortune that the Nangong family has accrued over countless lifetimes. Chapter 23. The chaos of Jinling. I witnessed Nangong Zheng departing with the unconscious Nangong Iran, uncertain if my words had any impact on him. As Nangong Zheng left, I intended to head towards the foot of Kunlun Mountain in search of the imperial tomb. However, Upon stepping out of the Wang family estate, I was suddenly struck by a chilling gust of wind, causing my heart to tremble. Could it be that the imperial tomb had summoned dark entities to the Wang family? The ominous wind surged, and I clutched the seal in my right hand while holding the talisman in my left. Should any unforeseen event arise, I will be ready to strike. Help, I beseech you, noble one, save me. As the wind swept through, an urgent cry for help echoed at the entrance of the Wang residence. To my astonishment, it was the female specter who had previously attempted to harm the bride and groom. She had only just departed from the Wang family, and now she dared to return. Truly audacious. The wind howled, revealing the ghostly figure with a pallid complexion and blood streaming from her eyes, exuding an aura of utter despair. She stood amidst the tempest, her spirit dimmed, as if severely wounded. Such audacity! I had not sought you out, yet you boldly came to find me. I tightened my grip on the talisman and coldly admonished the specter. In the realm of spirits, there are creatures that prey upon the weak while fearing the strong. The more ferociously you confront them, the more they will cower before you. Conversely, show them weakness, and they will possess you, treating you as their scapegoat. Noble one, please save me. I have realized my mistakes. I implore you, spare my unfortunate child. Before he had the chance to glimpse the world, he was tragically snatched away, and now he faces a fate that threatens to shatter his very soul. I beseech you, esteemed one, grant him a chance at life. I am willing to do anything. The ghostly woman's complexion was ashen, her hair disheveled, and a shroud of dark energy enveloped her, with her eyes glowing a fiery crimson. Yet, she displayed a certain despondency. Oh, a flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Her appearance suggested she was not deceiving me. She must have encountered a formidable adversary, one who had harmed her and captured her child. What has transpired? Pray enlighten me. If there is any injustice, I shall advocate for you. I fixed my gaze upon the specter and spoke in a chilling tone. Despite my intention to assist her, my demeanor remained unyielding. My motivation for aiding her stemmed from her prior assistance in reprimanding Chun Chung and his cohorts. This created a bond of cause and effect between us. As the saying goes, where there is cause, there is consequence. She aided me, and now I extend my hand to her. Thus, we comprehend the intricate web of fate. Throughout my life, my grandfather instilled in me the paramount importance of cause and effect in this world. One must never incur such debts. Thank you, venerable one. The situation is as follows. The ghostly woman began to recount her tale. Upon hearing her words, clarity washed over me. My suspicions were confirmed without deviation. The emergence of the imperial tomb has attracted numerous powerful outsiders. These exceptional beings traverse the world, vanquishing the wicked and aiding the oppressed, annihilating all manner of evil. One such figure, akin to myself, had witnessed the union of the bride and groom. At a glance, it was evident that the groom and bride were ensnared by malevolent spirits. A certain adept resolved to assist the couple by directly vanquishing these apparitions. The female specter posed no match for the prowess of the adept. She suffered grievous injuries and, despite her desperate attempts, failed to take her child with her, ultimately falling into the adept's grasp. It was only through immense toil that she managed to escape and subsequently sought my aid. As a practitioner of the Tao, rooted in the ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain and the Maoshan lineage, our mission is to uphold the welfare of all living beings. We confront demons with resolve, obliterating all forms of malevolence. You dare to entangle yourself with the bride and groom, and thus your fate is sealed. I cast a cold glance at the female specter, devoid of any sympathy. The words of ghosts are not to be trusted, and one must never display any softness in the presence of such entities. Otherwise, they will persistently cling to you, sapping your fortune, blessings, and vitality. I deserve this fate, yet my child should not suffer such torment. He has already endured countless hardships, and now he faces the prospect of losing his very essence. This is the consequence of my own misdeeds, and he should not bear the burden. The female specter implored me, kneeling in desperation, tears of blood streaming down her face. Please, esteemed adept, save my child. Let all calamities befall me instead. It was clear to me that this female spirit child had also transformed into a ghostly being. They had never met in the realm of the living. Their bond only formed in the afterlife, where they clung to the groom and bride in their shared plight. They are, indeed, tragic figures. Yet, the architect of their misfortune, the groom, remains aloof, a detached observer. Once I have rescued your child, I shall guide you all through the cycle of reincarnation. Should you dare to attempt any deception, I shall obliterate your very essence. Do you comprehend? With the talisman clutched in my hand, I advanced, my aura bearing down upon the female specter. She recoiled in alarm, but hastily kowtowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed master. Thank you. We are eager to be reborn." As she spoke of reincarnation, it was as if the most tender part of her being had been touched. 2 spectral tears escaped her eyes. Gazing at me with heartfelt sincerity, she uttered, "Though this mortal realm possesses its allure, with its resplendent landscapes and dreamlike splendor, I shall not return in the next life." With these words, she presented the 2 tears to me. Ghost tears, an exceedingly rare substance of profound een, are seldom seen. For few specters are capable of such genuine emotion as to shed tears of clarity. Moreover, ghost tears are considered a treasure among cultivators. This female specter was clearly aware of their value. Accepting the tears, I recalled her previous words and could not help but sigh inwardly. What is love? That it compels souls to pledge themselves in life and death. Love transforms into flowing streams in the deepest abyss and blossoms as flowers at the edge of the afterlife. Let us proceed. Lead me to them, I said to the female specter, urging her to guide me to the whereabouts of her children. Very well. The female ghost nodded hastily and rose from the ground. She transformed into a wisp of shadowy wind and drifted away into the distance. Cloaked in my dark robe, I followed the spectral breeze, pursuing her intently. Before long, we arrived at an aged residential complex. This building stood 17 stories tall, adorned with a dilapidated elevator, evidently bearing the marks of 2 decades' wear. I ascended to the 7th floor and found myself in a corridor lined with 4 apartments. According to the ghost description, I approached the innermost unit. I covered the peephole with a piece of paper and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A voice, laced with impatience, emanated from within. "Delivery," I replied, deliberately withholding my true identity. Damn it, why can't I see through this peephole? A delivery? Could it be that Xiaoyu has ordered something again? The groom muttered irritably inside. After a few moments, he opened the door. "It's you," the groom exclaimed in shock upon seeing me, and he immediately attempted to shut the door. I swiftly placed my foot in the doorway, grasping the door with one hand. "Indeed, it is I." I smiled, unrepentant in revealing my identity. At that moment, the female ghost transformed back into a tangible form, materializing behind me. "Ah, you dare to return. Masterly. The ghost has come back." The groom, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the floor, urgently calling out. Chapter 24. The Wanderings of the Taoist Realm. A female specter, with disheveled hair and a visage stained with blood, appeared in a ghastly manner. The moment the groom stepped out, she could no longer restrain herself, terrifying him to the point where he collapsed onto the ground in fright. "Let them in." At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from within the room. This voice was not aged. Rather, it bore a youthful quality that astonished me. The eminent figure in the room was, astonishingly, a young man who seemed to be of similar age to mine. The groom's face turned ashen with fear. He barely had time to rise before he scrambled frantically towards the interior. I walked ahead, signaling the female specter to refrain from any actions. Subsequently, we both entered the room. The interior was modest, comprising merely 2 bedrooms and a living area, approximately 80 square meters in total. Upon our entrance, we beheld a young Taoist seated upon the sofa, clad in a Taoist robe, with a sword slung across his back and hair neatly tied. He resembled a classical swordsman of antiquity. Although he appeared to be of a similar age to myself, he sat with an air of formality, his demeanor grave and devoid of expression, presenting himself more like an ancient sage than a youth. As soon as we entered, he cast his gaze upon me and calmly stated, "You have finally arrived." I was taken aback and, looking at him with confusion, inquired, "Do you know me?" This young Taoist, judging by his attire, was clearly not an individual of ordinary standing. This is undoubtedly a Taoist priest emerging from the Taoist sect. The Taoist sect stands on par with formidable forces such as the ancestral grounds of Mount Longhu, the lineage of Mao Shan, and the sacred Kunlun Mountain. In the secular realm, there exists a multitude of disciples devoted to the Tao, striving for the welfare of the world. It is one of the few forces capable of contending with the Buddhist order. Within the Taoist sect, the priests who emerge are adept at subduing demons and vanquishing malevolent spirits, effortlessly so. However, what perplexes me is how he could possibly recognize me. You nurture malevolent spirits, indulging them in their misdeeds, bringing calamity upon the world. Individuals like you have met their demise beneath my sword, wielded by Li Chengdao. On numerous occasions, sitting upright on the sofa, the priest resembled a sword, his voice cold and resolute. His gaze upon me was radiant, akin to the brilliance of sword's light. Li Chengdao. Upon hearing his self-introduction, I was taken aback. This is truly unfortunate. The Taoist sect has a successor every 60 years, traversing the world on behalf of the sect. Once they possess sufficient depth, they will inherit the Taoist legacy, becoming the principal of the sect. The current successor traversing the world is none other than Li Chengdao. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune that I encountered him just as he descended from the sect. However, despite his status as the sect's successor, I remain unafraid. My grandfather was once a towering figure in the realm of Tao. Even the Taoist sect would treat my grandfather with utmost respect. You claim I nurture malevolent spirits. You are mistaken. I do not nurture spirits at all. You have failed to comprehend the circumstances and the roots of this matter, indiscriminately slaying the innocent. Is this truly the successor of the Taoist sect in this generation? I cast a glance at Li Chengdao and scoffed. Oh, you have heard my name. It seems you have dabbled in the realm of the Tao. But tell me, have you heard of me, Li Chengdao? Since embarking on my path, I have vanquished 1,008 malevolent spirits, 786 monsters, and 530 eerie entities. Such abominations are intolerable to heaven and earth, disrupting the cosmic order and bringing calamity to the world. They must be exterminated upon sight. Li Chengdao descended from the sofa, akin to a celestial sword unsheathed, its brilliance unparalleled, piercing the eyes of onlookers, rendering them unable to gaze directly upon him. His countenance was frigid, devoid of any expression, delivering his words with a chilling detachment. To him, the act of slaying demons and spirits was as simple as quenching one's thirst with cool water. No questions asked, no mercy shown. Indeed, as the legends foretold. I pondered. Li Chengdao was a prodigy of the Taoist sect, traversing the world with extraordinary talent. His exploits since his initiation into the Tao had been chronicled in tomes, inspiring countless young cultivators who revered him as an idol. I had read of him, yet I was unprepared for the reality that Li Chengdao was even more merciless than the text described, as cold as a stone devoid of warmth. You control female specters with your 9 directions divine armament. I shall release her, drawing you out to eliminate you together. You, who nurture ghosts, are a disgrace to our Taoist realm. Upon sight, I shall strip you of your cultivation. Prepare to meet your end. As Li Chengdao observed my silence, he stepped forward, addressing me with a voice as frigid as ice. In the next moment, he formed intricate hand seals and stepped with the grace of the 7 stars. Within this room, he moved with unparalleled agility, charging directly towards me with lethal intent. He actually intended to cripple my cultivation. Does he truly believe I am so easily deceived? Without seeking any justification, he dares to commit such wanton slaughter. My understanding of the Taoist sect has indeed broadened. I let out a cold snort, feeling a surge of fervor within me. Though I had begun my training from a young age, I had never truly tested my abilities. Now, however, I found myself traversing a world dominated by the Taoist order. It ignited within me a fierce will to assert my strength. After all, I am the grandson of Ji Sanxian and the maternal grandson of Wang Kunlun. Regardless of the identity I claim, I hold a higher status than Li Chengdao, who roams this realm. Both my grandfather and maternal grandfather have made their names known within the Taoist community. having tread upon the foundations of the Taoist sect, the ancestral ground of Kunlun Mountain, and the traditions of Maoshan. In every conceivable aspect, I cannot allow them to be shamed or permit Li Qingdao to appear superior. Li Qingdao formed hand seals, his fingers resembling a sword. With striking eyebrows and bright eyes, he bore a striking resemblance to me, exuding an air of authority. As he stepped with the grace of the 7 stars, each footfall resonated with the celestial constellations: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. As his feet met the ground, mystical symbols seemed to manifest upon the floor, divine light swirling and starlight cascading. Clad in this celestial radiance, Li Qingdao approached me like a celestial warrior. My expression turned icy as I formed my own hand seals, unleashing a resplendent golden light. Beneath my feet, I tread upon a pathway of the Taoist realm, employing a footwork technique that rivals the 7-star step. This is the Tai step method. The room we occupy is rather modest in size, thereby testing the prowess of both of us. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of this space, and word of such an incident would surely invite the ridicule of those within the Taoist community. Consequently, Li Qingdao and I exchanged no words, for we shared an unspoken understanding to preserve the integrity of this place. A primordial essence envelopes my form as I ascend with the Yubu technique, the heavens rotating and the earth shifting as I traverse the 6 harmonies. With meticulous grace, I align myself with the celestial forces, channeling the energies of the 9 spirits. The adversaries tremble before me, as divine assistance guides my stealthy approach. All calamities shall not befall me. Li Qingdao recited incantations, the winds swirling beneath his feet, propelling him with remarkable speed. I could scarcely perceive more than a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom resonated in my ears. A radiant blade of light descended, cleaving through the air beside me. I was taken aback to find Li Qingdao inexplicably positioned behind me, wielding a sword aimed at severing my head. Chapter 25. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin. A chill coursed down my spine, instilling a sense of urgency that left no room for hesitation. I invoked the Tai step method beneath my feet, conjuring forth waves of vital energy that surged upward like a divine sword, its brilliance wreaking havoc around me. A moment's carelessness could easily collapse this entire floor. However, despite my swift reactions, Li Qingdao's strike managed to tear a gash in my dark robe. As I stood firm, enveloped in protective energy, the winds of my technique swirled at my feet. In my hand, I clutched a yellow talisman, an emblem of thunder. With a swift turn, I hurled it directly at Li Qingdao. How dare a practitioner of spirit manipulation wield the power of thunder? Li Qingdao's expression turned icy upon seeing the talisman I cast. With a cold tone, he proclaimed, his fingers poised like a sword, radiating brilliant light. Astonishingly, he had yet to draw the sword from his back. The righteous laws of heaven and earth surged forth as he wielded his blade, a sweeping strike intended to vanquish demons and protect the realm. With solemnity, Li Qingdao recited the incantation of his doctrine, and as his sword descended, its brilliance illuminated the surroundings, cleaving the talisman in 2 before it could even unleash its tempest. The instant he severed the talisman, I surged forward, my palm aglow with golden light, transforming into a strike akin to molten gold. I aimed it directly at Li Qingdao, an ancient Buddha's golden palm. Seeing my formidable strike, Li Qingdao was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that I possessed knowledge of Buddhist teachings. This strike, a remnant of my grandfather's triumph over the Buddhist sect, embodies a profound essence of Buddhist teachings. Should one cultivate it for a century, one could even attain the stature of a golden body. That talisman of thunder, I am acutely aware, could scarcely harm Li Qingdao. This strike, however, is my true prowess. As my hand descended, a radiant golden light enveloped the space, as if the Buddha himself were chanting in my ears. With a resounding thud, Li Qingdao was caught off guard and was sent sprawling. He collided with the tea table, yet his reflexes were extraordinary. He managed to stabilize himself without damaging the table. Blood dripped from his fingertips, staining the floor beneath. "You have wounded me," It has been long since I felt such a sensation. His pride was unyielding, and despite the injury, he regarded me with disdain, coldly declaring, "But this is where it ends." In the next moment, Li Chengdao drew a sword from behind him, a bronze blade intricately engraved with patterns of fish, dragons, birds, and landscapes. This was indeed an ancient sword. As he unsheathed the blade, a surge of emotion coursed through me. The thought struck me, this sword's rightful owner should be me. An unexpected desire for his bronze sword ignited within me. As Li Chengdao wielded the sword, his aura transformed, becoming as sharp as the blade itself, akin to a divine sword freshly unsheathed. The brilliance of his sword is blinding. With this blade, I have vanquished countless malevolent spirits and fiends among my peers. None have compelled me to unleash my full potential. You, having already earned a name among the younger generation, have succumbed to the path of darkness. I shall eradicate you. Li Chengdao, wielding a bronze ancient sword, regarded me with a frigid gaze and spoke disdainfully. However, if you were to willingly forfeit your cultivation now, I would spare your life. To think you would demand I renounce my powers. Heh, I smiled calmly. Although Li Chengdao has never tasted defeat since embarking on his path, I hold no fear of him. My grandfather surpassed the entire Taoist sect. How could I possibly be bested by one such as Li Chengdao? Strike swiftly. I, Ji Jinlong, shall face everything head-on. I addressed Li Chengdao with nonchalance. Ji Jinlong. Ji, what connection do you have with the prominent Ji family? Upon hearing the mention of the Ji family, Li Chengdao was taken aback, his cold eyes fixing upon me with inquiry. There is no connection, I replied coolly, and then I launched my assault against Li Chengdao. A fervent desire surged within me for the bronze ancient sword he wielded. I longed to grasp it as if it were my own. With the Tai step and the golden Buddha's palm, luminous with golden light, I directed my strike towards Li Chengdao. This time, having gained experience, he lunged at me with the bronze ancient sword. With a firm grip, I surprisingly seized the sword. Yet the blade was exceedingly sharp. At that moment, my palm was suddenly sliced open, blood gushing forth. Seeking death. Upon seeing me, he dared to grasp the sharp blade with his bare hand. Li Chengdao spoke coldly. He exerted force, attempting to withdraw, yet I refused to release my grip, rendering his efforts futile. You are courting death, compelling me to sever your hand. Li Chengdao, witnessing my unwavering hold on his cherished bronze sword, exclaimed in fury. Little did he know that as my blood first touched the sword, a thunderous resonance echoed in my mind. Eons of desolation, millennia of immortality, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin of the deceased. If one were to inquire of the heavens, who claims invincibility, who dares to speak of being undefeated? The words, both authoritative and frigid, reverberated within me, leaving me entranced and unable to forget. It was astonishing. I envisioned, amidst an expanse of desolate skies, 9 black dragons, forged as though from pure iron, radiating an eerie light, chilling to the core. These 9 dragons were colossal, each one obscuring the sun. Their scales resembled small mountains, exuding an overwhelming presence. They drew a copper coffin, ancient and weighty, inscribed with the passage of time. In the realm between heaven and earth, a faint sound of sacrifice resonated. As I gazed toward the bronze coffin, I was struck with horror, for within that ancient coffin, pulled by the 9 dragons, lay a figure. That figure was none other than myself. He lay there, a mirror image of myself, quietly resting within the ancient coffin. Upon witnessing this scene, my mind erupted in chaos. The 9 dragons, I could beseech you to seek divination. A grave warning echoed. Beware. Do not reveal the secrets to the 9 dragons, for you shall delve into the web of causality. The 9 dragons will entomb you among the heavens, ensnared in the cycles of eternity, never to return. Amidst the turmoil of my thoughts, an array of ancient voices resounded, seemingly cautioning me. 9 dragons would soon arrive to seek my counsel and fate. As the words faded, clarity surged through me, and I abruptly returned to reality. The bronze ancient sword had inexplicably materialized in my grasp. Meanwhile, Li Chengdao, blood gushing from his mouth, sat on the ground, his complexion ashen. He gazed at me in utter disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. How is it possible? I have been defeated. Defeated by a peer. I was invincible. How could I possibly lose? Li Qingdao appeared utterly devastated, unable to fathom the reality before him. As a wanderer of the Taoist realm, how could he ever face such defeat? Chapter 26. The Underworld and the Yin Officer. I was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Li Qingdao collapsed onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression a mixture of horror and disbelief as he gazed at me. The ancient bronze sword was firmly gripped in my hand, feeling as though it had melded with my very essence, allowing me to wield it with effortless grace. The groom, witnessing the spectacle, was rendered speechless. I had, against all odds, triumphed over the formidable figure he had once revered. It was a notion so far-fetched that he could scarcely fathom it. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Li Qingdao's extraordinary prowess, which had left him in awe. Yet now, the tables had turned, and Li Qingdao lay defeated at my hands. The female specter, her hair cascading wildly, looked upon me with an expression of profound astonishment. However, her gaze was imbued with a deeper sense of joy. The realization that I had vanquished Li Qingdao sparked hope within her. Surely, I could rescue her son. She sensed that her child had not yet succumbed to the abyss, but was merely confined by Li Qingdao's malevolent grasp. Standing in the living room, the bronze sword held aloft, I felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if I could cleave the world in two with a single stroke. Beyond the heavens, beyond mere mortals, even Li Qingdao, despite his status as a formidable practitioner of the way, could not claim invincibility over all. With his immense power, he had resorted to unwarranted slaughter. Yet did he not recognize the sorrow that dwelled within these vengeful spirits? Pointing the bronze sword at Li Qingdao, I spoke coldly. This man had once been the former lover of the female ghost, callously abandoning her during her pregnancy, leaving her to perish in the wilderness. In this tragic tale of two lives intertwined, who truly bore the weight of guilt? I once again inquired of Li Qingdao. At that moment, he lifted his head, rising from the ground, and spoke to me. In this world, who truly cares about justice? My duty lies solely in vanquishing demons and maintaining order among mortals. He has erred. Upon his demise, he shall inevitably descend into the abyss of suffering, relegated to the realm of beasts, as a pig or a dog. Ji Jinlong. I have etched this name in my memory. Though you have triumphed over me once, when we meet again, I shall ensure your defeat. As for that infant ghost, I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. Li Qingdao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retrieved a black vial from his bosom, casually tossing it towards me. Instinctively, I caught it. At that moment, Li Qingdao executed the 7-star step and leaped towards the window, astonishingly jumping from the 7th floor. Master Li. Witnessing this scene, the groom was thoroughly alarmed. After all, this was the 7th floor. A fall from such a height would surely be fatal. He hurried to the window's edge, only to see Li Qingdao lightly touching his toes, effortlessly traversing between the buildings. Within mere seconds, he landed gracefully on the ground. The groom, upon witnessing this spectacle, was so astounded that he collapsed onto the ground. Was this still a mere mortal? Could he possibly be a celestial being? Turning to me, the groom's pupils constricted in fear at the thought that the seemingly divine Li Qingdao had succumbed to my prowess. How terrifying must I be? This was the first thought that crossed the groom's mind. Please, do not kill me. I recognize my mistakes. To my astonishment, the groom actually knelt before me. He was engulfed in sheer terror, believing, as Li Qingdao had said, that I was indeed a practitioner of necromancy. I gazed upon the groom's frightened visage. His legs trembled uncontrollably as if seized by a chill, and beads of cold sweat adorned his brow. I even discerned, with a keen eye, moisture seeping through his trousers. Initially, I harbored considerable ire towards this groom for his abandonment, for he sought to obliterate the ghostly woman and their child, wishing to shatter their very souls. Such a lack of humanity was appalling. As I approached, I contemplated administering some form of retribution. However, after hearing Li Qingdao's words, a flicker of doubt ignited within me. As Li Qingdao had articulated, the world operates on the principles of karma and retribution. The debts this groom owed would undoubtedly be addressed in the underworld. In the next life, he would repay the ghostly woman for her suffering. Why should I dwell on his transgressions? You cast her aside, causing her to lose both life and child, and sought to annihilate her very essence. You have forsaken your humanity, rendering yourself less than a beast, yet I shall not punish you. For the universe enforces its own justice. What is owed shall be repaid in kind. Eventually, you will face the consequences of your actions. Holding the ancient bronze sword, I spoke to the groom with an air of indifference. Upon hearing my words, he exhaled a sigh of relief. I ignored him and turned my attention to the ghostly woman, unlocking the soul-binding vial and releasing the infant ghost. The infant ghost bore a countenance shrouded in dark energy, its face ashen, with fangs resembling daggers, and its eyes filled with a menacing glare. As soon as it crawled out of the bottle, it lunged towards the groom with an overwhelming aura of malevolence, dark energy suffusing the entire room. It opened its gaping maw, appearing as if it could devour a head whole. Will you not stop it? I admonished the female ghost coldly. Upon hearing my words, she stepped forward and embraced the infant ghost. To my astonishment, the infant ghost, upon seeing the female ghost, exhibited an unexpected humanity. It clung to her, babbling in ghostly tones, tears glistening in its eyes. Despite its grotesque visage, there was an undeniable charm about it. However, when it turned to face the groom, its ferocious demeanor returned, baring its teeth with a terrifying intensity, causing the groom to cower in the corner, too afraid to even glance at the infant ghost. The matter is resolved. I shall now escort you both to reincarnation. You two have suffered greatly. May you find fortune in your next life. I addressed the female ghost and the infant ghost. Thank you, esteemed one. In this life, I have wronged him. He is the true innocent. I did not allow him even a fleeting glimpse of the world before he became a specter alongside me. I only wish for him to find a good mother in his next life. I am unworthy of such a role. The female ghost's eyes glistened with tears. No matter how fearsome the infant ghost appeared, to her, it was ever so endearing. She gently caressed the infant ghost's head, as though bidding a final farewell. The infant ghost, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, lay in her embrace, radiating happiness, even managing a smile. I could only shake my head and sigh. Addressing the female specter, I intoned, I have summoned emissaries of the netherworld to escort you to the cycle of reincarnation. May you find solace in the afterlife. As these words resonated, I commenced a series of intricate hand gestures, chanting in a rhythmic cadence. By the grace of the Tathagata, spirits and demons shall find respite. Those who defy my will shall witness the mountains crumble. As I invoke the incantation, may the celestial forces manifest, and the celestial army heed my command. Subjugating all spectral forms, a gust of spectral wind arose as my pronouncements reached their culmination. Subsequently, two spectral figures materialized, clad in funerary vestments, each wielding chains of soul binding. Their countenances were pallid, as if coated in a layer of powdered chalk. I have facilitated the resolution of their earthly fixations. Esteemed emissaries, I beseech you, guide them to the subterranean realms, that they may be reborn into new existences. I implored, directing my supplication towards the spectral figures. The emissaries, their faces ashen and gaunt, with orbits of profound darkness, swiftly ensnared the female specter and the infantile wraith with their chains of spiritual confinement. Art thou, Yitian? One queried, its voice a rasping whisper. The elder has entrusted us with a message for thee. Chapter 27. The Gathering Storm of Two Specters. They wielded the soul-binding chains, swiftly ensnaring the female ghost and the infant specter. I had anticipated their descent into the netherworld, yet they appeared not as if summoned by me, but rather as if they had been awaiting my arrival. Who is this old man? I inquired, perplexed by their presence. Wang Kunlun, your grandfather? Replied one of the two specters, a tall and slender figure, in a tone devoid of emotion. My grandfather? Where is he? A wave of shock coursed through me. My grandfather had vanished shortly after my engagement. Now, news was emerging from the underworld. Could it be that he had been residing there all along? Yet, how could that be possible? The underworld is a realm where countless spirits congregate, a place where ordinary mortals cannot exist. You need not concern yourself with that. Wang Lao Yizi wishes to impart this message to you. The words left by Ji Sanqian. Upon your 18th birthday, a dragon will seek you for divination. Remember, you must perform the divination for them, and charge precisely 3 taels and 9 coins, no more, no less. Only after this divination may you reveal your true capabilities. When they depart, seek the first woman you encounter and perform divination for her, without charging a single coin. Then, find a secluded place and immediately lie down to enter a dream. The slender specter spoke to me in a calm manner. As his words hung in the air, a chilling wind began to swirl around us. The 2 emissaries of the underworld brought with them the female specter and the infant spirit, entering the realm of the dead without affording me a moment to process the situation. Ji Sanqian, my grandfather, the final words he left me. A cacophony echoed in my mind, immobilizing me in place. It was indeed the parting message from my grandfather. Yet, what could this message possibly signify? The words of the 2 emissaries left me engulfed in confusion, utterly at a loss. However, they had already departed, leaving me no opportunity to seek clarification. I cast a glance at the groom, lying unconscious on the ground. A faint red mark adorned his brow, hinting at impending calamity. It seemed he was fated to face misfortune shortly. Dismissing him from my thoughts, I grasped my bronze, ancient sword and made my way towards Kunlun Mountain. Since clarity eluded me, I decided to relinquish my attempts at understanding. When I reach the age of 18, everything shall become clear. For now, the paramount concern is to continue seeking the spectral soldiers and enhance my strength. Although I had defeated Li Qingdao in a rather muddled manner, I was acutely aware that my true power was likely on par with his. His defeat stemmed solely from the prowess of this bronze, ancient sword, which bore no relation to my own abilities. In the realm of feng shui, my strength would scarcely measure up against that of the older generation. Despite its seemingly cumbersome appearance, this ancient sword felt remarkably light in my hands. With remarkable ease, I swiftly ascended Kunlun Mountain. Upon careful examination, I noticed that the ancient bronze sword was adorned with an array of intricate patterns. Depictions of fish, insects, birds, and beasts were vividly etched, exuding an aura of the supernatural. What astonished me further was the sword's hilt, which was embedded with several coins. The square holes in the coins seemingly aligning with various formations. These formations included the soul-sealing array, the dragon-slaying array, the release of the Jin array, the Yang protection array, the Yang fury array, the ghost gate array, the corpse array, the 8 Yang array, and the Azure Dragon's Crimson Blood array. Upon realizing this, I was utterly astounded. This ancient bronze sword was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. I even felt it rivaled the might of imperial artifacts. A mere sword encapsulated such a wealth of ancient Taoist formations. How extraordinary was that? Just imagine, while others must utilize talismans to arrange their formations in battle, I could merely wield the bronze sword and channel my thoughts into the coins to summon the array. With the sword's descent, the formation would emerge. Merely contemplating this filled me with dread. Li Qingdao truly gifted me a trésor. With the ancient bronze sword in hand, I ventured further into Kunlun Mountain. Upon entering, I soon encountered numerous figures within the forest. Some were clad in hemp garments, their hair tied back, a sign of the hemp garment sect. Others donned attire reminiscent of ethnic minorities, adorned with various containers, likely affiliated with the Yungu forces. The Qin family of Ur was merely a formidable presence within the realm of Yun Valley. There were others, clad in azure garments or Taoist robes, and even a shaven-headed monk. The sight of the monk stirred a visceral anger within me, for he reminded me of that detestable wine-and-meat monk who had audaciously pilfered a piece of my Soldier-S 5 emperor coins. Various factions had already converged upon the verdant slopes of Qingshan. In my current attire, I appeared rather ordinary and unremarkable, eliciting no attention whatsoever. The forest was expansive, and despite the multitude of people present, encounters were infrequent. However, instead of meeting individuals, I stumbled upon something far more sinister. Not far from me, a weasel emerged. But this particular creature was shrouded in the stench of decay, its eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Its fur had turned an ominous black, exuding a malevolent aura. This weasel appeared as though it had just clawed its way out of grave. A corpse of a demon. I gripped my bronze sword, a frown creasing my brow. Just as my thoughts settled, the weasel sprang into action, moving with remarkable speed, transforming into a shadow of ash. Its malevolent energy palpable as it lunged towards me. Seeking death, I scoffed inwardly, filled with disdain. Even in life, I harbored no fear. How much less so for a mere cadaver? The weasel, despite its swiftness, was met with my bronze sword as it descended upon me. This sword, forged from bronze, could slice through iron as if it were mere clay. With a single stroke, the weasel's body was cleaved in two. As the malevolent aura dissipated, the corpse dissolved, astonishingly leaving behind a bead, the fire spirit pearl. The orb, blood red as if stained by crimson, harbored a flickering flame within, seemingly ablaze. To my surprise, it was a spectral soldier. I hastily bent down to retrieve it, my heart swelling with joy. Fortune had smiled upon me once more, as I had stumbled upon another spectral soldier. Swiftly, I intended to conceal the fire spirit pearl within my bosom. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed from afar. A bald monk, clutching a greasy chicken leg in one hand and a gourd at his waist, approached with an exuberant grin, his face glistening. His laughter was so hearty that it seemed to stretch his mouth to the back of his ears. "Oh no, not you again." Upon sighting this monk, I cursed inwardly and resolved to flee, clutching the fire spirit pearl tightly. "Ah, my young friend, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you again so soon," the portly monk exclaimed, his ample frame moving with surprising agility. Before I could register his movements, he had blocked my path, extending his chubby hand. In an instant, he snatched the fire spirit pearl from my grasp. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, saying, "This object exudes a malevolent aura. It is a perilous weapon. You cannot wield it. Allow me to subdue it and guide it towards the refuge of the Buddha." Chapter 28. The Ancestral Path and the Heavenly Balance. Upon beholding the greasy smile of the rotund monk, I felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with my shoe. However, what infuriated me even more was the audacity with which he had pilfered one of my spectral soldiers. Having already seized my 5 emperor coins, he now dared to take my fire spirit pearl. Such outrageous behavior. He possesses not an ounce of the noble spirit befitting a monk. I seethed through clenched teeth. "Benefactor, our fates are intertwined. It is for this reason that I have chosen to suppress your misfortunes with my own being." The rotund monk clasped his hands together in a gesture of compassion, presenting an appearance of earnestness. Yet, he bore no semblance of an otherworldly sage. "Amitabha, the Buddha saves those with affinity. I see that you, young benefactor, possess a kind visage. Surely we shall meet again." After uttering a Buddhist chant, the portly monk resumed his steps and departed from his place. Watching his retreating figure, I ground my teeth in frustration, hurling curses in his direction. "Curse you, you wretched monk. I foretell a day when you shall find yourself stripped of even your undergarments." I continued my maledictions. "May your sons be born without proper orifices, and your daughters resemble mere airfields. I am but a monk, devoid of the desires for marriage and progeny. No one would covet the possessions of a destitute monk. You worry too much, yet I appreciate your well wishes." Before the rotund monk's form completely faded from view, I was startled to hear his faint laughter echoing in my ears. This revelation sent a shiver down my spine as I gazed at his blurred silhouette. How could I hear him from such a distance? And how was he able to transmit his voice to me, despite the space between us? He is undoubtedly a formidable figure within the Buddhist realm. Yet, he bears no semblance of such a being. Instead, he resembles a rogue. It infuriates me to no end. I have once again been robbed of an item belonging to the spectral soldiers. This occurrence has transpired thrice, and I refuse to believe that a tracking device has been implanted on me, allowing him to ascertain my whereabouts at any given moment. My fury towards the rotund monk is boundless. I have berated him 1,000 times in my thoughts. However, this corpulent monk possesses considerable strength, instilling in me a sense of trepidation. With a darkened expression, I heft my ancient bronze sword and stride purposefully in the opposite direction from the monk. I remain resolute in my disbelief that he could possibly track me. Within the forest, aside from the Maoshan sect, the Longhushan ancestral grounds, and the Moi diviners, which represent various factions of humanity, there are also the descendants of the five immortals, including figures such as Hu, Huang, Lu, and Hui. The signs of the five immortals are not to be underestimated. Each of them carries the legacy of celestial beings. As I traverse through the woods, evading the myriad factions, I hold steadfast to my obsession with the spectral soldiers. If I was able to locate the first and second items, then surely the third shall not elude me. The spectral soldiers here have surged forth from the imperial tomb. It is inconceivable that there are merely one or two items. There must be numerous spectral soldiers. The various factions, moving through the mountains, are undoubtedly in pursuit of these spectral entities. As I search for the spectral soldiers amidst the hills, I also draw ever closer to the imperial tomb. I beheld the heavens shrouded in a menacing gloom, adorned with a resplendent canopy of myriad colors. This spectacle was strikingly apparent. Soon, I laid my eyes upon the true imperial tomb. Upon this revelation, I was rendered speechless, for it starkly contrasted with the reports I had encountered in the news. The site of the imperial tomb was engulfed in darkness, barren and desolate, resembling a forsaken wasteland, a veritable forbidden zone. At its heart lay a gaping abyss, exuding an overwhelming malevolence that seemed almost tangible. Alongside this ominous aura, indistinct forms surged forth, swept out by the malevolent winds. This abyss appeared akin to a portal to the underworld, guarded by countless spectral soldiers. A chilling, obsidian wind swept through the air, unleashing a terrifying aura that ravaged the very fabric of the cosmos. Surrounding this site was a thick shroud of black mist, littered with debris, remains, and skulls. Amidst this murky haze, flickering emerald lights danced like will-o'-the-wisps, perpetually shifting and undulating, rendering the sun above powerless to penetrate this darkness. Around the imperial tomb, various factions unleashed their might, shaking the heavens and the earth in a terrifying display, intent on breaching the tomb's sanctum. The ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain were marked by a colossal banner that blotted out the sky, stained with blood and rustling ominously in the wind. Leading the charge were several esteemed celestial masters of Kunlun Mountain, mounted upon majestic white tigers, exuding an air of formidable authority. These masters conjured a powerful seal, the Dragon Tiger Seal. An infinite cascade of divine lights surged forth, radiating a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by the manifestation of the white tiger and the celestial dragon. Let the heavens and the earth tremble as they vie to rend the imperial tomb, defying the overwhelming malevolence that causes the very tomb to quiver. Clad in resplendent yellow robes, the disciples of the Maoshan sect wield their peach-wood swords, with the 8 trigrams mirror adorning their waists. Their swords radiate a fierce brilliance, while talismans of various hues, yellow, white, purple, silver, are hurled toward the imperial tomb, each descending like a tempestuous wave. In addition to them, there stands a group cloaked in black, shrouding their forms entirely. Behind them looms an endless throng of corpses, pallid and fanged, zombies. Indeed, they are the practitioners of corpse herding, advancing with their inexhaustible legion of the undead toward the imperial tomb. Like a multitude of soldiers, they are engulfed by the oppressive aura of death, pressing forward unflinchingly, undeterred by the specter of mortality. Surrounding the tomb, beyond the forces of humanity, lurk weasels, foxes, snakes, rats, and hedgehogs, all concealed within the underbrush and trees, their eyes fixed hungrily upon the scene. These creatures belong to the faction of the five immortals. This is the ancient sepulchre of our human sovereign. All interlopers, retreat at once. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. A celestial master from Kunlun Mountain, with hair billowing like the wind, exudes an aura as profound as the abyss, his voice resounding like thunder. As he wields the Kunlun seal, he sternly admonishes the spirits, specters, and creatures of the other races. They have united to unveil the imperial tomb, and he is resolute in ensuring that these various factions do not seize the opportunity for gain. The ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain, the Taoist lineage of Mao Shan, and the faction of corpse drivers represent formidable human forces. Their intervention is nothing short of earth-shattering, each clan displaying awe-inspiring powers that evoke a profound sense of shock within me, stirring tumultuous waves in my heart. Is this truly the manifestation of the ancient methodologies passed down through these venerable lineages? Is indeed terrifying. Yet, these illustrious traditions have previously succumbed to the might of my grandfather. Just how formidable was he? As I opened my mouth, I felt parched and could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his strength. It is truly unfathomable that a single individual could dominate half the realm of Tao. Furthermore, my maternal grandfather's Wang family was once equally formidable, rivaling these esteemed lineages. What colossal entity is the Wang family? Previously, I had no concept of such magnitude. Now, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of these various traditions, I have come to realize the extent of my own heritage, which is indeed staggering. Had my grandfather not passed away and had my maternal grandfather's family not fallen for grace, it is likely that, within the realms of Tao and Feng Shui, none could rival my illustrious background. Chapter 29. The heart of the emperor. I concealed myself beneath a hill, distant from the imperial tomb, too fearful to reveal my presence. Nevertheless, even from afar, I could discern the unfolding events with remarkable clarity. The ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain and the ancient sect of Mao Shan, among other venerable factions, had united in their endeavor to unseal the imperial tomb. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the inky black tomb trembled violently, casting forth countless bones, swept away by the chilling winds. In that moment, the very fabric of the heavens and the earth quaked, as if something was amiss. Retreat quickly. The Mao Shan priest, witnessing the chaos above the tomb, was stricken with alarm. He urgently warned his disciples behind him. Above the imperial tomb, the dark winds coalesced into an aura of malevolence, taking on a life of their own. They formed ancient characters that resembled archaic talismans, akin to sacred scriptures. These ancient scripts writhed in the void, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Dragon-shaped glyphs transformed into serpentine dragons soaring through the skies, while phoenix-shaped characters manifested as immortal phoenixes yearning for rebirth. Additionally, human-shaped symbols appeared to enact mystical rites, imparting wisdom and teachings. These venerable inscriptions coalesced above the tomb, imbued with a dense, ominous energy. Their power surged, escalating from a mere whisper of might to a formidable ocean in the blink of an eye. The characters, astonishingly, morphed into independent entities, conjuring extraordinary phenomena that transcended the realms of existence. They transformed into true dragons, divine phoenixes, and ancient beings. Above the imperial tomb, they suddenly unleashed a majestic aura that resonated throughout the surroundings. As a Taoist priest from Mao Shan let out a powerful shout, the disciples from Long Hushan ancestral ground and the corpse guiding sect immediately sensed something amiss. They began to retreat. However, despite their swift reactions, they were a moment too late. In an instant, an immeasurable brilliance erupted from within the imperial tomb, akin to the overwhelming spirit of a sovereign. A kaleidoscope of divine light swept across the heavens and the earth. Some disciples from the Long Hushan ancestral ground, the Mao Shan lineage, and the corpse guiding sect had no time to withdraw. They ignited in flames, collapsing to the ground in agony. Yet it was of no use. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes. This scene was utterly astonishing and tragically brutal. In mere moments, dozens perished, all disciples of formidable factions. Witnessing this, I was equally astounded, feeling a prickling sensation on my scalp and cold sweat trickling down my back. Despite my prolonged cultivation, I had never taken a life. Now, confronted with the fragility of existence, I felt deeply unsettled. The terrified expressions of those disciples as they struggled before their demise sent chills down my spine, igniting an inexplicable trepidation within me. How could this be? The imperial tomb was terrifying beyond belief, even drawing the intervention of a celestial master. Moreover, anomalies had surfaced. The survivors, haunted by their experiences, now regarded the imperial tomb with even greater dread. The Tianshi of Kunlun Mountain and the Tianshi of Maoshan have both made their moves, yet they are utterly unable to stem the tide. The hundreds of zombies from the corpse-driving sect have just been laid to rest on the periphery of the imperial tomb. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, within the imperial tomb, a malevolent aura surged forth as countless corpses were expelled. Alongside these remains, there emerged an array of spectral soldiers, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. From the depths of the imperial tomb, they soared into the open air. These spectral soldiers vaguely coalesced into various forms: weasels, serpents, gray wolves, sparrows. They appeared almost sentient, escaping the tomb and scattering in all directions. Spectral soldiers. They're all spectral soldiers. Which ancient emperor could have possibly birthed such an abundance of spectral warriors? Upon witnessing these emerging spectral soldiers, many wandering cultivators and disciples from various clans were left in profound astonishment. Typically, even a single spectral soldier is exceedingly rare, regarded as a treasured artifact of a clan. Yet now, an astonishing multitude has appeared, leaving all in awe. As soon as these spectral soldiers manifested, the Tianshi from the ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain and Maoshan took immediate action, attempting to seize and subdue them. However, even so, some managed to slip through the cracks, either shooting towards the heavens or vanishing into the forests. Those hidden, wandering cultivators and various factions no longer chose to conceal themselves, opting instead to take action. The sheer number of these spectral soldiers is staggering. They are indeed priceless treasures. Hiss! One spectral soldier unexpectedly flew towards me, and I was instantly filled with joy. In my vicinity, there was hardly a soul. In a moment of urgency, I brandished my ancient bronze sword to intercept a spectral soldier. To my astonishment, this soldier manifested as a small dagger, radiating a green luminescence. The dagger felt somewhat frigid, enveloped in azure mist, as it lay quietly in my grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, I thrust it into my bosom. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. The rotund monk, treading upon fallen leaves, approached with remarkable swiftness, almost suffocating in its intensity. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths once more, for I had reunited with my young companion so swiftly. However, my companion appeared to be ensnared in tribulations, and the monk offered to suppress the calamities for him. Unabashed, the chubby monk's grin stretched from ear to ear, his delight palpable. In the blink of an eye, he stood before me, rendering any thought of escape futile. I scarcely perceived his movements. It was a dizzying blur. In an instant, the verdant dagger rested in his palm. I was utterly aghast, my face paling in disbelief. Who was this monk? His strength was formidable. Yet why resort to theft from my hands? Our destinies seem entwined. I have aided you through 3 tribulations, a sign of celestial will. Why not take me as your master? With a beaming countenance, the monk tucked the dagger away and addressed me. Befriend you? Who do you think you are? Which monastery do you hail from? I would dismantle your temple. I gritted my teeth, consumed by an overwhelming fury. That rotund monk has brazenly seized 3 of my spectral soldiers. I hail from the little western heaven. My Buddha name is infinite. You are destined to cross paths with me. Do visit the little western heaven when you have the chance and utter my Buddha name, and none shall dare to bully you. The plump monk appeared utterly oblivious to my seething resentment. Astonishingly, he boldly proclaimed his own Buddha name. How shameless! Truly, a monk devoid of morality. The name bestowed upon you by your master is indeed fitting. How could I be so unfortunate? I yearn to unleash a swift kick upon that monk's rotund visage. Yet, upon contemplating his formidable strength, I restrain my impulses and hiss through clenched teeth. Thud! 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 Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated within the imperial tomb. With a resounding crash, the very heavens quaked, and the surrounding Kunlun Mountain and Maoshan Tianshi were violently cast aside, unable to approach the imperial tomb. The rhythmic clamor echoed like the beating of a heart throughout this realm. Furthermore, within the imperial tomb, the oppressive aura of death dissipated, giving way to an overwhelming surge of life energy. An inexhaustible vitality surged forth, sweeping through the cosmos. This is, oh heavens, the heart of an emperor. This imperial tomb harbors the heart of an ancient sovereign, defying the heavens, defying the heavens, defying the heavens. The stout monk beside me was taken aback by the sound. As the smile faded, a solemn expression took its place, soon followed by an overwhelming sense of shock. In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, advancing towards the imperial tomb. The emperor's heart. How could this be possible? After so many years, how could the heart still beat? Upon hearing the words of the rotund monk, I was engulfed in astonishment. How could a heart, separated from its host, still possess the ability to thrum? It was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 30. The bronze. After the departure of the corpulent monk, I too took my leave from this place. Observing the monk's expression, it was evident that the emperor's heart, which had manifested within the imperial tomb, held immense significance. His demeanor suggested a gravity that indicated fierce competition would undoubtedly ensue. As anticipated, the rhythmic and measured sound of a heartbeat echoed throughout the tomb. The celestial masters of Kunlun Mountain and the Taoist priests of Maoshan seemed to have an epiphany simultaneously. In that instant, they unleashed a cataclysmic strike. From the ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain, a formidable seal was cast, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if descending from the celestial river of the nine heavens. The Taoist priests of Maoshan conjured numerous seals, suppressing all that lay before them, confining the very fabric of the universe. Ancient and arcane symbols materialized, crushing everything in their path, enveloping them as they surged toward the imperial tomb. Moreover, the practitioners of corpse driving, despite lacking actual corpses, ventured forth alone. These adept corpse drivers had remarkably transformed themselves into impervious entities, invulnerable to blades and fire alike. The descendants of the five immortals could no longer remain passive. They too surged toward the imperial tomb. Such were the formidable capabilities of various clans, truly deserving of the title of immortals, evoking a sense of dread. The heart of the ancient emperor, brimming with imperial fortune, possessed boundless vitality. To consume it would grant eternal life, and in but a day, one could ascend to emperorhood. The emperor's heart, a potential vessel of the great emperor's legacy, could facilitate the establishment of a grand ancient imperial lineage, standing alongside ancestral foundations and Taoist traditions, to become sovereigns and forebears. If I were to obtain the heart of the ancient emperor, I could ascend to the throne in a single day, becoming a titan within the realm of geomancy. Even the resurrected Ji Sanqian would pale in comparison to my might. Surrounding me were voices brimming with desire, all coveting the heart of the ancient emperor. This was merely a fraction of the clamorous sounds I perceived. Numerous exclamations boldly proclaimed that acquiring the heart would grant one immortality. I was utterly astonished. I had not anticipated the sheer terror embodied in this heart. If I were to possess it, would it not mean yet? Barely had this thought crossed my mind when an intense fervor ignited within me, compelling me to step forward and compete for it. However, at that moment, the ancient bronze sword quivered slightly, jolting me back to reality. What had just transpired? A cold sweat broke out across my brow. I had nearly charged forth. This heart of the ancient emperor seemed to possess an otherworldly quality, capable of influencing one's very mind. I glanced towards the imperial tomb and was taken aback. Beyond the renowned masters of Kunlun Mountain and Maoshan, there were countless scattered practitioners and disciples from various factions. They surged forward like a swarm of ants, undeterred by the specter of death, rushing towards the imperial tomb. Yet, as soon as they approached, their bodies were cleaved asunder, blood pouring forth. Even so, the newcomers remained fearless. At this moment, the vicinity around the imperial tomb was already awash in blood, with countless corpses strewn about. The restless souls of those corpses were unexpectedly drawn into the imperial tomb. This scene was truly harrowing. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, overwhelmingly pungent. It was utterly terrifying. I must flee. I dared not linger here. The heart of the ancient emperor was far too eerie. Who could predict what more horrifying powers the heart might possess. I was acutely aware of the presence of formidable figures, the celestial masters of Mount Longhu, the Taoist priests of Maoshan, the powerful corpse carriers, and the descendants of the five immortals, all gathered here. How could we, mere scattered practitioners, possibly vie for the heart of the ancient emperor? It was tantamount to courting death. I turned on my heels and hurriedly departed from this place. I plunged into the forest, where no trace of any other practitioners remained, all having rushed to contend for the heart of the ancient emperor. Within the woods, there was not a single silhouette to be seen. Not even the call of a bird or beast broke the profound silence. My only thought was to escape the imperial tomb as swiftly as possible, not daring to come any closer. If it hadn't been for the bronze ancient sword, I too might have become just another corpse surrounding the tomb. Suddenly, as I fled, something plummeted from the heavens above. Could it be another spectral warrior? I was taken aback, yet filled with a flicker of hope. Could I acquire another spectral warrior before my departure? This time, the plump monk could no longer pursue me, for he was enticed by the heart of the ancient emperor. Engrossed in his contest for the imperial heart, he had no time to concern himself with me. I raced to the spot where the object had fallen and began to excavate the item that had descended. As I gazed upon this object, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. It was merely a piece of bronze, tarnished with verdigris and devoid of any remarkable qualities. Such a wretched item seemed unworthy of my attention, and I almost cast it aside. However, from a distance, a familiar laughter echoed. "Ah, my young friend, what a delightful coincidence it is to meet again. Yet, it appears that misfortune clings to you once more. Alas, out of the kindness of my heart, I shall sacrifice my humble form to help you suppress this calamity." To my astonishment, it was indeed that rotund monk, who had evidently not succumbed to the allure of the heart of the ancient emperor. This revelation unsettled me, as it suggested I had underestimated his prowess. Nevertheless, upon hearing his voice, I refrained from discarding the bronze piece. Instead, I grasped it firmly in my hands. The rotund monk had previously pilfered several of my spectral soldiers, and I yearned to use this bronze piece to vex him in return. In no time, the monk stood before me, extending his hand and inquiring, "Come, young friend, let me see what misfortune has ensnared you this time." I clutched the bronze tightly against my chest and replied, "This treasure is far too precious to be taken by you. Abandon any hope of seizing it." The monk countered with a grin. "Such words are misguided, for I believe your current misfortune is greater than any you have faced before. Quickly, hand it over to me, that I may subdue it, for you cannot handle it." Upon hearing my words, the rotund monk's delight only grew. "Do not entertain such thoughts. Although it may not be of any use to me at this moment, I shall not part with it for nothing. However, you may exchange it for something of value." I addressed the rotund monk. "This is a relic, left behind by my esteemed grandmaster upon his passing. Since we are fated to meet, I bestow it upon you." The plump monk, oblivious to the true nature of the relic, produced a peach pit and audaciously referred to it as a relic. He then reached into my embrace, attempting to seize it. "Relic, your sister's relic. This object is hardly worthy of such a name." My expression darkened in disbelief. This shameless monk spoke in utter absurdity. I had never encountered a person so brazen. He thrust the peach pit into my hand, while simultaneously claiming the piece of bronze from me. "Oh, Amitabha, is this not merely a piece of worthless copper? What nonsense is this supposed treasure?" Upon seeing the bronze piece, the monk's smile abruptly faltered. He gazed at me, having previously assumed it to be a highly valuable treasure, only to discover that it was, in fact, nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. Chapter 31. The Red Emperor Lu Family. Emperor Lu the rotund monk wore an expression of disdain. Nonetheless, he displayed no hint of carelessness, as he employed his spiritual sense to scrutinize the object. Even though the worthless copper showed no signs of reaction, he continued his examination for a considerable duration. Ultimately, he tossed it to me with a casual air. "You may as well keep this trinket," he remarked nonchalantly. I found myself at a loss for words. I had never encountered a monk with such audacity. Merely a piece of worthless copper, and yet he had inspected it for over 10 minutes. Alas, Even the heart of the ancient emperor has appeared. I wonder where the imperial artifacts might be. The rotund monk muttered a few words under his breath before turning away, retreating from the vicinity. In the end, his figure faded from my sight. Worthless copper, indeed. Such mundane objects elicit disdain. I sighed softly as I gazed at the piece of copper in my hand. If one is ordinary, no one will regard them with esteem. However, just as my words fell from my lips, an unexpected surge of warmth coursed through my heart. A stream of white light, akin to a gentle brook, flowed within me, nourishing my flesh, organs, and bones. At that moment, the piece of worthless copper in my hand shed its rust, transforming into a fragment of bronze. Upon this bronze piece, intricate runes and depictions of birds and beasts were engraved. Though it was no larger than a thumb, it radiated an aura of antiquity and grandeur. This bronze fragment resembled remnants of ancient artifacts, perhaps from ceremonial vessels or bells, radiating ineffable and profound Tao resonances. It evoked a sense of antiquity, age-old grandeur, and an atmosphere of sublime vastness. This a treasure of immense value. Upon witnessing this spectacle, my respiration quickened with fervent anticipation. Without hesitation, I clutched the bronze fragment and darted away from the corpulent monk, my trajectory directed towards the emperor's tomb. However, I scarcely deliberated, my sole intention being to evade any further encounter with the portly cleric. Suddenly, as I fled, a subtle, prickling sensation coursed through my hand. Immediately thereafter, the bronze fragment vanished from my grasp, only to materialize within the ethereal expanse of my divine sea. Humans possess divine consciousness, governing the celestial palace and nurturing the divine sea. In ancient times, mighty dignitaries pioneered the divine sea, capable of decapitating enemy commanders from thousands of miles away with a mere thought. I have only just embarked on the path of cultivation. How could I possibly have developed a divine sea? Yet, to my astonishment, I discovered that my divine sea had already manifested, and I could perceive it with clarity. The divine sea resided within the recesses of my mind, a boundless expanse of primordial chaos, resembling a vast and fathomless ocean. Mist swirled, and iridescent clouds shimmered. The bronze fragment hung suspended in the empyrean heights of the divine sea, akin to an immemorial and unyielding monolith, exuding an aura of profound antiquity. Positioned at the very epicenter, it reigned supreme as the sovereign of the divine sea. What manner of treasure is this? Could it be a fragment of an emperor's weapon? My heart surged with both elation and bewilderment. Verily, I had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. To my astonishment, I have managed to navigate the divine sea, effectively propelling myself across several stages of progression. It is akin to attending kindergarten at the same age as others, while some children ride bicycles or are driven by their parents. Yet, I find myself capable of piloting my own aircraft to school. All paths lead to Rome, and I was born in Rome itself. This is the remarkable distinction that bronze has conferred upon me compared to others. The bronze remains steadfast within the divine sea, as immovable as a mountain and as solid as the pillars of heaven. Nothing can disturb it in the slightest. How splendid! Greed can lead to one's downfall, and I can depart from this place to avoid any unforeseen complications. I believe this journey has yielded abundant rewards, rendering my continued presence here unnecessary. This single piece of bronze is sufficient for me to ponder and study at my leisure. However, just as I withdrew from the divine sea, I sensed an ominous shift. Unbeknownst to me, I had drawn perilously close to the imperial tomb. The ground surrounding the tomb was awash in blood, a gruesome spectacle of carnage. With countless bodies strewn about, these corpses encircled the tomb, gradually being consumed by its ominous presence. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood. Yet, in stark contrast, the heavens above were adorned with fluttering petals, a cascade of blossoms filling the air with their fragrant aroma, permeating the surroundings. A azure dragon roared, pulling a golden ancient war chariot that spanned the void. The chariot gleamed with divine radiance, adorned with intricate inscriptions that glimmered with the essence of profound truths. Upon the ancient war chariot stand a woman, draped in ethereal white, her visage concealed by a veil, pure as freshly fallen snow. She resembles a celestial being yearning to ascend to the lofty halls of the moon. This woman possesses an extraordinary beauty, akin to an orchid blossoming in a secluded valley. Incomparably exquisite. As she stands atop the war chariot, her ebony hair dances in the breeze. Her long eyelashes flutter, and her eyes seem veiled in a mist, captivating all who behold her. The immaculate gown envelopes her delicate form, rendering her an embodiment of purity and perfection. I have never encountered a woman of such breathtaking beauty. Her allure transcends mere physical features. It is the innate grace she exudes that leaves one breathless. Her presence is otherworldly, untouched by earthly trivialities, invoking a sense of inadequacy in those who gaze upon her. Moreover, she wields a sword, standing resolutely before the chariot, surveying her surroundings with an air of sovereign authority, reminiscent of a ruler who commands the world. This tomb belongs to my late sovereign, the Red Emperor Liu Bang. I am Liu Jundai, the heir of the Liu family. Who dares to obstruct me? Return the legacy of the Red Emperor and face annihilation. Liu Jundai, clad in snow-white garments, her attire billowing, stands upon the chariot drawn by azure dragons. Her enchanting visage is icy as she casts a disdainful glance at the creatures surrounding the imperial tomb, and in that moment, her voice rings coldly. Little girl, I see your abilities are modest, yet your temper is quite considerable. This imperial tomb has yet to be opened. How can you presume it belongs to your Red Emperor? A celestial master from Kunlun Mountain, mounted upon a majestic white tiger, retorts coolly at this moment. How could they possibly acknowledge this as the tomb of the Red Emperor, relinquishing it to the Liu family? Seek death. Liu Jun Emperor coldly addressed the celestial master of Kunlun Mountain, casting a gaze towards him. Her countenance remained frigid, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, she raised the sword in her hand and with a swift motion, struck down. Boom! A blinding white light enveloped the heavens as the sword's radiance wreaked havoc. The relentless brilliance of the sword cascaded like the Milky Way descending from the celestial firmament, overshadowing a vast expanse of 90,000 miles, striking the heavens with a mighty force. Amidst this cosmic spectacle, an imperial might surged forth, as though a sovereign had descended to rule over the mountains and rivers. The unparalleled majesty rendered all beings before this imperial tomb utterly powerless, causing them to plummet to the ground like dumplings. Thud! With the strike of that sword, the suspended white tiger of Kunlun Mountain was cleaved in twain. Its massive form, akin to a small mountain, fell to the earth, blood flowing like a river. The celestial master of Kunlun Mountain, who had spoken earlier, was also bisected. His eyes bulged wide, eternally unclosed in death. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding beings were struck with astonishment, filled with terror. The imperial weapon, the weapon of the Crimson Emperor, the Crimson Emperor's sword. Once, the Crimson Emperor, in mortal form, had slain the white serpent with his sword, achieving enlightenment and ascending as an emperor. Chapter 32. The heart of the ancient emperor, the heir of the Scarlet Emperor, Liu Jundi, astonishingly cleaved the celestial master of Kunlun Mountain with a single stroke of his sword. The surrounding beings were utterly astounded upon witnessing this feat. They recognized the sword in Liu Jundi's hand. It was, in fact, an imperial weapon, the Scarlet Emperor's sword, a relic left behind by the illustrious Liu Bang. With this sword, Liu Jundi established an awe-inspiring reputation, causing the onlookers to cower and avert their gaze. Even I found myself parched and speechless. Liu Jundi appeared to be of a similar age to mine, yet wielding an imperial weapon, he effortlessly dispatched a celestial master. This was indeed terrifying. I was merely at the nascent stage of my journey, while the celestial master was already a pinnacle figure in the realm of cultivation, standing atop the heights of feng shui. Yet, he was vanquished by Liu Jundi's sword. Was this the might of an imperial weapon? The thought was profoundly chilling. My heart trembled, overwhelmed by the awe of the imperial weapon. My purpose here was solely to retrieve the heart of the former emperor and reclaim the legacy of my Liu family. Whoever dared to obstruct me would face death. Liu Jundi's voice was cold as ice, surveying the surroundings with disdain. As her words fell, she ascended her azure dragon carriage, heading towards the imperial tomb. The heart of the ancient emperor. This is an object that could elevate one to emperorship in a single day, brimming with boundless vitality. The world has long been devoid of emperors. Aside from the imperial weapons, this heart may well be the only remaining artifact associated with emperors in this realm. The heart of the Scarlet Emperor. It is undoubtedly comparable to an elixir of immortality. He had slain the white snake immortal before attaining the path to emperorship. His heart could perhaps grant eternal life to others. The surrounding beings gazed upon the heart of the Scarlet Emperor with palpable envy. Yet, none dared to impede Lu Jun Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor's sword in Lu Jun's grasp exuded an aura of imperial might, reverberating through the heavens, rendering it nearly impossible to behold directly. In that moment, Lu Jun Emperor appeared as if an ancient sovereign had been resurrected, concealed within a thicket. I watched Lu Jun Emperor embody such formidable power. I could not help but feel a profound yearning within. At the same age, Lu Jun commanded respect across the realms, slaying celestial masters, while I remained hidden in the grass, merely gazing upon him. Just as I was lost in contemplation, the unscrupulous, rotund monk unexpectedly found me. He lifted me from the ground with a sudden motion, his face brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Where is that piece of wretched copper?" Upon hearing his inquiry, my heart jolted, anxiety creeping in. Could it be that this portly monk had discerned the extraordinary nature of that bronze? I steeled myself, feigning indifference as I replied, "I tossed it away." "What? By Amitabha, you discarded it." The unscrupulous monk's expression shifted to one of shock and urgency. He grasped me tightly and implored, "Where did you throw it? Take me there at once." His fervent demeanor only solidified my conviction that he might truly possess an eye for treasures, aware of the bronze's exceptional quality. Alas, I had no recollection of where I had carelessly discarded it. I responded nonchalantly, maintaining an air of indifference. Previously, this rotund monk had seized several of my spectral soldiers. Now, witnessing his anxious, almost tearful countenance brings me a peculiar delight. Alas, may the blessings of Amitabha Buddha be upon me. How foolishly I acted. Why did I discard them? I feel an urge to sever my own hand. The plump monk, overwhelmed with regret, bears an expression as bitter as a bitter melon. "Hurry and recall where you cast them away. Whatever you desire, I shall provide," he implores. To my astonishment, the stout monk produced one of the spectral soldiers and placed it into my hand. "This is the 5 emperor coins," he declared, unexpectedly returning it to me. I felt a surge of joy and quickly tucked it away. Turning to the rotund monk, I exclaimed, "Oh, I believe I have a faint recollection. Earlier, I passed through that wooded area." Before I could complete my sentence, the monk swiftly lifted me, transforming into a gust of wind, propelling us to the forest I had indicated with a mere blink of an eye. "Where is it?" the monk urgently inquired. "Let me think a moment. I seem to have forgotten." I rubbed my head and replied, "This is a spectral soldier. Have you recalled anything yet?" The monk, resolute, promptly returned the fire spirit pearl and the verdant dagger to me. I've remembered. It's over there." I pointed randomly in a direction. The stout monk grasped me and soared towards it. "Where is it?" We found ourselves atop a hill, and the monk anxiously questioned me once more. "Do not rush. Allow me a moment to ponder." I feigned contemplation and addressed the portly monk. "Do not think any further. All these are yours. My savings. Quickly, tell this poor monk where that wretched copper is." To my astonishment, the stout monk suddenly produced a soul-locking bell, a spirit-summoning banner, and a corpse-wrapping cloth for the spectral soldiers. He handed them all to me. "What on earth is that wretched copper?" My curiosity piqued, I inquired of the monk. "Do not ask. If you do, I might just take my own life. My hands are too reckless. Why did I discard it?" The monk's face twisted in profound regret, as if my continued questioning would drive him to despair. I recalled. Over there, I remembered a pool, chillingly cold, as if it led to the netherworld. Previously, when the monk had seized my spectral soldiers, I had longed to cast him into that very pool. Now, at last, the opportunity had arisen. Upon hearing my words, the monk seized me and dashed toward that direction. "You wouldn't dare to toss the wretched copper into that pool, would you?" The monk's countenance darkened as he gazed at the still, shadowy waters. devoid of any ripple, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, I nodded, being entirely forthright with the monk. I believe you are the one who is truly reckless. Must you carelessly discard it here? The monk gritted his teeth, looking at me with a fury that suggested he wished to rend me to pieces. I cast it into the water and watched as the droplets danced joyfully. How delightful it was! I was indifferent to the means. Amitabha, I murmured, if I were to cast you in, the splash would surely be grander. Plop! Without a moment's hesitation, the stout monk dove head first into the pool. Witnessing his plunge, I felt no compulsion to linger, and I swiftly turned to flee. Ha ha ha! What splendid fortune! They have all returned. Like a nimble monkey, I leaped among the trees, my heart brimming with joy as I laughed heartily. Previously, the stout monk had snatched my spectral soldiers, yet he returned them all, and even bestowed upon me 3 additional ones. I now possessed a total of 6 spectral soldiers. Boom! Just as I was making my escape, a radiant white light suddenly erupted in the distance. This resplendent light, unparalleled and magnificent, illuminated the realm, transforming the forest into a scene akin to broad daylight. My eyes were met with a dazzling brilliance that rendered them nearly unable to open. It was the purest white. Thud! 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 The sound of a heartbeat resonated through the cosmos once more, increasingly distinct. This rhythm possessed a cadence that compelled one's own heart to echo in response, an experience profoundly mystical. The brilliant white light saturated the surroundings, casting a luminous glow that turned the area into daylight. Yet, from the depths of that white radiance, I beheld a heart the size of a fist, vivid red and glistening, radiant beyond compare. It swirled amidst the crimson glow, enveloped in ethereal mist, transforming the expanse into a vivid scarlet. An inexhaustible essence of life surged forth, causing the trees to grow vigorously. It pulsated akin to the heart of the universe, igniting the heartbeat of all creation. The heart of the ancient emperor. Upon beholding this heart, my breath quickened. Hurry, seize the heart of the ancient emperor. The cold and authoritative voice of Emperor Lu resounded throughout the realm, echoing as if commanding legions. My heart trembled at the sound. The imperial heart radiated with celestial brilliance, rendering even the purest light unable to obscure its splendor. Before my eyes, it gradually magnified, shifting from an indistinct blur to an astonishing clarity. Finally, with a sudden burst, the imperial heart expanded before me, seemingly leaping from the distant source of white light directly into my presence. In an instant, before I could comprehend, it surged into my being. Thump, thump, thump. I could distinctly feel its robust and vigorous rhythm within me. In that moment, I was left astounded. The heart of the ancient emperor had indeed entered my body. Chapter 33. The heart of the bronze town in the distance. Divine light gleamed brilliantly, and celestial radiance shone resplendently. Yet, an overwhelming presence of dark energy surged, accompanied by a torrent of malevolent aura, as countless spirits traversed the shadowy mist. The celestial masters of Kunlun Mountain, the Taoists of Maoshan, and the eminent practitioners of corpse-reviving arts all soared through the void, hastening towards this very location. Lu Jun Emperor, a descendant of the Red Emperor, wielded the Red Emperor's sword, which loomed ominously in the heavens, resembling an insurmountable chasm. With her solitary presence, she overshadowed all, rendering the ancestral lineage of Kunlun Mountain, the Maoshan Taoist sect, the clan of corpse-reviving practitioners, and the heirs of the 5 immortals utterly incapable of surpassing her. Radiating an ethereal brilliance, Lu Jun Emperor stood as a figure of imperial majesty, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Yet in that moment, she suddenly sensed the absence of the ancient emperor's heart, her entire being trembling slightly as her expression shifted for the first time. A blend of shock and fury crossing her features. How could this be possible? Boldness. Who dares to seize my predecessor's heart? Such an act is tantamount to declaring enmity against the Lu family of the Red Emperor. Lu Jun Emperor stood resolutely in the firmament. With a Red Emperor sword in hand, she unleashed a torrent of radiant sword light, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. This strike hung suspended above the world, dimming the brilliance of the sun and moon. The celestial masters of Kunlun Mountain, the Taoists of Maoshan, and the prominent figures of the corpse-reviving clan, in the face of this formidable sword strike, found themselves unable to confront its edge, retreating in alarm, their faces displaying astonishment. The ancient emperor's heart had been subdued. How could this be? Pray tell, which ancient imperial lineage has dared to abduct my ancestors' red emperor heart? Surrender the ancient emperor's heart, and my Lu family shall exchange it for the imperial scriptures, the red emperor scriptures. Lu Jun Emperor, brandishing the imperial weapon, the red emperor sword, stood unwavering in the void. She resembled a female sovereign, her countenance frigid and imbued with an air of authority. At that moment, her voice, icy and resolute, proclaimed her willingness to exchange the imperial scripture for the Crimson Emperor's heart. One could only fathom the profound significance she assigned to the heart of the Crimson Emperor, once an ancient sovereign who reigned supreme, revered by all beings, had long since faded into oblivion. Yet they left behind a legacy of profound doctrines, ancient cultivation texts, and imperial weapons that once dominated the realm. However, none could truly be compared to these ancient emperors. Even a single strand of hair from one of these ancient rulers could incite fierce competition among countless formidable beings. Moreover, what had emerged now was none other than the heart of the Crimson Emperor. This heart still pulsated, as if the Crimson Emperor himself were still alive, an astonishing revelation. As Lu Jun Emperor's chilling words reverberated, chaos erupted beneath Kunlun Mountain in the ancient forest. Those who previously lacked the qualifications to vie for the Emperor's heart, along with a multitude of weaker beings, were now engulfed in sheer terror. In this ancient grove, aside from the descendants of the Crimson Emperor and Lu Jun Emperor, could there truly be other progeny of ancient emperors present? The ability to discreetly secure the Emperor's heart suggested the presence of imperial weapons. Astonishingly, within this mountainous expanse, two imperial weapons had seemingly manifested. Should a conflict arise, it was likely that Kunlun Mountain would be mercilessly ravaged. In this scenario, they would all be mere pawns. They needed to flee swiftly. This was no longer a realm in which they could intervene. The clash of the two ancient imperial houses would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic battle of imperial weapons. The Scarlet Emperor, once a mere mortal, vanquished the White Serpent, and upon achieving enlightenment, ascended to the throne of emperors. His heart is indeed an object of desire. Could it be that he hails from the illustrious White Emperor lineage? Once, the Scarlet Emperor wielded his sword against the son of the White Emperor. Now, the descendants of the Scarlet Emperor have come forth to exact vengeance. In the ancient forest, numerous practitioners, including the enigmatic masters, sorcerers, and wandering cultivators, engaged in fervent discussions. Yet I stood there utterly bewildered, with no inkling of what was transpiring. The heart of the ancient emperor had unexpectedly entered my being. If the descendant of the Scarlet Emperor, Lu Jundi, were to discover this, would he not cleave me in two with a single stroke of his sword? Thankfully, I remained unnoticed. It is perilous, exceedingly perilous. Moreover, that formidable and corpulent monk is a troublesome adversary. I must hasten my departure from this place. My heart raced, filled with an unusual sense of panic. The heart of the Scarlet Emperor had intruded upon my body, a notion I had never anticipated, nor even dared to dream of. Such a treasure is coveted by the ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain, the lineage of Maoshan, and the ancient imperial families. How could I ever presume to lay claim to it? The mere thought was unfathomable. Yet now, this heart of the Scarlet Emperor resides within me, leaving me at a loss for words. Despite my fear, a thrill coursed through me. Fortune favors the bold. This is the heart of the Scarlet Emperor. Should I possess it, I might ascend to greatness, perhaps even achieve imperial status. It is worth noting that even my grandfather and maternal grandfather were unable to claim the title of emperor. As chaos erupted around me, I wasted no time and hurriedly dashed to the side. I needed to escape quickly and return to the Wang family. While I fled, suddenly, I was enveloped by the resonant sound of a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. This sound roared like thunder, shaking my very being, as if I were on the brink of collapsing. Simultaneously, a wave of intense heat surged through me, my blood coursing like a torrent within, my heart pulsating like a drum, pressed against my chest, trembling incessantly. I felt parched, my body ablaze with an overwhelming fervor. Beads of blood emerged upon my skin, rendering me a grotesque figure, akin to a being drenched in crimson, a sight both alarming and surreal. Could it be the heart of the Crimson Emperor? Was I to be consumed by its flames so soon after acquiring it? The excruciating pain coursing through my body jolted me to a stark realization. The ancient emperors were beings of immense power, reigning supreme over their eras, while I was merely a fledgling in the realm of cultivation. How could I possibly contain the essence of an emperor without any preparation? Even celestial masters might struggle to possess such a heart. What chance did I have? I feared that the heart of the emperor would burst forth from my very being, leading to my demise in this place. The agonizing torment compelled me to seek refuge in a concealed location, as I dared not continue my flight. I collapsed on the ground, my body drenched in a river of blood, overwhelmed by an unbearable heat. Even my palms were stained crimson, blood flowing like a small stream. Is this the heart of the Crimson Emperor? Such an intense vitality and boiling blood essence. Yet, I find myself unable to assimilate it, forced to allow it to escape from my body. Witnessing this spectacle filled me with profound discomfort, as though I were on the brink of death. My chest felt as if my heart were about to burst forth. If the heart of the Crimson Emperor were to emerge from my being, a gaping wound would manifest in my chest, likely sealing my fate. I implored it to remain contained. I clutched my chest, desperately trying to prevent my heart from escaping. Without a heart, how could one possibly live? However, despite my efforts, it proved futile. Lowering my gaze, I could even see a fissure forming in my chest. Was it possible that I was destined to perish here? A sense of unwillingness surged within me. I had yet to uncover the truth behind my grandfather's demise. How could I resign myself to death? Suddenly, at that moment, the bronze within my sea of consciousness quivered slightly. Instantly, a refreshing breeze seemed to sweep through my body, calming the turmoil that had consumed me. The heart of the Crimson Emperor also fell into silence. I felt an immense relief wash over me, my heart brimming with astonishment. The bronze had managed to quell the heart of the Crimson Emperor. I leaned against the great tree, concealed within the thicket, my heart overwhelmed with astonishment. This fragmented bronze was astonishingly powerful, capable of suppressing even the heart of the Red Emperor. An edict from the Liu family of the Red Emperor has been issued. Seal off Kunlun Mountain. As long as the heart of the Red Emperor remains unyielding, no one shall descend from the mountain. In the distance, the heavens erupted, and the Red Emperor's sword in the hands of Emperor Liu radiated a blinding white light. Her cold and authoritative voice resonated, declaring the closure of Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 34. The Peacock King in the distant expanse of the heavens, the descendant of the Crimson Emperor. Liu Jun Emperor stood resplendently in the void. The Crimson Emperor's sword loomed majestically above her, resembling a great sun. Her frigid voice reverberated through the mountains and forests, causing every creature that heard it to change countenance, filled with profound indignation. To dare to seal off Kunlun Mountain, this was an infringement upon their freedom. Liu Jun Emperor's actions were undoubtedly excessively tyrannical. Even the ancestral grounds of Longhu Mountain, the Maoshan lineage, and the Taoist sect had never been so overbearing. Yet, Liu Jun Emperor, a member of the younger generation, had the audacity to impose a mountain closure, trapping them all here. The various factions within the woods seethed with fury. Liu Jun Emperor, even as a descendant of the Crimson Emperor, your actions are utterly outrageous. A powerful figure from the corpse-carrying clan, clad in dark iron-like attire, with eyes radiating a shadowy brilliance, addressed Liu Jun Emperor coldly. Boom! As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the four corners of the earth and the nine skies, resonating with an awe-inspiring might. Ancient war chariots materialized, rumbling through the vastness of this realm, reminiscent of the chariot beneath Liu Jun Emperor's feet, pressing down from the heights. The very ground of Kunlun Mountain seemed to tremble incessantly. Upon these ancient war chariots stood venerable elders, their youthful faces adorned with white hair, exuding an ethereal presence. Behind them, great banners fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes, inscribed with a singular, grand character. Lu, the ancient imperial clan. The Crimson Emperor Lu family is an ancient lineage of sovereigns. How could there be only the Lu Jun Emperor? In truth, the Crimson Emperor Lu family has long harbored other formidable beings, safeguarding the four corners, awaiting Lu Jun Emperor to wield the imperial weapon. Yet to win the heart of the Crimson Emperor, they were fully prepared for this eventuality. Who would dare defy His Highness's command? Execution without mercy. Upon the ancient war chariots that emerged from the four directions stood venerable elders, their white hair billowing in the wind. In that moment, their expressions were icy, and they spoke in unison. As their words echoed, one elder suddenly unleashed a boundless divine flame. He conjured a furnace of fire, flames raging as countless embers cascaded downwards. The powerful figure from the corpse driver clan shrieked in agony, the furnace suspended in mid-air, the infinite divine flames pouring forth, incinerating him to ashes before he could react. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were filled with terror. Is this truly the ancient imperial clan, the lineage of emperors? Such fearsome power, even a mighty cannot withstand it. I, hidden amidst the grass, also beheld this horrifying spectacle, my spirit trembling. What shall I do? The Crimson Emperor Lu family has sealed off Kunlun Mountain. I cannot escape. That one powerful figure from the corpse driver clan is comparable to the heavenly master of Kunlun Mountain, yet was so effortlessly subdued by the elder of the Lu family, sending chills down my spine. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency engulfed me. If the mountain were to be sealed, I would have no means to flee. If they were to capture me, they would undoubtedly disembowel me to extract the heart of the Crimson Emperor. For me, this would not be a grand opportunity, but rather a catastrophic calamity. I was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Lu, the empress of the Lu family, stood majestically beneath the heavens, her white gown billowing, black hair dancing lightly, and her eyes, like water, shrouded in a veil of mist. Her ethereal demeanor was transcendent, as if she were a celestial being, evoking a dreamlike quality. Just gazing upon her exquisite presence suggested that, were her veil to be lifted, she would undoubtedly be a beauty of unparalleled grace. Yet, she appeared utterly devoid of emotion, cold and imposing, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred any approach. Four ancient war chariots emerged, guarding the four cardinal directions, rendering the celestial masters of Kunlun Mountain and the Taoists of Maoshan utterly motionless. Among the remaining forces in the forest, the diviners of the Maui, the Yun Valley factions, and the descendants of the Five Immortals, none dared to make a move, as if they had all been subdued by the formidable methods of that antiquated figure from the Lu family. Ha ha ha! The Crimson Emperor Lu family wields immense power. As the Lu family instilled fear across the entire Kunlun Mountain, a resounding laughter echoed from the distant skies. In the distance, a vibrant figure emerged, dazzling with a spectrum of colors and radiating divine light. The entire expanse of heaven and earth was illuminated, transforming it into a realm of the immortals. This figure turned out to be a peacock. The peacock spread its wings and soared, emanating a brilliant seven-colored radiance, its splendor unparalleled. With remarkable speed, it traversed the forest in the blink of an eye. However, upon entering the forest, he astonishingly transformed into a human figure. He was a young man, his black hair billowing, towering like a mountain, exuding an unmatched aura of dominance. Within his eyes, a divine light shimmered. Simply standing there, he emanated an overwhelming presence, harmonizing with the cosmos, as if he could stir the very mountains and rivers. Is the Red Emperor Lu family truly so tyrannical? This is indeed my first encounter. The young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Emperor Lu and the others without a hint of fear, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Peacock King of the demon race. As the young man materialized, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the forest. They beheld the figure above in the heavens, their voices trembling. This was a formidable giant of the demon race, crowned as king by virtue of his peacock lineage, capable of transforming into human form. In the realms of Feng Shui and Dao, his illustrious reputation had long been established. He ascended to kingship 8 centuries ago, reigning supreme across the entire Dao realm. Even the imperial families were powerless against him. He is one of the most notable figures among the demon race. When one speaks of demons, the Peacock King inevitably comes to mind. The demon race. This world is indeed unfathomable. Beneath the tranquil fade of the metropolis, there lie spirits, strange creatures, demons, and various ancient families passed down through generations. I gazed up at the Peacock King, my heart filled with profound astonishment. Previously, I had only encountered such tales within ancient texts. Yet, those accounts felt akin to mere fiction. Upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain and witnessing these events firsthand, I have come to realize that the unknowns of this world far exceed my imagination. Peacock King, do you intend to impede the Lu family in our quest for the heart of the Red Emperor? Lu Jundao, casting a cold gaze upon the Peacock King, spoke with unwavering resolve. Her ebony tresses danced upon her visage, and even in the presence of the towering Peacock King, she exhibited no fear. The heart of the Red Emperor? How preposterous! That relic was left by the ancient emperors. Who can say which ancient emperor bequeathed it? You Lu family harbor delusions of seizing it for yourselves. The Peacock King, his dark hair billowing, unleashed a fierce glare suffused with azure light, emanating an aura that seemed capable of overwhelming mountains and rivers. As his words echoed, he extended a hand, as if to shroud the heavens. Behind him, a magnificent silhouette of a peacock ascended, its wings unfurling towards the sky, exuding a terrifying force that shattered ancient trees in its wake. Without further ado, he launched an assault against the Red Emperor Lu family. I concealed myself beneath a tree, gazing in awe at the Peacock King and the formidable figures from the Lu family, my heart racing with exhilaration. In that very moment, the heart of the Red Emperor inexplicably pulsated once more fiercely than before, ripping through my chest and causing blood to surge forth, crimson and profuse. Chapter 35. Escape to heaven with a thunderous roar. The sky above shimmered with divine light, unfurling countless runes and incantations that pressed down upon the void. Both Emperor Lu and the ancient members of the Lu family felt a subtle shift in their expressions, their apprehension palpable. They dared not underestimate the presence before them. The Peacock King of the Demon Clan. For 8 centuries, he had dominated the Dao realm, an unstoppable force, daring to confront the imperial lineage alone. Without the emergence of imperial weapons, none could hope to restrain the Peacock King. At that moment, the members of the Qi Emperor Lu family sprang into action, striving to combat the Peacock King. Emperor Lu himself wielded an imperial weapon, determined to confront this formidable foe. Witnessing this scene, the other factions hidden within the mountains quaked in fear, knowing they could no longer afford to remain. The appearance of the Peacock King had undoubtedly provided them with an opportunity to flee from Kunlun Mountain. For me, this too was a fortuitous chance. Yet, my heart felt as though it were fracturing, the urge to cry out almost overwhelming. In this critical juncture, the bronze artifact manifested its power once more, successfully suppressing the heart of the ancient emperor. Leaning against a tree, I took a moment to regain my composure before hastily fleeing the scene. The essence of Yangming surged within me, a divine force concealing my presence, allowing me to blend into the shadows. With the incantation of the spirit rune, I vanished without a trace, defying all who would oppose. Commanding the heavenly soldiers to ascend, I took flight. A gust of wind swept beneath my feet, propelling me directly toward the Wang family. This journey felt akin to a sprint, almost as if I were soaring through the air. Never before had I experienced such a fierce desire for survival. I was truly frightened by the Crimson Emperor Lu family just moments ago. If they were to seal the mountains and truly locate me, my survival would be utterly impossible. At this juncture, it presents itself as a remarkable opportunity for escape. As I emerged from the Kunlun Mountain, I could still witness brilliant white lights bursting forth, reminiscent of fireworks. The Peacock King is indeed terrifying. He single-handedly contended against the 4 ancient relics of the Liu family, as well as the Liu Jun Emperor wielding an imperial weapon. I traversed this path without pause, and within mere minutes, I returned to the Wang family estate, firmly securing the door behind me. Upon reaching my room, I finally exhaled in relief. I sat upon a chair, panting heavily, my heart racing. Sweat poured from my brow, droplets cascading down like pearls. It was exhilarating, yet as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. No one could have anticipated that I would emerge as the greatest beneficiary from this imperial tomb expedition. 6 spectral soldiers, and the heart of the ancient emperor. This relic once commanded an era, revered by all beings, embodying the essence of imperial lineage. Leaning back in my chair, despite the exhaustion, elation surged within me. Initially, I had merely intended to serendipitously acquire some spectral soldiers, yet I unexpectedly obtained the heart of the Crimson Emperor. Not only did I reap significant rewards, but I also gained profound insights. It appears this world is astonishingly unfathomable. The Peacock King, the descendant of the Crimson Emperor, Liu Jun Emperor, and the heirs of the 5 immortals. My heart sways, as if I am ensnared in a dream. Yet I ponder, how does my grandfather, a veritable titan in the realm of Tao, compare to the King of Peacocks? I am reminded of the legends surrounding him, tales that have accompanied me since childhood, both whispered in my ear and inscribed in the pages of books. It is no exaggeration to declare my grandfather as a pillar of the Taoist world. He undoubtedly surpasses the King of Peacocks. I nod in affirmation, still feeling that my grandfather is indeed more formidable. After reclining in my chair and allowing myself a moment of relaxation, I retrieved several items of supernatural significance. 6 Yin soldiers, along with an ancient bronze sword. The Yin soldiers comprise 5 imperial coins, a fire spirit pearl, a verdant sword, a soul-locking bell, a soul-summoning banner, and a burial shroud. Each of these treasures possesses an extraordinary value. However, what astonishes me the most is the ancient bronze sword, a precious gift bestowed upon me by Li Qingdao, a revered figure in the Taoist community. Yet, I remain oblivious to the true origins of this sword. Subsequently, I settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and closed my eyes in meditation. After a brief moment, I beheld my divine sea, a vast expanse of chaos akin to an ocean. Amidst this oceanic expanse, a bronze slab emerged. However, the heart of the Red Emperor, I know not when, had inexplicably found its way beside the bronze slab. The heart of the Red Emperor, shrouded in crimson mist, radiates with celestial brilliance. In this vast divine sea, myriad hues of dawn illuminate the surroundings, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Although it is but a heart, it shines with the luster of a precious gem. Upon merely gazing at it, I was enveloped by an inexhaustible vitality and essence. The bronze tablet resided at the heart of my vast sea of consciousness, suspended beside a block of bronze. At this moment, the heart of the Crimson Emperor remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any tremor. What could this bronze truly be? It possesses the ability to suppress even the heart of the Crimson Emperor. As I contemplated the bronze, a sense of bewilderment stirred within me. Suddenly, just as I was lost in thought, the bronze block began to quiver ever so slightly. In the next instant, I beheld the emergence of another entity within my ocean of consciousness, an ancient bronze sword. It materialized beside the bronze block. At this juncture, the bronze block occupied the center of the vast sea, with the heart of the Crimson Emperor to its left and the ancient bronze sword to its right. The two stood like sentinels, guarding the bronze block and ensuring its safety. This scene left me utterly astonished, completely unprepared for such an occurrence. I had been anticipating whether those spectral soldiers could be drawn into this realm. However, since the arrival of the ancient bronze sword, the bronze block fell into silence. This perplexed me greatly. Though the sea of consciousness was indeed forged by the bronze block for my sake, I couldn't shake the feeling that the sea resembled its dominion, one that I could not control. I withdrew from the sea of consciousness and gazed upon the 6 spectral soldiers laid upon the table, my heart filled with a sense of helplessness. These spectral soldiers, capable of inciting madness in the realm of the Tao, had seemingly been rejected by the bronze block. I find myself wondering about Wang Jun. It reminds me of my rather frugal uncle. Before my departure, it seemed he had yet to regain consciousness. I am uncertain whether he has awakened now. Though I harbor no particular fondness for him, he is nonetheless my uncle. Upon recalling Wang Jun, I put away the shadowy beings and made my way outside. As I stepped through the doorway, I was greeted by the sight of Wang Jun, bandaging his wounds, approaching me. I just heard you return home. I thought I should come and give you a warning. Presently, Jinling is far from tranquil, plagued by malevolent spirits and wandering ghosts. It would be wise for you to remain within the Wang residence and venture out as little as possible to avoid unforeseen dangers. Our family is protected by formidable individuals. Those vile entities dare not approach. Wang Jun gazed at me, his expression grave as he spoke. After finishing his words, he limped away. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He likely remains unaware that the so-called formidable protector of the Wang family is, in fact, me. Moreover, I have just escaped from a perilous situation, returning to the Wang household. Having left Kunlun Mountain, I should be beyond immediate danger. Yet, I remain concerned about the Liu family of the Red Emperor and the Peacock King. I must inquire about their well-being. Additionally, I must visit the Nangong family. Since you, Nangong, are still being pressured by the Chun family of Yanggu, and given our intertwined fates, how could I stand idly by while you fall into their clutches? Chapter 36. The Nangong family. In recent days, I have been tirelessly traversing the outside world. I indulged in a restful slumber, and upon the arrival of the next dawn, I rose early, greeted by the gentle morning light, and performed a set of calisthenics. Afterward, I departed from the Wang residence, and, following a hearty breakfast, set my course toward the Nangong family. Nangong Iran is not marrying into the Chun family of her own volition. Rather, she is being coerced by them. As she is the betrothed chosen for me by my grandfather, I cannot simply stand by and allow her to be subjected to such duress. This time, I resolved to clarify matters with Nangong Zhang. Having taken a moment to reflect, I have come to understand my grandfather's intentions in arranging this marriage. I have witnessed the presence of illustrious figures such as the Tianshi of Kunlun Mountain, the Taoist master Mao Shan, and the Peacock King. My respect for my grandfather has grown immensely, for he was hailed as the foremost individual following my grandfather's passing. His decisions undoubtedly carry profound reasoning. I am reluctant to jeopardize my grandfather's affairs due to my impulsive emotions. The Nangong family, being the preeminent household in Jinling, is easily located with but a modicum of inquiry. I journeyed by car to a luxurious villa district where the Nangong family resides. This area is renowned as a new affluent enclave in Jinling, encircled by a river that connects to the Qinglong River, resembling an azure dragon coiling around the villas. This is indeed the auspicious sign of the azure dragon emerging from the sea. Moreover, this river inherits the legacy of the affluent district where the Wang family once resided, specifically the Qinglong River. This holds deeper significance, symbolizing the transition between the old and the new, as well as the ebb and flow of fortune. Following the decline of the Wang family, numerous wealthy individuals abandoned that former enclave and purchased villas within the territory of the Nangong family, driven by this very belief. Surrounding these villas are not only the auspicious formations of the Qinglong emerging from the sea, but also the 7 stars encircling the moon. Nearby, 7 pavilions have been erected, strategically positioned to align with the 7 stars, thus encircling the entire villa complex. The 7 stars encircling the moon is said to bestow blessings upon future generations, ensuring a continuous flow of fortune and clarity of vision. The configurations of both the Qinglong emerging from the sea and the 7 stars encircling the moon are intricate, not easily orchestrated by an ordinary feng shui master. It appears that the developers invested considerable effort into the creation of this villa district. After observing for a while, I made my way toward the entrance of the villa complex. The security here is exceptionally stringent. Just as I was about to enter, I was halted by a security guard. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The burly middle-aged guard, sporting a buzz cut and bearing a scar across his face, appeared quite intimidating. He stepped out from the guard booth and pointed at me, his voice cold and commanding. I refrained from engaging in unnecessary conversation and produced the black gold card previously entrusted to me by Nangong Zheng. I am here to speak with Nangong Zheng regarding a matter. The guard, unlike others I had encountered, displayed keen discernment and immediately recognized the significance of the black gold card. "Please come in," he replied. Subsequently, I ventured directly into the villa district, making my way towards the residence of the Nangong family. Undoubtedly, the Nangong family stands as the foremost affluent household in Jinling. Their abode is situated in the very heart of this villa enclave, occupying the largest villa among them all. Indeed, it is a manifestation of the principle of the moon surrounded by stars. This arrangement exemplifies a particular feng shui configuration. As I gazed upon the villa, I could discern a faint golden radiance emanating from it, as if it were concealing treasures of gold within. Beneath this villa, in the four cardinal directions, one could easily surmise the presence of four golden toads, poised to amass wealth. This is the wealth-attracting configuration of the golden toad. Instantly, I was reminded of this feng shui arrangement. Not only does it require the expertise of a feng shui master, but it also necessitates that the homeowner possesses formidable fortune to sustain such a setup. Moreover, atop the golden toad wealth-attracting configuration lies an even more formidable arrangement known as the Tao Tai Devouring Heaven Formation. This particular configuration is seldom witnessed, as very few can withstand its power. Should one fall victim to its backlash, the consequences could range from mere demise to the annihilation of one's lineage. The Nangong family is indeed basking in abundant fortune. The golden glow radiating from their estate rivals the collective auspicious energy of the surrounding area. Although I harbor no particular admiration for the Nangong family, I cannot deny the undeniable prosperity that envelopes them, surpassing that of all others. This indicates that the Nangong family is not destined for decline. Rather, they are poised for continual ascent. Upon the walls of the Nangong villa, I also observed several luminous objects, tortoise shells embedded within the structure. This signifies the Xuanwu suppressing heaven formation. Each individual turtle shell symbolizes Xuanwu embedded upon the surrounding walls, safeguarding the Nangong family from the encroachment of malevolent spirits and phantoms. As I gazed upon the scene, I could discern intricate and mysterious runes interwoven, enveloping the Nangong family within their protective embrace. The entire Nangong residence appeared as if it were sheltered beneath the vast form of a formidable Xuanwu. Such impressive measures. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. I mused to myself before ringing the doorbell of the Nangong estate. Ding, ding. The doorbell chimed several times. Soon, the grand entrance opened automatically, and Nangong Zheng stood before me. Upon recognizing me, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What brings you here?" He had anticipated the arrival of a distinguished figure from my Wang family, not expecting it to be me, Ji Tian. I informed Nangong Zheng that my family's esteemed individual, wishing to avoid trouble, had sent me in their stead a premeditated explanation I had prepared. Nangong Zheng, slightly perturbed yet reluctant, nonetheless invited me in. As his words concluded, I followed him into the Nangong residence. Upon entering, I was greeted by an abundance of bamboo lining the pathway. In the distance, a fountain featured a Xuanwu bronze statue, gracefully spouting water. Additionally, there was an artificial lake, modest in size, yet ample enough to accommodate several individuals comfortably. One cannot deny that the Nangong family villa is indeed quite spacious. This villa seamlessly blends the architectural elegance of Western villas with the intricate design of ancient pavilions, rendering it exceptionally suitable for contemporary living. In stark contrast, the royal abode embodies the essence of ancient residences, devoid of any modern design elements. Accompanying Nangong Zheng, we entered the opulent hall, which exuded grandeur. The hall was adorned with lavish chandeliers that imparted a sense of ostentatious splendor. Luxurious leather sofas were arranged along both sides, where numerous guests were seated. As I stepped inside, I immediately recognized them. Chun Chung of the Yunguchun family and the venerable elder in traditional Tang attire, Chen Shan. Among them sat Nangong Iran, who upon noticing my presence was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in delight, Jitian. However, as her words lingered in the air, she seemed to recollect something, lowering her gaze and refraining from meeting my eyes, as if she were a child who had committed a transgression. Chapter 37. Breach of trust. Upon witnessing Nangong, Iran's current demeanor, an inexplicable pang of sympathy surged within me. I felt that she was exceedingly pitiful. Moreover, I recalled the letter she wished to bestow upon me, but hesitated to do so. Although Nangong, Iran lowered her head, the expressions of Nangong Zheng and Chun family members, Chun Sheng and Chun Shan, were equally grim, as though they were scrutinizing a criminal. Humph! Chun Shan cast a glance in my direction, snorted coldly, and then stated, "Do you still dare to come here? Do you truly believe that the Wang family possesses any formidable individuals?" When I was at the Wang family, I had been deceived, only later realizing I had been frightened into submission. I directed my gaze towards Chun Shan. Back at the Wang family, he had trembled in fear and knelt down. Yet now he boldly claimed that the Wang family lacked any exceptional talents. Presently, in Jinling, with the emergence of a treasured relic, individuals from all walks of life have converged in the city. That female ghost is not nurtured by your Wang family, but rather by others. Your Wang family, relying on borrowed power, has now fallen to such a level. How could there possibly still be any formidable individuals? Chun Sheng also regarded me with a sneer, his eyes betraying disdain. I furrowed my brow slightly. They had audaciously categorized that female ghost as someone raised by others. Nevertheless, I paid them little heed. I regarded Nangong Zheng and spoke. "The esteemed individuals of the Wang family have commanded me to bring this black gold card to collect the remuneration you owe them." Although they had never personally witnessed the prowess of the Wang family's esteemed figures. However, Nangong Zheng had indeed encountered him and was aware that the esteemed figure from the Wang family was named Ji Jinlong. Yet as my words fell, a look of hesitation clouded Nangong Zheng's face. He glanced at the two members of the Chun family and then turned to me, saying, "Chi Tian, it is not that I don't trust you, but rather that you may not have had any contact and are completely unaware. The situation in Jinling is precarious. Your arrival here alone makes it hard for me to believe you. If your Wang family truly possesses a distinguished individual, I implore you to have him come in person." I gazed at Nangong Zheng, my brows slightly furrowed. He had personally met Ji Jinlong, and now he seemed to want to evade responsibility. To suggest that a distinguished figure from the Wang family should come to this place? What was his intent? Could it be that he was unwilling to acknowledge that Nangong Iran had been taken back by the esteemed figure from the Wang family? I looked at Nangong Zheng and spoke. "Moreover, the esteemed figure informed me that you previously stated, as long as Nangong Iran could be rescued, you would permit her to marry me. The esteemed figure sent me here to reclaim the reward and restore the engagement." Upon seeing Nangong Zheng, he shockingly denied it. A flicker of anger stirred within me. I decided to reveal my true intentions for coming here. I was eager to see just how high Nangong Zheng and his associates could leap. As my words settled, I noticed Nangong Iran suddenly lift her head. A look of surprise illuminated her features, but quickly faded as she lowered her gaze once more. Nangong Zheng's expression turned exceedingly grim. Chun Shan and Chun Sheng, both exhibiting a frigid demeanor, cast their gaze upon Nangong Zheng. Impossible. A mere delusion. Neither Nangong Zheng, Chun Shan, nor Chun Sheng had uttered a word. Yet unexpectedly, another voice emerged. Tap, tap. As the sound resonated, the rhythmic clacking of high heels against the floor filled the air. I turned my attention towards the source of the noise. A strikingly beautiful woman, resembling Nangong Iran, descended from the upper floor. With an expression of disdain, she locked eyes with me and proclaimed, "You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to aspire to ascend the ranks of the Nangong family." The woman who had just arrived was unmistakably Wang Qing, the mother of Nangong Iran. She frequently accompanied Nangong Zheng to various events and had graced many headlines. Upon her appearance, I was momentarily taken aback. Wang Qing's complexion was pallid, and a sinister aura enveloped her, lingering ominously. Behind her, an ethereal weasel shadow clung tightly to her neck. However, This was no ordinary weasel spirit. It was a form of goo, a sinister entity. Within the shadow of the weasel, I discerned another dark figure, affixed to Wang Qing's neck. This was the ghost goo, nourished by spirits, wielding boundless power. The factions of Yungu were adept in the art of goo, with the Chun family being a significant force within Yungu, while Chun Shan and Chun Sheng remained present. Wang Qing was ensnared by goo. I recognized with clarity that this ghost goo had been cast by Chun Shan. The notion that you would still wish to marry my dear Ihan is nothing short of delusional. Have you taken a moment to reflect upon yourself? Do you truly believe yourself worthy? Wang Qing, adorned in her elegant qipao, descended gracefully, approaching me with an accusatory finger pointed at my nose. Zhenggu, does he not seek compensation? Provide him with a mere few dozen yuan for his taxi fare and send him home. What kind of so-called expert from the Wang family is he, unable even to protect his own family? Huh! Wang Qing's expression was one of utter disdain, barely sparing me a glance. Though I held no regard for them, their continuous provocations began to ignite a flicker of irritation within me. I turned my gaze toward Nangong Zheng and inquired, "Are you negating the words spoken that day? Are you unwilling to fulfill your promise?" Among the gathered crowd, only Nangong Zheng had encountered the esteemed figures of the Wang family. I was curious to see if his confidence stemmed from the support of the Chun family, as he seemed utterly indifferent to my family's standing. Had it not been for the Wang family, Nangong Zheng would merely be a modest vendor, far from the wealth of being the richest in Jinling. Ji Tian, I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Let your esteemed Wang family expert come forth, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill my end of the bargain. You, however, are simply not worthy. Nangong Zheng appeared visibly perturbed by my challenge, reverting to his former icy demeanor. How fascinating it was. This entire scenario mirrored the predictions of my family's esteemed expert. The words I carried from my family sage were as follows: "The curse that harms others also injures oneself. When the drum is struck, one remains oblivious. Should one sever their head one fateful day, regret will come too late, and the heart shall lament." After my words fell, I turned and strode towards the entrance. What nonsense! Such pretentiousness! Wang Qing, observing my retreating figure, muttered in frustration, utterly oblivious to the meaning behind it. Chun Shan and Chun Sheng exchanged glances, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld the ghostly entity behind Wang Qing. Nangong Zheng, cold as ice, appeared incensed by my apparent disrespect towards him. Yet, Nangong continued to gaze at my departing silhouette, her beautiful eyes narrowed in determination. I paid no heed to their reactions and stepped outside the villa. I then sought a vantage point from which to observe the hidden grounds of the Nangong estate. Those who breach their promises must bear the consequences, I declared coldly. I then summoned an ethereal soldier. As I command, let spirits and demons heed my call. Should they defy me, let mountains and stones crumble. Reciting the incantation, I invoked the celestial powers. Heed my command, O spirits and demons, and manifest swiftly. With a decisive command, I exclaimed, "Go forth to the Nangong estate." Chapter 38. The sword cuts the ghostly goo. This entity of the spectral soldiers is known as the 5 Emperor coins. Utilizing one of the 9 secrets, the weapon's secret, I commanded the 5 Emperor coins to descend upon the 5 cardinal points of the Nangong family. These 5 points correspond to the celestial aspects of feng shui, and once secured, they can obstruct the flow of fortune. However, my intentions lie beyond this. Presently, in Jinling, a multitude of individuals have gathered, yet none have departed. Should spectral soldiers suddenly appear here, they would undoubtedly draw the attention of all present. Chun Shan dares to wield ghostly goo to harm ordinary people, which is a grave taboo within the realm of Taoism. For the ghostly goo not only consumes fortune, but also devours the essence of reincarnation. This implies that if one were to fall victim to the ghostly goo, their next life would be fraught with misfortune. The practice of ghostly goo is considered a forbidden art within the Cloud Valley, fundamentally relegated to the shadows. With so many esteemed figures of righteousness in Jinling, should they witness this, they would undoubtedly eradicate the ghostly goo, resulting in severe repercussions for Qinshan. Among the 5 Emperor coins, for spectral soldiers. But I have also included one that, while not a spectral soldier, is still regarded as an antique. These 5 coins emanate waves of spectral energy as they settle into their respective positions. As they touched the ground, I observed the Nangong family's villa being enveloped in a sudden shroud of gloom. Billowing spectral energy hung overhead like ominous clouds poised to collapse, and within this dark mist, flashes of ethereal light shimmered. This light is the unique celestial glow of the spectral soldiers. Those with a discerning eye would undoubtedly recognize the ominous presence of spirits upon witnessing the unfolding scene, prompting them to hasten towards this vicinity. As fate would have it, shortly after I had set my plans in motion, an elderly beggar clad in tattered garments approached. This was a renowned affluent area of Jinling. It was inconceivable for a beggar to wander here. This individual could not possibly be an ordinary vagrant. The manifestation of spirits here was indeed fortuitous. The beggar, with a furtive glance around, ultimately lifted his gaze toward the villa of the Nangong family and proceeded in that direction. Not long after the beggar's departure, another figure emerged, a middle-aged man attired in a formal suit, exuding an air of sophistication and prestige, unmistakably not an ordinary person. Could it be that the Nangong household harbored spirits? The middle-aged man appeared to be someone accustomed to high status, likely a resident of this exclusive enclave, and he too made his way directly to the Nangong residence. Subsequently, a steady stream of individuals began to appear, most of whom were dressed as commoners, their appearances betraying no indication of being adept in the realm of geomancy. Among them, I spotted a familiar face, Li Chengdao. He had also arrived at this location, carrying an empty sword sheath upon his back. His countenance was as cold as ice, and he strode purposefully towards the Nangong family home. The fact that he was present in this area left me with a sense of perplexity. Yet this fellow, so devoid of sentiment, was solely focused on vanquishing demons and eradicating evil. If one were to encounter the malevolent spirit behind Wang Qing, it would undoubtedly be eradicated without hesitation. At that juncture, Chen Shan would face the consequences. It was about time. Noticing the considerable number of people who had already arrived, I too began my journey towards the Nangong residence. However, I had taken the liberty of donning a simple disguise. Upon my arrival at the threshold of the Nangong estate, I observed that a substantial gathering had already convened within the courtyard. Among them were Nangong Zheng, Chun Shan, Chun Cheng, Wang Qing, and Nangong Iran. Their astonishment was palpable as they beheld the sudden influx of guests, leaving them utterly bewildered. Yet amidst the crowd, some had discerned the sinister presence of the malevolent spirit behind Wang Qing. A malevolent spirit? How dare you employ such dark sorcery upon ordinary folk? A formidable middle-aged gentleman, clad in a tailored suit, cast a cold glare at Chen Shan and demanded an explanation. As his words echoed, gasps of shock reverberated through the assembly. Some, lacking the requisite insight, could not perceive the malevolent spirit, but the tales of its dread had reached many ears. Upon hearing the mention of it, their astonishment grew, and they turned their gaze towards Chen Shan. A malevolent spirit? This is a forbidden art, prescribed by the Yingu. How could the Chun family dare to wield such dark powers? Such audacity to cast a malevolent spirit upon ordinary people. This threatens to ruin their fortunes for 3 generations. Is it not true that the Chun family maintains a close alliance with the Nangong family? How could they resort to such treachery? In the courtyard of the Nangong family, a group of individuals stood, clad in various attire, engaged in hushed discussions. Among them, only a few bore expressions as frigid as ice, casting their gazes upon Chen Shan, their thoughts inscrutable. Upon realizing he had been exposed, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Shan's brow. You must be mistaken. How could I possibly be the one to employ a ghostly curse? She inadvertently fell victim to it and sought my assistance to dispel it. Chen Shan hastily protested, knowing full well he could never admit to such a thing. Had it not been for their unexpected arrival, catching him off guard, he would have typically concealed the existence of the ghostly curse. Chen Shan, what on earth is happening? I expect an explanation. At that moment, Nangong Zheng's demeanor turned icy. He fixed his steely gaze upon Chen Shan, his voice a chilling inquiry. The audacity of someone to harm his wife right under his nose, disregarding him entirely, was intolerable. Zheng Ge, I inadvertently provoked a powerful figure, which resulted in the ghostly curse being placed upon me. Shanggu has been tirelessly seeking ways to eliminate it. Wang Qing interjected hastily, attempting to clarify the situation to Nangong Zheng. Such ghostly nonsense. You are no longer yourself. Li Chengdao stepped forward, his tone frigid as he regarded Wang Qing with a disdainful scoff. To uncover who cast this ghostly curse is rather simple. With that, Li Chengdao advanced, a cold resolve evident in his demeanor as he positioned himself directly behind Wang Qing. With an imposing presence, the sun ascends from the east, and I bestow upon you a talisman to eradicate all malevolence. With a voice that echoes like the mountains ablaze, I conjure the light of the talisman to vanquish the fiends that pervade the heavens across ages, breaking the scourge with the might of adamantine. I subdue the demons and the deceased, transforming them into harbingers of good fortune. Li Qingdao, with fingers poised as a sword, intoned incantations that radiated a brilliant aura, divine light swirling around him. Suddenly, with a decisive stroke, he cleaved at the ghostly curse. The brilliance of the sword surged like a tempest, blindingly radiant, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. Stop! Chun Shan, witnessing the spectacle, hastily attempted to intervene. Yet it was too late. Li Qingdao, a revered disciple of the Taoist sect, symbolizing the future of the spiritual path, was far from ordinary. With a swift motion, he brought his sword down, and the ghostly curse emitted a chilling wail. Rife with terror, as it attempted to flee, it was cleaved in twain by the luminous blade. Ultimately, a small mass of darkness fell to the ground, instantaneously transforming into a pool of crimson. In that very moment, as the ghostly curse met its demise, Qin Shan coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backward, until he was steadied by Chun Sheng. Who are you? How dare you provoke the Chun family of Yungu? You are courting death. Chun Sheng seethed with fury, glaring at Li Qingdao. The Chun family of Yungu held significant power, and this young man had audaciously slain Chun Shan's ghostly curse, inflicting grave harm upon him. It was indeed a reckless act. This ghostly curse had been orchestrated by him, directed at Wang Qing. Who am I? Li Qingdao raised an eyebrow slightly. His expression was frosty as he approached Chun Sheng. I am Li Qingdao, a wanderer of the Taoist sect, here to vanquish the evils of the world. Do you, the Qin family of Yun Valley, dare to threaten my life? Chapter 39. A sword strike against Chun Shan. Li Qingdao, clad in dark attire, maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Qin Shan with a palpable indifference. The Tao sect, one of the ancient orthodoxies, possessed a power seldom rivaled. Even the entirety of Yun Valley, when combined, could hardly compare to the might of the Tao sect. The Qin family was merely a local force within Yun Valley. How could they possibly stand against the Tao sect? As a wandering emissary of the Tao, Li Qingdao felt no trepidation toward the Qin family of Yun Valley. Upon hearing Li Qingdao's words, Chun Shan's legs trembled, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Chun Sheng, equally stricken with fear, turned pale, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon Li Qingdao. How could the Qin family ever hope to rival the Tao sect? Just moments ago, he had dared to utter that Li Qingdao was courting death. Now, Chun Sheng felt dizzy on the verge of falling. Li Qingdao, the wandering emissary of the Tao sect, it was truly he. Who would have imagined he would grace this place with his presence? Do you not understand? Lu Dijun is renowned alongside Li Qingdao. If Lu Dijun has come, how could Li Qingdao remain absent? It was said that Li Qingdao bore a sword capable of slaying demons. Why then did he appear to possess only the scabbard? The surrounding onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves as they observed Li Qingdao. Upon overhearing their discussions, his expression momentarily stiffened. Where was his sword? The thought of Ji Zhenlong ignited a blazing fury within Li Qingdao, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. The next time he encountered Ji Zhenlong, he would undoubtedly reclaim his sword. Li Qingdao's heart burned with rage. He cast a cold glance at Qin Shan, his voice icy as he declared, "Those who pursue the path of cultivation must take it upon themselves to eradicate the strong and aid the weak. Yet your Qin family has strayed into wickedness. daring to employ malevolent sorcery upon ordinary people. It seems that certain factions within the realm of Taoism have forsaken those sacred taboos and act with reckless abandon. Upon my return, our sect shall unite with the Buddhist order, the ancestral home of Kunlun Mountain, the lineage of Mao Shan, and the ancient clans of Liu, Jiang, and Ji, to settle accounts within the Taoist community. Li Qingdao's expression was grave, exuding an air of solemnity. His ambition to reckon with the entire Taoist realm was indeed monumental. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback. Should such a reckoning transpire, chaos would surely engulf the Taoist realm. Who could claim that any faction had not transgressed some taboo? Qin Shan's countenance grew increasingly grim. Li, may I have a word with you? This matter is not as you perceive. His expression was one of great distress, fear gripping him. He hastily addressed Li Qingdao, his tone lowly submissive, almost imploring. However, Li Qingdao merely scoffed, his gaze as frosty as ever, impervious to Qin Shan's trepidation. You have nurtured malevolent sorcery, endangering the innocent. This reckoning shall commence with you. Li Qingdao regarded Qin Shan with the disdain of a divine arbiter of fate. No sooner had his words fallen than, swish, another beam of sword light descended. The brilliance of the blade was blinding. Qin Shan barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his neck, his steps faltering, his body rendered powerless. You! Qin Shan's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Qin Shan, blood oozing from his mouth. Almost immediately, a crimson mark appeared around his neck, blood gushing forth in torrents. Bang! Qin Shan collapsed to the ground, his eyes still wide open, hands clutching his throat. Yet, no matter how he tried to staunch the flow, blood continued to spill from his palms. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Uncle Shan, witnessing this harrowing moment, Qin Shan was taken aback and rushed over. He gently touched Qin Shan's nostrils but felt no breath. Fear gripped him instantly, and he sank to the ground, his expression vacant. Dead. Qin Shan was actually slain by Li Qingdao with a single stroke. He was truly gone. Li Qingdao's coldness was astonishing, devoid of any compassion. His mercilessness had previously been directed at specters and demons, yet now it extended to humans as well. The onlookers, upon witnessing Qin Shan's demise at the hands of a single sword strike, were equally shocked. Regardless of their own capabilities, they could not match Li Qingdao's decisiveness. Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran, upon seeing Qin Shan fall to Li Qingdao's blade, were engulfed in disbelief and astonishment. Qin Shan, had he truly perished like this? As for Wang Qing, who had been afflicted by a malevolent curse, she appeared utterly bewildered, as if she could not grasp the situation. However, upon seeing the blood-soaked courtyard, she gasped in terror. Ah, you have committed murder. The Qin family deserved their fate. Li Qingdao, however, wore an expression of indifference as he gazed at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng trembled in fear, overwhelmed by an intense dread. He exclaimed, "It has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. I'm not involved." His terror was so profound that he even wet his trousers. The individuals in the courtyard, witnessing Qin Sheng's disgraceful demeanor, recoiled slightly, their faces etched with disdain. How shameful! Even Nangong Zheng and Nangong Iran, upon observing this, exchanged glances and took a few steps back, frowning slightly. Killing you would only soil my hands. Li Qingdao scoffed, dismissing Qin Sheng from his thoughts. Instead, he addressed the crowd, stating, "I believe you have all come here for the same purpose as I. We have detected the presence of Yin soldiers. However, as soon as we entered the estate, their aura inexplicably dissipated. What could this mean? I request permission to investigate." Upon their entrance, the essence of the Yin soldiers had vanished, leaving only a faint residual trace. Li Qingdao had already spoken, and with the authority he had just established, none dared to oppose him. "Yin soldiers, Taoist, please proceed with your investigation." Nangong Zheng urged Li Qingdao. He stepped forward, moving toward the 5 positions where I had previously placed the Yin soldiers. However, as he approached, he discovered 5 fragments of weapons, quite worn and battered. These weapons were tainted with the essence of the Yin soldiers. Li Qingdao returned with the fragments in hand, a slight frown gracing his brow as he remarked, It turns out they're merely fragments tainted by Yin energy. His disappointment was palpable. Having been defeated by Ji Jinlong and losing the ancient sword, he had harbored hopes of discovering a suitable weapon. Yet this time, he found himself empty-handed. The others, upon witnessing these fragments imbued with Yin energy, also expressed their disillusionment. These shards, tainted as they were nothing more than incomplete remnants, lacking any true utility, indistinguishable from ordinary iron. They shook their heads, some preparing to depart, unwilling to linger any longer. Nangong Zheng observed the scene, contemplating the skills of the Taoist masters who had come here. His eyes flickered with intensity, and his hand clenched slightly, as if making a significant decision. In the next moment, Nangong Zheng stepped forward and declared, "I implore you all to stay. Although there are no Yin soldiers present, I possess some treasures previously bestowed upon me by the Wang family. These artifacts, while perhaps not on par with Yin soldiers, are surely of considerable value. As I find myself in a predicament, I seek your assistance, and in return, I am willing to offer the Longgui Hichu." Chapter 40. The Dragon-Turtle River Diagram. As Nangongzheng's words fell, those who were about to depart abruptly halted in their tracks. They gazed at him in utter astonishment. "Are you truly serious? You would bestow upon us the Dragon-Turtle River Diagram, a divine relic gifted by the celestial machine and the mysterious tortoise of Beiyang?" An impoverished Taoist, clad in tattered garments and clutching a worn bowl, looked towards Nangongzheng, his disbelief prompting him to inquire once more. "Indeed, it is this very artifact. Since the Wang family bestowed it upon us, it has been buried in dust, a pearl dulled by neglect. It is a grave waste for it to remain in my possession," Nangongzheng affirmed with a nod. "Do you comprehend the worth of this object? The Dragon-Turtle River Diagram is a relic from ancient times, left by the mystical Xuanwu, imbued with divine essence, impervious to decay for a millennium and indestructible for 10,000 years. Furthermore, you previously asserted that it pales in comparison to the Yin soldiers. You are gravely mistaken. Yin soldiers are not even worthy of comparison. There exists but a single Dragon-Turtle River Diagram in this world, whereas Yin soldiers, though precious, can indeed be found. Are you truly willing to part with it?" Li Chengdao inquired, directing his attention towards Nangongzheng, eager to elucidate the value of the Dragon-Turtle River Diagram and prevent him from inadvertently losing it. This, although Nangongzheng was not well versed in such matters, he could sense the extraordinary nature of the Dragon-Turtle River Diagram from the discourse. "May I ask, if the Dragon-Turtle River Diagram were to be auctioned, what price might it command?" After a moment's hesitation, Nangongzheng posed the question. "Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Li Qingdao erupted into hearty laughter. He gazed towards Nangongzheng and spoke. "How much can it be sold for?" "Ridiculous. The entire Jinling cannot exchange for a single Dragon-Turtle River map. Were it not for this item being presented to the Wang family, Wang Kuan would have long since been robbed of his life." Nangongzheng was genuinely taken aback. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his chest heaving with emotion, and his hands clenched slightly. At that moment, he grasped the terrifying implications of the betrothal gift from the Wang family. This far exceeded his wildest imagination. Nevertheless, Nangongzheng's gaze was profoundly deep. He inhaled deeply and declared, "I am willing to offer the Dragon-Turtle River map." Believing that such a gift would assuredly help him achieve his objectives, he continued, "You are willing to offer the Dragon-Turtle River map. What exactly do you wish us to do?" A Taoist, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired. This was, after all, the Dragon-Turtle River map. Even if it were unusable, selling it would ensure a lifetime free from worries. Nangongzheng glanced at Qincheng and stated, "In Jinling, there exists a Qinglong Lake, rumored to harbor a spirit in the form of a carp. Whoever can assist the carp in transforming into a dragon, allowing my daughter, Nangong Aran, to recognize it as a foster kin, I shall present the Dragon-Turtle River map." Nangongzheng took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. As the wealthiest man in Jinling, he was privy to many secrets, including the existence of a spirit within Qinglong Lake. However, it remained a mystery why Nangongzheng sought assistance for the carp's transformation and wished for Nangong Iran to acknowledge it as a foster kin. Upon hearing this, The individuals present furrowed their brows slightly. This matter is far from simple. It is nearly impossible for them to accomplish. Nangong is not foolish. How could he expect them to achieve such a formidable task? Those who are not of our kind will inevitably harbor different intentions. You wish to assist the carp spirit in transforming into a dragon and recognize it as a fosterkin? Are you certain? Li Qingdao's expression turned icy as he directed his gaze toward Nangong. Nangong, taken aback by Li Qingdao's demeanor, found himself in a quandary. Li Qingdao was known for his hostility towards specters and demons, vowing to eliminate them on sight. How could he possibly aid the carp in its transformation? I am certain. If successful, I shall bestow upon you the Dragon Turtle River map. Despite Li Qingdao's frigid exterior, Nangong clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. Very well. I shall assist you in disseminating this information. Facilitating the carp's transformation into a dragon and having Nangong still recognize it as kin is not a formidable task. However, the day the carp transforms shall also be the day I slay the dragon. Proceed with caution. Li Qingdao, surprisingly, had already concocted his own plan. He intended to slay the dragon. The surrounding individuals were taken aback. Indeed, Li Qingdao was a distinguished figure within the Taoist realm. Today's encounter confirmed his esteemed reputation. After uttering these words, Li Qingdao departed, intent on spreading the news and preparing for the dragon's demise. The others cast complex glances at Nangong before gradually withdrawing from the scene. Chunsheng also carried away the corpse of Qinshan, shooting a fierce glare at Nangong before departing, as if harboring deep-seated anger toward him. Amidst these individuals, I have observed everything with my own eyes. I never anticipated that Nangong would possess such audacity. Yet, I remain perplexed as to his true intentions. Eventually, I departed from this place. Once everyone in the courtyard had left, only Nangong, Wang Qing, and Nangong Iran remained. Wang Qing, visibly disgusted, hastily turned and retreated indoors. As soon as she left, Nangong Iran suddenly addressed Nangong, asking, "Father, do you recall what Ji Tian mentioned before his departure?" "What?" Nangong furrowed his brow, still contemplating the matters at hand. He was taken aback by Nangong Iran's unexpected inquiry. The words echoed ominously. The ghostly curse harms both the afflicted and the inflictor when one is enveloped in ignorance. The consequences can be dire. Ji Tian had stated that these words were left behind by a master of the Wang family. Do you not see how this aligns with our current situation? Nangong Iran continued, her beauty striking, her voice resonating like pearls striking a jade platter. The ghostly curse. Harm my mother, and Qinshan met his demise at the edge of sword. These were indeed his words. Speak the truth on that day. Did you witness the Wang family's master bringing me back? Upon hearing this, Nangong's pupils constricted. Nangong Iran's assertion resonated profoundly, echoing Ji Tian's earlier words. As for the Wang family's master, he had indeed encountered him. The Wang family once stood as the foremost lineage of Jinling, having bestowed numerous precious betrothal gifts. If we were to call off the engagement now, word would surely spread, and the Wang family would lose face entirely. Should the old Master Wang return one day, his wrath would be monumental. What then shall become of our Nangong family? Nangong Iran gazed intently at Nangong, pressing him further. Silence. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your constant fixation on Ji Tian? Let me make this clear. Despite his formidable connections, Ji Tian is nothing at present. Any feelings you harbor for him must be kept buried in your heart. Born into the Nangong family, you are not at liberty to make your own choices. Nangong's demeanor was frigid as he coldly reprimanded Nangong Iran. My sister was lost because of you. Do you now wish to bring about my demise as well? Nangong Iran, stirred by his reprimand, felt a surge of emotion as memories of her sister flooded back. With a resounding slap, Nangong struck her face, the sound echoing sharply. In this world there exists only Nangong Iran. I, Nangong, have but one daughter. Chapter 41. Nangong Iran sought out Nangong, whose words were as cold as ice. Once he had spoken, he stormed away, leaving me alone. How could he deny one of his daughters? My sister sacrificed her life for me. I am resolute in avenging her. With tears streaming down her face, Nangong Yiran watched the retreating figure of Nangong Zheng. Filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice, she turned and left the villa, making her way outside. After departing from the Nangong residence, I did not venture elsewhere, but instead arrived at Qinglong Lake, a place I frequented often. I had clearly heard Nangong Zheng's earlier remarks amidst the crowd. He audaciously proposed that a demon from Qinglong Lake leap over the Dragon's Gate and transform into a dragon. Furthermore, he intended for Nangong Yiran to acknowledge it as her godparent. He even produced my grandfather's betrothal gifts, offering them as a reward. Not only did Nangong Zheng accept the betrothal gifts, but he also came to my Wang family to annul the engagement. And now he seeks to bestow those gifts upon another. This is utterly disgraceful and incites my profound anger. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot permit the betrothal gifts given by my grandfather to fall into the hands of others. Qinglong Lake is a renowned site in Jinling, considered the central lake of the city, surrounded by a myriad of commercial and governmental edifices. Many tourists flock here to revel in its beauty. Approaching the water's edge, I gazed at the shimmering surface of Qinglong Lake. The banks and bridges were alive with a fluttering of doves as visitors fed them, creating a scene of tranquility. I often came here to feed both the doves and the fish that swam in the lake. I never anticipated that within this realm there existed a formidable demon, a koi fish poised to transform into a dragon. Standing by the riverbank, a gentle breeze caressed me, invigorating my spirit and providing a refreshing solace. My thoughts drifted to myriad matters, a tempest of emotions swirling within me. My grandfather's demise remains shrouded in mystery. After being taken in by my maternal grandfather, he arranged a betrothal for me. Yet he too departed from this place, resulting in the gradual disappearance of the Wang family, culminating in their current state of decline. The Nangong family, lacking integrity, accepted the betrothal gifts and leveraged the former influence of the Wang clan to reach their present condition, only to return to the Wang family to annul the engagement. Given that my grandfather had sanctioned this union and accepted the gifts, how could it be so easily rescinded? I gazed at the lakeside, my eyes narrowing slightly, a chill enveloping my heart. In that moment, my palms clenched tightly. I yearned to confront Nangong Zheng directly, to demonstrate that I am not merely an ordinary individual. However, my grandfather's parting letter cautioned me that my identity is exceedingly unique, attracting the attention of countless observers to my every action. I must never reveal my true capabilities. Furthermore, I recall my grandfather once advising me during my childhood not to display my strength lightly. Reflecting on my grandfather, I recalled the words of the messenger from yesterday, who spoke of an impending event at my 18th birthday, heralded by 9 dragons seeking my divination. I must remember, I am to perform the divination for them and collect precisely 3 taels of silver, neither more nor less. Only after reading their fortunes may you reveal your prowess to the world. Once they depart, seek out the first woman you encounter and read her fortune without charging a single coin. Then, find a secluded place and promptly lie down to dream. Astonishingly, my grandfather has conveyed a message from the underworld, foretelling the arrival of 9 dragons who will seek me for divination. Furthermore, after I read their fortunes, I shall be granted unfettered access to my abilities. To an ordinary person, this undoubtedly sounds preposterous. Are there truly dragons in this world? Yet, I perceive it differently. Dragons do exist. Moreover, should Nangong Zheng succeed, dragons will indeed inhabit the depths of Qinglong Lake. In addition to the one in Qinglong Lake, I am reminded of a certain one in my hometown, a relative of mine through kinship. My grandfather once urged me to assist him in transforming into a dragon. It appears that there are indeed numerous dragons in this world. Yet, when I turn 18, 9 dragons will appear. This cannot possibly refer to them, for there is simply not enough time. However, I find myself perplexed by the meaning of my grandfather's final words. Additionally, I recall the dream I had upon seizing that ancient sword from Li Qingdao. A voice warned me sternly, instructing me never to read the fortunes of the 9 dragons. Otherwise, they would drag my coffin and bury me among the heavens, subject to eternal reincarnation, never to return. All these matters leave me utterly bewildered. I find myself at a loss regarding what to do. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that both my grandfather and maternal grandfather would never wish me harm. I must ascertain the circumstances surrounding my grandfather's demise. Moreover, I am perplexed by my maternal grandfather's actions. Why has he not devoted time to address the affairs of the Wang family? He has even dispatched the elite members of the Wang family, leaving only Wang Jun to tend to my needs. My mind is awash with unanswered questions. The only path to uncovering the truth may lie in gradually enhancing my strength, approaching the realm of my grandfather. Sigh, as I let out a soft exhale, gazing at the rippling surface of the lake. My heart grows increasingly heavy with sorrow. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind me. I turned to look. Is that Nangong Yuan? Despite her mask, I recognized her at once. She wore a delightful yellow dress, wielding a sunshade, and donned a blue Pikachu mask. She appeared utterly charming. Even with the mask obscuring her face, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Her eyes sparkled like the clearest lake, shimmering as they gazed upon me. Her figure was slender, yet not emaciated, embodying a perfect golden ratio. Simply standing there, she resembled a model. Hello, beautiful. I am a professional photographer and a national award winner. May I take your picture? As I admired Nangong Yuan, a man approached, holding a camera, addressing her directly. No, thank you. I do not wish to have my photograph taken. Nangong Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Beautiful lady, your figure is simply exquisite. If I were to capture your likeness, you would undoubtedly become a sensation. I offer my services free of charge. The photographer insisted, seemingly unwilling to let the opportunity to immortalize such perfect beauty slip away. Really, it's unnecessary. Thank you. Nangong Yuan reiterated her refusal. Yet, the photographer persisted, eager to continue his pursuit of capturing her image. Unable to stand by any longer, I intervened. She has expressed her desire not to be photographed. Please seek someone else. I positioned myself protectively in front of Nangong Yuan, casting a glance down at the photographer. He appeared diminutive in comparison, almost childlike beside me. Upon noticing my presence, his expression faltered, and he quickly retreated, defeated. Thank you. Nangong Yuan expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. What brings you here? I inquired, fixing my gaze upon her and addressing the matter directly. Chapter 42. The heart of Nangong Yuan. Previously, I had glimpsed that letter. I often returned to Qinglong Lake, and it was hardly surprising that Nangong Yuan could find me. Yet, I was somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom why she sought me out. Clad in a beautiful yellow dress, she exuded an extraordinary grace that had just captivated a photographer eager to capture her essence. She stood before me, her head bowed, then gazed into the distance, offering me a faint smile as she asked, "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" I nodded in agreement. Following Nangong Yuan, we walked along the lakeside, the gentle breeze lifting her dark hair. With a mask and hat obscuring her identity, no one recognized her as the daughter of the wealthiest magnate. Ji Qian, I apologize. The annulment is beyond our Nangong family's control. As she walked ahead, she suddenly seemed to muster her courage and spoke to me. A unique fragrance, reminiscent of purity, wafted towards my nostrils, carried by the wind. It's quite all right. I haven't taken it to heart. Besides, the decision to annul our engagement is not solely yours to make. I replied with a smile. Do you truly still wish to marry me? At my words, Nangong Yuan halted, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at me. In that moment, I found myself at a loss, for I was uncertain whether my desire to marry Nangong Yuan stemmed from a wish to resolve our entangled fates, or if it was born from genuine feelings I harbored for her. Nangong Yuan noticed my silence, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She lifted her feet and continued to walk. Perhaps yesterday was the first time you laid eyes on me, yet I have known you long before. I'm aware of your fondness for white shirts, your joy in feeding fish, your morning exercises, and your demeanor of aloofness that keeps others at bay. As Nangong Yuan walked beside me, she began to speak of various aspects of my life. Each of her words resonated within my heart, striking a chord deep within me. My existence has been remarkably regular, a monotonous cycle repeated day after day. You might not realize that, to me, you're the most familiar person in my life. I have never been so intimately acquainted with anyone. This familiarity feels as though I've always been by your side, observing your every action. At times, I ponder how liberating it would be if I were not the daughter of the Nangong family, for then I could unabashedly pursue the one I hold dear. Nangong Yiran smiled as she gazed at the shimmering waves of the Qinglong Lake, her expression radiating warmth. The sunlight caressed her cheeks, enhancing her beauty further. My heart quivered softly, taken aback by her unexpected revelations. I looked at her, uncertain of how to respond. In that moment, it felt as though she had opened the doors to her heart, her face adorned with a smile, her eyes twinkling with delight. I distinctly remember the first time my father mentioned that I had an arranged engagement. My reaction was one of sheer resistance. Then I sought to find someone to unearth your past indiscretions, intending to present them to my father to thwart this proposed union. However, to my astonishment, I found not a single blemish upon your character. Instead, I found myself inexplicably drawn to you. Is it not somewhat absurd? On numerous occasions, I contemplated seeking you out, yet I hesitated, unable to fathom why. Perhaps it was sheer timidity. I never anticipated that my initial encounter with you would occur amidst the dissolution of the engagement with the Wang family. Surely that day, I must have been utterly detestable in your eyes. Yitian, I have come today solely to convey that Nangong Yiran's decision to withdraw from the engagement was never her true intention, and I sincerely hope you harbor no resentment towards her. As Nangong Yiran reached this point in her discourse, she paused once more, lifting her gaze to meet mine. Her demeanor was earnest as she spoke to me. I do not harbor any disdain. I understand that those in high society often find themselves bound by circumstances beyond their control. It is not your fault, especially considering the influence of the Yunguchen family. I gazed at Nangong Yiran, shaking my head with a smile. In truth, I felt no animosity towards her. She was merely a puppet, subject to the whims of Nangong Zhang. In fact, she had not uttered a single word during the Wang family's proceedings. In that case, perhaps it is for the best. This might be our first meeting, and it could also very well be our last. Today, I am filled with joy, liberated from the constraints of being the daughter of Nangong Zhang, which grants me a sense of ease. Yet, what brings me the greatest delight is the opportunity to express the sentiments that reside within my heart. I must take my leave, lest my father send someone to search for me. Tears streamed down Nangong Yiran's face, yet she still managed to offer me a smile. That smile, radiant beneath the sun, was truly captivating. Is your purpose in seeking me merely to convey this? I gazed at Nangong Yiran and spoke. Yes, I must go, she nodded in affirmation. Then, she turned to leave this place. However, I grasped her arm tightly, preventing her from departing, and said, Do you not feel that your words sound akin to a farewell testament? Though Nangong Yiran remained silent, I could sense that she had made a profound decision deep within her heart. Upon hearing my words, her hand trembled slightly, and her face was awash with tears. No, she asserted firmly, still insisting there was nothing to fear. You need not worry about the Yunguchen family. My Wang family possesses formidable allies. I reassured her. It is futile. It is futile. You need not concern yourself with me any longer. Your absence of disdain is already enough to satisfy my heart. These matters are beyond your reach. You may not realize. There exist countless situations in this world that far exceed your comprehension. All I wish for is your safety. Please, do not involve yourself further. Nangong Yiran wept openly, pleading with me to refrain from meddling in such affairs. She then wrenched herself free from my grip and dashed into the distance. Watching her retreating figure, I was engulfed by a tumult of emotions within my heart. Unbeknownst to me, Nangong Yiran has been consistently concerned for my well-being, unwilling to let me intervene in these matters. Perhaps she fears that as an ordinary person, I would be powerless against the retribution of the Chun family from Yanggu. The words she spoke to me felt akin to a last testament, filling me with deep apprehension for her safety. From my pocket, I retrieved a yellow talisman and deftly folded it into the shape of a paper crane. To pursue across 1,000 miles, heed my intentions, my heart, and thoughts. Go! I chanted the incantation. The paper crane in my hand ignited, transforming into a transparent form as it soared into the sky, racing towards Nangong, Iran. She had not departed from Qinglong Lake. She walked while weeping. How I wish to be an ordinary person, so that I could pursue you. Alas, I am not an ordinary individual, burdened with a heart full of vengeance. I must avenge my sister, who perished in my stead, her death so tragic. Those of the Chen family must pay the price. Today marks the happiest day of my adulthood, and I hope for your well-being in the future. Nangong, Iran, still reluctant to part, murmured as she walked, her words carried to my ears by the paper crane. It appeared she intended to marry into the Chun family to exact vengeance for her sister. Such a path surely portends grave peril. No wonder she sought me out, as if to convey a final wish. This young girl harbors such profound animosity within her heart. I find myself bewildered. What exactly did the Chun family inflict upon her sister? Moreover, what does it signify that her sister sacrificed herself in her stead? Chapter 43. The letter left by grandfather. I find myself in a state of perplexity. Yet, Nangong, Iran has already departed from Qinglong Lake, and I can no longer catch a glimpse of her figure. To be frank, her departure leaves me with a tinge of melancholy, for I had not exchanged a single word with her. It was she who had always been the one to express herself. Her quest for vengeance for her sister. Could it be that she intends to marry into the Chun family and eliminate Qinsheng? I had not anticipated that this seemingly demure girl could make such a resolute decision. No, I must not allow the Chun family to prevail, nor can I permit the Longue river map to fall into the hands of others. However, how does one transform a koi into a dragon? I find myself in a quandary. Nangong Zheng's intentions have become exceedingly clear. It is the koi in Qinglong Lake that must undergo its metamorphosis. Yet after all this time, I remain oblivious to the fact that there exists a koi spirit in the lake on the verge of transformation. The surface of Qinglong Lake shimmers with light. The water ripples gently. Above the lake, numerous visitors are leisurely rowing boats, creating a scene of tranquility. Little do they realize that beneath the serene waters lies a formidable demon. I lingered by the lakeside for a while before returning to the Wang residence. Upon my arrival, Wang Jun's expression was grave, his brow furrowed with concern, as he seemed to be grappling with some troubling matter. Ji Tian, you have returned. Wang Jun greeted me upon noticing my presence. Come here for a moment. He beckoned me over. Ever since my grandfather's disappearance, it has been Wang Jun who has taken care of me. Although I have little affection for him, I must admit that he has always been the one taking care of me. Upon hearing his words, I approached him. Wang Jun was severely injured yesterday, and even after I bandaged him, he has yet to recover. Alas, it has been 5 years since your grandfather departed. How swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, you have grown into a young man. Wang Jun gazed at me, sighed softly, and expressed his sentiments. I stood in the living room, silent, merely listening to his account. Before your grandfather left, he wrote you a letter. He mentioned that it should only be opened when you turn 18. Wang Jun suddenly brought up the letter left by our grandfather. This matter has remained etched in my mind. However, there are still 3 months until I reach my 18th birthday. I once told you so, but I did not mention that your grandfather also said, this letter may need to be given to you before you turn 18. He instructed that during times of hardship for our Wang family, you should receive this letter. You would then lead our family back to glory. When I first received this letter, I dismissed it. How could the Wang family possibly falter? Now, I finally comprehend your grandfather's meaning. Wang Jun chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems that the Wang family has indeed reached a precarious state. Has the Wang family truly reached the brink of collapse? I furrowed my brow, struggling to grasp the situation. I am on the brink of giving up. You may not be aware, but Nangong Zheng has summoned heroes from all corners, intending to undertake a significant endeavor. This undertaking will render our Wang family unable to hold our heads high, reducing us to mere objects of ridicule. Wang Jun shook his head with a bitter smile. Though he did not articulate it, I could surmise the implications. Nangong Zheng plans to invite the Four Corners to Qinglong Lake to assist the carp in its transformation into a dragon, thereby compelling Nangong to recognize him as a foster kin. Furthermore, he intends to bestow gifts from the Wang family as a token of engagement. This, undoubtedly, is a slap in the face to the Wang family. Once that day arrives, it is likely that the entire Dao realm will be aware that the Wang family has been jilted. Sighing, Wang Jun retrieved a letter from his breast pocket and handed it to me, saying, "Now may be the opportune moment for you. Since your grandfather's departure, our Wang family has gradually fallen into decline. My ineptitude has left me unable to restore the family's former glory. I can only hope to witness the splendor of the Wang family once more in my lifetime." I accepted the letter from Wang Jun's hands. The envelope was yellowed, bearing the marks of time. Inscribed upon it were the words, "From Wang Kunlun to Ji Tian, personally opened." This letter had remained unopened all these years. You may read it yourself. Wang Jun glanced at me before lifting his foot to depart. In the grand hall of the Wang family, I was left alone. Grandfather. My memories of him have grown hazy over the years. In fact, I can scarcely recall his visage. Yet, I am acutely aware that all he did was for my benefit. Like my grandfather, they both acted for my sake. Ji Tian, by the time you read this letter, everything your great-grandfather has left for you may seem trivial. I still remember the first time I encountered you. My heart was filled solely with the resentment I held towards your mother. Yet as I grasped your hand, it felt as though I had returned to your mother's childhood, for you bear an uncanny resemblance to her. Your great-grandfather deeply regrets not being able to remain by your side, as he is in pursuit of an answer. At present, you may no longer require my protection, for you are capable of standing on your own. However, the legacy of the Wang family has unfortunately burdened you. When your grandfather entrusted you to me, he instructed me to convey certain matters to you. Regrettably, I have departed from your side and can only communicate through this letter. Your grandfather once remarked that your talent for cultivation is extraordinary, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He even imbued you with a trace of celestial energy. He had previously advised you never to reveal your true abilities. You must wait until the 9 dragons seek you for divination, and you have gathered 3 tails and 6 coins before you can demonstrate your power to the outside world. This is the first point. The second point is that your path is fraught with challenges. Although he altered your fate, it remains impossible to defy the will of heaven. The river goddess, your sworn kin, possesses unparalleled magical prowess and stands as a formidable figure among the demon clans. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek her assistance. She will surely extend her utmost support. The third point is this. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the tempest, it shall transform into a dragon. The road ahead is long and winding. As a practitioner on this path, one must not fear adversity. Possessing a resilient spirit and a proud heart, the heavens move vigorously. A gentleman strives for self-improvement unceasingly. The earth is vast. A gentleman carries the weight of virtue. The letter left by my grandfather comes to an end here. I gaze at the contents of the envelope, tears blurring my vision, flowing continuously. For I am reminded of my grandfather and my maternal grandfather, both of whom have devoted themselves to me. Even in their absence, they remain concerned for my well-being, guiding me to navigate life, lest I stray from the right path. Rest assured, I shall never bring you disappointment. My grandfather, Ji Sanqian, once held a formidable position in the realm of Dao. My maternal grandfather, Wang Kunlun, traversed the Dao world, unmatched by any faction. As your grandson, Ji Tian, I shall not tarnish your noble legacy. Holding the letter, my hands tremble as I murmur, my heart resolutely steadfast. One day, the dragon shall emerge from its lair, soaring and dancing into Jinling. Chapter 44. The river goddess the 9 dragons summoned me for divination, demanding a fee of 3 taels and 6 coins before revealing their true power. Although the meaning behind this eludes me, I am certain that my grandfather would not wish me harm. With this thought in mind, I felt a sense of urgency brewing within me. Currently, I must conceal my abilities, as revealing them would only lead to further mistreatment from the Nangong family. Yet, I am acutely aware of my lineage as the grandson of Ji Sanqian and the maternal grandson of Wang Kunlun. Even if I were exceedingly mediocre, there are undoubtedly countless eyes watching me from the shadows. If I were to unveil my strength without any backing, they would certainly not allow me to flourish. It is possible that my grandfather desires for me to possess the means of self-preservation before I reveal my true potential. Of course, it could also be that he has his own schemes in mind. The mention of 9 dragons. Could it be that my grandfather has already foreseen the transformation of Qinglong Lake into a dragon? The river goddess, too, once sought my assistance in her own transformation. If that is the case, where might the other dragons be? Deep in thought, I pondered the origins of the 9 dragons. Ah yes, the river goddess is my godmother, and she is also on the verge of her own transformation into a dragon. Perhaps there is a connection to the carp spirit of Qinglong Lake. I should seek out my godmother and see if she can lend me her aid. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated my mind as I grasped this pivotal insight. The river goddess surely possesses formidable powers. If I can find her, perhaps she will be of assistance. My grandfather has also mentioned that in times of need, I could seek her out, and she would undoubtedly come to my aid. It is time to find the river goddess. Having made my decision, I no longer hesitated. After carefully storing the letter, I bid farewell to Wang Jun and departed from the Wang family. The river where the river goddess resides is a tributary of the Yellow River, steeped in history, flowing beside my ancestral village. My hometown is not located in Jinling, but in another province. The journey from Jinling is rather inconvenient. It took me an entire morning's train ride to reach the outskirts of the village. Standing at the village entrance, upon seeing the familiar landscape, a wave of emotion surged within me. Memories of my grandfather flooded my mind unbidden. I gazed at the locust tree where my grandfather had met his tragic end, and my heart ached even more. The scenes of the past felt as vivid as if they had occurred just yesterday. I wiped away my tears. Instead of passing through the village, I chose to walk along its periphery. I wished to avoid familiar faces. My foremost priority now was to find the river goddess. After circumventing the village, I soon discovered the Grand River. This river, a tributary of the Yellow River, appeared endless and flowed with great depth. In the village, this river is referred to as the Huanglong River. It is said that the elders of old witnessed a dragon in the waters, which had sprouted 2 horns. Since then, the village has annually offered tributes to the Huanglong River, praying for favorable weather in the coming year. Reflecting on these ancient tales, I came to realize that the dragon might very well be the river goddess herself. Standing by the banks of the Huanglong River, I observed its murky waters, as yellow sand churned in the currents. The river stretches wide, measuring several meters across, with tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, carrying away considerable silt. This river resembles a majestic yellow dragon coiled in repose. Yet beneath its tranquil surface, turbulent undercurrents of sediment swirl fiercely. Standing by the riverbank, gazing at the yellow dragon river, I cannot help but feel a profound sense of my own insignificance. A cold breeze sweeps past, awakening my senses with a refreshing clarity. From my pocket, I produce a scale resembling a fish's. This is the token bestowed upon me by the river goddess when our bond was first forged. I have kept it close ever since. Foster mother, I am Jian, seeking your presence. May I have an audience? I call out to the yellow dragon river, holding the scale aloft. In my youth, I devoted nearly every day to paying homage to the river goddess. However, since my grandfather brought me to Jinling, my visits have become infrequent. I cannot assure myself that the river goddess still recognizes her foster son. Yet, it appears my worries were unfounded. No sooner had my voice faded than the yellow dragon river surged violently, raising towering waves as if a great dragon were roaring in fury. I caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow beneath the tumultuous waters, immense in size, spanning 100 feet, disrupting the flow of the river. A flood dragon. My heart raced with astonishment. This was my first encounter with such a creature. Just as I laid eyes upon it, the shadow abruptly vanished. Almost immediately, 2 figures materialized beside me. One figure was adorned in a flowing yellow robe, crowned with a phoenix hairpin and golden diadem. She appeared to be in her 20s, both ordinary and yet noble. Merely standing there exuded an air of authority, reminiscent of an empress. And, upon seeing her, I called out instinctively, without a trace of hesitation. As for the person beside her, to my surprise, I recognized him. He was none other than the Peacock King. On the summit of Kunlun Mountain, he had single-handedly battled against the Red Emperor Liu family, ultimately emerging unscathed, and had even aided my successful escape from Kunlun Mountain. The Peacock King, clad in azure garments, wore a gentle smile, exuding elegance and warmth, devoid of the intimidating aura associated with Kunlun Mountain. In that moment, it was impossible to associate him with the formidable Peacock King. His slender figure, bright eyes, and flowing black hair conveyed a sense of approachability. "Is this your nephew?" Upon noticing me, the Peacock King smiled faintly, bringing forth a refreshing sense of spring. "Xiao Tian, this is your Uncle Kong. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, don't hesitate to mention his name. He will protect you." The river goddess seemed to have a special bond with the Peacock King, as she spoke to me in such a manner. Once her words had settled, she stepped forward, patted my shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "Xiao Tian has grown so much. That fellow Wang Kunlun truly has a heart of stone, leaving you all alone in the Wang family." The river goddess laughed beautifully, although a hint of dissatisfaction lingered regarding my grandfather. "Aunt, it's been so long. You still look as lovely as ever." Hee. My memories of the river goddess were rooted in my childhood, when she would occasionally visit me in dreams. However, she had not changed much since childhood. Therefore, upon seeing her, a wave of warmth and familiarity surged within me. "You silver-tongued devil," my foster mother chuckled, playfully pinching my nose. She was quite pleased. "How have you fared in Jinling? A few years ago, I sent someone to check on you, and they could bring back news. Yet for the past 2 years, none have returned, and I am left in ignorance of your well-being." She affectionately ruffled my hair, still perceiving me as a child. I was taken aback to learn that she had continued to send inquiries about me to Jinling after I left the village. However, her subsequent words filled me with a sense of embarrassment. It seemed that those whom she had sent were likely treated as specters and eliminated by my hand. Chapter 45. The Dragonfish. It seems that the situation is rather dire. You may be unaware that since Wang Kunlun's departure, the Wang family has fallen into decline. It is rumored that the Nangong family has even called off the engagement with Xiao Tian, and this news has already spread throughout the realm of Dao. Moreover, the Nangong family intends to assist in transforming the ancient fish of Qinglong Lake into a dragon, promising to bestow the river diagram of the dragon turtle upon the successful individual. Before I could utter a word, the Peacock King, standing beside the river goddess with a serene smile and eyes as clear as water, spoke up. He recounted my recent experiences to my foster mother. "What? The Nangong family dares to be so ungrateful and break off Xiaoyan's engagement? Who gave them the audacity?" Upon hearing this, my foster mother's previously smiling countenance instantly froze with disbelief. Her voice turned icy, laced with palpable fury. Boom! In her wrath, the yellow dragon river behind her erupted, waves crashing violently, and yellow sands swirling tumultuously, resembling a roaring yellow dragon. The river surged to a height of 100 feet, striking the clouds that soared high above. In the next moment, it crashed down, unleashing tumultuous waves. Yet, remarkably, not a single drop of water fell upon us. She appeared exceedingly benevolent, but when angered, she exuded an overwhelming might. "I shall take charge for you. Let us confront the Nangong family. I wish to see what courage they possess to dare break off Xiaoyan's engagement. It is their family's virtue from a past life that allowed them to unite with Xiao Tian." Without hesitation, my foster mother grasped my hand, determined to head to the Nangong family. Seeing my godmother's deep concern for me, a warm feeling surged within my heart. However, I restrained her, saying, "Do not worry, dear godmother. I shall resolve this matter with utmost integrity. The betrothal gifts left by my grandfather shall not fall into the hands of others. I have come to seek your assistance. Is there a chance for the carp of Qinglong Lake to transform into a dragon, allowing me to acquire the river tortoise and river map?" The river goddess, adorned in a golden robe and crowned with a luminous tiara, resembled a regal empress. Her face bore a semblance of wrath, yet upon hearing my words, her demeanor softened slightly. "Xiao Tian, with just a word from you, I could mobilize hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Yellow Dragon River to march against the Nangong family. They have wronged you and now stand without support." "Oomph. They have forgotten that your grandfather, Ji Sanqian, once suppressed half of the Tao realm. Your great-grandfather was also a figure of great renown, feared by all sects and ancestral homes. Even though they may no longer be present, I remain here. The river goddess spoke with formidable authority, declaring her willingness to lead her subordinates from the Yellow Dragon River into Jinling to obliterate the Nangong family at my command. Yet, I understood that while such words were easy to utter, the execution would prove challenging. As a deity of a river, should she recklessly depart from her domain to Jinling, she would likely encounter obstructions from other formidable powers. Jinling, rich in historical sites, concealed countless mighty figures within its depths. Mother, there is no need for such concern. Trust me, it will not be long before the Nangong family realizes how foolish their decision today truly is. I addressed the river goddess. Her goodwill was sufficient for me. I did not wish to see her suffer any misfortune on my behalf. Xiaodian, rest assured, though I am the deity of this river, my strength is formidable, and few can rival me. Even those old fellows hiding in Jinling would not dare to oppose me. The goddess seemed to perceive my thoughts and reassured me. Indeed, your mother's power is unparalleled. Even I cannot compare. The Peacock King remarked with a slight smile. It was hard to imagine that the one who dared to stand alone against a great imperial clan atop Kunlun Mountain, a figure as imposing as a mountain, brimming with an indomitable aura, was actually him. My heart trembled slightly. If even the Peacock King spoke so highly, then the river goddess's prowess must indeed be extraordinary. However, I preferred not to rely on the strength of others. I had great confidence in myself. Mother, you need not worry. This trivial matter does not require your intervention, I said with a smile. Excellent. Truly, you are my son. If that is the case, I shall assist you in obtaining the Dragon Turtle River map. Upon hearing my words, the goddess affectionately ruffled my hair and nodded with a smile. In the depths of Qinglong Lake, what appeared to be a mere carp was, in fact, a dragon fish. It had existed for a millennium, and now, unexpectedly, it was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. I still vividly recall the moment I first encountered him. He was but a small dragon fish brought before me by his father. A dragon fish? My heart quivered slightly at the revelation. It was indeed a dragon fish. Such a creature is only spoken of in ancient texts, like the classic of mountains and seas. This tome recounts that the dragon fish resides to the north, resembling a weasel, and is also referred to as a K. Furthermore, the river goddess is familiar with him. Currently, his power is insufficient. At best, he can only manifest as a Jiao. The path to transforming him into a true dragon is fraught with difficulty. The river goddess shook her head. In your own metamorphosis from Jiao to true dragon, you endured a staggering 81 trials. I still remember that year vividly, when thunder and lightning intertwined, forming a sea of storms that lasted an entire year. Even though you have reached the brink of divinity, you narrowly escaped calamity. That dragonfish, alas, has no hope of becoming a dragon. The Peacock King also expressed his sentiments with a shake of his head. From his words, I gleaned that the river goddess is not a Jiao dragon, but a true dragon. No wonder she possesses such unwavering confidence. Yet, she cannot aid the dragonfish in its transformation. How then can we procure the Dragon Turtle River map from the hands of Nangongzheng? Although he cannot ascend to become a true dragon, we can assist him in becoming a Jiao dragon with the art of deception. Those mundane mortals shall be none the wiser. When the time comes, the Dragon Turtle River map will surely be within your grasp. On that day, you need only to proceed, and I shall covertly assist you. The river goddess assuaged my doubts, speaking with great confidence. She boldly declared that she could assist me in acquiring the Dragon Tortoise River map. My heartfelt gratitude to my adoptive mother. Upon hearing her words, a wave of joy surged within me. What is there to thank for? We are family. In the future, should you encounter any grievances outside, do not hesitate to confide in me. Whoever dares to bully you, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. Even the descendants of the ancient emperors would not be spared. My adoptive mother emanated an air of authority, her gaze icy as she coldly spoke, seemingly recalling the Nangong family. She feared not even the ancient imperial lineage. After hearing her words, warmth flooded my heart. And you, out there, your reputation is formidable. I entrust you with the protection of little Tion. If anyone dares to inflict even the slightest injustice upon him, I shall disown you as my brother. After the river goddess spoke to me, she turned her attention to the Peacock King, lightly tapping his forehead as a reprimand. Yes, 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 he is my nephew, and I shall certainly not allow him to be bullied. The Peacock King replied with a helpless smile. Despite his formidable presence in the world, commanding respect among the monstrous races before the river goddess, he was merely a younger brother. Chapter 46. The majestic Peacock King, the river goddess, exuded an unparalleled confidence. Only I possess the ability to transform the dragonfish of Qinglong Lake into a mighty flood dragon. Others merely serve as mere embellishments. The dragon turtle and river diagram shall undoubtedly be mine. I had not seen my foster mother for quite some time, and our conversation flowed effortlessly. It was not until dusk that I reluctantly departed from the Yellow Dragon River. The river goddess treated me with utmost kindness, regarding me as her own son. As I took my leave, she instructed me, saying, "In times of peril, simply call upon the scales, and I shall hasten to your rescue." Furthermore, she bestowed upon me a life-saving artifact, a piece of inner armor forged from a millennium-old shell, capable of withstanding a blow from a celestial master without succumbing to death. Though I wished to engage her further, I was aware that the Peacock King was her sworn brother. Henceforth, should anyone dare to bully me outside, they need only invoke the name of the Peacock King. However, little did I know that no sooner had I departed than a significant event unfolded by the banks of the Yellow Dragon River. What on earth does your master intend to achieve by keeping you constantly by Xiao Tion's side? The pale moonlight cast its glow upon the banks of the Yellow Dragon River. The river goddess, her gaze icy, fixed upon a woman holding a red umbrella, her voice cold as she spoke. In that moment, the river goddess radiated an imposing aura, akin to a female emperor, surveying the woman with a disdainful glance. The Peacock King observed the scene with indifference. Had I been present, I would surely have recognized this woman, for she was the very figure I encountered in my childhood when I inadvertently wandered into the Qingqiu tomb, the woman with the red umbrella. I never imagined that she had been following me all along. Thus, it can be surmised that she and I have shared approximately 5 years together. The red umbrella still remains aloft, as she stands resolute against the formidable presence of the river goddess, her complexion somewhat pallid. My master has commanded me to safeguard Tion with my very life, ensuring that he sustains not a single scratch. Therefore, I have remained by his side, intercepting the clandestine assassination attempts from various factions. The red umbrella, though burdened by considerable pressure, is held aloft with unwavering dignity as she addresses the river goddess. Over the years, I have surprisingly been the target of numerous assassination plots from various powers. Despite my seemingly unremarkable talents and lack of cultivation, I am, after all, the grandson of Ji Sanxian and the maternal grandson of Wang Kunlun. As long as I draw breath, my existence brings discomfort to certain individuals. They undoubtedly wish for my demise to eliminate any future threats. In the shadows, the red umbrella has thwarted those assassination attempts without alerting me. Such a situation is undoubtedly preferable. Otherwise, regardless of whether she is a demoness of Qingqiu or a goddess, I would not hesitate to strike her down. I see that you bear considerable hidden wounds. This can aid in your healing. Take good care, Xiao Tian. The river goddess coldly cast a small vial to the red umbrella before delivering a forceful blow that sent her soaring thousands of miles away. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of the red umbrella's mouth, yet she suffered no significant injuries. This was merely a warning from the river goddess. Naturally, I was oblivious to all these events. It was only during my return journey, seated on the train, that I began to feel a semblance of reality. If so, those aboard the train might dismiss my recent experiences as mere fabrications. By the time I returned to the Wang household, it was already past midnight. I did not wish to disturb Wang Jun, so I retreated to my own chamber. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Wang Jun knocked on my door, bearing momentous news. Ji Tian, when did you become acquainted with the Peacock King? Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I opened the door to find Wang Jun gazing at me in utter astonishment. The Peacock King. I was momentarily taken aback, unsure how Wang Jun knew of my connection to him. It seems either your grandfather or your maternal grandfather maintains a significant relationship with the Peacock King. You may not be aware, but last night, the Peacock King ventured to Yun Valley and shattered the plaque of the Chun family with a single strike. The main gate was sent flying. Even the esteemed elders of the Chun family were struck down by the Peacock King's hand. He also issued a warning to the world, declaring that you are his nephew. Anyone who dares to oppose you would be opposing him. Wang Jun's words left me in a state of disbelief. The Peacock King had indeed gone to Yun Valley. He had dismantled both the plaque and the gate of the Chun family, an undeniable act of significant consequence. The Chun family, after all, is a prominent force in the region. Yet, their dignity had been obliterated by a single blow from the Peacock King. Moreover, he had proclaimed that I am his nephew and that he would protect me. Who is the Peacock King? As a towering figure of the demon clan, he is undoubtedly the foremost among his kind. For 8 centuries, he traversed the realm of Tao with unmatched prowess, leaving no adversary standing in his wake. In recent years, however, he had seemingly faded into obscurity. Many factions believed he had passed into the afterlife, yet to their astonishment, he has emerged once more. This being, standing at the pinnacle of the Tao realm, wields an influence of unimaginable magnitude with every action. Moreover, this resurgence coincides with a confrontation involving the Chun family of Yun Valley. After Wang Jun imparted this news to me, I remained vigilant over the following 3 days. As anticipated, the Peacock King unleashed his might, shattering not only the dignity of the Chun family, but also the very authority of Yun Valley itself. The prominent powers within the region were incensed, uniting in a collective effort to vanquish the Peacock King. They immediately issued a bounty and dispatched formidable beings from various clans to eliminate him. Nevertheless, the Peacock King, undaunted, boldly ventured into Yun Valley. Alone, he resonated with the very mountains and rivers, confronting those who opposed him. He dispatched the powerful beings of Yun Valley with ease, striking them down with mere gestures, annihilating them in a display of sheer terror. The Peacock King's audacity in facing the entire might of Yun Valley alone, leading to the demise of dozens of their formidable entities, is nothing short of astounding. Yun Valley, a force not inferior to Kunlun Mountain or the Taoist sects, boasts a lineage steeped in history. I cannot fathom who Ji Tian is, that he could inspire such fierce loyalty from the Peacock King. This is truly a spectacle of unparalleled magnitude. You mean to say you are unaware of Ji Tian? He is the grandson of Ji Sanqian and the maternal grandson of Wang Kunlun. Yet, his cultivation is mediocre, devoid of any innate talent, destined to live as an ordinary mortal. To my astonishment, it is he. In the realm of Tao, currents of intrigue swirl. Rumors regarding the Peacock King have been circulating in recent days. The renown of the Peacock King grows ever more formidable, subtly approaching the stature of the preeminent figure in the Tao realm. At this moment, the Peacock King stands as a formidable presence, akin to a great emperor of the demon race, alone and imposing over the Tao realm, leaving numerous factions gasping for breath. I too am taken aback, realizing that I had underestimated the prowess of the Peacock King. He, who appears to be gentle and cultured, seemingly without the strength to harm a chicken, has unleashed such ruthless force, devoid of any hesitation. Additionally, aside from the Peacock King's illustrious reputation that commands the Tao realm, another piece of news has drawn countless cultivators to Jinling. Nangong Zheng intends to present the Wang family's betrothal gift, the Longgui Hichu, seeking assistance to transform the great demon of Qinglong Lake into a dragon. The appointed time, set by Nangong Zheng, swiftly arrives. The court announces that Qinglong Lake is undergoing repairs, prohibiting visitors. However, when I disguised myself and entered Qinglong Lake, I could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although Qinglong Lake forbids tourists, numerous geomancers and powerful figures from the Tao realm have gathered. The shores of Qinglong Lake are teeming with heroes, as various factions have already assembled. The allure of the Longgui Hichu far exceeds my expectations. Chapter 47. Transformation at Jinling. Draped in a flowing black robe and adorned with a hat that concealed my visage, I remained shrouded in anonymity. It was impossible to discern my appearance. Behind me, I bore an ancient bronze sword, a deliberate choice on my part. Li Qingdao would undoubtedly arrive here. Upon seeing the sword, he would instantly recognize my identity, without a flicker of doubt, thus aiding me in obscuring my true self. Amidst the throng, I stood unnoticed, merely perceived as a wandering cultivator. The banks of Qinglong Lake bustled with activity, teeming with individuals from various factions. Though they were acutely aware of their inability to achieve transformation into a dragon, their curiosity compelled them to witness the spectacle. I observed representatives from Kunlun Mountain, Maoshan, the Taoist sects, and the Buddhist order, all present. They regarded the dragon-turtle river diagram with utmost reverence. Such a treasure, if housed within their ancestral grounds and sect traditions, could indeed be deemed a clan's most cherished possession. Consequently, eminent figures such as the celestial master from Kunlun Mountain, the Taoist from Maoshan, and the formidable practitioners from both the Taoist and Buddhist realms had congregated here. However, in contrast, Yin Gu, closely allied with Nangong Zheng, had sent only a single Gu master, seemingly the father of Chen Cheng. Amidst the incessant clamor surrounding me, I could only glean fragments of pertinent information. Nangong Zheng and Nangong Ilan stood upon a high platform by the riverbank, encircled by the leading figures of various clans. The celestial master from Kunlun Mountain, the Taoist from Maoshan, and the formidable practitioners from the Taoist sect sat nearby. Today, Nangong Ilan is particularly exquisite in her appearance. She dons a delicate white fairy dress, resembling an ethereal sprite untouched by the dust of the mortal world. The young men present cannot help but steal glances at her. However, Nangong Ilan's gaze seems to be searching for something amidst the throng. After scanning the crowd, she appears somewhat disheartened. Do not harbor such thoughts. Ji Tian is merely immortal. How could he possibly be here? He is likely still asleep at home, while my family, the Chun clan, is destined for success in this transformation at Qinglong Lake. Chen Cheng sits closely beside Nangong Ilan and smiles at her. I am not far away, and I can hear everything clearly. It turns out that Nangong Ilan is indeed seeking my presence. Perhaps she is hoping for a miracle. Yet, Chen Cheng's words extinguished the flicker of hope within her. Nangong Ilan's expression dimmed as she lowered her head, disregarding Chen Cheng. The time is nearly upon us. We may commence. Chen Cheng's father, Chen Yin, seated beside him, addressed Nangong Zheng. Following Chen Shan's demise, he personally came here. Nangong Zheng gazed at Chen Cheng's father, Chen Yin, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Nevertheless, he stood up and clasped his hands in gratitude towards the numerous geomancers. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at this grand endeavor of transforming at Qinglong Lake. It is well known that Qinglong Lake harbors a treasure, capable of commanding the winds and rains, an auspicious symbol for Jinling. Recently, in the city of Jinling, a surge of unorthodox phenomena has emerged. Nangong, lacking in talent, wishes to present the dragon turtle and river chart to those with the capability to assist in transforming the auspiciousness of Qinglong Lake into a dragon. This endeavor aims to rejuvenate the fortunes of Jinling and ensure its prosperity for millennia to come. Furthermore, it is believed that many have already heard that my daughter has annulled her engagement with the grandson of Ji Sanqian. In this modern era, the youth are increasingly disinclined to heed their parents' wishes. As the saying goes, love is free. However, my daughter has informed me that if someone were to recognize the auspiciousness as kin, she would be willing to engage with the disciple of a successful individual for a period. Nangong Zheng, undeterred by the multitude of geomancers present, was well prepared with his rhetoric. He proclaimed that the act of assisting the dragon fish in its transformation was synonymous with enhancing the fortunes of Jinling. Astonishingly, he even presented Nangong Ilan as bait. Should one succeed in marrying Nangong Ilan, it would not merely be a matter of winning a beautiful spouse. It could very well entail receiving additional betrothal gifts previously bestowed by the Wang family. This revelation caused quite a stir, with many in the younger generation urging their elders to rally for an opportunity. Nangong Yiran's beauty has long captivated their hearts. Without further ado, let us witness the masters display their talents. Nangong Zheng, having said this, led Nangong Yiran to the viewing platform. Naturally, he could not remain seated while the masters took action. To do so would be akin to merely spectating, which would be most unbecoming. As soon as Nangong Zheng's words fell, a geomancer clad in a blue robe, wielding a whisk, stepped forward. As he stepped forward, his disciples swiftly arranged an altar, lighting incense, placing cinnabar, yellow paper, and ritual salt. With this in mind, the old Taoist decided to test the waters. Holding a whisk, he exuded an air of ethereal grace. He was none other than Master Qingfeng, who had previously clashed with Wang Kunlun, only to be bested by him. Now, it seemed he had attained the coveted title of master within the Taoist sect. Upon sighting the venerable Taoist, onlookers began to recount his illustrious background and formidable prowess. He was a renowned master of feng shui, adept at crafting intricate geomantic formations and pinpointing auspicious locations with ease. The Taoist sect, a venerable and ancient lineage within the realm of the Tao, bestows titles upon its practitioners. For those without substantial support, joining the sect and receiving its recognition was a common path. The hierarchy within the sect is stratified as follows: Taoist, lay practitioner, true person, master, great power, and celestial master. The higher one ascends in this hierarchy, the greater their strength and the more significant the benefits conferred by the sect, along with an amplified influence in the outside world. Meanwhile, the sect itself continues to expand, deepening its impact, and is often regarded as the foremost power within the Taoist realm. However, established powers, such as the Kunlun Mountain lineage and the Maoshan tradition, do not require the sect's endorsement, as they possess their own rich heritages. Master Qingfeng, a figure of considerable stature within the sect, was entitled to a monthly stipend of 100,000 in cash, along with the inheritance of silver talismans. Once the altar was prepared, Master Qingfeng elegantly flicked his whisk and grasped a silver talisman. With a resounding boom, suddenly, the heavens erupted, and a bolt of purple lightning sliced through the void. Silver talismans ignited, radiating arcs of thunderous light. Boundless and infinite, the divine beings assembled, their energies converging, their spirits united, shrouded in the profound mysteries of existence, as they revered the heavens and worshipped the gods. The cosmos, in its enigmatic hues, enveloped all creation in an ethereal haze, beseeching the carp demon lord to transcend its trials and transform into a dragon. Above, dark clouds churned, thunder weaving a tapestry of fury, as if poised to collapse upon the earth. Beside the azure dragon lake, a tempest raged. Master Qingfeng, in a bold endeavor, sought to invoke the heavenly tribulation to elevate the carp demon lord to divinity. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when boom, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the firmament, striking Master Qingfeng directly. In an instant, he was rendered a mere husk, smoke billowing from every orifice, his hair singed, his entire being exuding the acrid scent of charred flesh. Staggering, Master Qingfeng fell to the ground, his body shattered, yet not a drop of blood was shed. He resembled a desiccated corpse, akin to charcoal. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing the spectacle, felt their pupils constrict in horror, gasping in disbelief. Chapter 48. The Master S techniques. This scene unfolded with startling suddenness. Just a moment prior, Master Qingfeng was conjuring winds and rains, but in the next breath, a divine lightning bolt descended from the heavens, reducing him to a lifeless husk, his demise instant and tragic. Master, witnessing the grim fate of Master Qingfeng, his disciple let out a heart-wrenching wail. Yet, none dared to approach the lifeless body of their master. The surrounding cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. They understood all too well that this was no mere accident. It was likely the will of Providence. It seemed that any attempt to assist the demon lord of Qinglong Lake in his transformation into a dragon might invoke divine retribution. Remove him and present a consolation payment of 1 million to Master Qingfeng's family, commanded Nangong Zheng to the staff present. Immediately, Some intrepid workers stepped forward to carry away the lifeless form of Master Qing Feng, undeterred by the ominous atmosphere. Master Qing Feng had been a venerable figure, bestowed with the seal of the Taoist masters, yet he met his tragic end here, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who might have entertained thoughts of daring to tempt fate. In an instant, the atmosphere became one of stalemate. Is the power of the Tao truly so feeble? With no one willing to take further risks, the Tiansher of Kunlun Mountain descended from the high platform with a disdainful snort. Clad in the distinctive garb of Kunlun Mountain, he bore a stern brow, his countenance as rigid as stone, giving the impression that he was incapable of laughter. I have encountered this Tiansher of Kunlun Mountain on Kunlun Mountain. He has faced off against the descendants of the Red Emperor, Lu Juandi, and yet he did not perish. On that day, he rode upon a white tiger, resembling an ethereal being, which left me profoundly astonished. It was none other than the esteemed Master Qi Shao of Longhushan. Was he truly about to make his move? Master Qi Shao, could he be the one who ventured into the underworld, forging weapons along the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, and even subdued a city god, a figure whom the nether realm could not contend with? Who else possesses such extraordinary prowess? Moreover, just days prior, he had engaged in a fierce battle atop Kunlun Mountain against a descendant of the Red Emperor wielding an imperial weapon. As soon as Master Qi Shao was poised to act, a palpable tremor coursed through the air. He is a celestial master, undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings present. I stood by, captivated by the tales surrounding him, marveling silently. I had not anticipated that Master Qi Shao's abilities were so formidable. With each step, Master Qi Shao descended as if treading upon the void, without ever touching the stairs. He appeared to be of middle age, a subtle hint of black beard gracing his chin. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached the shores of Qinglong Lake. The onlookers immediately turned their attention towards him, including the esteemed practitioners of Taoism, the masters of Maoshan, and the venerable monks of Buddhism. Master Qi Shao is indeed of their caliber, and they were eager to observe how he would unleash his power. The surface of Qinglong Lake shimmered, the breeze lifting the hem of Master Qi Shao's robes. At that moment, he made his move. Thunder roared. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a tremendous force. Boom! Above the firmament, dark clouds churn ominously, accompanied by the rumble of purple lightning. The entire sky seems poised to collapse. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a bolt of heavenly lightning descends, cleaving through the void and striking the hand of the master of Qi Shao. Yet, he seizes it with ease, standing by the shores of the Azure Dragon Lake. He resembles a deity of thunder. The surrounding cultivators, upon witnessing this spectacle, are rendered utterly astonished, frozen in place. This is nothing short of celestial prowess. In his grasp, the master of Qi Shao wields the lightning, and his hand is intertwined with crackling arcs, a boundless sea of thunder surging forth. Today, with the secret arts of Kunlun Mountain, I shall aid you in your transformation into a dragon. I beseech you, Lord of the Azure Dragon, to reveal yourself. The master of Qi Shao, brandishing the heavenly lightning, speaks with a voice that reverberates like thunder, shattering the calm surface of the lake. He is invoking the Grand Dragon Court Scripture, a profound ancestral technique of Kunlun Mountain. In this moment, he is enveloped in a torrent of dragon energy, as if 9 golden dragons entwine around his form. With each breath, he exhales dragon essence, akin to the roar of a true dragon shaking the heavens. Go! The master of Qi Shao unleashes an endless stream of dragon court essence from his mouth, directing it towards the Azure Dragon Lake. This essence, which may also be referred to as illusory dragon breath, is transformed from pure energy. The master of Qi Shao, with eloquence flowing like a river, releases a ceaseless torrent of dragon essence into the lake. The bolt of heavenly lightning in his hand, at this moment, rebounds with new-found vigor. The heavenly lightning strikes back at the dark clouds, instantly shattering them apart. Endless thunder roared, surging like an ocean of storms. Boom! At that moment, however, the Azure Dragon Lake suddenly stirred, unleashing a cataclysmic tide, reminiscent of a dragon drawing water. An inexhaustible torrent of lake water erupted forth, hurling the Qishao, celestial master, who stood at the shore, into the air. Splutter. The Qishao, celestial master, spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a backlash, his entire being drenched, akin to a drenched chicken. His complexion turned pale, blood staining the corners of his mouth, as he gazed towards Azure Dragon Lake, his chest heaving incessantly. Unbeknownst to the peril, the Qishao, celestial master, spoke with a frigid tone. Subsequently, with a wave of his grand sleeve, he returned to the viewing platform. You two shall not succeed. He directed his gaze towards the powerful figures of the Taoist sect, the Maoshan priest, and the venerable monk of the Buddhist order, speaking coldly. He then settled down, closing his eyes to recuperate from his injuries. The surrounding cultivators stared at the Qishao, celestial master, in disbelief. Even the formidable Qishao, celestial master of Kunlun Mountain, has failed. I shall give a try. The powerful figure of the Taoist sect, skeptical of the Qishao, celestial master's words, stepped forward, eager to attempt his luck. Nonetheless, he harbored doubts in his heart. The Taoist figure had already prepared himself, not exerting his full strength. As anticipated, he too met with failure and suffered calamity. Splutter. Blood streamed from his eyes, his palms dripping crimson, as if he had endured a grievous wound. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. This was an entity not inferior to the Qishao, celestial master. Heh! The Qishao, celestial master, observed this, sneering softly, and continued to mend his injuries. Two celestial masters were consecutively injured. At this moment, even the Taoist priests from Maoshan and the venerable monks from the Buddhist sect were reluctant to intervene. After all, who would wish to suffer severe injuries? Alas, it seems today is not destined for success. As Nan Gongzheng observed that no one dared to act, he sighed softly. Just as he was about to declare the day's conclusion, Chun Yin, the father of Chun Sheng from the Yungu family, stepped forward. Let me give a try, Chun Yin declared with unwavering confidence, directing his gaze at Nan Gongzheng. Nan Gongzheng, if I succeed, will you allow your daughter to marry into my Chun family in 3 days? Chun Yin stated bluntly. Given that both celestial masters have failed, what makes you think you possess the means? Nan Gongzheng replied gravely, regarding Chun Yin with skepticism. You need not concern yourself with my methods. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions behind presenting the Dragon Turtle River map? As it stands, you have but one choice. Agree to my previous proposition, or you shall owe my Chun family everything in return. Chun Yin chuckled lightly, gazing at Nan Gongzheng as if he had discerned his motives. It would not be easy for Nan Gongzheng to extricate himself from the Chun family. You, very well, with so many fellow practitioners present, if you are unable to fulfill your promise, you shall no longer interfere with my Nan Gong family from this day forth. Nan Gongzheng declared resolutely to Chun Yin. Since the Chun family had torn apart their relationship, he felt no need to extend them any courtesy. The onlookers were taken aback by this turn of events. Wasn't the Nan Gong family on amicable terms with the Chun family? Why has the situation escalated to such a standstill? Only a select few are aware that the Chun family has employed dark sorcery against the wife of Nan Gongzheng, inciting his profound fury and prompting him to sever ties with the Chun clan. In this confrontation, Nan Gongzheng has unveiled the Dragon Turtle River map and intends to use Nan Gong Ilian as bait, likely in hopes of securing another ally. However, Chun Yin audaciously claims that he can achieve what even the two celestial masters could not. Such a notion is utterly delusional. Their disbelief is palpable, as the onlookers regard Chun Yin with palpable disdain. Even the four esteemed celestial masters do not deign to cast a glance in his direction. In response to the ridicule surrounding him, Chun Yin smiled and produced an item. Do you know what this item is? It is the true dragon saliva, a treasure from the 9 suns, a miraculous gift from the heavens. He has brought forth a betrothal gift bestowed upon the Nan Gong family by my grandfather, a treasure rivaling the Dragon Turtle River map. True dragon saliva aids in the transformation of dragons. Do you believe this item can succeed? Chun Yin chuckled, exuding an air of arrogance. Chapter 49. The emergence of the Azure Dragon Demon Lord in the celestial realm beyond the 9 suns, a remarkable transformation unfolds at Donghu, where fish and dragons astoundingly intertwine, heralding the presence of true dragon's essence. Previously, my grandfather bestowed upon the Nangong family 4 unparalleled treasures from the Tao realm, among which true dragon's essence stands as a singular marvel. This is no ordinary dragon's essence. It is the essence of the ancestral dragon, hence its revered title. Just a single drop of this essence can rival the legendary river diagram of the dragon turtle. The surrounding cultivators gazed in utter astonishment at the vial held by Chun Yin. Even the esteemed Tianshi from Longhushan and other eminent Taoists turned their attention towards him. Should this indeed be true dragon's essence, it would undoubtedly empower the Azure Dragon Demon Lord to assume the form of a dragon, rendering it a divine artifact in their eyes, particularly for the Demon Lord on the cusp of transformation. How could you possibly possess true dragon's essence? Nangong Zheng exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. He was certain he had never given such a treasure to the Qin family. How could it have ended up in Chun Yan's possession? This was entrusted to me by your wife. Chun Yan replied with a smirk. At that moment, his son, Chun Cheng, rose to speak. He directed a cold smile toward Nangong Iran, declaring, "You belong to me and can never escape my grasp." Nangong Iran's complexion turned ashen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the vial in Chun Yan's hand. Ghostly goo. You have manipulated my wife using ghostly goo to seize true dragon's essence. I beseech all fellow cultivators to uphold justice. The Qin family has gone too far. In an instant, Nangong Zheng discerned the truth of the matter, bowing respectfully to the 4 Tianshi. The Nangong family is also part of the Tao realm. Thus, the accusation of excessive tyranny is unfounded. It can simply be said that you are outmatched in skill. Chunyan seemed to have anticipated Nangong Zheng's actions. He let out a cold snort and remarked that there are unwritten rules in the Tao realm. While the forces of the Tao realm must not deceive mundane families, they are free to engage in fierce conflict amongst themselves. The 4 celestial masters exchanged glances, and the celestial master of Kunlun Mountain declared, "Hand over the dragon tortoise river diagram, the purple mist pearl, and the mermaid's tendon, 3 treasures of the Tao realm, and I, Kunlun Mountain, shall ensure the safety of your family." He audaciously demanded the surrender of 3 Tao treasures from Nangong Zheng. Kunlun Mountain certainly possesses a bold demeanor. Simply relinquish the mermaid's tendon to me, and I shall guarantee the Nangong family's safety for a lifetime. The powerful figures of the Tao realm turned to the Qi Shao celestial master, sneering as they addressed Nangong Zheng. He actually desires the mermaid's tendon. The Taoists from Maoshan and the ancient Buddha from the Buddhist sect also voiced their demands, stating that if Nangong Zheng were to bestow upon them the mermaid's tendon, they too would be willing to protect the Nangong family. Nangong Zheng's hand clenched slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. How could he fail to grasp their intentions? Even if he surrendered the treasures of the Tao realm, these factions would only safeguard his family and would not antagonize the Chun family of Yonggu. It was akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. I wonder if he would truly be willing to use true dragon saliva to assist the demon lord in transforming into a dragon. Nangong Zheng refrained from saying much more and instead turned to Chun Yin, speaking coldly. If Chun Yin were to indeed use true dragon saliva to aid the demon lord in transformation, Nangong would still acknowledge him as a close kin. Thus, with the Azure Dragon Demon Lord as their backing, the Nangong family harbored no fear of the Qin family. In this light, it could be seen as a viable strategy. Without the Wang family, what is the Nangong family worth? Merely a stroke of luck, having received the Wang family's assistance. Nowadays, who is unaware of the Nangong family's disgraceful act of breaking off their engagement? Who would dare to accept the Nangong family? Chun Yin, holding a jade vial containing true dragon saliva, gazed at Nangong Zheng, a cold smile playing on his lips. His words were like daggers, piercing directly into Nangong Zheng's heart. Nangong Zheng's chest burned with fury, yet he found himself utterly powerless. For, as Chun Yin had articulated, the reputation of the Nangong family was indeed deplorable. Once, they were merely a wealthy merchant family in Jinling, unknown to many. Yet, through fortunate circumstances, they caught the eye of the Wang family, soaring to great heights. Now, they had become the wealthiest in Jinling, unrivaled in their prominence. However, he had fallen prey to the slander of the Chen family, leading Nangong Yiran to withdraw from the engagement, thereby tarnishing the Nangong family's reputation beyond repair. They had earned the infamous titles of betrayal and disloyalty. Ha ha! Witnessing Nangong Zheng nearly spew blood from his rage, Chen Yin laughed heartily. He then made his way to the shores of the Azure Dragon Lake. Having achieved his objective, it was time to commence with more pressing matters. I stood by, observing Nangong Zheng's demeanor, shaking my head in indifference. All of this was merely the consequence of Nangong Zheng's own actions. If it were not for my Wang family, what significance would the Nangong family hold? Presently, Nangong Zheng must be drowning in profound regret, yet it serves no purpose now. However, Nangong still supports Nangong Zheng, her tear-streaked visage evoking a pang of sympathy within me. Throughout it all, she has merely been a tool, devoid of personal freedom. Yet, in the end, it is she who sacrifices the most. As I observe Nangong, Chen Yin has already commenced. He uncorks the jade vial. At that very moment, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, echoing far and wide. Above the celestial dome, tumultuous clouds swirled, resembling a majestic purple dragon soaring through the sky. Even the Azure Dragon Lake, at this instant, began to seethe with fervor. From the jade vial, a wisp of essence emerged, coalescing into the form of a true dragon. It exuded a terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding cultivators to tremble as if confronted by an ancient, ferocious beast. The formidable aura sent chills down their spines, raising the hair on their necks in dread. It was not the true dragon's saliva, merely the essence released from it. The celestial masters of Qishao gazed intently at Chen Yin. After all, the true dragon's saliva, a relic from the ancestral dragon, is deemed a divine artifact within the realm of Tao. They were eager to witness it. Little did they know, it was merely the essence escaping from the true dragon's saliva. The genuine true dragon's saliva likely remains with the Chen family. Nevertheless, this essence, even in its diminished form, is exceedingly precious. The moment it manifested, it incited quite a remarkable phenomenon. I implore the esteemed dragon demon lord to make an appearance. I, Chen Yin of the Chun family from Yun Valley, shall assist you in your transformation into a dragon, with a jade vial in hand. Chen Yin did not invoke any incantations. Instead, he laughed heartily towards the azure waters of the Dragon Lake. His confidence was unwavering, for he believed that the mere essence of true dragon saliva would suffice to enable the dragon demon lord's metamorphosis. The waters of the Dragon Lake surged tumultuously, churning to heights of 100 zhong, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Within the depths, there seemed to be a shadow, swirling and elusive, reminiscent of a dark figure. The 1,000-year-old carp, the dragon demon lord. Upon sighting that shadow, the surrounding cultivators were instantly taken aback, having recognized its significance. The mere appearance of this shadow hinted at the possibility of Chen Yan's success. Could it be that the river diagram of the dragon turtle might also belong to the Chun family of Yun Valley? Nangong was being supported by Nangong Yiran. He gazed at the 1,000-zhong waters of the Dragon Lake, his lips trembling. Within him dwelled a duality of hope for Chen Yin's triumph and reluctance to relinquish the river diagram to the Chun family. Ha ha! With a single drop of true dragon saliva, I beseech the dragon demon lord to savor it and transform into a dragon, reigning supreme over the world. Chen Yin looked upon that shadow, his heart swelling with audacity as he laughed aloud. Suddenly, with the last echoes of his words, the Dragon Lake surged back violently. A dark shadow lunging forth. In an instant, it sent Chen Yin flying away, and even the essence of true dragon saliva was cast aside, crashing to the ground. Chapter 50. A sword opens the dragon gate after Chen Yin was hurled backward. The tranquil surface of Qinglong Lake swiftly returned to its serene state, as if the preceding chaos had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, the scene before them was undeniably grim. Chen Yin was gushing blood, a pool forming around him, with bones protruding grotesquely from his wounds. This gruesome tableau unmistakably conveyed to all present that the earlier events were no illusion. Incredibly, the Qinglong demon lord had rejected the essence of the true dragon's saliva and had sent Chun Yin flying with a single strike. What could possibly account for such an occurrence? Father. Chun Chung rushed towards Chun Yin, but his immediate concern was not for his father-esque condition. Instead, he sought to retrieve the jade vial that contained the essence of the true dragon. However, upon grasping it, he discovered it to be empty. The precious essence had vanished. Only then did Chun Chung hasten to assist his father. We must leave at once. The day is ill-fated. Should we linger? We risk inciting the wrath of the Kunlun Mountain Lord. Chun Yan's complexion was ashen. He wiped the blood from his lips with his sleeve and spoke urgently. His eyes filled with terror and trepidation as he cast a wary glance at Qinglong Lake. The horrifying scene was still vivid in his mind, an indelible memory. On this day, neither the master of Qi Shao nor the formidable powers of the Dao sect had compelled the Qinglong demon lord to reveal himself. Moreover, even with the true dragon's essence in hand, Chun Yin had failed to attract the attention of the demon lord. It was clear that, regardless of who it was, success was utterly unattainable today. Poor Master Qing Feng had likely perished in vain, and the surrounding cultivators could only shake their heads in disbelief at his misfortune. Nangong Jing's expression turned grim. His plans had been thwarted. It seemed that today was destined for failure. Nangong Zheng, what day did you select? Not only did it result in Master Qingfeng's demise, but also left my father gravely injured. You must offer compensation for this. Chen Sheng spoke coldly as he supported Chen Yan. He audaciously attempted to exploit the situation for gain. How shameless. Was it not you who chose this date? Before Nangong Zheng could respond, Nangong Yi's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Chen Sheng. She had never encountered anyone more brazen than him. When did I ever choose a date for you? Do not slander me. Chen Sheng categorically denied. Indeed, we cannot leave empty-handed this time. Nangong Zheng, as the wealthiest person in Jinling, surely you would not be so petty. An elder clad in coarse robes chuckled at that moment. Today's date is unfavorable. There is no way to summon the Qinglong demon lord. This is clearly a waste of our time, and I have postponed $1 million feng shui arrangement to be here. Another cultivator chimed in. Even the time of several celestial masters has been squandered. Nangong Zheng, how can you justify not providing some form of compensation to these esteemed masters? A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe added. You all. Nangong Zheng's face darkened further. He was acutely aware that these individuals were likely disguised members of the Chen family, intent on stirring up trouble. Chen Sheng supported Chun Yin as he approached Nangong Aran, delivering a resounding slap that sent her sprawling to the ground, leaving a conspicuous handprint upon her face. Wretched woman, you shall never escape my grasp. Your sister was once like you, yet she ultimately submitted to me without resistance. What you amount to? Chen Sheng crouched down, his words laced with mocking disdain. The surrounding cultivators exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Chen Sheng then turned his gaze toward Nangong Zheng and declared, the day is ill-fated. The Qinglong demon lord has yet to make an appearance. Will you not declare the end of this farce? He awaited the moment when these cultivators would depart, so he could visit the Nangong family and assert his dominance. To think they could sever ties with the Chun family was nothing short of courting death. Nangong Yiran sat on the ground, her white dress soiled with dust, a vivid handprint marring her cheek. Her eyes shimmered with unyielding defiance, tears threatening to fall, but never escaping. Nangong Zheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. As he prepared to call an end to the proceedings, I could no longer remain silent and stepped forth from the crowd. This is sheer nonsense. If you lack the ability, refrain from making grandiose claims and directing others. I declared with icy resolve. Witness as I, Ji Jinlong, draw my sword today to open the dragon gate, transforming the demon lord into a dragon. My voice was cold as I strode confidently from the throng. Draped in an ebony robe that enveloped me entirely, I concealed my visage beneath the hood, my voice altered to resonate with an air of age. My words reverberated like thunder on a still day, startling many who turned their gazes toward me, even the esteemed Tian Shi and the formidable Taoist masters. including the likes of Chun Yin, who wielded the essence of the true dragon, had not achieved such an effect. What merit did I possess to attain this? Who is this? Do you recognize them? They appear so unfamiliar, lurking in that dark cloak, murmured the crowd, their incredulity palpable. What audacity! Are they daring to question the Tian Shi? Such boldness! They scoffed at my guise, questioning why I had not revealed myself sooner if I possessed such prowess. The onlookers pointed and whispered, their disbelief evident as they speculated about my identity. Yet, among them, Li Chengdao, a formidable figure beside the Taoist master, narrowed his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his skin. He gazed at the ancient sword I bore with a palpable sense of resentment. Who do you think you are? Even the two Tian Shi and my father have not accomplished this. How dare you claim you can? As someone disrupted his plans, Chun Cheng's irritation flared, and he coldly directed his ire at me. What are you? You dare to converse with me? Step aside. In response, I admonished Chun Cheng, causing his expression to stiffen, revealing his discomfort. However, I paid him no heed and turned my attention to Nangong Zheng, stating, "This is not yet concluded. Should I succeed, may I be granted the Dragon Tortoise River map?" Nangong Zheng gazed at me and sighed softly. Perhaps it would be prudent not to attempt this, to avoid any casualties. Earlier, I had rebuked Chun Cheng, which led Nangong Zheng to regard me favorably. He harbored no desire to witness my fate align with that of the Qingfeng Taoist. I was well aware of his intentions. You need only respond to me. I spoke to Nangong Zheng with a voice as cold as ice. Very well, should you succeed, the Longue River map shall undoubtedly belong to you. Nangong Zheng sighed again, realizing he could not dissuade me, and ultimately acquiesced. Truly courting death, I shall be intrigued to see how you meet your end. Once you have perished, I shall be eager to discern the identity of the figure cloaked in black. Chun Cheng remarked coldly, anticipating my demise to mirror that of the Qingfeng Taoist. With Nangong Zheng's consent secured, I squandered no further time and made my way to the shores of Qinglong Lake. The gentle breeze caused the black robe to billow audibly. I unsheathed the ancient sword from my back and leaped into the air, treading upon the surface of Qinglong Lake. With each step I took, waves erupted as if thunder had split the air. He is courting death. To dare tread upon Qinglong Lake, once the demon lord's wrath is stirred, he shall find no refuge. Chun Cheng observed this spectacle, a cold smile forming on his lips as he cast a lethal curse upon me. Chapter 51. The demon lord transforms into a dragon. Astonishing Jin Linghoof. Nangong Zheng, today you are destined to commit a grave error. By provoking the Azure Dragon Demon Lord, you shall reap no favorable consequences. Chun Cheng remarked, casting a cold smile towards Nangong Zheng. He then turned his attention to the surrounding crowd, advising, I strongly urge everyone to depart swiftly, lest you be regarded as accomplices by the Azure Dragon Demon Lord. This charlatan will undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Azure Dragon Demon Lord, and no one will be able to save him. Chun Cheng spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that he would indeed provoke the Azure Dragon Demon Lord. His warning only deepened the grim expression on Nangong Zheng's face, who began to regret allowing such a situation to unfold. However, just as Chun Cheng's words fell, someone suddenly gasped in astonishment, pointing towards Qinglong Lake, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Ignoring Chun Cheng's cautions, they beheld a figure above Qinglong Lake, wielding an ancient sword, which he swung down with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, the waters of Qinglong Lake surged violently, creating towering waves. At that moment, an ethereal portal materialized in the heavens above, seemingly suspended in the boundless sky, continuously flowing like a river. As the figure's exclamation echoed, all eyes on the shore swiftly turned towards the spectacle. Dragon Gate. Upon witnessing this scene, their pupils constricted in unison, overwhelmed with astonishment. Even Chun Cheng, upon glancing in that direction, felt a tremor of disbelief, unable to fathom what lay before him. How could this be? Dragon Gate? His face burned with heat. Moments ago, he had boldly declared that it was impossible for him to succeed. Who would have imagined that he would actually summon the Dragon Gate? Does this mean that as long as the Azure Dragon Demon Lord passes through, one can transform into a dragon? He He felt as though he had been struck across the face. At that moment, a lump rose in his throat, rendering him speechless. Is this truly the Dragon Gate? Nangong Zheng was equally taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a magnificent spectacle. Nangong Iran, too, was overwhelmed with astonishment. Ji Zhenlong, how did you accomplish this? Li Chengdao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If even his master could not achieve this, how could he? It was beyond his imagination. Boom! As the crowd turned to look, a shadow surged through the waters of the Azure Dragon Lake, hurtling toward the Dragon Gate. The Azure Dragon Demon Lord. Upon seeing this shadow, the crowd gasped in recognition. They merely glimpsed a silhouette, yet he perceived it with crystal clarity. It was a dragon fish. Shanhai Jing Hai Wai Shi Jing. The dragon fish resides to the north, resembling a raccoon, also known as a crab. The Azure Dragon Demon Lord matched the description in the Shanhai Jing perfectly. It stirred the lake waters, ascending toward the heavenly gate. Boom! The heavens trembled. The sound of water crashing like a torrential waterfall. Before the eyes of the crowd, the Azure Dragon Demon Lord leaped, accompanied by a tidal wave, effortlessly surpassing the Dragon Gate in a single bound. In the realm of the Azure Dragon Demon Lord, beyond the Dragon Gate, a myriad of radiant hues ascended into the firmament, resplendent and dazzling, akin to the brilliance of fireworks. Beneath this splendid glow, the Azure Dragon Demon Lord emanated divine light, stirring the very heavens. In that moment, the entire city of Jinling appeared to be shrouded beneath an immense cloud. Within the city, gazing upward, one could faintly discern a shadow swirling amidst the dark clouds, reminiscent of a dragon. This sight left many in astonishment, prompting them to hastily capture the moment on their phones and share it on social media. Look, a dragon has emerged in Jinling. What else could it be? My goodness, is this truly a dragon? The entirety of Jinling is enveloped in clouds, and that shadow continues to writhe. Who dares claim that dragons do not exist? This is indeed a dragon. The moment the video was posted, it sparked a flurry of comments. However, some refuted the claim, asserting that it was merely a unique physical phenomenon. Meanwhile, by the shores of Azure Dragon Lake, the gathered crowd was equally astonished and exhilarated. They were witnessing the transformation of a dragon firsthand. This journey was not in vain. Ji Zhenlong. Could he possibly be the disciple of Ji Sanxian? The esteemed Master Qi Xiao of Longhushan, along with other powerful figures from the Taoist sect, were equally taken aback upon witnessing the dragon's transformation. Yet in their astonishment, they began to ponder the origins of this remarkable individual who could compel the demon lord to take on such a form. However, they remained unaware that I had witnessed this spectacle, leaving me somewhat astonished. I had not anticipated that my foster mother would orchestrate such a grand display. It seemed she had indeed managed to impress them all. Standing upon the surface of the lake, I gazed upward at the transforming dragon, my heart filled with awe. This was my first encounter with such a scene. Even in its form as a water serpent, it was extraordinary. Yet, I knew that my foster mother's influence was undoubtedly at play here. Above the heavens, countless rays of light cascaded upon the demon lord, imparting an aura of sanctity, as if it were undergoing a baptism in celestial radiance. It instilled a profound sense of reverence within all who beheld it. At last, the clouds parted in the firmament. The Azure Dragon Lord stirred the winds and clouds, emanating a divine glow, resembling a towering mountain as it descended into the lake. Once, a great sage had read my fortune and foretold that I would await a fateful encounter with one who would assist me in my transformation into a dragon. Little did I know that today would be that fateful day. The Ji family possessed a true dragon with a single stroke. It could open the Dragon Gate and sever the ties of eternity. As the Azure Dragon Lord plunged into the lake, a resounding proclamation echoed forth, akin to the thunderous tolling of a great bell. Every living being trembled, their souls quaking in response. At that moment, they too emerged from their earlier astonishment. I too glided across the lake's surface like a dragonfly skimming the water, returning to the shore. The onlookers were left in unparalleled astonishment. I had truly aided the Azure Dragon Lord in its transformation into a dragon. From this moment forth, the Qinglong Lake shall truly witness the emergence of a dragon. Chun Yin and Chun Sheng, their faces pallid, were rendered speechless, utterly astounded by my revelation. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Nan Gongzheng, equally agitated, hurriedly bowed to me. I implore you, Master, allow my daughter to recognize the Qinglong Demon Lord as her godparent. I shall personally present the Longue Hichu. He had not forgotten to request that Nan Gong Yiran acknowledge the Qinglong Demon Lord as her godparent. However, I found myself disinclined. I cast a cold glance at Nan Gongzheng and remarked, Nan Gongzheng, do you not recognize me? We have crossed paths at the Wang family, and yet you failed to honor your promise. I sent Ji Tian to retrieve what you owed me, only for you to dismiss him. Now, having transformed the Qinglong Demon Lord into a dragon, you still withhold the Longue Hichu from me. Do you truly believe me, Ji Jinlong, to be so easily trifled with? My words were laced with an icy chill, and coupled with the formidable presence of the newly transformed Qinglong Demon Lord, they carried great weight. This utterance caused Nan Gongzheng to tremble, his astonishment palpable as he gazed at me. You're a master from the Wang family. Ji Jinlong. He had not initially grasped my name, but my admonition finally stirred his memory, reminding him of my esteemed identity as Ji Jinlong of the Wang family. Chapter 52. The regret of Nan Gongzheng was previously agitated by the disturbances caused by Chun Yin and Chun Sheng, and he had completely overlooked my introduction. At this moment, upon hearing my rebuke, he finally recalled my true identity. His face was marked by utter astonishment as he gazed at me, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He had once doubted my integrity, never anticipating that I would assist the Demon Lord in his transformation into a dragon today. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly disheartened. Chun Sheng, witnessing this spectacle, burst into laughter. So it is the esteemed figure from the Wang family. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Nan Gongzheng is indeed treacherous. He has previously deceived you. He asserted, I believe the esteemed figure must punish him to uphold the dignity of the Wang family. Chun Sheng had been present when Nan Gongzheng had cast me away, and now, comprehending the situation, he turned to me before addressing Nan Gongzheng. You once promised the esteemed figure a reward, yet when his descendant, Ji Tian, came to claim it, you dismissed him, compelling the esteemed figure to come personally. How laughable! Is it not your unwillingness to fulfill your promise? And now you dare to negotiate terms with the esteemed figure? Chun Yin cast a series of scornful glances at the visibly distressed Nan Gongzheng, intent on isolating him and forcing him into a corner, compelling him to align with the Chun family. The onlookers, upon hearing this, suddenly understood the depth of the connection between Ji Jinlong and Nan Gongzheng. It must be said that Nan Gongzheng first betrayed his commitments by going to the Wang family to annul the engagement, thereby humiliating them. Subsequently, he proved to be untrustworthy by expelling the junior sent by Ji Jinlong from the Nangong family. These two actions alone have branded him with the reputation of disloyalty and deceit. Nangong remained by Nan Gongzheng's side, her face as pale as death. Offering a bitter smile, she recalled the scene from that day when the heartless Nangong family cast her aside. On that day, did Nan Gongzheng ever imagine that he would find himself in such a predicament today? It seems that all of this is merely the consequence of the Nangong family's own making. Get lost. Do you think you have a right to speak here? My voice was hoarse as I rebuked Chun Cheng, ordering him to step aside. Chun Cheng was instantly taken aback by my imposing presence, stumbling back a few steps. I turned my gaze to Nan Gongzheng and coldly demanded, "Do you believe that I would still trust your words? Now, hand over the Dragon Turtle River map to me. Otherwise, I will ensure that your Nangong family suffers complete ruin and extinction." I showed no mercy, directly threatening Nan Gongzheng. Upon hearing my words, Nan Gongzheng's expression grew increasingly grim, and he appeared visibly perturbed. "Forgive me, esteemed one, I did not intend any harm. I merely wished to see you once more." Nan Gongzheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile as he repeatedly offered apologies. He was in a state of utter panic. Ji Jinlong has the power to transform into a dragon under the command of the Demon Lord. possessing boundless magic and the ability to manipulate the forces of nature, rendering the annihilation of his family a trivial matter. The Dragon Turtle River Map. I reiterated, not elaborating further. Nangong's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his hand trembling slightly as if he were grappling with an arduous decision. Gritting his teeth, he finally reached into his bosom and retrieved a wooden box. The box, a deep reddish brown, was adorned with intricate carvings of mountains, rivers, and a vivid array of flora and fauna, remarkably lifelike and exquisite. This singular box was undoubtedly an antique. Esteemed master, this is the Dragon Turtle River Map. From this moment forth, it belongs to you, Nangong proclaimed, cradling the wooden box with profound reverence. In the past, during my incarnation as Jition, he had treated me with indifference. Yet now, under the guise of Ji Jinlong, he displayed utmost deference. I could not help but wonder how he would react. What expression would cross his face when the truth of my identity as Jition was ultimately revealed? Witnessing Nangong's unwavering respect, a surge of pride welled within me, compelling me to seize the wooden box. The onlookers, captivated, leaned in with anticipation, eager for me to unveil the legendary Taoist treasure, the Dragon Turtle River Map. Even the four esteemed masters of Kunlun Mountain, renowned exponents of the Tao, cast their covetous gazes upon the box, tempted to seize it for themselves. However, the enigma of my presence and the depth of my strength deterred them from acting impulsively. After accepting the box, I refrained from opening it, sensing a subtle quiver from the bronze fragment within me, as if it were attuned to the treasure's essence. I realized that within this wooden box undoubtedly lay the river diagram of the dragon turtle. Nangong Zheng had not deceived me. Under the gaze of the assembly, I promptly secured the wooden box. The onlookers expressed their disappointment, sighing repeatedly. I implore the esteemed one to protect my family, allowing my daughter to recognize the demon lord as a godparent. At this moment, Nangong Zheng could no longer restrain himself and clasped his fists towards me. He feared that upon obtaining the river diagram of the dragon turtle, I might depart from this place. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently from the beginning, when the Wang family flourished. It was your fortunate connection with them that led to the rise of the Nangong family as the wealthiest in Jinling today. Yet, you have forgotten your roots. During the decline of the Wang family, not only did you fail to offer assistance, but you also committed acts of betrayal. All of this was orchestrated by you, Nangong Zheng. Who else can be blamed? Witnessing Nangong Zheng in such a humble state, I gazed at him, devoid of any sympathy. Instead, I spoke with an icy demeanor, unleashing the grievances that had long accumulated within me. Nangong Zheng trembled slightly, his lips quivering. Today, he had already endured considerable blows. Each of my words struck him like needles piercing his heart, leaving him in deep regret. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have surely crumbled by now. Nangong Iran, however, could not bear to see her father in such a state. She stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Nangong Zheng. The esteemed one's words ring true. All of our tribulations are of our own making. Nevertheless, I beseech the esteemed one to safeguard my parents' lives. Nangong Iran is willing to toil endlessly in return. Nangong Iran spoke to me, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting an image of profound vulnerability. As I gazed upon her, memories of that day by the Qinglong Lake flooded my mind. I might possess a heart of stone when it comes to Nangong Zheng, yet I find myself unable to extend the same indifference to Nangong Iran. At present, I fear that Nangong Zheng's spirit is teetering on the brink of collapse. This, perhaps, serves as a form of retribution for him. Let today be the conclusion of this matter. I turned to Nangong Iran and remarked softly to untie the knot. One must find the one who tied it. Your Nangong family, betrothed to Ji Tian, is indeed a blessing earned from a previous life. By honoring the engagement, no one dares to challenge your family. The dowry sent by my grandfather to the Nangong family is also significant. How could I allow it to be recklessly given away? Those treasures shall certainly be reclaimed once I marry Nangong Iran. Upon hearing my words, she trembled slightly, tears cascading down her cheeks, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. At that very moment, a poem unexpectedly resonated from the lake. It was as if the divine had taken to singing, reminiscent of ancient sacrificial hymns, echoing with a sense of timelessness. The words seemed to transcend the ages, striking a chord within every soul present. With a roar, the tiger calls forth the dragon from its lair. The phoenix takes flight, dancing into Jinling. The golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When the winds of fortune arise, they transform into dragons. Chapter 53. The Dragon Turtle River Diagram. While others remain oblivious to the meaning of this poem, I possess the understanding. It must be the words of my foster mother, the river goddess, expressing her hopes and confidence in me. Following the transformation of the Azure Dragon Demon Lord into a dragon, the Nangong family once again finds itself in awe of Jijinlong. Their respect for the Wang family has only deepened. Simultaneously, within the realm of Dao, attention has turned toward the Wang family. After all, a withered camel is larger than a horse. At the height of its glory, the Wang family was regarded as the foremost clan in the Dao world, a stature that even the ancient imperial lineages and ancestral traditions could not rival. Now, with Ji Jinlong among them, capable of opening the Dragon Gate with a single sword, concerns have begun to surface. Wang Kunlun may be returning. At that time, they would once again be subject to the formidable power of the Wang family. However, none of this pertains to me. I have resumed my identity as Ji Tian. Indeed, the Nangong family dares not make any further moves. Nangong Zheng is now accompanied by Nangong Iran to offer apologies and has directly set the date for our wedding, 3 months from now, on the day I turn 18. Nangong Zheng has completely severed ties with the Qin family. The current Nangong family requires the backing of a formidable force. Wang Jun and Nangong Zheng are engaged in conversation in the living room, while I have a private meeting with Nangong Iran. She is as beautiful as ever, adorned in a snow-white dress, resembling a celestial being. Shyly, she cannot bring herself to meet my gaze. For her, all of this seems somewhat dreamlike. She never anticipated that eventually we could truly become husband and wife. Ji Tian, after we marry, shall we leave Jinling? I have come to a realization. We are merely ordinary individuals, and as long as I can be with you, I shall find happiness. Nangong Iran hesitated for a long while before gazing at me and speaking. It was as though she had made a profoundly difficult decision. She was willing to embark on an ordinary life alongside me. I looked at Nangong Iran, my heart filled with confusion. Did she not still wish to avenge her sister? Was she truly willing to relinquish that pursuit? Nevertheless, since Nangong Iran had expressed such sentiments, I could not possibly refuse her. I smiled and replied, "All right, I have always been an ordinary person, and living an ordinary life is quite wonderful." Upon hearing my words, Nangong Iran's face lit up with a radiant smile, blooming like a flower. "You are truly wonderful," she murmured, her head bowed in shyness, her cheeks flushed as she addressed me. Then, unexpectedly, she made a bold decision. Nangong Iran rose on her tiptoes and placed a swift kiss upon my cheek. Blushing, she then dashed out of the room. Watching her retreating figure as she ran, I touched the spot where she had kissed me, a peculiar sensation welling up within me. This little girl, I mused joyfully to myself. I never imagined that the aloof goddess portrayed in the news could also exhibit such a charmingly innocent demeanor. It seems that girls in love truly do lose their wits. Nangong Iran, following Nangong Zheng, departed from the Wang family to commence preparations for the wedding scheduled 3 months hence. Throughout the day, I remained enveloped in a state of bliss. The mere thought of Nangong Iran's graceful form elicited an involuntary smile upon my lips. Never before had a girl stirred such a profound yearning within me. It was at this moment that I realized I had indeed developed feelings for Nangong Iran. From the first instance I laid eyes upon her letter, she left an indelible impression upon my heart. Later, she secretly ventured from Kunlun Mountain to meet me, delivering her final words. It was only today, when she summoned her courage to propose leaving Jinling for a simpler life and bestowed a kiss upon me, that I comprehended the extraordinary bravery possessed by this young woman. Though she had not truly engaged with me, her understanding of my essence led her to an irresistible affection. She dared to pursue love with audacity, a rarity in today's world. Wang Jun was also in high spirits today. Previously, he had been troubled by my impending marriage, which had been arranged by my grandfather. The thought of it falling through filled him with anxiety, and he sought every means to salvage the situation. Now, with Nangong Zheng coming forth to extend an apology, he was able to resolve the matter while simultaneously gaining a sense of vindication. After all, when Nangong Zheng had previously come to annul the engagement, he had been exceedingly arrogant. As night fell, the full moon ascended high into the sky, casting its pale glow upon the earth. The trees outside cast elongated shadows, appearing as if they were clawing at the air. Within the confines of my room, I retrieved the box containing the dragon-tortoise river diagram. Since obtaining it this morning, I had yet to examine its contents. The box, a rich reddish-brown, exuded an ancient yet refined charm. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, depicting birds, beasts, insects, fish, flowers, and trees, each design vivid and lifelike, as though branded into the surface. The details were discernible with remarkable clarity. This box was undoubtedly a betrothal gift from my grandfather. I murmured to myself. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to unveil the box and behold this treasure of the Tao realm, a coveted item even among celestial masters. Slowly, I opened the lid, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, accompanied by the ethereal sounds of sacred verses being chanted. The echoes of crashing waves and thunderous lightning resonated in my ears. At that moment, I felt as though I were submerged in an ocean, with thunder rumbling above me, while beneath my feet, an ancient dragon tortoise recited sacred texts. With a resounding boom, as the box fully opened, I felt a jolt that brought me back to reality. Inside the box on the table, a radiant light burst forth, resembling a luminous pearl of the night. Before my eyes, ancient runes materialized, intertwining into the image of a divine tortoise supporting a towering mountain. Before me lay a white tortoise shell, intricately engraved with ancient characters that seemed to pulsate with life. They resembled the might of a celestial dragon soaring through the heavens and the rebirth of a divine phoenix, akin to the mythical tortoise supporting the mountains. These wondrous visions flickered briefly before vanishing into the ether, leaving only the solitary white shell inscribed with the enigmatic river diagram. The river diagram and the Luo script are two mystical patterns that have been passed down from ancient times, originating from the constellations above. They are imbued with profound mystery and immense value, often regarded as celestial scriptures, long lost to the world. As stated in the I Ching, the river emerges with the diagram, and the Luo brings forth the script which sages follow. Now, this river diagram is etched upon a tortoise shell. It is no wonder that the dragon tortoise's river diagram has become a treasured artifact in the realm of Taoism, a testament to the ancient lineage. Indeed, the reputation of the river diagram is well-deserved. Gazing upon the dragon tortoise's river diagram, I was overwhelmed with astonishment, lost in the intricate beauty of its design. However, at that moment, a chilling wail of an infant pierced the air, a discordant sound that sent shivers down my spine and raised the hairs on my body. Woe is me! You dare betray my mother for another woman. I shall take your life, so you may accompany her. The wailing of the infant was soon accompanied by a mournful cry. I quickly turned to see a ghastly figure at the nearby window, a pale, fanged infant with a greenish visage, its eyes clouded and skin as white as if dusted with powder. It caught sight of me staring back. It unexpectedly revealed a sinister smile. As its mouth opened, a stream of blood gushed forth, accompanied by mangled flesh and shattered bones, a sight utterly grotesque. Just moments ago, it had astonishingly devoured a living person raw. Chapter 54. The jade body nourished by spirit. Upon encountering the ghostly infant, I was instantly taken aback. It appeared before me without any forewarning. Anyone would surely be startled in such a moment. Its visage was exceedingly grotesque and terrifying, with blood trickling from its mouth. I could tell at a glance that it had just feasted upon a living soul. You both shall perish. How dare you betray mother? I shall summon you to join her. The ghostly infant grinned at me, its voice rasping like the grinding of metal, a sound that sent chills down my spine. Clutching the dragon tortoise river map, I hastily rose from my desk. I retreated to the side, regaining my composure, my gaze fixed intently on the ghostly infant as I spoke. Who are you? How dare you enter the Wang family estate? Do you not know that we possess formidable guardians, with Ji Jinlong capable of opening the dragon gate with a single sword strike? I was entirely unaware of the nature of this ghostly infant, yet I sensed its formidable essence, comparable to that of a malevolent spirit. Spirits are categorized from the lowest to the highest. There are souls, vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, ghostly apparitions, and ghost kings. This infant could very well be on par with a malevolent spirit. Within the realms of the Taoist order, it might be classified as a true person, second only to a master. Such a ghostly entity, if allowed to roam freely, would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the world. However, I felt no fear towards this ghostly infant. My sole desire was to comprehend its true intentions. Betray it, mother. You consort with other women. I shall avenge my mother by slaying you. The wailing of the ghostly infant was utterly harrowing. An aura of resentment enveloped it, dark clouds swirling ominously around its form, while its jagged fangs dripped with fresh blood. I soon comprehended the reason for its approach. It was undoubtedly in response to the betrothal I had arranged with Nangong Iran. Could it be the Chun family from Yin Valley? A surge of suspicion coursed through me. This was likely the Chun family's desperate attempt to dispatch a ghostly assassin to eliminate me. Oomph! With a disdainful snort, I hurled a talisman at the specter. The ghostly infant was remarkably swift, evading the projectile with ease. Bang! The talisman detonated, unleashing a tempest of lightning that shattered the window into a gaping hole. I refrained from engaging it in further dialogue. If I could capture it, I would unveil the identity of my would-be assassin. The ghostly infant's shriek was piercing, compelling me to cover my ears. It transformed into a shadow, lunging directly at me. In the realm of the golden gong, where myriad lights illuminate, and the celestial energies converge, let the Taoist protect my true form. I gestured with my hands, radiating resplendent golden light. The ghostly figure collided with the shimmering aura, and in an instant, it let out a dreadful cry as it was sent hurtling backward. Wisps of white smoke emanated from its pale arm, sizzling like embers meeting water. I will have my mother kill you. She will surely bring about your demise. The ghostly infant writhed in agony, its eyes devoid of pupils, fixated on me with an intense glare. Simultaneously, it began to incessantly lick its wounded arm, repeating the motion several times. Once again, it charged towards me. It turned out to be a ruse, attempting to catch me off guard for a surprise attack. This little imp was indeed full of tricks. The ghostly infant emanated an aura of darkness, transforming into a shadow that was swifter than before. I could feel the chilling, bone-deep malevolence surrounding me, prompting an involuntary shiver. The soul-locking bell. Without a moment's hesitation, I summoned a spectral soldier. This spectral soldier was conjured from the soul-locking bell. The chime of the bell resonated through the void. Grasping the bell, I shook it vigorously, releasing waves of spectral energy that dispelled the vengeful aura radiating from the ghostly infant. An invisible ripple began to spread outward, wailing, Mother, save me. The ghostly infant immediately clutched its ears, emitting a horrendous scream that pierced the air. It fell to the ground, rolling in distress. I swiftly tossed a shroud onto the ground, covering it completely. The shroud, once used to wrap a corpse, was white and stained with blood. As it settled over the ghostly infant, it fell silent, as if bound by some unseen force. With just these two spectral entities, I had effortlessly subdued the ghostly infant without causing it harm. As I gazed at the peculiar being on the ground, I finally discerned its true nature. It was not a human form. Rather, it was crafted from jade, sustained by a spirit. Upon witnessing the ghostly infant beneath the white shroud stained with blood, I felt a tremor within me. This ghostly child was not forged from a corpse, but rather from precious jade, subsequently infused with a spirit to form this being. This is what is whispered of in legends, the spiritual infant. The method of creation is unfathomably cruel, demanding not only the utmost quality of jade, but also requiring the infant's soul to remain within the womb, a primordial spirit embryo. Such a practice involves taking the soul from the mother's womb before birth. The sheer inhumanity of this act is appalling, truly deserving of condemnation. As I absorbed this grim reality, a surge of indignation ignited within me. This is far too brutal. The shroud binds the ghostly infant's spirit, rendering it merely a jade figurine, no larger than a palm. I picked it up gently and spoke. You, who were to reincarnate, have been wronged before birth, harboring deep resentment and exploited by others. I do not blame you. Now, reveal to me who has caused you harm. I shall avenge you and assist you in transcending, allowing you to re-enter the cycle of life and be reborn. The jade doll, however, resisted with defiance, struggling against its fate. I shook my head and retrieved a yellow talisman, placing it upon the infant's forehead before unveiling the shroud. As I did, I discovered inscriptions etched upon the back of the jade doll. Astonishingly, it was a contract of ghostly marriage, stipulating that upon entering the underworld, a bond would be forged as desperate spouses, together nurturing this child. Bound by an unbreakable covenant of the afterlife, the specter of an unearthly marriage looms ominously. Should one dare to defy this pact, their soul shall be cast into eternal despair, never to find solace. To my astonishment, I discovered that I had been betrothed in such a manner. Upon this revelation, my thoughts immediately drifted to the enigmatic woman of Qingqiu tomb. Yet, as I delved deeper into the text, I was met with an unexpected twist. The names inscribed in this ghostly union were none other than Ji Tian and Nangong Iran. Upon seeing Nangong Iran's name, a shiver coursed through my body, disbelief washing over me. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that this jade doll was nurtured by Nangong Iran herself? However, I quickly dismissed this notion. If this were true, my engagement to Nangong Iran would absolve any accusations of betrayal from this spectral child. Moreover, Nangong Iran is a living being. How could she possibly be bound to a ghostly marriage? Yet, why then was her name inscribed upon this document? Could it be a mere coincidence of names? As I grappled with my confusion, a sudden warmth emanated from the jade doll in my grasp, prompting me to involuntarily release it. Seizing this moment, the jade transformed once more into a ghostly infant and darted away. Without a moment's hesitation, I gave chase, convinced that following it would lead me to its enigmatic mother. Chapter 55. The mysterious woman in green. Without a moment's hesitation, I pursued the ghostly infant. The essence of Yangming, the divine might concealed within, ensnaring the ethereal, cloaking the human form. With the invocation of spiritual talismans, I rendered my dwelling untraceable. Should there be any defiance, let the celestial soldiers ascend. With a gust at my feet, I departed the Wang residence without arousing anyone's suspicion. The ghostly infant transformed into a wisp of dark mist, moving swiftly eastward. I hurried after it. However, as I continued my pursuit, an unsettling feeling crept in. The direction taken by the ghostly infant led towards the shores of Qinglong Lake. What could this mean? A sense of confusion washed over me. Why would the ghostly infant venture to Qinglong Lake? Nevertheless, I pressed on. In the dead of night, Qinglong Lake was nearly deserted, illuminated only by faint glimmers of light. The ghostly infant darted about like an agile spirit monkey, eventually vanishing into a patch of shadow. Within that darkness stood a figure. As the ghostly infant nestled into her embrace, she emerged from the shadow. To my astonishment, she was a woman, draped in green attire. With a cloak billowing behind her, the wind of Qinglong Lake lifted her garments. Though the light was dim, it was evident that she was a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her delicate nose was slightly upturned, her eyes sparkled with life, and her features were exquisitely refined, complemented by a short, pragmatic hairstyle that imbued her with an air of resolute grace, rivaling that of any man. In her arms, she cradled a black jar, into which the ghostly infant had just disappeared. The black jar emanated a swirling aura of malevolence, steeped in a chilling atmosphere of death and despair. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Did the Chen family of Yin Valley send you? I directed my inquiry toward the woman before me. The Chen family of Yin Valley. They are hardly worthy. Why would I need a reason to eliminate you? There are countless who seek your demise. The woman clad in green replied, a scornful smile gracing her lips. No sooner had her words fallen than she formed a series of gestures, summoning forth the ghostly infant from within the black jar. The ghostly infant crawled out once more, its hands grasping at the jar, its head emerging to gaze at me. A chilling hiss escaped its lips, baring its teeth menacingly. Go! With a flick of her wrist, the endless stream of malevolent energy surged into the ghostly infant. The infant let out a haunting wail, its form now radiating a terrifying aura of darkness. This malevolent energy enveloped the clouds above, casting a shadow over the sky. Upon witnessing the woman in green preparing to strike, a chill gripped my heart. She was not sent by the Chun family of Yun Valley. Furthermore, she had claimed that numerous others sought my life. Was she one of them? Regardless of her motives, I refused to remain passive, awaiting her first move. Heavenly thunder awakens the spirit. Even the gods and demons take flight. With the heavens on my side, I summon the descending thunder. Thunder summoning technique. With a swift motion of my hand, I produced 7 or 8 thunder talismans and hurled them towards the woman in green. Bang! 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 Each talisman that fell unleashed a significant surge of lightning. Yet the woman deftly evaded them all. She was incredibly agile, akin to a wraith. I scarcely witnessed her movement before she reappeared from a different direction. At that very moment, the ghostly infant erupted from the black jar. It emanated an overwhelming aura of malevolence, its fangs sharp as daggers, and its mouth gaping like a blood-soaked chasm, the size of a human head. This ghostly infant was exponentially more formidable than before. In an instant, it lunged at me with unprecedented speed. Before I could react, it seized my chest. With a swift motion, it tore through my flesh, shredding my shirt as well. Blood flowed profusely from my wound, and an excruciating pain surged into my mind. This was the first time I had endured such an injury. The power of the woman in green far surpassed my expectations. She was stronger than even the renowned Taoist, Li Xiangdou. After successfully striking, the ghostly infant gnawed at the piece of flesh it had ripped from me, its mouth stained with blood, its malevolence intensifying. It then charged towards me once more. Damn, I'd been ambushed by this ghastly creature. I appeared pale, clutching my wound as blood flowed incessantly through my fingers. As the ghostly infant lunged at me once more, I hesitated no longer. I retrieved the soul-locking bell, hanging from my waist. The chime resonated, echoing outward. This was the Een soldier, specifically designed to combat these spectral beings. Indeed, as the sound of the bell rang out, the apparition of the ghostly infant instantly plummeted beside me. Just moments ago, it had been less than a meter away, poised to sever my head had I delayed even a second longer. A wave of dread washed over me, cold sweat trickling down my spine. This was the Een soldier, the soul-locking bell. The moment the blue-clad woman beheld the bell in my hand, she froze, a look of disbelief crossing her face. She had not anticipated that I possessed Een soldiers. Come back. The blue-clad woman reacted swiftly, attempting to summon the ghostly infant back. She understood that the Een soldiers were particularly effective against such spirits. Typically, unless the disparity in strength was immense, ordinary ghosts could hardly resist. Though she acted quickly, I was quicker still. As the ghostly infant descended, I hurled the shroud, enveloping it entirely and immobilizing the specter. Een soldiers, the shroud? How could you possess so many Een soldiers? The blue-clad woman trembled again, gazing at me in utter astonishment. Even she did not command such a multitude of Een soldiers. Indeed, I had not anticipated that after eliminating you, my gains would be so plentiful. It appears that the season of 3,000 has arrived, and before Wang Kunlun departed, he left behind a considerable amount of treasures for you. The woman in the green attire gazed at the spectral soldier in my hand, her eyes glinting with covetousness. Her expression was frigid as she stood still, murmuring incantations while forming intricate hand signs. With a breath, as she cast her spell, the surrounding Een energy began to converge towards her. In a mere moment, hundreds of phantoms gathered around her. These spirits, both male and female, young and old, bore pale visages resembling forlorn souls. Yet at this instant, they were summoned by the woman in green. Eliminate him. With a sweeping gesture, she sent hundreds of talismans soaring into the midst of these apparitions. The spirits absorbed the Een energy that had just coalesced, as well as the talisman affixed to them from the heavenly realm. In an instant, they transcended their ordinary state, transforming into malevolent spirits. A tempest of sinister energy surged forth, causing the surrounding flora to wither in its wake. Even the pale, waning moon in the sky dimmed under the weight of this overwhelming aura. The formidable power of the woman in green was utterly terrifying. She had summoned 100 spirits and transformed them into vengeful entities. Such prowess, coupled with her striking appearance, evoked memories of an ancient power. I couldn't help but tremble slightly, gazing at her in awe and fear. The Green Corpse Sect, Chapter 56, one of the 9 dragons. Seeking the art of divination within the realm of Tao, there exists an ancient scripture known as the Qing Nong Jing. This text holds significance comparable to the imperial canon and has long been lost to the annals of history. The Qing Nong Jing possesses the power to ascertain the 6 energies, illuminate the geography, and establish the path of humanity, thereby earning its title as the source scripture of the Great Tao. I once encountered a reference to the Qing Corpse Sect within an ancient tome, a lineage derived from the teachings of the Qing Nong Jing. The Qing Corpse Sect, also referred to as the Qing Nong Corpse Sect, is an exceedingly enigmatic and archaic faction seldom seen in the world. Yet, whenever they manifest, they invariably stir upheaval throughout the entire Tao realm. Though they bear the moniker of corpse, the members of the Qing Corpse Sect pride themselves on their lofty ideals, disdainful of utilizing actual corpses. They perceive corpses as accumulations of worldly filth that hinder one's Taoist progression. Thus, they nourish corpses with souls, much like that ghostly infant which fashioned a corpse from jade, creating a unique form of undead. Moreover, she had summoned hundreds of lonely souls in an instant, employing Qi to do so. She further cultivated them with talismans, igniting their spirits and transforming them into vengeful spirits. Reflecting upon her various techniques, it is evident that they align with the teachings of the Qing Corpse Sect. I never anticipated that after many years, a successor of the Qing Corpse Sect would re-emerge into the world and seek me out. You are a descendant of the Qing Corpse Sect. I gazed at the woman in blue, clutching her wound, and addressed her in a cold tone. Upon hearing my words, the woman in blue appeared momentarily taken aback, as if she were astonished that I had unveiled her origins. Her gaze was icy, fixed upon me as though I were a lifeless corpse. At that moment, hundreds of vengeful spirits loomed, each exuding an overwhelming malevolence. While they might not rival the ghostly infants in dreadfulness, they were far from feeble. Confronted by a solitary specter, I might have felt emboldened. However, the sheer multitude of these apparitions charging towards me was daunting. Even with the might of 3 heads and 6 arms, I was no match for them. Summoning the soul-locking bell required a significant reservoir of energy, and after activating it twice today, my vitality was nearly depleted. Now, I found it exceedingly arduous to summon it once more. Was I truly destined to perish here today? My complexion was ashen, beads of sweat cascading down my face as I offered a feeble, pained smile. At this moment, all I desired was a place to recline upon the ground and indulge in a much-needed respite. My eyelids felt heavy, my head spun, and I was on the brink of collapse. Today had proven to be a monumental misstep, enlightening me on the notion that there are always greater forces beyond oneself. Although my strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to those who were truly formidable. The road ahead of me was still long and treacherous, and I could not help but wonder if I would survive the night. The vengeful spirits surrounding me were horrifying, each resembling their moribund forms. Some were grotesquely disfigured, their flesh mangled, with brains oozing forth while maggots wriggled across their bodies. Others were drenched, water cascading from them incessantly, their skins swollen and pallid. There were also those who had been severed at the waist, their entrails grotesquely dangling. They approached me with an overwhelming malevolence, encircling me directly. I yearned to resist, yet found myself utterly devoid of strength. It was over. Grandfather, granduncle, I have failed your expectations. Despair enveloped my heart. I had descended into a dire predicament, with no means of escape. I could already sense the chilling aura that enveloped me, along with the nauseating stench of decay. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. At that very moment, the azure waters of Qinglong Lake erupted violently. The lake began to boil, unleashing towering waves that surged towards the heavens. From within Qinglong Lake, a radiant azure light shot forth, resembling a blade of divine energy. With a resounding hiss, this unparalleled light cleaved through the malevolent spirits, vanquishing them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of vengeful spirits were utterly subdued. At that moment, calm returned to Qinglong Lake. "Qinglong Yaozhu, how dare you meddle in my affairs?" Nangong Iran, a figure clad in azure, observing from a distance, was utterly taken aback by this turn of events. Filled with fury, she coldly admonished Qinglong Lake. "Nangong Iran, how is it that she bears the same name?" A jolt of shock coursed through me. Could it be that she and I were bound by a ghostly union? What on earth was happening? I demand his death today. Who dares allow him to see the third watch? The Azure Dragon Sovereign, I shall witness your prowess once you transform into a dragon. The azure-clad woman spoke with an icy demeanor, resolutely confronting the Azure Dragon Sovereign. She understood that if the Azure Dragon Demon Lord was not suppressed, there would be no hope of ending my life today. Her intention was to subdue the Azure Dragon Demon Lord first, and then take pleasure in my demise. The woman in the azure attire, with her hands forming intricate gestures, closed her eyes in deep concentration, continuously reciting incantations. Harness the universe. Illuminate the celestial epics. The 7 celestial mechanisms flow through beginnings and ends. Earthly virtues rise. Heavenly radiance descends. Astonishingly, she invoked the teachings of the Qing Nong Jing. In that moment, the heavens above erupted with falling starlight, and moonlight cascaded down like a silken veil. The azure-clad woman, with a graceful wave of her hand, summoned the starlight and moonbeams. Appearing like an ethereal deity, she radiated divine light, enveloped in celestial brilliance, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. In that instant, she resembled a divine being beneath the celestial dome. With unwavering determination, the azure-clad woman continued her incantation, drawing forth the essence of darkness. The starlight and moonlight coalesced into the form of Xuanwu, a mystical tortoise. The Xuanwu, with an earth-shattering roar, bore the weight of its shell, emanating an overwhelming force that surged directly towards Azure Dragon Lake for a decisive suppression. At that moment, an immense pressure weighed upon my heart, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon me. The Xuanwu, transformed by the azure-clad woman, was utterly insurmountable. Anything that obstructed its path would be reduced to mere ashes. This was my foremost thought. Had the azure-clad woman unleashed this technique upon me from the very beginning, I would likely have perished instantly. Could the Azure Dragon Demon Lord withstand such a force? I found myself unexpectedly concerned for the Azure Dragon Demon Lord. "Young one, you might as well call for your grandfather. You are still too inexperienced. Depart from the realm of Azure Dragon Lake." Thunderous roars echoed across the expanse of Qinglong Lake, a voice resonating with authority and gravitas. As the words reverberated in the air, a sword emerged, slicing through the void with a brilliant azure light, accompanied by the haunting sounds reminiscent of a dragon's chant. This formidable sword, imbued with a sense of dominance, descended with lethal intent. In an instant, the once mighty Xuanwu was cleaved in twain, effortlessly rendered asunder. With a sudden gasp, a woman clad in azure attire found herself afflicted by backlash, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. "Today, I shall remember this sword, Qinglong Demon Lord. One day, I shall unleash 1,000 blades upon you." The azure-clad woman, displaying remarkable resolve, recognized her own inadequacy in confronting the Qinglong Demon Lord. In a swift motion, she retreated into the shadows, vanishing from the banks of Qinglong Lake. "Thank you for your timely rescue, Qinglong Demon Lord." I expressed my gratitude with a bow, clutching my wound as I watched the azure figure depart. "Yitian, I am aware the outside world perceives you merely as an ordinary mortal, yet you possess the wisdom of a hidden dragon lurking in the depths. Today, I have saved your life. In return, may I request you to divine my fortune as a means to settle this debt of gratitude?" A dark silhouette emerged above Qinglong Lake, gliding across its surface with an ease that belied gravity, advancing towards the shore. Upon witnessing this scene, I was struck with astonishment. Could this shadow be the Qinglong Demon Lord? Yet, what astonished me further was the fact that the Qinglong Demon Lord sought my counsel in matters of fortune. Was one of the 9 dragons truly coming to me for divination? The aphorisms bequeathed by my grandfather are finally coming to fruition. Chapter 57. The blood of the ancient emperor of the moonlight cast a pale glow, cascading down and illuminating the surface of the azure dragon lake. A shadow glided across the water, as if treading upon solid ground, drawing closer to me. I pressed my hand against my wound, gazing at him. My grandfather's words echoed in my mind, foretelling that 9 dragons would come to seek my counsel. Only 3 tails and 2 coins could be accepted. Now, I pondered whether the Azure Dragon Demon Lord was indeed one of the 9 mentioned by my grandfather. I did not hastily acquiesce to the Azure Dragon Demon Lord's request. Instead, I inquired, "Have you prepared the requisite offerings?" Although the Azure Dragon Demon Lord had saved my life, my grandfather's edict was unbreakable. If he wished for me to read his fortune, he must present me with 3 tails and 2 coins. Divination and fortune-telling unravel destinies and conclude karmic ties. I was well prepared. Beneath the depths of Azure Dragon Lake lay treasures, a fortune of gold and a chest of jade. Would that suffice? The Azure Dragon Demon Lord reached the shore. The moonlight illuminated his figure, allowing me to discern his features. He appeared as a young man clad in azure garments, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, exuding an air of refinement. His long hair was elegantly tied up, and a green mark adorned his brow, lending him an otherworldly charm. His phoenix-like eyes were enchanting, his nose elegantly sculpted, and his features were remarkably exquisite. He was a strikingly handsome man, surpassing even the allure of contemporary stars by countless measures. Yet, it was his aura that rendered comparison futile. However, his words caught me off guard. He had indeed prepared such lavish offerings, 10,000 taels of gold and a chest of precious jewels. To be candid, I find these matters quite compelling. However, my grandfather insists that I only accept a fee of 3 taels and 2 coins. Do you possess 3 taels and 2 coins? I can offer you divination services for that modest sum. Not a penny more, nor a penny less. I turned to the Azure Dragon Demon Lord and spoke. Should he have 3 taels and 2 coins, I would assist him in fortune-telling. 3 taels and 2 coins? Beneath the moonlight, the Azure Dragon Demon Lord's eyes glimmered with a cerulean light, revealing a hint of perplexity. He possesses treasures worth countless gold and an entire chest of precious jade. Moreover, considering the favor he bestowed upon me by saving my life, one would expect him to be willing to pay for my services. Yet, I found myself unwilling to accept anything beyond the stipulated 3 taels and 2 coins. Indeed, I shall only accept 3 taels and 2 coins. It appears you do not possess them, and the secrets of the heavens must remain undisclosed. When the time comes that you can offer 3 taels and 2 coins, I shall gladly assist you in divination. I nodded in acknowledgement to the Azure Dragon Demon Lord. Such a being as he, with innumerable treasures, each undoubtedly worth a fortune, could hardly present a mere 3 taels and 2 coins. I too recognized this truth, feeling a tinge of disappointment within. Nonetheless, I must adhere to my grandfather's teachings. They are not to be disregarded. It seems I shall have to await another opportunity. Very well. I understand. The Azure Dragon Demon Lord gave me a nod in return. He did not inquire further. At his exalted stature, there was no need for excessive dialogue. Everything was conveyed in silence. I remain grateful, dear sir, for the Demon Lord's assistance today. I shall return here often. When you are prepared with the 3 taels and 2 coins, I shall be at your service for fortune-telling. I clasped my fists in respect to the Azure Dragon Demon Lord. No harm done. I am acquainted with your mother, and it is she who has assisted me in transforming into a flood dragon today. However, be wary of the Qing Corp's sex actions against you. You must exercise caution in the future. The Azure Dragon Demon Lord nodded in acknowledgement. He then tossed me a pill, saying, "This is the Dragon Breath pill. You are gravely injured, and this will alleviate your wounds." As I utilized the pill, I sensed the vitality contained within it. The pill was enveloped in an aura. reminiscent of a divine dragon swirling around. Thank you, Demon Lord. I express my gratitude once more. Once I have prepared 3 or 2 coins, I shall seek you out. For now, I take my leave. The Azure Dragon Demon Lord waved his hand and stepped toward the Azure Dragon Lake. The moonlight cascaded upon his silhouette, which gradually became indistinct until it vanished completely. Clutching the dragon breath pill in my hand, with pain still throbbing in my chest, I cast a glance at the Azure Dragon Lake before departing, making my way towards the Wong family estate. By the time I returned to the Wong residence, dawn was breaking. I did not disturb anyone and retreated to my chamber. The dragon breath pill. After tending to my wounds, I gazed at the pill in my hand, and without hesitation, I swallowed it whole. A sharp intake of breath escaped me, as though I were immersed in a hot spring, enveloped in unparalleled comfort. The dragon breath pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that flowed into my body. Buzz. The dragon breath elixir possesses formidable potency, healing my wounds and calming my spirit. Yet, it cannot directly mend my injuries. At this moment, a piece of bronze within my sea of consciousness begins to tremble gently. It releases wisps of essence, pressing down upon the heart of the ancient emperor. The heart, under such suppression, quakes incessantly, radiating resplendent divine light, with a mist of sanguine energy emanating forth. The heart of the ancient emperor, resplendent and translucent, resembles a piece of exquisite glass jade. However, in this very instant, it is compelled to expel a drop of blood within my sea of consciousness. This singular droplet, glowing with divine radiance, intertwines with fragments of runes. As soon as it emerges, it integrates seamlessly into my being. At this moment, the vitality within me surges like a dragon, and my skin begins to exude traces of blood. My veins are visibly prominent, and I feel an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through me. An abundant life force floods into my body, and my wounds heal at a visibly rapid pace. The droplet of blood from the heart of the ancient emperor is, astonishingly, refining my physique. The sanguine energy envelopes my form, radiating a dazzling brilliance, unparalleled in its splendor. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques I previously practiced, inherited from my grandfather's teachings, begin to break through at this moment. These techniques are not from the Ji family's teachings, but rather derived from the Taoist scriptures my grandfather sought after. He told me that these scriptures are the most suitable for cultivation in the early stages. The teachings left by the Jing family, though they solidify the foundation in the early stages, pale in comparison to the Taoist scriptures. These scriptures are divided into several stages: seeking qi, cultivating qi, true qi, foundation building, golden elixir, and celestial qi. Previously, I had only managed to reach the stage of cultivating qi, yet I had already attained the prowess of a master. However, no matter how diligently I practiced, I could not attain true qi. To my astonishment, after being tempered by the ancient emperor's blood, I suddenly broke through to true qi. Were this to be known among the Taoists, it would surely leave them astounded. The Taoist scriptures are notoriously challenging to cultivate. Many ordinary individuals spend their entire lives unable to even seek qi. Even the celestial masters of the Tao may only reach true qi after much effort. Yet here I was, not yet 18, having entered the realm of true qi. This achievement in the cultivation of Taoist scriptures rivals that of a celestial master. The renowned Li Qingdao, who traversed the Taoist world, was merely at the stage of cultivating qi, causing a stir throughout the Tao. He was hailed as an unparalleled prodigy, a rarity in a millennium. Yet I surpassed Li Qingdao, having reached true qi before turning 18. The heart of the ancient emperor possesses such extraordinary effects. Could I possibly receive another drop of his blood to aid my breakthrough? Bronze continued to compress for me. My heart surged with an overwhelming excitement. Chapter 58. Guming, the heart of the ancient emperor, resplendent and translucent, radiated with divine aura. It was no larger than a palm, gently pulsating within the sea of divinity. Each throb resonated like the booming of thunder. The heart of the ancient emperor brimmed with vibrant life force, akin to an expansive ocean. Such immense vitality led one to believe that this heart was on the verge of resurrection. Just a single drop of its blood had enabled my Taoist scripture to transcend its boundaries. I yearned for it to yield another drop of essence to further aid my cultivation. Yet, no matter how I urged, I could not rouse the bronze. Furthermore, I was unable to compel the heart of the ancient emperor to release more vital blood. This left me in a state of helplessness. It turned out that I possessed a veritable mountain of gold, yet remained ignorant of how to wield it. As I gazed upon the heart of the ancient emperor, enveloped in crimson mist, I couldn't help but reflect. This heart was indeed formidable. I even questioned whether, despite my severed limbs, if the heart of the ancient emperor wished to assist me, it might have the power to restore me. However, I still had to rely on the bronze. What exactly was this bronze? It was astonishing that it could subdue the heart of the ancient emperor. That unscrupulous monk might know its origins, but I could not directly inquire of him. I would capture him when I no longer feared him and thoroughly interrogate him then. I turned my attention back to the bronze. It was shrouded in mystery, capable of suppressing even the heart of the ancient emperor. That unscrupulous monk, returning to seek me out, was indeed eager for the bronze. His anxious demeanor suggested he was aware of its provenance. I just wondered whether he had emerged from that black spring yet. I attempted once more to extract essence from the heart of the ancient emperor. Yet regardless of my efforts, it remained unresponsive. Sighing, I ultimately surrendered and exited the sea of divine. How astonishing that so much time had elapsed. Outside the window, the morning sun poured in, revealing that dawn had indeed arrived. Remarkably, despite having spent the night awake, I felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, I was invigorated, brimming with vitality. As I rose to my feet, my body emitted a series of crackling sounds, akin to popping beans, as if I had undergone a profound transformation. Breathing in the crisp morning air, I was filled with a profound sense of wonder, as though I were in a dream. Just last night, my chest had been a ghastly wound, deep enough to expose bone. Yet now, it had completely healed, leaving no scar behind. As for Nangong Iran, I pondered her true identity within the Qing corpse sect. It was intriguing that she knew of Nangong Iran and sought me out. Clearly, she possessed considerable knowledge about me. I could not help but wonder what her intentions were in assuming the name of Nangong Iran. My thoughts drifted to the woman from the Qing corpse sect. I felt a twinge of confusion. Why did she wish to kill me at this moment? While claiming to be Nangong Iran, what could this possibly signify? In marriage. Such a union is reserved for the deceased, yet she was very much alive. Where could the notion of marriage arise from? I murmured to myself. Then I took out the jade doll, holding it in my hand, examining it intently. However, I could discern no clues from it. Indeed, isn't there an older sister of Nangong Iran? Could this possibly be related to her? This thought suddenly occurred to me. The fact that she dares to call herself Nangong Iran might indeed have some connection to the real Nangong Iran. Coincidentally, I had also intended to visit Nangong Iran today to give her some life-saving items. After having breakfast, I took a taxi to the Nangong residence. Since the incident at Qinglong Lake, the attitude of the Nangong family towards me has completely transformed. They even took the initiative to create opportunities for me and Nangong Iran to enjoy our time together. As we walked side by side onto the bustling street, filled with the sounds of cars and lively activity, she cheerfully remarked, "What brings you to my home today?" Nangong Iran appeared exceptionally happy, her smile never fading as she walked beside me. "I've missed you since we haven't seen each other for so long, so I thought I'd come to visit," I replied with a smile. We then found a bubble tea shop and purchased 2 cups of tea. It's astonishing how expensive bubble tea has become. The 2 cups cost over 40. Why not just resort to robbery? I never realized how sweet your words are. Didn't we just see each other yesterday? How could it be that we haven't seen each other in ages? Nangong Iran looked at me and smiled joyfully. "A day apart feels like 3 seasons," I teased before inserting the straws into the bubble tea and handing one to her. "Your eloquence is remarkable. Will you remain devoted in the future? Surely, you wouldn't deceive other young ladies, would you?" Nangong Iran remarked, taking the milk tea and casting me a feigned glare. Clear my throat a few times, I replied, "How could that be? However, I must admit I do have a matter to discuss with you." "What is it?" Nangong Iran inquired, taking a sip of her milk tea. This is not the appropriate place to converse. Let us find somewhere more suitable, I suggested. Interestingly enough, I know a delightful spot, a tea house opened by a classmate of mine. Allow me to take you there, Nangong Aran responded, undoubtedly familiar with the area. She led me to a somewhat secluded tea house named Ming Cha Jian. The establishment was modest, yet exuded tranquility, with several patrons savoring their tea. Despite the presence of many, it remained serene. This is owned by a classmate from high school, Nangong Aran informed me as we entered the tea house, drinks in hand. It was indeed quite peculiar that we ended up here. Gu Ming, Nangong Iran greeted the owner at the counter. It appeared that she shared a good rapport with the proprietress. Iran, what brings you here? Come in, please. The woman named Gu Ming, who seemed to be of similar age to Nangong Iran, appeared notably more mature. Gu Ming was also quite attractive, possessing an alluring charm, and her figure was both curvaceous and well-developed. This is my fiancé, and we're to be wed in 3 months. Nangong Iran held my arm and addressed Gu Ming. Gu Ming was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, saying, I knew it. I've never seen you with a man here before. Come in, please. You're truly fortunate. Iran has always been the belle of our school. Gu Ming possessed a mature demeanor. Although it was our first meeting, there was a remarkable sense of familiarity. Hello, I greeted Gu Ming, observing her closely. Her figure was captivating, making it difficult for any man to look away. However, I scrutinized her features and furrowed my brow slightly. How could Nangong Iran associate with such a person? Gu Ming was indeed attractive, with an exquisite physique, yet her countenance revealed something unsettling. Her eyes appeared reddened, and her peach blossom palace was both broad and dim. It seemed that Gu Ming had not been unfamiliar with men, having likely encountered at least a dozen. Chapter 59. The tension of Nangong Iran. Gu Ming possessed a pair of willow leaf-shaped eyes, a finely sculpted nose, and lips as red as cherries. Her face was heart-shaped, adorned with exquisite features that captivated anyone who laid eyes upon her. Furthermore, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, perfectly accentuating her silhouette, evoking a rush of blood to the head in those who beheld her. Upon encountering Gu Ming, I instinctively scrutinized her facial features. She was of the same age as Nangong Iran, yet her brows and eyes bore a hint of crimson, suggesting a vibrant allure. A faint aura of misfortune lingered above her head, indicative of past losses and the scars of her life. In ancient times, such a woman would be deemed a fox spirit. In contemporary society, she appeared rather indiscreet. I felt it prudent for Nangong Iran to maintain a distance from her. However, I concealed my thoughts in front of Gu Ming, greeting her with a warm smile. Amidst laughter and conversation, Gu Ming guided us to a private room. She graciously offered us premium Longjing tea, proclaiming it a pleasure to treat me on our first encounter. Had I not glimpsed her features, her gestures would have surely left a favorable impression upon me. Yet, after discerning her countenance, my enthusiasm waned. Perceptive to the atmosphere, Gu Ming engaged in light conversation with Nangong Iran before taking her leave, refraining from further intruding upon our time together. The secluded setting allowed for a candid exchange. Once it was just the two of us in the room, Nangong Iran, cradling her milk tea, turned to me and spoke. I cast a furtive glance around, a glint of relief surfacing in my eyes as I ascertained the absence of surveillance. Is this your classmate? I surmise it would be prudent to curtail your association with her. She possesses a certain complexity. I turned my gaze towards Nangong Iran, not to broach any other subject, but to discuss this very acquaintance of hers. What is it? Nangong Iran inquired, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of perplexity in her tone. Ahem, this is rather delicate to convey. I began, clearing my throat. I once studied physiognomy under my grandfather's tutelage. It appears her private life is somewhat disordered. I fear her influence might lead you astray. I coughed lightly, whispering my concerns to Nangong Iran, anxious not to be overheard. Physiognomy? You dabble in that. Nangong Iran responded, a touch of astonishment in her voice. However, your assessment is surprisingly accurate. I've been privy to her affairs for quite some time. Nangong Iran fixed me with a profound gaze, seemingly placing complete faith in my words. Moreover, it seems she was already aware of Gu Ming's somewhat libertine private life. If you're aware, why maintain contact? Be cautious, lest she exploit you, and you find yourself counting the gains of your own exploitation. I had not anticipated that Nangong Iran would maintain amicable relations with her, even with this knowledge. How shall I put this? Gu Ming, you see, is a person burdened by a difficult fate. What you speak of pertains to the past. Nangong Iran hesitated momentarily. Nevertheless, she ultimately confided in me regarding Gu Ming's circumstances. In the past, during my high school years, I harbored a strong dislike for Gu Ming. At that time, both of us were regarded as the school's beauty. She possessed a pure appearance and excelled academically. Yet, she compromised her dignity for a mere 5,000 yuan. I felt a sense of shame being associated with her as a fellow beauty. It was only later that I learned of her impoverished background, her father's sudden illness, and her mother's abandonment, leaving her as the sole provider for her family. Despite her efforts to earn money in her own way and pouring all of it into her father's medical expenses, she could not save him. Following her father's death, she withdrew from university and opened a tea house here. Since then, she has not engaged in any romantic relationships, choosing instead to manage the tea house alone. At this point, Nangong Iran sighed deeply. She too has endured a tragic fate. Once, she was also trapped by circumstances, and one should not view her through a distorted lens. Nangong Iran shot me a glance, cautioning me not to be swayed by Gu Ming's beauty and harbor ulterior motives. For Gu Ming has confided in her that she intends to remain unmarried for life. This matter should remain confidential. I stumbled upon this information purely by chance. None of our classmates are aware of her presence here. She simply wishes to live her life in solitude. I was taken aback to discover that Gu Ming had faced such hardships. Nangong Iran's words left me speechless and ignited a sense of guilt within me toward Gu Ming. Physiognomy does not encompass all truths. Just as I observed Gu Ming, I could only perceive the surface, failing to grasp the entirety of her being. Had Nangong Iran not confided in me, I might have forever believed Gu Ming to be a woman of loose morals, oblivious to her misfortunes. I realized this and offered a wry smile to Nangong Iran. However, you do possess a certain skill in this art. What other talents do you have beyond reading faces? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Nothing significant, merely a superficial understanding, I replied, shaking my head, reluctant to reveal too much in front of her. Then, would you be so kind as to assess my features? Nangong Iran urged me to read her face again. Don't jest. Such practices can lead to misfortune, I declined a request. Generally, one refrains from divining for family or oneself, as it may bring about unfavorable outcomes for both. Thus, I had never attempted to read Nangong Iran's face. Very well, she sighed, disappointment evident as she sipped her milk tea. Do share with me the reason you summoned me today. Ultimately, we returned to the crux of the matter. With that, I grew solemn and turned to Nangong Iran, inquiring, do you not have a sister? Might you enlighten me about her? This was indeed the purpose behind my visit, to uncover the truths surrounding her sister. However, the moment my words subsided, Nangong Iran's smile faltered, replaced by an unnatural demeanor. The topic of sister appeared to be a sensitive subject, one she was reluctant to discuss. Why do you ask about her? The past is behind us, and I'd rather not revisit it. Nangong Iran's anxiety was palpable as she continuously sipped her milk tea, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. I gazed at Nangong Iran, my eyes filled with profound curiosity. I spoke once more. Last night, a woman claiming to be Nangong Iran approached me. What? She? Why would she seek you out? Before I could complete my sentence, Nangong Iran was visibly startled, causing her to drop her milk tea onto the floor. Initially, my thoughts were mere conjecture. But now, it seems Nangong Iran possesses some knowledge of the matter. Chapter 60. Nangong Iran's sister, she wishes to take my life. Had it not been for the intervention of a formidable figure from the Wang family, I might have perished at her hands. The esteemed individual from the Wang family has entrusted me with the task of inquiring about your sister. I addressed Nangong Iran, invoking the name of the Wang family's expert, emphasizing the gravity of the matter at hand, which pertains to my very existence. Upon hearing this, Nangong Iran's countenance turned pale. She hastily grasped my hand and exclaimed, "Are you unharmed? I never anticipated she would seek you out." Her eyes glistened with tears, revealing her deep sense of guilt. "It's nothing. I gently held her delicate hand, a gesture that brought me an unexpected sense of comfort. Realizing my touch, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand, overwhelmed by shyness, her gaze cast downward. Then she spoke, "As for my sister, there's little relevance to our conversation. However, if you seek the Wang family's expert to meet my sister, please do not desecrate her remains. Allow her to rest in peace." Before divulging any details about her sister, Nangong Iran had already issued a cautionary note. I found myself puzzled. Could it be that her sister still lives? Before I could voice my curiosity, she began to recount her sister's story. "My sister's name is Nangong Yaoi. We are twins, and we bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. However, our temperaments are strikingly opposed. I am timid and introverted, while my sister possesses a strong and frosty disposition. It is precisely due to her character that my sister met her demise at the hands of the Yun Valley Qin family. After my engagement to the Wang family, my own family began to flourish, catching the attention of various forces within the Taoist realm. Yet, as time passed, the Wang family fell into decline, while my Nangong family retained several Taoist treasures. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to guilt. The Yun Valley Qin family, brimming with arrogance, sought to ally with us under the pretense of marrying my sister, aiming to engulf the Nangong family. At that time, the Wang family had already waned, and although the Nangong family was substantial, we were still no match for the Yun Valley Qin family. My father, in desperation, proposed a union with the Yun Valley Qin family, but my sister, steadfast and unyielding, would rather perish than submit to their demands. Eventually, unbeknownst to us, the Yun Valley Qin family displayed unparalleled cruelty, tormenting her to the point of death. The tragedy of my sister's demise is unimaginable. You could never fathom the horrors she endured. Nangong Yi's emotions surged as she recounted this, her petite frame trembling, her eyes bloodshot, and tears cascading down her cheeks. I gently patted her shoulder, letting out a sigh. Though the Nangong family now stands as the foremost clan in Jinling, their ascent was not without sacrifices. Known only to a select few, Nangong Yaoi is but one of the sacrifices made for the rise of the Nangong family. The Chun family of Yungu has tormented my sister to death, and they have not ceased their torment even after her demise. They have transformed her into a human puppet, using her as a tool for their own ends. Furthermore, the Chun family has established a connection with an ancient ape, to whom they have shockingly delivered my sister's lifeless body. My father, covertly, has conducted an investigation into these matters. That ancient ape possesses a formidable background. With my sister in its clutches, we are left utterly powerless to rescue her. However, I never anticipated that my sister would seek you out. If it is at all feasible, I implore the esteemed members of the Wang family to subdue my sister's body, allowing her to rest in peace." Nangong Iran's eyes were swollen from weeping, and she gazed at me with tear-filled eyes. The names of the Chun family, the human puppet, and the ancient ape echoed in my mind. I furrowed my brow, extracting these crucial pieces of information from Nangong Iran's account. Yet, these details seemed unrelated to the woman from the Qin Corp sect encountered last night. "Do not worry. Rest assured, we will surely find your sister." I gently patted Nangong Iran's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Tears continued to stream from her eyes as she sobbed, her petite form trembling. I slowly enveloped her in my embrace. In that instant, it was as though she had found a pillar of strength. Years of pent-up grievances began to pour forth as she wept uncontrollably. Were it not for our seclusion in this private room, those around us would surely be bewildered by the scene. No, it cannot be. Nangong Iran, the marriage of the dead, the Qin Corp sect. There must be a connection. I can follow the clues and find Nangong Miaoi. While I comforted Nangong Iran, I contemplated my next steps. The Qin Corp sect would not simply relent. They would continue to pursue me. Furthermore, I have unwittingly become entangled in a marriage of the dead. If this situation remains unresolved, I fear for my peace of mind during sleep, as my life could be at stake at any moment. I must tackle this issue piece by piece. I fully comprehend the gravity of this matter. A marriage of the dead is no trivial affair. The individual who orchestrated this must possess considerable knowledge of me, including my birth details. Moreover, They likely have in their possession an object intimately tied to my fate. Do you have any relics left by your sister at home? I intend to begin my inquiry with Nangong Yaoi. I have a strong intuition that this matter is indeed connected to the Nangong family. Additionally, Nangong Iran is the only piece of information I currently hold. To avoid dwelling on memories of the past, I have incinerated nearly all of my sister's belongings. However, I've retained one item she gifted me, which I will retrieve for you upon my return home. Nangong Iran has undoubtedly encountered her share of affairs within the realm of spirits. She understands the significance of my request for relics and knows my intentions to track down Nangong Miaoi's whereabouts. Acknowledging the importance of this matter, Nangong Iran wiped away her tears and rose from my embrace. Moments ago, she had engaged in such an intimate interaction with me, causing her to feel a touch of shyness and embarrassment. With her head lowered, she guided me out of the private room. As we stepped out, Guming spotted me and approached with a smile, inquiring, "Iran, what is the matter? Do you need anything to drink? We have some matters to attend to and must take our leave. I will come to find you to play another time." Nangong Iran responded to Guming. Leaving so soon? Yet, matters of importance take precedence. I look forward to your next visit, Guming replied, displaying her perceptive nature. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Guming, we prepared to depart. However, just before leaving, I glanced back at Guming and was suddenly struck by the sight of a faint blood omen appearing above her forehead. This heralded impending misfortune. The consequences could range from minor injuries to grave peril. Chapter 61. Seeking the cause, Guming remained with a serene smile, bidding us farewell. She was entirely oblivious to the impending calamity that awaited her, a true victim of fate. My steps faltered momentarily before I ultimately halted, presenting Guming with a business card, saying, "If you encounter anything perplexing, you may seek me at this location." "Oh, you possess a business card? What is your profession?" Guming inquired with a smile. However, to her, my gesture seemed akin to a casual flirtation. Her beauty was undeniable, and I could only imagine how many men had attempted to engage her in such a manner. Nonetheless, Nangong Yuan stood beside me, and Guming graciously accepted the card, respecting her presence. Observing this exchange, Nangong Yuan remained silent. It was only after we had distanced ourselves that she turned to me and asked, "Do you want to shop? What was that about? Were you interested in Guming?" "Don't be ridiculous. I simply noticed something about Guming. She seemed to be, some matters are not meant to be disclosed." I hesitated, unsure of how to explain to Nangong Yuan. Such matters are typically too intricate to convey directly, as they intertwine with destiny's threads. "Do you have another card? Let me see what you do." Nangong Yuan expressed her curiosity, prompting me to produce another card. Reluctantly, I handed her one. The card was rather succinct, bearing only my name, phone number, and an address. Nothing more. "This is the little shop I opened. I rarely visit it. You wouldn't know." I smiled at Nangong Iran, although she has always kept an eye on me. This matter has been quite discreet on my part. She should be unaware. To my surprise, you truly possess some skill. However, the depths of this situation are profound. I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from involvement. Nangong Iran seemed to know something, and she warned me. In her eyes, I am merely a novice, lacking in both prowess and experience. This level of engagement undoubtedly poses significant danger. It is better to live as an ordinary person. Nangong Iran's words held merit, yet she still underestimated my strength. If I were indeed a novice, I would certainly find myself in peril. However, my capabilities are far from feeble. I merely smiled at Nangong Iran, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, we took a car to Qinglong Bay, the name of Nangong Zhang's residential area, which is also a prosperous district in Jinling. Upon returning home, we found that Nangong Zhang was not present. Nangong Iran's bedroom was adorned with a cozy ambience, dominated by a warm yellow hue, exuding a sense of youthful charm. I settled in the living room, awaiting her return. She entered her bedroom and eventually emerged from the wardrobe with a delicate lace garment. Nangong Iran's cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, "My sister was more mature than I. She often wore such attire." Later, seeing that I liked it, she gifted me one. After her passing, I have never worn it again. Nangong Iran, fearing that I might misunderstand, offered an explanation. Ahem. I felt a touch of embarrassment as I accepted the intimate garment from her hand. To my surprise, It bore the delicate fragrance of a young maiden. It seemed that not only had Nangong Iran never worn it, but likely it had not even been washed. It's all right, quite pleasant. I smiled awkwardly at Nangong Iran. Are you perhaps looking to find your sister? Might I accompany you? Upon receiving my acceptance of her clothing, Nangong Iran hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and replied, I find myself uncertain, as I am merely borrowing the esteemed reputation of the Wang family. How could I possibly bring Nangong Iran along? Yet another thought crossed my mind. Nangong Iran and Nangong Miaoyi were twins, almost as if they were two halves of the same soul. Bringing Nangong Iran along could prove to be remarkably effective. Well then, it's settled. But my esteemed Wang family member prefers solitude. If he performs a ritual, you must cover your eyes. I suggested to Nangong Iran. This solution seemed to alleviate my concerns. Yes, rest assured. Nangong Iran beamed with delight upon my agreement. I shall return to inform the esteemed Wang family member of our plans tonight. I conveyed to her. Nangong Iran nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, I departed from a Nangong residence and returned to the Wang family estate, arriving once more in my own chamber. I positioned the jade figurine and Nangong Miaoyi's intimate apparel on the table, intending to ascertain any correlation between them. I procured a yellow talisman and sprinkled a quantity of sacred salt adjacent to both items. Should a connection exist, it would substantiate that the individual who engaged with me was indeed Nangong Iran's elder sister, thereby validating my investigative trajectory. I decree the convergence of cosmic energies, the dominion over fate, the discernment of causality, the validation of truth, the emulation of celestial laws, the transmutation of mystical forces, the genesis of consequences, and the alignment of terrestrial and celestial realms. Sizzle. I cast a yellow talisman directly upon the jade effigy. Simultaneously, the garments of Nangong Miaoyi began to emanate ethereal vapors, swirling like serpentine entities intertwining in the atmosphere. A similar emanation arose from the jade figurine. The confluence of these vapors would signify an association, whereas their divergence would indicate a lack thereof. This incantation, originally designed to evade karmic entanglements, has been ingeniously repurposed by predecessors to unveil causal relationships. The vapors ascending from the two objects spiraled like mythical dragons, gracefully ascending towards the firmament. Their proximity gradually diminished until they coalesced, merging into a unified plume of smoke, thereby confirming their interconnectedness. This is truly Nangong Miaoyi. I was momentarily taken aback. I had made an engagement with Nangong Iran, and we were to wed in 3 months. Yet, who could have imagined that I would also have a connection with her sister? What does this mean? Upon realizing this fact, my confusion only deepened. The matters regarding the Qing Sherman, the Chun family of Yinggu, and the old ape swirled incessantly in my mind throughout the day. I felt increasingly perplexed, my heart heavy with unease, longing to unravel the truth of this predicament. Eventually, the sky outside began to darken, signaling the approach of night. I prepared several talismans, yellow symbols, magical salt, and cinnabar, and made my way to Nangong Iran's residence. You've come. Upon seeing me, Nangong Iran was filled with joy. Yes, I have received guidance from a master. We can proceed now. Today, we shall surely locate your sister. I replied confidently, holding a compass in my hand, its needle spinning ceaselessly. Chapter 62. Encountering the elder ape in the forest, Nangong Iran followed closely behind me as we departed from Qinglong Bay. A dark bag was slung over my shoulder, and in my hand, I held a compass. Might it be that the esteemed members of the Wang family do not intend to intervene? Nangong Iran inquired, her gaze filled with doubt. She had anticipated that the experts from the Wang family would step forward, with the two of us trailing in their wake. To her surprise, it appeared that I was alone in this endeavor. Moreover, given my attire, it seemed as though I was merely leading her on a quest for a corpse, a notion that left her incredulous. They may not take direct action, but they will provide assistance from the shadows. I merely need to follow their instructions. I clarified to Nangong Iran. Ah, I see. She nodded, refraining from further comment. Together, we journeyed to the outskirts of Jinling. The previous night, I had already conducted a preliminary search for Nangong Yaoi, concluding that she was not within the city of Jinling, but rather in a secluded rural village nearby. This discovery aligned with my suspicions, for villages tend to have fewer passersby, making it easier to conceal oneself. Upon arriving at the outskirts, we found ourselves still distant from the village, separated only by a stretch of mountainous forest from the rural area of Jinling. "Is this where my sister is?" Nangong Yiran asked, her breath quickening as anticipation and anxiety intertwined at the thought of reuniting with her sister. "We may need to search meticulously here," I replied to her. With a casual motion, I unfolded the compass in my hand and retrieved the garments of Nangong Yaoi. Casting a yellow talisman and sprinkling a handful of ritual salt at my feet, I joined my fingers and, stepping in the 7 stars formation, intoned softly, Gon yuan tong heng shen, kion kun vai vudong, sun hun uen shi fa, shen hun sion shen kion, uen elu. This incantation is the art of seeking souls and questioning corpses, a legacy of the corpse chasers. Should they misplace a body, they would resort to this method for guidance. Since my childhood, my grandfather has shown me numerous texts, encompassing the principles of support and suppression, passage through barriers, adjusting the elements, invoking deities, understanding the underlying principles, as well as the postnatal 5 elements, the causality of fate, and the 4 pillars of destiny. To me, the art of seeking souls and questioning the dead was merely child's play. As soon as I completed the ritual, the needle of the compass began to whirl. "This way," I declared to Nangong, proceeding into the depths of the forest. Astonishingly, the direction indicated by the compass led deep into the woods. A revelation I had not anticipated. This expanse of forest was nearly on the outskirts of Jinling, seldom traversed by others, thus left to its own devices. We ventured into the thicket, following the compass's guidance in our search. However, after wandering for over an hour, we had yet to pinpoint the location. The direction had become somewhat indistinct, causing the compass to falter. Nonetheless, I remained resolute in my belief that Nangong Yaoi's body lay concealed within these woods. A wise figure from the Wang family had informed me that the object pertaining to my sister had lingered for too long. It could only be deduced that we had arrived in this vicinity. However, you and your sister are twins with your blood. You should be able to more accurately predict your sister's location. I held the compass, turned around, and spoke to Nangong Yiran. In truth, I had anticipated this situation from the very beginning, which is why I agreed to let Nangong Yiran accompany me. My blood. Very well. Nangong Yiran showed no hesitation. At this moment, her sole desire was to find her sister's remains. She extended her delicate, jade-like finger, indicating that I could assist her in drawing blood. Nangong Yiran turned her head aside, seemingly bracing for the pain. I took out a silver needle and pricked her fingertip, quickly drawing a drop of crimson blood. I let the blood fall onto the compass and once more murmured, "Dry yuan tong hung zhen, xian kuan wei wu dong. Sun hun wen shi fa, zhen hun xian shin xian, yi shui wen lu." The compass began to spin again, pointing in a specific direction. "Let us proceed," I said to Nangong Yiran. With her blood, the compass ceased its erratic behavior and directed us towards a singular path. Soon, we arrived at a small hillock. Here, the atmosphere was thick with Yin energy, and the setting sun cast a melancholic glow, imbuing the scene with a poignant beauty. Moreover, upon reaching this place, the compass began to whirl in circles, failing to indicate a fixed direction. This signified that we had indeed arrived at the location indicated by the compass. Here, I stowed away the compass and began to examine the surrounding feng shui. In the realm of feng shui, I consider myself a master of considerable stature. The essence of feng shui undoubtedly lies in harnessing the wind and embracing water. From a young age, my grandfather imparted wisdom to me, observing the wind, discerning water, studying the land, assessing soil quality, and determining auspicious burial sites. My knowledge of feng shui surpasses even that of physiognomy and various esoteric arts. I ascended to a higher vantage point and began to survey the surroundings. This place was far from being a feng shui treasure. It scarcely qualified as a feng shui configuration. The trees around were in chaotic disarray, lacking any semblance of order, and there was no discernible pattern. Additionally, this was merely a small mound of earth, devoid of water in front and wind behind. What perplexed me, however, was the ordinariness of this locale. Should a body be interred here, it would not only fail to preserve the remains, but would likely lead to decay and destruction. No, no, this place is too simple, too commonplace. How could she have found her way here? I shook my head, furrowing my brow and murmuring to myself. What do you see? Nan Gong asked from below, her voice breaking the silence. I descended the small hill and smiled at her, saying, The Wong family's adept is still observing. What could I possibly discern? I am merely taking a casual glance. Then, I continued to examine the area. This time, I did not analyze the landscape through the lens of feng shui. Instead, I sought to identify the anomalies from an ordinary person's perspective. Astonishingly, I immediately detected something amiss. This mound of earth did not seem to be a natural formation, but rather a construction of later generations. Look over there. There lies a substantial pit. Though not particularly steep, its surface is uneven, I remarked to Nan Gong Iran. Indeed, what could this mean? Could it be that my sister is buried beneath this hill? She pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. No, although you are present here, you are not truly here, I replied to Nan Gong Iran, my voice heavy with gravity. In my heart, I had already discerned the truth of the matter. Unbeknownst to us, we had unwittingly stepped into a perilous situation. It seemed we were ensnared within a grand geomantic formation, our vision obscured by its illusions. Our predicament was exceedingly precarious. It was even conceivable that the ground beneath us concealed a precipice, and a single misstep could lead to our demise. Is it you, Qing Corp sect? If you possess the audacity, reveal yourself. I called out towards the shadows. This could very well be the grand array devised by that woman from the Qing Corp sect. Concurrently, I was keenly observing the focal point of this geomantic formation. Venerable Celestial, you have traveled far. I invite you to engage with me through the blood burial formation. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air, invoking a Taoist incantation, as an old ape emerged from behind a tree. The creature's fur was a mottled gray, draped in a Taoist robe, and it wielded a whisk in its hand. Though it was merely an ape, its attire bestowed upon it the appearance of a venerable Taoist, exuding an ethereal presence that surpassed that of many humans. Upon sighting it, a realization struck me. Nan Gong Iran spoke of maintaining a cordial relationship with the Chun family from Yungu, having taken away the elderly ape belonging to Nan Gong Miaoi. Chapter 63. The mountain's enigmatic old ape weaving a blood array. The old ape stood at a modest height of 5 feet, not particularly imposing. Yet the gray fur adorning its arms shimmered with a lustrous sheen. Each strand resembled not mere hair, but rather supple steel needles. While it lacked a grandiose stature, it emanated an undeniable aura of strength, as though it could pluck stars from the heavens with a mere gesture. Clad in a Taoist robe, its silhouette from behind bore no indication that it was, in fact, a simian creature. The golden glimmer in its eyes was so piercing that one would hardly dare to gaze directly into them. Upon encountering this venerable ape, I felt a tremor run through my body, reminiscent of an ancient verse. The mountain's enigmatic old ape learns from the Taoist. In the future, it shall transcend and accompany the Buddha. The ape's attire evoked memories of Sun Wukong's scholarly pursuits in Journey to the West. Yet, this old ape undoubtedly exhibited a maturity far beyond that of the Monkey King in his earlier days. The path to transcendence for demonkind is fraught with challenges. Why then must one court the wrath of the heavens? Despite my astonishment at the old ape's cultivation level, which had reached the threshold of humanity, its current actions could very well invoke celestial retribution, posing significant obstacles to its future ascendance. Infinite Celestial Venerable, dear friend, you seem overly concerned with matters beyond your own affairs. Perhaps you should first attend to your own being. With its gray-furred hand, the old ape grasped a whisk and offered me a peculiar smile. In its simian form, the smile appeared rather strange, yet conveyed a sense of naturalness. It seemed as though the figure before me was not merely an aged ape, but rather a venerable sage. As the elder ape's words resonated, its form began to blur into the ether. This was not its true essence, but rather a manifestation within this intricate formation. The cultivation of this old ape was indeed formidable. I feared I had encountered a being of extraordinary power. I even harbored doubts that this elder ape might rival the Peacock King. What should I do? This elder ape, could it truly be the entity my father spoke of? I should never have allowed you to seek my sister. I have brought you harm. Nangong Aran, recognizing the elder ape's identity, expressed her guilt towards me in this moment. It is not your fault. You need not be afraid. A master from the Wong family has informed me that he possesses a solution. We merely need to follow his guidance. This elder ape is not insurmountable. I reassured Nangong Aran, projecting confidence to assuage her concerns. However, there was no master from the Wong family. The resolution rested solely upon my own shoulders. Rest assured, I shall remain by your side. I will not allow it to bring you harm. Nangong Aran nodded in agreement. The thought of her wanting to protect me filled my heart with warmth. I gently tousled her dark hair, positioning her safely behind me, before turning my gaze outward in search of a way to break the formation. The corpse burial bloodshed formation mentioned by the elder ape was unfamiliar to me. Such an array was beyond my prior knowledge. The venerable ape is imbued with an air of arrogance. I surmise that this may be a creation of its own making. If it indeed fashioned it, it must inherently possess certain flaws. It has yet to reach the transcendent realm where one can become a celestial being and establish an immortal formation. Surrounding us are ancient trees, with the only notable features being a particular earthen mound and a sunken area. However, I find myself unable to discern anything meaningful about these two sites. I remain vigilant, safeguarding Nangong Aran, and do not dare to take a single step forward. At this moment, I recognize that we are in the midst of a formation. A misstep could lead to perilous consequences. The corpse-burying bloodshed formation, the very name it bears, suggests that there must indeed be bodies interred here. Moreover, it is highly likely that the corpses serve as the focal point of this grand array. I murmur the name of this formation, and suddenly, a realization dawns upon me. Since it has been named thus, it must be intrinsically linked to these very aspects. This grand formation is undoubtedly reliant upon the corpses for its existence. I must locate the bodies. In an instant, I discern the correct direction. Subsequently, I produce a compass and seek a drop of blood from Nangong Aran. The venerable ape has acquired the corpse of Nangong Miaowi. Among the bodies that constitute this formation, it is certain that Nangong Miaowi lies within. With the essence of heaven and earth, I invoke the soul-searching method. Before the true soul manifests, I shall inquire the path with blood. Once more, I beseech the path with blood. The compass begins to whirl chaotically, spinning in a disordered manner, devoid of any fixed direction. I comprehend that it is being influenced by the grand formation. This formation is, in essence, arranged according to the principles of feng shui, merely utilizing certain external elements. Feng shui encompasses an invisible yet palpable force that profoundly influences its configuration. This force serves as the formation of the feng shui pattern. The modern compass is, in essence, affected by this very force. Speaking of force, I shall harness this energy to dismantle your grand formation. A confident smile graced my lips as I grasped the compass and commenced the 7-star steps. With each step I took, I harmonized with the celestial phenomena. Nangguang remained steadfastly at my heels. The compass in my hand whirled with astonishing speed, almost as if it were racing. Yet, I remained undeterred, having discovered the correct approach. The grand forces of heaven and earth converged upon me. As I stood, the great momentum surged forth, coalescing into a formidable array, which in turn ensnared the world. As I continued my rhythmic steps, I could even perceive a faint, whispering breeze swirling around me. This indicated that I had successfully initiated the rapid operation of the grand formation. At this moment, it was at its most vulnerable state. The compass spun ever faster, the needle threatening to snap under the strain. However, in this crucial juncture, I did not falter. My steps were decisive, unpredictable. The elephant traverses the fields. The horse strides upon the sun. The horse advances while the elephant retreats. The general protects. The soldiers advance, and the pawns follow. I employed a strategy akin to chess, meticulously recording each movement I made. To the untrained eye, I appear to sway left and right, forward and backward, perhaps resembling a madman. Yet in my vision, vivid crimson patterns began to emerge before me. These were the formations. I remain uncertain of the number of steps I have taken. At last, my gaze fell upon the distant site of 7 burial mounds. Upon witnessing these mounds, a spark ignited within me, and I uttered a sharp command. The formation is broken. With South Palliseran by my side, I advanced a step forward. In that moment, the air behind me twisted, and everything became shrouded in obscurity. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the compass needle snapped and ceased to function. At last alongside South Palliseran, emerged from the grand formation. Surrounding me now was an entirely new scene. This was, astonishingly, a burial ground. The 7 graves nearby housed the remains of 7 bodies. Before these graves lay a mat, upon which an ancient ape sat, the master of this place. Upon witnessing my emergence from the formation, it displayed no sign of surprise. However, my shock deepened when I noticed a figure standing beside it. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to South Palliseran. Were it not for my grasp on her, I might have believed that she had approached the ancient ape. South Pallas Meow-E. In that instant, I comprehended the identity of that woman. Chapter 64. The Tomb of Ji Tianxi and Nangong, Iran, 7 graves. Interconnected and exuding a persistent aura of gloom, loomed ominously. An elder ape, embodying the essence of celestial grace, sat cross-legged before the tombs, his whisk broom resting beside him. Behind him stood a woman, strikingly identical to Nangong Iran. Yet, the figure beside the elder ape was disheveled, clad in white garments, her body stained with blood, presenting a hauntingly tragic sight. Upon sighting this woman, tears streamed down Nangong Iran's face, her body trembling with grief. "Sister," she called out to the figure. However, the woman merely remained unresponsive, a lifeless corpse devoid of any vitality. "Truly worthy of being Ji Sanqian's grandson," remarked the elder ape, seemingly indifferent to Nangong Iran's anguish as he turned his gaze towards me, offering his commendation. It appeared he held a certain admiration for me. "What is your connection with the woman from the Qin Corpse sect?" I inquired directly, fixing my gaze on the elder ape. The woman from the Qin Corpse sect had orchestrated a betrothal of the dead between me and Nangong Miaoi, who now lay in the elder ape's grasp. There had to be a link between the elder ape and the woman from the Qin Corpse sect. I have no significant relationship with her, merely a fleeting acquaintance. She took from me what was of use to her, and in return, I obtained from her what was beneficial to me. The elder ape candidly revealing no intention of concealment. He remained seated before the 7 graves, surrounded by swirling shadows and a suffocating aura of death. Yet there was no means to approach him. It seemed as though the old ape had attained enlightenment, impervious to all worldly disturbances, emanating a faint yet radiant glow from its form. It effortlessly dispelled the surrounding malevolence and corpses. This aged creature possessed an extraordinary depth of cultivation, instilling within me a profound sense that it was on the verge of becoming an immortal. However, its words swiftly revealed the truth. The woman from the Qin Corpse sect was indeed in cahoots with the old ape. "What precisely are your intentions?" "I fear I am not of such significance as to warrant your elaborate schemes against me." I gazed at the old ape and spoke once more, for there was nothing within me worth their machinations. Yet, the matter of the arranged ghost marriage surely did not originate recently. It must have been in the works for several years. They had plotted this long ago. You underestimate yourself. Merely based on your lineage as the grandson of Ji Sanqian and the grandson of Wang Kunlun, you are already worthy. Our fates are intertwined, and I hold no desire to harm you. I invite you to converse further. The old ape spoke with a smile, radiating an aura of tranquility and wisdom, as if guiding one towards a deeper understanding of the Tao. With a sweeping gesture, a stone table appeared before it, adorned with steaming cups of tea. The fragrant steam rose gracefully, enveloping the old ape in a mist reminiscent of celestial vapors. In that moment, the sight of the steaming tea inexplicably stirred a desire within me to share a drink with it. Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, I involuntarily shuddered. A shiver ran down my spine, evoking my grandfather's previous admonitions. When your mind slips beyond your control, you are in peril. What you perceive may not be reality. Exercise caution and remain vigilant. This ancient ape was shrouded in mystery, exhibiting behaviors that surpassed those of mere mortals, as though it were a sage who had attained enlightenment long ago. Instantly, a wave of trepidation surged within me. This old ape was truly terrifying. It could indeed be deemed the most formidable and enigmatic entity I had ever encountered. I instinctively grasped Nangong Iran's hand, fearing that one moment of inattention could lead her astray. At this moment, Nangong Iran was equally agitated, tears shimmering in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, I turned my gaze toward the old ape and spoke. What a remarkable tactic. A formation within a formation. If I am not mistaken, I am currently ensnared within a grand array. As my words echoed, two beams of golden light erupted from my eyes, dazzling and piercing through the void. With a swift motion, I cast a yellow talisman into the air. Boom! The surrounding emptiness resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to the rumble of thunder. In that instant, the void seemed to tear apart like a canvas being ripped asunder, revealing the truth before us. Indeed, not far from where I stood, there lay 7 graves. However, the old ape sat atop a desolate well. As for the figure of Nangong Miaowi, it had utterly vanished. Sister, upon witnessing this scene, Nangong Iran was equally astonished. Everything that had just transpired felt like a mere dream. She had nearly fallen into the trap. This old ape had indeed laid a nested formation. What had just occurred was merely an illusion. I addressed Nangong Iran, saying, despite being an illusion, it was intricately tied to this place. Your sister lies within this grave. I continued, the illusionary formation was not particularly potent. Its sole purpose was to confuse. However, once I deciphered it, it lost its efficacy. The old ape then promptly dismantled the illusion. Indeed, I could distinctly sense that the illusion was not shattered by my hand, but rather, the old ape chose to withdraw it. Yet, what could be the reason for revealing all this? These 7 graves and the desolate well, connected together, seemed somewhat extraordinary. This is the formation of the 7 stars surrounding the moon. As I gazed upon the 7 graves before me, I fell into a deep contemplation. However, I quickly unraveled the intricacies of this feng shui burial formation. It was indeed the formation of the 7 stars surrounding the moon. Furthermore, it could be referred to as the Noble S formation, should it converge into the formation of the 9 stars surrounding the moon. It would become the Emperor S formation. You wait here for a moment. I shall go and investigate, I said to Nangong Iran. Although I had seen through this formation, the old ape remained unfathomable. Who could tell what other tricks it had in store for me? Be careful. Nangong Iran nodded in agreement. I released Nangong Iran's delicate hand and walked alone towards the edge of the well. The 7 graves were enveloped in a chilling aura, each containing a corpse. However, the well itself exuded a malevolent energy, as if it were a direct passage to the underworld, instilling a deep tremor in my heart. Ordinary individuals could not perceive these ominous signs, yet I had awakened my celestial eye, allowing me to behold these hidden truths. As I approached the well, nothing seemed to transpire at first. It was merely a desolate well, its cover adorned with rust, a testament to the passage of many years. I brushed away the rust and suddenly discovered an inscription upon the cover. After cleaning it, I could clearly read the words, "Grave of Jition's wife, Nangong Iran." Upon seeing this inscription, a shiver coursed through my body, a chilling dread enveloping me. I turned to glance at Nangong Iran, my body trembling in disbelief. To my horror, I beheld a disheveled female corpse standing directly behind her, an eerie doppelganger. The specter was closely aligned with Nangong Iran, as if the two were destined to merge into one. "Be cautious behind you," I exclaimed in a moment of sheer terror, my skin prickling with dread as I urgently called out to Nangong Iran. Chapter 65. The reason behind Nangong Iran. Stood a female corpse clad in tattered white garments, marred by splotches of blood. Her disheveled hair cascaded about her face as she pressed closely against Nangong Iran, almost merging with her. As my words fell silent, she lifted her head, revealing a visage riddled with cracks, an array of scars that rendered her countenance ghastly. These scars resembled centipedes affixed to her face. She flashed a grotesque smile, a chilling grin that sent shivers down one's spine. Clutching a talisman in my hand, I was poised to strike, intent on rescuing Nangong Iran. Yet, in a mere blink, I found Nangong Iran standing there in a daze, with nothing behind her. "What is the matter?" Nangong Iran approached me, her brow furrowed in confusion. I felt a wave of bewilderment wash over me. Shaking my head, I rubbed my face and forced a smile. "It's nothing, however." My heart was steeped in uncertainty. What on earth was happening? Had I just been ensnared in an illusion? Lowering my gaze, I noticed the manhole cover beneath, which was inscribed, "The grave of Jition's wife, Nangong Iran." There was no mistaking it. Yet, Nangong Iran was clearly beside me. How could her tomb exist in this place? Could it be that they had mistaken her name? This notion seemed utterly implausible. The rites of preserving a corpse, including the birth date and name, must be executed with utmost precision. Any error would render the entire endeavor futile. If they could procure my personal belongings, how could they possibly have misidentified Nangong Iran's name? At this moment, Nangong Iran had already approached my side. What is written here? Nangong Iran also noticed the writing. She lowered her head to take a look. This. Upon seeing that line of script, Nangong Iran's complexion suddenly turned pale. She gazed at me, as if inquiring about the situation. To nurture the corpse, to arrange a ghostly marriage. This is indisputable. The names and birth dates are of utmost importance. What is your name? And what is your sister's name? I looked at Nangong Iran, my expression grave, and spoke in a low voice. I am Nangong Iran, and my sister is Nangong Miaoi. She replied with unwavering determination. Her eyes did not flinch. Very well. I shall descend into the well to investigate. I chose to place my trust in Nangong Iran, nodded to her, and made my next decision. It is imperative to descend into the well to unravel all of this. Additionally, I could retrieve Nangong Miaoi's body from the depths, dispelling the ghostly marriage and allowing her to rest in peace. No, this to be a trap. Nangong Iran urgently grasped my arm, her concern evident. This place is not safe. There may still be old apes lurking nearby. Do not worry. Its strength is formidable. If it intended to capture us, it would have acted by now. I reassured Nangong Iran, calming her fears, for I was fully aware of the situation. Then, you must be cautious. Nangong Iran nodded in agreement. Subsequently, I retrieved a rope adorned with an iron hook from my backpack. I instructed Nangong Iran to step aside and proceeded to lift the well cover. An influx of malevolent energy surged forth from the depths of the well, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Should an unsuspecting mortal inadvertently lift this cover, they would be engulfed by the sinister aura, potentially succumbing to grave illness or even death. This malevolent energy is the epitome of darkness in the world, inflicting severe harm upon the human body, capable of extinguishing its 3 vital lights. I securely anchored the iron hook to the edge of the well and lowered the rope. It seemed to descend indefinitely. It was not until I had unraveled several meters of rope that it finally touched the bottom. A gasp escaped my lips as I realized the profound depth of this desolate well, causing a flicker of doubt to cross my mind. However, I quickly resolved to press on. This was for my own sake. If I did not unravel the mystery of this ominous marriage, I feared I would be ensnared for life, perhaps even losing my life in the process. Wait for me up there. If anything goes awry, just call out loudly. I entrusted to Nangong Iran. Yes, do take care. She replied with a nod. I grasped the rope and began my descent into the well, inching downwards. Initially, there was a flicker of light, but as I ventured deeper, darkness enveloped my surroundings. After approximately half an hour of descent, I finally felt something beneath me. This was indeed a dry well. Not a drop of water could be found, yet there lay a coffin at the bottom. The coffin faced the well's opening, devoid of a lid, exuding an eerie aura. I stood beside the coffin, retrieving a yellow talisman that ignited, revealing the surroundings in stark clarity. Inside this coffin, adorned with joyous papers and entwined with red strings, lay a corpse. This female figure, clad in a bridal gown, possessed a striking beauty, resembling Nangong Iran to an uncanny degree. Were it not for Nangong Iran's presence above, I would have doubted if she were indeed Nangong Iran herself. It is astonishing that one could resemble another so closely. They could easily be mistaken for the same person. I inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the revelation. Nangong Miaoi rested within the coffin, her lips still painted with crimson, a dot of cinnabar gracing her forehead. Beside her lay a lock of hair, bound with red string. Beneath it, a note was placed, inscribed with the words, Jition Nangong, Iran marriage contract. Undoubtedly, this lock of hair belonged to me. I was utterly perplexed as to when my hair had been taken, let alone bound to a spectral marriage. To nourish a corpse with the essence of the 7 stars' solitary grave, and a ghostly union was established. What could this possibly signify? I gazed at the body of Nangong Miaoi, my mind swirling with confusion. The 7 graves surrounding the well formed a pattern akin to the 7 stars encircling the moon. The moon, in this instance, represented Nangong Miaoi, undoubtedly intended to sustain the corpse of Nangong Miaoi within the well. Yet, to nurture a corpse into a malevolent spirit, why was a spectral marriage arranged? Particularly with me? I had already pledged my troth to Nangong Iran, with our wedding set for 3 months hence. This maneuver seemed utterly superfluous. Nangong Iran is engaged. Nangong Miaoi is bound by a ghostly marriage. No, that is not right. I have come to a profound realization. Within the recesses of my mind, the impending union of Nangong Iran has crystallized. In this moment, everything becomes astonishingly clear. I suddenly comprehend the underlying motives behind these events. They indeed desire my demise. Furthermore, they wish for Nangong Miaoi to take my life. Such cruelty is unfathomable. The Qing Corpse sect, utilizing the 7-star solitary tomb, sustains Nangong Miaoi's corpse solely for the purpose of eliminating me. By binding me to Nangong Miaoi in a ghostly marriage, they effectively render me her husband. With her already deceased and left in utter solitude, my union with her serves as her only refuge. Yet, in 3 months, I am to wed Nangong Iran. Does this not equate to a betrayal of her trust? She has already met a tragic end, and the 7-star solitary tomb, steeped in malevolent and ghostly energies, nourishes her remains. Should she discover my impending marriage to Nangong Iran, her resentment would surely become a tempest, unleashing vengeful spirits. Emerging from this desolate well, she would descend upon the Nangong family, intent on ending both my life and Nangong Iran's. At that moment, our wedding would transform into a funeral. Such malice is truly unparalleled. Chapter 66. The Soul of Nangong Miaoi. I inhaled sharply, my heart shaken by the cruelty of that woman from the Qing Corpse sect. Truly, she possessed a heart as venomous as that of a serpent. I lowered my gaze to Nangong Miaoi, contemplating how to dissolve this ghostly marriage. Nangong Miaoi bore an uncanny resemblance to Nangong Iran. She lay silently in her coffin, adorned in a striking red wedding gown. In that moment, it seemed as though she were not deceased but simply in a deep slumber. I must admit, the sight of Nangong Miaoi in her bridal attire was even more alluring than that of Nangong Iran. Through the delicate fabric of the gown, I could faintly discern the contours of her graceful form. I swallowed hard, hastily diverting my thoughts away from such impure desires. This was alarming. Merely gazing upon Nangong Miaoi's lifeless body ignited a yearning within me. This indicated that the women of the Qing Corpse sect had not only utilized my birth date, but perhaps also my blood to consummate this spectral union. I slapped my face gently, urging myself to regain clarity and resist the enchantment. Now that I was bound to Nangong Miaoi through this ghostly marriage, unraveling it would not be a simple task. I retrieved 3 incense sticks, igniting them before placing them in the crevice of the coffin. This was an offering to Nangong Miaoi, a gesture of goodwill. Subsequently, I took out the garment that Nangong Iran had entrusted to me and placed it nearby. This was to convey to Nangong Miaoi that I was well acquainted with her family. Everything I did was to avoid conflict with her. After all, I find myself ensnared beneath the dry well, unable to unleash my strength, let alone confront the malevolent aura and the stench of death that permeates the depths. If my intuition serves me correctly, the restless spirit of Nangong Miaoi has been lurking within, observing my every action. The reason her corpse has remained uncorrupted for 3 years is due to a corpse-suppressing pearl. Without needing to glance, I am aware that this very pearl rests within her mouth. In my encounters with Feng Shui burial soldiers, I have learned of the corpse-suppressing pearl, which has the power to subdue all ghostly remains, preserving the corpse from decay and rigidity. It repels malevolent spirits, compelling all souls to retreat. As it gathers the essence of the sun and moon, harmonizing with the winds of heaven and earth, the pearl in Nangong Miaoi's mouth not only prevents her body from decomposing, but also forbids any spirit from taking possession, including her own. This, indeed, is the pearl's paramount function. Nangong Miaoi is doomed to witness her own corpse daily, yet remains unable to reclaim her physical form. One can only imagine the resentment that has accumulated within her heart. As 3 incenses burned, their fragrance wafted through the well, rising in delicate spirals. At that moment, an unsettling chill crept along my spine, as if an unseen eye were fixated upon me. Since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Reveal yourself. Standing atop the coffin, I addressed the void beside me with a cold voice. In my hand, I clutched a yellow talisman. For while I might convey goodwill towards Nangong Miaoi, the nature of malevolent spirits is devoid of any sentiment. My dear husband, you have finally arrived. I'm down here, feeling cold and utterly alone. Will you come and keep me company? As soon as my words fell, a chilling voice echoed from the depths of the dry well. Almost immediately, I beheld a figure standing before the coffin, hair disheveled and emanating a palpable aura of resentment. It was none other than Nangong Miaoi. Her spectral form appeared grotesque, with tangled hair and clad in a white garment stained with blood. At that moment, she grinned at me, blood oozing from her mouth. How audacious! To encounter me, yet still display such a ghastly visage. Restore your former appearance at once. Without a moment's hesitation, I cast a yellow talisman at Nangong Miaoi. This was not an act of cruelty. Rather, when confronting a specter, one must adopt a firm demeanor to instill fear. Otherwise, she might scheme to make your scapegoat. A wave of dark energy emanated from Nangong Miaoi, and her eyes turned a furious crimson. She lunged at the yellow talisman with her clawed hand, effortlessly igniting it to ashes. Nangong Miaoi, a vengeful spirit born of the 7 stars' embrace, was a formidable entity. In ancient times, such a corpse was deemed a sovereign among the dead, capable of commanding legions of ghostly warriors. Naturally, she was unperturbed by my talisman. However, the moment she destroyed it, I drew forth my ancient bronze sword. Before she could react, I pressed the blade to her forehead. Although she dismissed the talisman, a glimmer of fear flickered in her eyes upon seeing the bronze sword. Do not address me as your husband. I have come here to sever the bonds of this ghostly marriage. In your lifetime, you were betrayed by treacherous individuals, and in death, you have been exploited by others. Now, I intend to wed your sister, Nangong Iran, which makes me your brother-in-law. I implore you to willingly dissolve this spectral union, and I shall assist you in your rebirth. Grasping my ancient bronze sword, I spoke coldly to Nangong Miaoi. Furthermore, I made it clear that I am betrothed to her sister, Nangong Iran. Although Nangong Miaoi has been nurtured by malevolent energy, she still possesses a modicum of intelligence. Yet, I wonder if this intellect can quell the resentment residing within her heart. Nangong Iran. When we first became engaged, why now do you wish to annul our union? My sister, I will slay her. How dare she take my husband from me? I shall end her life. Upon hearing my words, Nangong Miaoi's long tresses suddenly rose, swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her eyes glowed crimson, the malevolent aura around her palpable. As she roared, "You have been deceived. I have never been betrothed to you. You have been manipulated into becoming a vengeful spirit. Awaken at once, or I shall obliterate your very soul." My hand, clutching the bronze sword, trembled. Indeed, as I had surmised, in this desolate well, I am no match for Nangong Miaoi. Nevertheless, I mustered the courage to reprimand her coldly. No, I have not been used. This is all of my own volition. Have you forgotten? When I was merely 6 years old, I accompanied my father to the Wang family, where you took a liking to me and arranged our betrothal. The entire city of Jinling is aware of this. Have you truly forgotten? No, it cannot be. You, heartless scoundrel, wish to abandon me and marry my sister. I shall end your life. Nangong Niaui appeared to be struck by an overwhelming force, shaking her head and speaking fiercely. At that moment, the desolate well seemed to lead to the depths of the underworld, with an incessant surge of malevolent energy rising, continuously invading my being. Nangong Niaui's hair danced wildly, and the blood on her white garment became increasingly conspicuous, exuding a foul stench. At this moment, she transformed into a vengeful spirit clad in red, radiating a terrifying aura. Yet upon hearing her words, I stood frozen in disbelief. What? Was it truly she who had been betrothed to me when she accompanied Nan Gongzheng to the Wang family? Could it be that the one truly engaged to me was her? Chapter 67. The Legend of the Immortal Corpse. I found myself engulfed in a stupor. If she is indeed the one destined to be betrothed to me by the Wang family, then who is the figure standing atop the dry well? Nangong Yiran? I stood frozen in place when suddenly Nangong Niaui appeared before me. At that moment, she was radiating an overwhelming aura of resentment, intent on annihilating me. The penetrating chill that enveloped me jolted me back to reality. You dare! I exclaimed, gripping the ancient bronze sword with unwavering resolve, and I struck directly at Nangong Yiran. Simultaneously, I unleashed the soul-locking bell and the burial shroud. However, at that very instant, a fleeting white shadow darted past. My young friend, it seems you possess quite a treasure trove. Are these all gifts left for you by Ji Sanxian? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I felt a sudden shift, as if the very fabric of reality trembled. In an instant, I was inexplicably lifted from the dry well and found myself above it. Ji Tian. Upon spotting me, Nangong Yiran rushed towards my side. My pupils constricted in shock. This was unfathomably terrifying. To be extricated from the dry well with such ease. What formidable power was at work here? It was as if the universe had been turned on its head with a mere flick of the wrist. I grasped Nangong Yiran's small hand as she approached, my expression cautious as I regarded the ancient ape by the well. The old ape, holding a feather duster, smiled at us with an enigmatic grin. It was as if the atmosphere was light and ethereal, imbued with an otherworldly grace, untouched by the slightest trace of the mundane, akin to the revered sage from the heavens. Who are you truly? What is your intent? I found myself astounded by its methods, while simultaneously perplexed by its underlying motives. Such formidable power could easily extinguish my existence. Why, then, does it persist in probing me? What fear haunts its essence? At that moment, from the desolate well, the spectral figure of Nangong Niaui emerged. She approached the old ape, casting a look of deep resentment in my direction. You bear the name Ji Tian. I had thought you were as unremarkable as the tales from the realm of immortals suggest. Yet, upon our encounter, I am struck by your brilliance, compelled to acknowledge that Ji Sanxian has indeed left behind considerable prowess even in death. Truly, you are worthy of admiration, having once possessed the essence of the divine. The old ape chose not to respond to my inquiries. Instead, it gazed at me, extolling my virtues. Divine essence. This was not the first time I had encountered such a term. In the past, my grandfather had also mentioned the concept of divine essence. It was only after my own pursuit of the Tao that I comprehended the aspirations of these celestial masters, giants, and mighty beings. Their endeavors are aimed at achieving immortality, transcending mortality, and attaining a place among the divine. However, no one in this world has ever truly become immortal or achieved eternal existence. Yet, the notion of divine essence leaves me in a state of contemplation. If immortality is unattainable, then from whence does this essence originate? Furthermore, my grandfather possesses a trace of divine essence as well. These uncertainties remain unanswered, with no one to illuminate my path. Since you hold my grandfather in such high esteem, allow me to dissolve the ghostly marriage and take the body of Nangong Niaui back for cremation, enabling her to reincarnate. I cast a glance at the old ape. probing for information. I yearned to discern the nature of its relationship with my grandfather, whether it was benevolent or malevolent, as this would inform my next course of action. Dissolving the ghostly marriage is certainly feasible, as long as you engage in a conjugal act with her. I shall see to it that the marriage is annulled. You witnessed it yourself. Her corpse is safeguarded by a corpse-restraining pearl, indistinguishable from that of a living being. The old ape revealed a grin as it spoke to me. It was indeed suggesting that I engage in such an act with the corpse of Nangong Yaoi. This left me momentarily stunned, as I struggled to comprehend its true intentions. Have you encountered my sister's corpse? At that moment, Nangong Aran lifted her gaze to me and inquired. I have. I nodded in response. Why does it want you to perform that act with my sister's corpse? Is her body truly as lifelike as it appears? Nangong Iran asked, her voice tinged with discomfort. I had already pledged my troth to her, yet someone had the audacity to request that I engage in such acts before her. It was undeniably awkward for her. I am uncertain. However, your sister's corpse indeed resembles that of a living person. I, too, find the situation rather awkward. I explained to Nangong Iran. Then, I raised my head and turned to the old ape, demanding, what is it that you truly desire? If there is any way in which I may assist, I shall endeavor to do so. The old ape's formidable power made me reluctant to provoke it unduly. Should it provoke its ire, a single strike could spell my doom here. Once a celestial corpse descended from the heavens, and the great ancestral halls, Taoist lineages, and remnants of ancient emperors divided its remains. Your grandfather obtained one of the 10 strands of celestial energy from this corpse, a gift that grants the ability to see through fate. Upon his passing, he bequeathed this strand of celestial energy to you. If you entrust it to me, I shall owe you a favor and grant you a fragment of an imperial weapon. The old ape's expression turned grave as it finally revealed its intention. It seeks the strand of celestial energy that my grandfather left me. This revelation sent a shiver down my spine. It appears that the legends of the Tao realm hold truth. Indeed, a celestial corpse once fell from the sky, ultimately divided among the great ancestral halls, Taoist lineages, and the descendants of ancient emperors. However, the most precious aspect of the celestial corpse was not its physical form, but the 10 strands of celestial energy it harbored. It is said that possessing these 10 strands could lead one to immortality in a single day. Yet, during the division of the celestial corpse, several strands vanished without a trace, while others were claimed by powerful lineages and formidable beings. This knowledge is merely recorded in ancient texts, known to few. I had previously dismissed it as mere myth, never anticipating that this legend was indeed true. Furthermore, my grandfather possessed one of the 10 strands of celestial energy, which remains with me to this day. This revelation bestowed upon me a profound sense of possessing a treasure trove, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it. The ethereal essence of fate? I furrowed my brow, inquiring with a hint of perplexity. These 10 strands of celestial energy appear far more intricate than I had initially perceived. This ancient ape seems to possess a thorough understanding. Each of the 10 strands is distinct. The one your grandfather acquired is indeed the essence capable of unraveling destiny. His foresight was impeccable, allowing him to discern the fate of every individual, which is precisely why he ascended to the pinnacle of the Tao realm, undefeated. The old ape elucidated to me, withholding nothing. At that moment, it resembled a sage imparting wisdom. However, it astonishingly attributed all of my grandfather's achievements to that singular strand of celestial energy. This energy holds great significance for me. After a lifetime of searching, I have finally discovered this strand within you. If you entrust it to me, I can ensure your safety throughout your life and guide you in your cultivation. The old ape's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, its gaze intense as it awaited my response. Chapter 68. Life and Death. Although the old ape spoke with great gravity, I found myself utterly dismissive of its words. What a lifetime of searching, only to discover this strand of celestial essence within me. Was it not merely because I appeared vulnerable? Previously, it was well aware of the celestial aura surrounding my grandfather. Why did it not dare to seize it? Because it was simply incapable of overpowering my grandfather. Aside from the celestial essence I possess, it likely knows that other sects' ancestral homes and ancient imperial lineages also harbor celestial auras. Yet, it only dares to target me, seeing me as an easy mark due to my apparent weakness and lack of support. I glared at the old ape, my teeth clenched in frustration. This old fool had orchestrated an elaborate scheme merely to covet the celestial essence I possess. It was the woman from the Qing corpse gate who lured me to the outskirts of Jinling, facilitating its attempt to seize my celestial aura. I suspect that its intention for me to share a room with Nangong Yaoi's corpse was also a ploy to claim my celestial essence. I ponder many thoughts. This strand of celestial essence was bestowed upon me by my grandfather, and I could not relinquish it. However, if I refused to comply, what would become of me? I was no match for it. This felt like a path to certain doom, although I did not fully comprehend what celestial essence entailed. It was clear that this old ape, cloaked in a facade of righteousness, was far from a benevolent being. You must not give it to him, or he may resort to murder to silence you, whispered Nangong Iran softly beside me. Her voice was barely audible, yet it held no weight in the presence of the old ape. Upon reaching the realm of the ancient ape, it has long since developed the ability to perceive the surroundings with keen sight and hearing. The words of the lady practitioner are misguided. What I seek is the essence of immortality. At my level of existence, you hold no value to me. The ancient ape turned its gaze toward Nangong Iran and spoke. Should you provide me with the essence of immortality, dear Nangong Yaoi, you may take her with you. It regarded Nangong Yaoi as a bargaining chip. Naturally, if you are unwilling, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. I had no intention of engaging you, yet I underestimated your strength. You possess 2 spectral soldiers and an ancient sword. I fear she may not be your match. The ancient ape approached us, wielding a whisk. Moments ago, I had invoked the ancient sword and the spectral soldiers, compelling it to intervene and rescue Nangong Yaoi. It believed that Nangong Yaoi could not withstand my spectral soldiers and ancient sword. As the ancient ape spoke, it continued to advance toward us. The spectral form of Nangong Yaoi followed closely beside it, also approaching us. The ancient ape donned a pair of cloth shoes, and with each step, it seemed to tread upon the very meridians of the world. My heart raced in sync with its rhythm, pounding with an urgent intensity. Suddenly, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, I coughed forth a spurt of blood. "Are you all right?" Nangong Iran exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing my distress. This wave of pressure appeared to be directed solely at me. It bore no effect on Nangong Iran. "You should flee for now. I will hold it off for a moment." I stood firmly before Nangong Iran and addressed the old ape. "You, a creature whose age is unfathomable, dare to bully me? If you seek celestial energy, why not approach those ancestral homes, the orthodox sects, or the remnants of ancient emperors?" I gazed at the old ape, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, and let out a cold laugh. With intentions to sever any pretense of goodwill, I felt no further need for restraint. Upon hearing my words, the old ape paused momentarily. "This single strand of celestial energy is merely the beginning. The 10 strands of celestial energy from the celestial corpse shall all belong to me," it declared with a grave expression. This seemed to be its ultimate goal, to gather 10 strands of celestial energy and attain immortality in a single day. Immortality is an impossibility in this world. I retorted, "Just look at the first emperor, a figure of antiquity, who failed to achieve such a fate. There are no immortals among us. Life, aging, illness, and death are simply the norms. No one can escape this cycle. I hope to shatter its dreams of immortality and persuade it to abandon this pursuit. No, there are immortals in this world. Otherwise, where do celestial corpses and celestial energy come from? Immortals can transcend death and break free from the cycle of reincarnation. Every practitioner of the Tao yearns for immortality." The old ape countered vehemently. Its resolve remained unyielding. My words could not sway it in the slightest. At that moment, it had closed the distance between us, standing less than 2 meters away. "You must flee. I will hold it at bay. As long as I do not comply with its demands, it cannot harm me." I addressed Nangong Iran, instructing her to go to the Wang family and seek Wang Jun, urging him to find a way to rescue me. I issued this command to her, for only then would she be compelled to flee. Otherwise, she might choose to remain here, facing death alongside me. As soon as my words fell, I brandished the ancient bronze sword and, employing the Tai step, I charged toward the old ape. Beneath my feet, divine radiance emerged, rendering my figure ethereal in that moment. Previously, when confronting Li Qingdao, I had employed this very technique to match him evenly. However, against the old Taoist, my skill proved utterly insufficient. You are far too weak. If your grandfather were here, perhaps I would regard him with a modicum of respect. The old ape waved its massive hand, sending me crashing into a tree, from which I subsequently slid down. With a cough, blood erupted from my mouth as I collapsed beneath the tree. The old ape's power was overwhelming. I was no match for it. The white-haired old ape gazed down at me with a look of pity and proclaimed once more, I offer you a chance. Comply with my demands and surrender your celestial energy. I may spare your life. Yitian. Upon witnessing my plight, Nangong Yiran cried out in desperation. At that moment, she was ensnared by Nangong Yaoi's spectral presence. Unable to escape, I will help you fend her off. You must flee quickly. Gritting my teeth, I rose from the ground, clutching the ancient bronze sword. In that instant, I chanted, 9 directions armor, 18 divine weapons, with the intent of my heart, vanquish the demons and eradicate the malevolent. Command. In the midst of the secret technique Bingzi me from the Liuja Mizhuzi, I commanded an ancient bronze sword. Concurrently, I unleashed the soul-locking bell and the corpse-wrapping cloth. The soul-locking bell hovered in the void, emitting a series of melodic chimes that rippled outward like waves. The corpse-wrapping cloth, drenched in vivid blood, gradually expanded to eclipse the sky, enshrouding the old ape. Such trivial skills. The old ape disregarded everything, completely underestimating me. Its hand, clutching a dust whisk, radiated divine light, with each strand of dust swirling into the void. Behind it, brilliant divine light rose, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a deity. Dingling, thud, the soul-locking bell fell to the ground, and the corpse-wrapping cloth tore open a gaping hole. The ancient bronze sword emitted a quivering sound, suddenly flying back. A remarkable weapon. This sword is extraordinary, and in your hands is indeed squandered. The old ape remained unfazed as it closed the distance to me in an instant. Its paw, covered in white fur, seized my throat, lifting me effortlessly. I do not wish to kill you. What purpose would it serve? The old ape shook its head. As it lifted me, I felt my breath constricted. My face flushed crimson, and my legs kicked desperately, yet I could not reach the ground. In that moment, despair enveloped me. Was I truly to perish here? I refused to accept it. Release him, or else my lady shall intervene, traversing heaven and earth, leaving you no escape. At that moment, behind the old ape, crimson petals cascaded down, resplendent and crystalline. They fell from the heavens, as if a rain of petals had commenced. A figure emerged, holding a red umbrella, treading upon the petals as she appeared behind the old ape. Her words were chillingly devoid of emotion as she addressed him in a cold tone. Chapter 69. The unattainable immortal. Ultimately empty in the vast void, petals drifted down like a gentle rain of blossoms. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the air, vibrant and enchanting, yet upon touching the ground, they left no trace. A woman appeared behind the old ape, holding a crimson umbrella, her form swaying gracefully. With a slender waist and elongated legs, she donned a red dress, the umbrella obscuring her visage, revealing only her jade-like hand grasping the handle. The sight of the red umbrella evoked memories of my childhood, of a woman who bore the same name. To my astonishment, she seemed to have followed me all along. Could it be that she had been my guardian, watching over me in silence? Now, in the face of life and death, she had finally manifested to protect me. As the red umbrella emerged, the world around appeared to freeze, with only petals cascading down onto its canopy. She swayed amidst the shower of blossoms, her beauty unparalleled. A millennium ago, she stood at the pinnacle of the Tao realm, dominating the southern skies, engaging in battle against Ji Sanxian, her demonic form rivaling the celestial spirits. Why then, I pondered, would she stoop to confront a mere junior? Does she not realize that such actions diminish her own stature? Her voice, clear and sweet, now carried an icy undertone. With the red umbrella in hand, she faced the old ape. I was taken aback. This old ape had once clashed with my grandfather. I surmised it had undoubtedly been defeated by him. The old ape released its grip from my neck, holding a whisk in its hand as it gazed at the crimson umbrella. The past is but a distant memory. You from the Qingqiu clan, do you intend to meddle further? The old ape's expression turned grave as it regarded the red umbrella, its simian visage betraying a flicker of unrest. It is not to obstruct you. Rather, you simply cannot harm him. He is the husband of my esteemed lady. Yet you have bound him to a ghostly marriage, and my lady has yet to settle accounts with you. You dare to seek his life and seize the celestial energy he possesses? Do you truly believe my lady is but a mere plaything? The words of the red umbrella were frigid, coldly rebuking the old ape. Infinite, celestial, venerable, I harbor no intention of opposing your lady. However, should conflict arise, I shall not cower before the Qingqiu clan. Although I stand alone, who would dare impede my ascent to immortality? Who could possibly thwart me? The old ape flicked its whisk, stirring the void and illuminating it with divine radiance. It still held me captive, rendering me utterly immobile, unable to flee. For the sake of attaining immortality. The celestial abode has already emerged. Why not pursue it? Once, the immortal corpses emerge from the celestial abode, and its celestial energy rightfully belongs to it. Those ancient, unyielding beings have entered the celestial abode for their final stand. Why do you not dare to follow? The red umbrella scoffed. In the past, immortal corpses were indeed seized from the celestial abode. The celestial abode is shrouded in enigma, as if it does not exist in this realm. It has the ability to shift, appearing in various locations. However, it remains exceedingly rare, appearing only once every 500 years. The immortal's abode. That is a path leading to certain death. The old ape revealed a look of trepidation, seemingly unwilling to confront the immortal's abode. You have aged, yet you still fear death. The immortal's abode is the sole avenue to transcendence. Why not gamble your life for a fleeting moment, striving for eternal status, rather than scheming against the younger generation, only to face ridicule after death? The red umbrella scoffed. The infinite celestial venerable. The immortal's abode is indeed a dead end. Throughout history, countless formidable heroes have entered the immortal's abode. Yet all that remains is a pool of blood. Who among us has ever attained immortality within the immortal's abode? I merely wish to secure a lifetime of transcendence amidst the mortal realm. The old ape recited a mantra, calming its tumultuous heart, as if to counter the red umbrella's assertions. In truth, it was a means of persuading itself. Had it not considered the pursuit of the immortal's abode, hoping to seize a lifetime of immortality? Yet, surveying history, numerous once mighty celestial masters, legendary figures, have entered the immortal's abode, leaving behind naught but bloodstains and shattered bones. Although dubbed the abode of transcendence, it is equally known as the devourer of lives. The younger generation may be oblivious to this truth, yet we ancient beings are acutely aware. The mortal realm. Has there ever been a true immortal throughout history? Have you ever sought their traces? In truth, there are no immortals in this world. No one can escape the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death. These are merely the norms. Why must you deceive yourself? The red umbrella suddenly declared that there are no immortals in this world. This view surprisingly aligned with my own. However, my thoughts lingered on the realm of the immortals. I had encountered rumors about this mystical abode within ancient texts. The realm of the immortals is shrouded in enigma, lacking a fixed location, and flows with the passage of time. It has manifested only twice in a millennium, each occurrence sending ripples through the entire Taoist realm, leading to the demise of countless prominent figures. Could it be that the realm of the immortals has resurfaced once more? To transcend the mortal coil and attain eternal life is the essence of our cultivation. Otherwise, why does the Taoist realm even exist? Would it not be preferable for all to remain mere mortals? The existence of the Taoist realm signifies that there is indeed a path to immortality, and we continue to seek it. The old ape, with a solemn expression, articulated its understanding of the way. It is precisely this belief that has driven its relentless pursuit of immortality. Without it, life ultimately becomes a fleeting illusion, and after centuries, one is reduced to mere bones, forgotten by all, becoming nothing more than a wisp of smoke. To not become an immortal, to live freely, is to render all pursuits meaningless. The old ape eloquently expressed its thoughts to the red umbrella. The red umbrella sought to alter its resolve, urging it to abandon the quest for immortality and the desire to harm me. Yet, did it not also wish to guide the red umbrella towards enlightenment, to persuade her to forsake the Qingqiu and join in the pursuit of immortality? What do others think? The matters of 1,000 years hence have no bearing on me. I know only that the present is reality, the quest for immortality, a fixation that ultimately leads to emptiness, is indeed a lamentable endeavor. The red umbrella coldly replied, embodying her own unwavering conviction. Venerable one, you are still too young to comprehend the anguish wrought by the passage of time. When her beauty fades, your raven locks turn to silver, and your skin resembles that of a withered tree. Only then will you grasp the essence of immortality. The old ape shook his head, and as his words fell, I suddenly felt a chilling breeze. Snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, blanketing the earth in a silvery shroud. I turned to the side and was astonished to see the ground already carpeted with pristine snow, transforming the trees into ghostly figures. The entire realm before me was a canvas of white, where earth and sky melded into one. Yet it was still summer. How could it possibly snow? A tempest of disbelief surged within me as I gazed at the crimson umbrella. Suddenly, the figure beneath the umbrella coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the fabric. Flee quickly. This snow-capped old ape possesses profound mastery. In our earlier discourse, I was bested by him. He has enveloped us within his realm of understanding. I will hold him off. You must escape. The bearer of the red umbrella, shrouded in frost, urged us onward through the falling snow. What had appeared to be a dialogue was, in reality, an intense battle of wits. The old ape was indeed superior. The red umbrella stood no chance against him. This icy, snow-laden landscape was a manifestation of the old ape's profound insight. Chapter 70. The graying of our hair together snowflakes drifted down, each one sparkling and crystalline. They settled upon me, sending a chill coursing through my being. Before my eyes, the earth lay blanketed in white, trees adorned in silvery hues. As I gazed out, the azure sky and the snowy ground merged into a seamless panorama. This place had transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Until now, I had been oblivious to this change, but I have only just awakened to the truth. Alas, it was too late. We found ourselves ensnared within the ethereal realm of the old snow mountain ape. What is this realm? A great practitioner can manifest thoughts into imagery, beguiling others. This realm is constructed from thoughts and images, creating a new expanse. This domain is akin to the territory of the old ape. In its realm, the old ape stands as an invincible force. The red umbrella, which had seemed to be in a debate with the old ape, was in fact engaged in a philosophical discourse. The old ape's profound understanding led the red umbrella to succumb before its might, allowing the ape's essence to envelop this entire expanse. The red umbrella was now dusted with snow, rendering it damp and heavy. Yet, she continued to advance toward the old ape. At that moment, the old ape's robe had mysteriously vanished. It reverted to its true form, embodying the appearance of the ape itself. Clad in a coat of grayish-white fur, its stature was modest, yet it exuded strength and vigor. Standing upon the snowy ground, the ape's eyes radiated a brilliant golden light, reminiscent of twin suns. Its grayish-white fur shimmered, resplendent in the brilliance of the moment, like silver needles piercing through the flesh. The old ape stood, embodying a primordial beast commanding the tempest, capable of summoning the sun, moon, and stars with a mere gesture. In stark contrast, the red umbrella before the old ape resembled a mere child. Flee now. Shatter the illusion. With a decisive step, the red umbrella summoned a flurry of petals, each one akin to a divine sword, gleaming with radiant light, advancing directly toward the old ape. Every strand of the old ape's fur shimmered with a resplendent brilliance, exuding an air of regal sanctity. You cannot escape. The old ape's voice was icy, and with a sweeping motion of its massive hand, it froze the petals midair. The surrounding void was enveloped in a layer of frost. With a crackling sound, the frozen petals shattered, cascading to the ground. Hurry and flee. Only by breaking the illusion can we hope for survival. Otherwise, we shall perish here. The red umbrella shouted, still confronting the old ape. Let's escape swiftly. My gaze was fixed upon the red umbrella, my heart brimming with anxiety, yet I felt utterly powerless. The old ape was overwhelmingly strong. To confront it would be tantamount to courting death, and I feared I would only hinder the red umbrella. Here, take these few items of the underworld. I will surely break through the illusion. I handed over the soul-locking bell, the corpse-wrapping cloth, and other items of the underworld to the red umbrella before sprinting toward Nangong. Ever since this illusion had manifested, Nangong Miaoi's spirit seemed to have vanished into the unknown. Yet, I harbor no concern for her. At this moment, my sole desire is to shatter this ethereal ambience. Otherwise, ensnared within the old ape's domain, the crimson umbrella's prowess would surely be diminished, rendering it no match for the old ape. Why has it begun to snow? It is so cold. The instant I grasped Nangong hand, I felt her small fingers as frigid as ice. Her entire being appeared frozen, her lips turning a purplish hue, her hair adorned with flecks of white snow. Being merely immortal, how could she withstand such a heavy snowfall? Moreover, she was clad in a dress. It's all right. It's all right. I lifted Nangong, ran onto my back, and dashed towards another direction. The snow blanketed the ground, submerging my ankles. I sprinted across the snowy expanse, striving to distance myself from the old ape. Only by putting greater distance between us could the effects of this ambience possibly weaken. Nangong trembled against my back, her coldness palpable. I attempted to warm her with my clothing, but it proved ineffective. The snow continued to fall relentlessly, each flake resembling the size of goose feathers. This was indeed a snowfall of goose feather proportions. The world was enveloped in white. I continued to flee with Nangong upon my back, leaving behind a landscape of pure, unblemished snow, devoid of any other color. At this moment, it seemed that only white remained in our eyes. The snowfall intensified, as if the world had been reduced to nothing but white. Amidst the pristine white snow, it seemed as though only Nangong, and I existed. Two silhouettes against the winter landscape. Jiqian, where are we? It's so white. So much snow. Behind me, Nangong had grown nearly unconscious from the cold. It's snowing. You must hold on. Do not succumb to slumber. Wake up and behold the snow. My heart raced as I implored her, hoping to rouse her from her stupor. Is it winter now? How swiftly time has passed. Your hair, so white, resembling that of an elderly man. Nangong murmured indistinctly, her voice barely coherent as she leaned against my back. Your hair is quite white as well, akin to that of an old woman. I teased, aiming to provoke a reaction from her. Have we grown old? She whispered, her lips quivering from the cold, turning a shade of purple. Do you know? I hold a deep affection for you. With each fragment of your story I uncover, I realize what a remarkable person you are, diligent, kind, and industrious. I love you dearly. Once, I dreamed of marrying you, of having children together, of growing old side by side, our hair turning white, hand in hand until the end. Nangong continued to murmur against my back. Am I dreaming? Have we truly aged together? Is this what it means to grow old in harmony? At this point, she seemed to regain some vigor, and I sensed her fingers stirring. No, though my hair has turned white, it is merely the snow. We have yet to share our lives together, so how can we speak of growing old side by side? You must awaken me. Let us live and escape together. I called out to Nangong, urging her to resist the encroaching darkness. Growing old together as our hair turns gray. I fear I may not endure much longer. To perish upon your back would bring me contentment. Yitian, I hope you remember that there once was a girl who shared the journey of aging with you. Do not carry me any longer. Set me down, for you alone can still escape. Nangong Iran, astonishingly, still possessed consciousness, fully aware of our plight. She urged me to release her, unwilling to be a burden. Yet this felt akin to a fleeting moment of clarity. Silence. We must escape together. Curse that old ape. Is it merely the essence of immortality you seek? Come and take it from me. Release them all. I roared towards the heavens, howling at the descending snowflakes. Thank you, dear friend, for your assistance. As long as I acquire the essence of immortality, I shall set them all free. I implore you, dear friend, to enter the coffin and share intimacy with her. Chapter 71. Snow falls in the long sky. Nangong Iran lay upon my back, her form laden with snow, rendered as cold as a frozen sculpture. She trembled incessantly, her consciousness wavering. Yet, moments ago, she had implored me to release her, urging me to flee alone from this treacherous place. A wave of dread washed over me. The thought of her demise here filled me with an overwhelming sense of urgency. If Nangong Iran were to perish, I would undoubtedly bear the burden of regret for a lifetime. It was I who had drawn her into this peril. The old Snow Mountain ape had orchestrated this trap, seeking the celestial energy that resided within me. But in my folly, I had entangled Nangong Iran in this dire situation. Cursed old ape, was it merely celestial energy you desired? Come and seize it from me. Release them all. I roared to the heavens. Above, a flurry of snowflakes descended like feathers, transforming the entire expanse into a realm of ice and snow. The horizon melded with the earth, creating a singular vision of white. As I tilted my head skyward, a cascade of icy snow struck my face, piercingly cold. Thank you, dear friend, for your cooperation. Once I acquire the celestial energy, I shall release them all. I beseech you to enter the coffin and engage in carnal union with her. As my words fell, the old ape responded. This was its domain, an embodiment of its essence. Within this realm, it was an invincible entity. In the next moment, I beheld the old ape not far away, its majestic form radiating divine light, its gray-white fur shimmering brilliantly. Meanwhile, the crimson umbrella lay half-kneeling on the ground, stained with blood, its surface blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Upon the pristine white snow before her, a considerable amount of blood had been shed, causing the snow to melt away. The old ape, in an instant, returned us to our starting point. Everything was under its control. We found ourselves mere pawns in its game. No, I shall not allow you to succeed. Ji Qian, flee swiftly. Upon seeing me, the red umbrella, overwhelmed with urgency, coughed out another mouthful of blood. In the past, she had received a command from her mistress to protect me at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Defiance was her only recourse. Even the divine maiden of Qingqiu, upon entering the realm of my endless snowfall, dared not challenge its might. The old ape, with a majestic presence, sat cross-legged atop a snow-covered mountain, speaking serenely. Leaves of maple danced down as time flowed. Spring departed, and autumn returned. The fallen flowers are devoid of sentiment, while the leaves possess intent. How many flowers have fallen, and how many leaves have severed their fates? The red umbrella emerged from the snow-laden ground. With the umbrella held high, she approached the old ape, leaving behind a trail of bloodied footprints with each step. Beside her, the snowy sky was unexpectedly adorned with falling maple leaves. Each leaf, as crimson as fresh blood, concealed the white snow. The white snow symbolized winter, while the maple leaves evoked the essence of autumn. This transition between seasons made the very void tremble at that moment. The figure of the red umbrella swayed as she tread upon the snowy expanse, confronting the old ape. Wielding the maple leaves like a divine sword, she obscured the snowy landscape, intertwining countless runes, compelling the old ape to regard her with utmost seriousness. The red umbrella danced gracefully, as if twirling in a snowy day, its form exquisite, blossoming amidst the autumn leaves. The old ape, majestic and dignified, froze the leaves with each strike of its hand. Around it, snowflakes swirled, transforming into its shadow. Hurry, the red umbrella commanded without glancing back. She wielded the umbrella, still spilling blood, and even the red umbrella itself crystallized with frost. At that moment, I discerned a distorted void within which faint hues began to materialize. It was then that I acted without hesitation, stepping forth with the Tai stepping method towards the outside. Where are you running to? Seeking death. Do you dare to obstruct me? Know that even if you die 100 times, you cannot impede me. The old ape, upon noticing me, suddenly recognized the flaw in my intent, its demeanor shifting from calm to alarmed. It unleashed a furious shout towards the red umbrella, striking with a palm that stirred the winds and rain, sending the red umbrella flying. In that instant, her entire being, holding the red umbrella, became encased in frost. Her legs were frozen solid, resembling ice sculptures, as if she would shatter at any moment. Red umbrella! I exclaimed in urgent despair at this sight. Yet my cries were in vain. Flee! Seek my lady! Save me! The frost enveloped her rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the red umbrella was completely encased in ice. She transformed into an ice sculpture, standing tall amidst the swirling snow in the frigid expanse. The old ape wore a furious expression, resembling a wrathful deity, as it pursued me with relentless fervor. I dared not hesitate for a moment. Carrying Nangong Iran on my back, I stepped into the distorted void. As soon as I emerged from the icy realm, the scenery before me transformed entirely. Where was this? I gazed around, realizing that we were no longer in the place we had just been. Instead, we had arrived in an entirely different region. Yet, without a doubt, we had escaped the old ape's domain. However, the red umbrella remained forever trapped there, although I had only met the red umbrella a few times. Her sacrifice to save me, turning herself into an ice sculpture, profoundly moved me. No one had ever risked their life for me before. I was determined to rescue her, to see her alive, or at the very least, to ensure her remains were found. Emerging from the falling snow over the long sky realm, the temperature returned to normal. At this moment, Nangong Iran gradually regained her senses, finally freed from the brink of death. However, she still bore the frost, feeling quite cold. I dared not linger. Carrying her, I fled towards Jinling. The old ape had awaited me on the outskirts of Jinling, cautious not to act recklessly within the city. I knew that only by reaching Jinling could I find safety. This area was the distant outskirts of Jinling, not too far from the city itself. With my speed, I believed it would not be long before we reached Jinling. As I tread upon the path of the Tai step method, ethereal runes unfurl beneath my feet, augmenting my speed remarkably. I hastened towards Jinling with fervor. Why bother, though? The chasm between us is insurmountable. Should you entrust your celestial essence to me, I could ensure your safety for a lifetime. Even the girl from the snow falls across the long sky could be returned to you. Before long, a calm voice emanated from behind me. The old ape had caught up once more. This revelation filled me with dread and astonishment, my heart racing with urgency. The old ape's prowess is utterly formidable, rivaling that of my grandfather and maternal grandfather alike. Instinctively, I glanced back and beheld a world blanketed in snow, where ice enveloped the heavens and the earth. The old ape appeared as a celestial being amidst this wintry realm, commanding the very essence of that icy world as it advanced towards me. Chapter 72. The 10 streams of celestial energy snowflakes drifted down from the heavens, each flake a delicate whisper of winter, enveloping me in a frigid embrace. The ancient ape descended gracefully, exuding an air of majestic dignity, resembling an immortal being gracing the earthly realm. In an instant, the icy veil descended once more, transforming my surroundings into a desolate winter wonderland, thick with falling snow. Your celestial aura is mine to claim. Cease your futile resistance, the old ape declared as it approached me with an unhurried demeanor, its presence stark against the biting cold and the desolation of the snow-laden landscape. My expression darkened as I surveyed the area, unable to fathom that mere moments after my escape, I had been ensnared once again by this formidable creature. The ancient ape's power was overwhelming. In comparison, I felt as powerless as an infant taking its first wobbly steps. Even the red umbrella, once a beacon of hope, now stood as an icy statue amidst the swirling snow. Release them. I am willing to cooperate and bestow my celestial energy upon you. I implored the old ape, yearning for it to spare the red umbrella and Nangong Iran. If they could escape, perhaps a glimmer of hope would remain for me. Do you truly believe you still possess the standing to negotiate? The old ape replied with an air of indifference. In the blink of an eye, it stood before me, and with a mere wave of its hand, I was struck by an overwhelming force. I was sent hurtling backwards, and Nangong Iran collapsed nearby, her fate uncertain. Iran! I gasped, feeling the tumult within my chest rise like a storm. A torrent of blood erupting from my lips as the old ape strike sent me flying through the air. However, upon witnessing Nangong Iran unconscious, my concern for her intensified. Before I could rise to my feet, the old ape approached me once more. It seized my neck with a vice-like grip and hoisted me into the air. I reconsidered my stance. Your mortal form, having been nourished by celestial energy for years, is far superior to any earthly elixir. Once I extract the celestial essence, I shall cook your flesh for my consumption. The old ape's eyes glimmered with a sinister light, bloodshot and filled with a frenzied madness. As it regarded me with a smile, a chill coursed through my body, and an overwhelming dread enveloped my heart. This old ape, it intends to devour me. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the old ape dragged me away in a different direction. No, Iran, the red umbrella. Upon seeing the old ape intent on taking me, I immediately began to struggle, calling out to the two of them. Yet, my efforts were futile. The old ape carried me effortlessly, traversing distances as if they were mere steps. Everything around me seemed to reverse, as if caught in a time warp. In an instant, I found myself at the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Atop this peak lay an ice coffin. Within it rested Nangong Yaoi. The blizzard raged fiercely at the mountain summit, as if I were at the very heart of winter's fury. Yet, no matter how heavily the snow fell, it could not settle upon the ice coffin. Arriving beside the coffin, the old ape unceremoniously tossed me onto the snow. It gazed at me, a smile spreading across its face, and uttered, "Northeast horse, west hemp clothing. Southern sky plum, northern hexagram. The Miao region has a saintly maiden. Indeed, when combined, they could never compare to your grandfather alone. The southern heavenly Li, the celestial realms, and the formidable Gigi clan, along with the significant presence in the geomancy domain, are not merely names without substance." To my astonishment, the old ape began to extol my grandfather. It appeared to be reminiscing about the bygone days when my grandfather single-handedly dominated the geomancy realm. I, too, once competed against your grandfather, yet I was defeated by him. Moreover, with a single strike, he vanquished me. Your grandfather is exceedingly powerful. Powerful to the extent that no one in the geomancy realm dares to equate themselves with him. The old ape expressed profound sentiments, having experienced the glorious days of yore. I remained on the ground, my mouth filled with ice and snow, merely listening to the old ape's narration. I was utterly taken aback by the realization of my grandfather's formidable standing in the geomancy realm. I felt utterly embarrassed. Why is your grandfather so extraordinarily strong? He could be likened to a towering mountain within the geomancy realm. The old ape suddenly directed a question at me. I opened my mouth at a loss for words. I had not lived through that era. How could I possibly know why my grandfather was so powerful? Perhaps it was due to the fateful celestial energy of the immortal corpse. Once, the immortal mansion emerged, and the major ancestral clans, along with the ancient imperial lineages, united to wield their imperial weapons in an attempt to suppress the immortal mansion and unravel the secret of ascension. However, the immortal mansion remained closed, and instead, an immortal corpse fell from within. Longhu Mountain obtained one arm of the celestial corpse, while Mao Shan secured the head. The Taoist sects divided the celestial corpse's leg amongst themselves. The celestial corpse was shared by various ancestral courts, Taoist traditions, and the ancient imperial bloodlines. However, the celestial corpse itself was not the most significant aspect. Rather, the true enigma lay within the 10 strands of celestial aura contained within it, which symbolized the secret of transcendence. In the fierce competition for both the celestial corpse and the celestial aura, numerous celestial masters, mythical beings of great renown, perished. By a fortunate twist of fate, your grandfather seized one strand of celestial aura from these powerful factions. This particular strand, among the 10, possessed the unique ability to discern destiny. Consequently, every fortune teller who sought your grandfather's counsel was never wrong. From that moment onward, your grandfather's ascent was unstoppable. He soared to unprecedented heights, ultimately becoming the foremost figure in the realm of feng shui, standing at the pinnacle of the Taoist world. The old monkey attributed all of your grandfather's accomplishments to the celestial aura, believing that it was the source of his immense stature in the feng shui community. The old monkey gazed into the distance, lost in memories of tumultuous times past. Your grandfather had merely acquired one of the 10 strands of celestial aura. What justified the belief that he became the preeminent figure in feng shui solely due to this aura? The other 9 strands were also claimed by others, yet they failed to achieve the same status. I turned to the old monkey and spoke, hoping to shatter his delusions. No, you are overthinking. The 10 strands of celestial aura derive from the celestial corpse. 6 paths have vanished without a trace. Only 4 remain, claimed by others. Your grandfather has acquired the ethereal essence of destiny. While the Taoist sect possesses the yin-yang celestial energy, the Buddhist order holds the karmic essence. And the Maoshan school has harnessed the spirit energy of the supernatural. These 3 formidable factions thrive upon these celestial energies, enduring countless calamities without faltering. The 3 celestial essences are shared among countless individuals within these powerful sects, yet your grandfather alone wields one essence. The old ape turned to me, speaking with unwavering conviction, utterly unperturbed by my words. All I require is the celestial energy residing within you, and I shall unravel the intricacies of fate. Fate's such an elusive and intangible concept, yet it undeniably exists in the world. The old ape gazed at me as if I were a lamb awaiting slaughter. As its words fell, it raised a mighty hand and cast me into the icy coffin. The celestial energy bestowed upon you by your grandfather is bound by restriction, only to manifest after you turn 18 and share a bed. Now, I demand that you cohabit with Nangong Iran to break this restriction and allow the celestial energy to reveal itself to the world. Chapter 73. The immortal's abode. I was abruptly cast into the icy coffin by the old monkey, and upon my gaze, I beheld Nangong Miaowi. To my astonishment, she possessed an unparalleled beauty. Her skin was as flawless as jade, pale and unblemished, seemingly delicate enough to break with a gentle touch, while an enchanting fragrance wafted around her. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, with long eyelashes that suggested she was merely in slumber, on the verge of awakening. Her elegant nose arched slightly, and her lips bore a soft hue. This exquisite assembly of features could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. While Nangong Iran might exhibit certain imperfections, Nangong Miaowi, her body nourished by the corpse-restraining pearl, had transcended mortality, transforming into a body of jade-like purity. Adorned in a flowing red dress, she lay serenely beneath me, sending a shiver down my spine. My heart raced, crying out in moral conflict. This was the sister of Nangong Iran. How could I dare lay a hand upon her? In a frenzy, I sought to escape the icy coffin. Yet, the old monkey approached me, proclaiming, "Human nature cannot be defied. How can you possibly resist your innate desires?" The old monkey cast a sprinkle of pinkish powder into the air. As the powder fell, I inadvertently inhaled it. This is spring dispersion. A wave of alarm surged through me. The old monkey had drugged me. I hurriedly attempted to purge the substance from my system. However, the old monkey continued. This potion is concocted from red mother grass, goat herb, silkworm moth, dodder seed, and snakebed seed. Upon a mere inhalation, it becomes entwined within your very blood, a force you cannot expel. I heard the words of the ancient ape, my senses becoming increasingly clouded. In my ears resonated the satisfied laughter of the old primate. He stood beside the icy sarcophagus, observing my transformation with palpable excitement. At this moment, ethereal light and mist began to manifest around me. The ancient ape was aware that this signified the imminent emergence of celestial energy. Long ago, my grandfather had infused my being with this divine essence, imposing a restriction that it would only surface after an intimate union. The appearance of this celestial energy would herald the opportune moment for the old ape to act. Celestial energy. If I were to grasp this fateful essence, I could unravel the destinies of all existence. The ancient ape was filled with exhilaration as my form radiated a triad of luminous hues, resembling a transcended stone. The mist swirled around, engulfing the icy sarcophagus within its embrace. The old ape could merely glimpse the radiant light through the veil of fog. The celestial energy, at long last, it has manifested. The ancient ape gazed upon the swirling light within the fog, his impatience mounting. However, at that very moment, the icy expanse of this realm was unexpectedly torn asunder, cleaving the heavens and earth in twain. An entity loomed at the terminus of this frozen world. It emanated resplendent brilliance, illuminating the past, present, and future in a breathtaking display. In that instant, celestial melodies echoed, and the very fabric of the universe felt sanctified. It was astonishingly a grand palace. However, that magnificent palace, resplendent and imposing, was enveloped in ethereal radiance. It was akin to a royal palace, reminiscent of the heavenly realm descending to the mortal world. It emanated a brilliant divine light, with streams of celestial brilliance cascading down, accompanied by heavenly melodies, stretching across the horizon of the icy expanse. This estate was previously adorned with a couplet. The upper line read, "The immortal abode of yellow buds and white snow." The lower line proclaimed, "The home of feathered immortals amidst jade grass and splendid blossoms." Upon beholding the estate, the old ape quivered, its eyes widening in disbelief, revealing an expression of utter astonishment. It uttered each word with great difficulty. The immortal abode. This revelation shattered its meditative state, for it was indeed the legendary dwelling, shrouded in mystery, symbolizing the path to immortality, and infamous for devouring those who entered. In the realm of Tao, countless powerful beings nearing the end of their lifespans had sought the immortal abode, yet none could uncover its elusive traces throughout their lifetimes. Who could have known that this fabled sanctuary had now revealed itself? The old ape was rendered utterly shocked. It had no desire to enter the immortal abode. Countless heroes, formidable beings, and unparalleled masters, in their twilight years, ventured into the immortal dwelling, yet none emerged alive. This was no sanctuary for attaining immortality. It was rather a voracious dwelling. The radiant immortal abode, shimmering with myriad colors, loomed before the frigid landscape, bestowing an air of sanctity upon the entire realm. How could it have arrived here? Could it be that celestial energy had summoned it? The ancient ape gazed upon the mist-enshrouded ice coffin, unable to penetrate its obscurity and unaware of the events unfolding within. Yet, in an instant, it discerned the reason for the sudden appearance of the celestial abode in this location. Recently, whispers had circulated throughout the realm of Tao, heralding the re-emergence of the celestial abode. Now, it had been irresistibly drawn here by the ethereal essence of immortality. The old ape's visage darkened, reflecting profound sorrow, as it realized that its path to ascension did not lie within the celestial abode. It yearned to gather 10 strands of celestial essence, believing that such a feat would grant it immortality in a single day. However, the celestial abode was far too terrifying. While it appeared to be suffused with ethereal energy, radiant light, and resplendent hues, it concealed an unknown number of corpses within. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the celestial abode had scarcely materialized when the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed, signaling the approach of another. Without needing to look, the ancient ape instinctively knew that it was an elder nearing the end of their mortal coil, drawn by the allure of the celestial abode. Indeed, before the reverberations of the sound had dissipated, a figure emerged. Stars illuminated the azure sky, the Peacock King. Upon witnessing this figure and the accompanying aura, The old ape was taken aback, instantly recognizing him. It was none other than the formidable being of the demon clan, the Peacock King. As the Peacock King appeared, he traversed the void with grace, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and astonishingly, a vast expanse of azure sky unfolded behind him. Countless stars adorned this celestial canvas, radiating a dazzling divine light. The Peacock King exuded an unparalleled majesty, arriving with the celestial sky and a multitude of resplendent stars in tow. Chapter 74. The stars illuminate the azure sky. Snowflakes fall from the vast heavens. The old ape of Tian Shan, clad in resplendent white. The Peacock King bore the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders, exuding an aura that could engulf mountains and rivers, his eyes radiating two beams of azure light. With a mere glance, he recognized the old ape, a creature hailing from the Tian Shan Mountains, also known as the Snowy Mountain Ape. The Peacock King furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards the swirling mist nearby. Celestial energy? This is Tian. A chill swept across the Peacock King's countenance as he discerned the hidden peril within the billowing fog, illuminated by myriad rays. Old ape of Tian Shan, you seek your own demise. How dare you conspire against the grandson of Ji Sanxian? Previously, the Peacock King had declared throughout the Dao realm his intention to protect Ji Sanxian. Yet, not long thereafter, he found himself ensnared by the old ape, poised to have his celestial energy stripped away. It was an affront to his dignity. Peacock King, I have no quarrel with you. You share no ties with Ji Sanxian. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? I can assure you, once I reclaim my celestial energy, I shall aid you in glimpsing the threads of fate. Upon seeing the Peacock King on the verge of wrath, the old ape hastily implored him. The Peacock King, unparalleled in the Dao realm, was a force to be reckoned with. The old ape had no desire to engage in battle with him. You think you're worthy of peering into fate? A mere monkey that dares not enter the celestial mansion. Huh! If you wish for immortality, if you aspire to become an immortal, why not venture into the celestial mansion and take a chance? You possess a reputation of no small measure, yet you shamelessly scheme to usurp the fortunes of the younger generation. The Peacock King bore the azure sky upon his shoulders, with stars shimmering behind him, akin to a resplendent sun illuminating the heavens. He gazed at the old ape and spoke with icy detachment. You have your path to immortality, and I have mine. Why must we be at odds? The immortal mansion, shrouded in mystery, eludes comprehension, rumored to be a legacy left by celestial beings. Yet throughout the annals of time, countless celestial masters, mythic figures, have ventured within its confines in their twilight years. Who among them has emerged alive from the immortal mansion? It is a grave for unparalleled powerhouses, legendary figures. The old ape regarded the Peacock King and spoke softly, though I harbor no desire to confront you. I'm not daunted by your presence. The immortal mansion has existed since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, woven into the ancient history of our realm. Within its walls, secrets of ascension surely lie. How can you claim they perished within, and not that they have transcended into immortality? Release Tian and join me in the pursuit of immortality within the immortal mansion. Would that not be a more prudent course? The Peacock King proposed, extending an invitation to the ancient ape. This old creature had lived for a millennium, a formidable being whose strength was unfathomable. Should they unite, their chances of survival would significantly increase. However, the old ape shook his head, rejecting the Peacock King's offer. Even Ji Sanxian, possessing that ethereal aura, did not attain immortality. What does it matter if you seize the celestial essence? Do you truly believe you can surpass Ji Sanxian? The Peacock King retorted with a cold laugh. Even an ancient ape, infused with celestial energy, cannot surpass Ji Sanxian. He could not achieve immortality, having perished instead. The old ape is even less likely to ascend. This single strand of celestial energy is merely the beginning. There are 9 more to pursue. The old ape spoke to the Peacock King, revealing his path to immortality without reservation. A delusion. You shall not acquire even this fragment of celestial energy. Tian is the adopted son of the river goddess. Do you truly believe I would permit you to seize celestial energy from him? The Peacock King retorted with a mocking smile. With a single step, he caused the heavens to shatter, the stars behind him illuminating the sky, enveloping the realm. This act seemingly pressed down upon the old ape's icy domain, as both entities contended for dominion over the celestial expanse. The river goddess, it appears that reconciliation is impossible. Should I prevail, you shall not obstruct my pursuit of celestial energy. Conversely, should you triumph, I shall follow you into the realm of immortals. The old ape, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, stood atop the snow-capped peaks, addressing the Peacock King with a frigid tone. Very well, the Peacock King replied. At this moment, neither was concerned with the immortal abode, but instead prepared to engage in battle through their profound realms, splitting the heavens in anticipation of their conflict. Behind the Peacock King, the stars shimmered brilliantly, illuminating the vast sky, while the old ape was shrouded in a realm of ice and snow as flurries of snowflakes danced around him. Both of them, ancient beings, had lived for countless ages, their powers unfathomable. In the present conflict, should news of it reach the realm of Tao, it would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of the Taoist world. Even the ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain, the tradition of Mao Shan, the Taoist sects, and the Buddhist orders would come to witness the spectacle. I remain oblivious to all that transpires outside, encased within the ice coffin. A thunderous roar reverberates through the heavens as the Peacock King makes his move, obscuring the firmament, while countless stars illuminate the great expanse. The azure sky behind him resembles a curtain enveloping the universe. Beneath the pitch-black shroud of night, the stars twinkle like diamonds embedded in the vastness, radiating brilliance beyond compare. As the heavens tremble and the earth quakes, each star bears the weight of mountains, shattering the void. The ancient ape hesitates no longer. The ice and snow around it cascade down, emanating waves of frigid air. The void becomes frozen, with the falling snowflakes transforming into radiant runes. In their fierce clash, every movement possesses the power to pluck stars from the sky and boil seas. Upon their initial engagement, they shatter the very fabric of the void. Behind the Peacock King, the myriad stars quiver as if on the brink of descent. Endless starlight cascades down, enveloping the Peacock King in a divine radiance akin to that of a celestial being. The ancient ape is surrounded by swirling snowflakes, a blanket of white settling upon it. The howling cold winds stir, freezing the cosmos, halting the passage of time itself. In the blink of an eye, they exchange 366 strikes. Release them. Let the battle commence. Very well. With a grand sweep of its hand, the ancient ape sends forth the essence of Nangong Iran, the red umbrella, and the ice coffin, propelling them into the fray. In an instant, I was hurled from the icy coffin, finally regaining consciousness. I gazed around in bewilderment. To my astonishment, the snow had vanished, replaced by a forest. This was the outskirts of Jinling. I had managed to escape, and there was still the crimson umbrella. A surge of joy coursed through me as I realized I had eluded the clutches of the old ape. However, upon spotting Nangong Iran and the red umbrella lying nearby, my heart sank with urgency. I hurried to rise, intent on rushing to their side to ascertain their condition. Yet, as I attempted to stand, my legs felt weak, trembling uncontrollably. What was happening to me? It was then I noticed, to my dismay, that I was clad in nothing but the chill of the air against my skin. I couldn't believe it. I had truly engaged in such a deed with a lifeless body, leaving my legs quaking in its wake. Chapter 75. Has Nangong Iran passed away? I stood amidst the woods, a chill breeze whispering through the trees. Nangong Iran lay beside the crimson umbrella, both she and the umbrella adorned with ice and snow, unconscious. Nearby stood an ice coffin, within which Nangong Miaowi was tormented beyond recognition, her lifeless form resting inside. A shiver coursed through me. Although Nangong Miaowi's corpse was preserved by the corpse-suppressing pearl, rendering it almost indistinguishable from that of a living person, she was nonetheless departed, transformed into a cold, lifeless body. Moreover, she was the elder sister of Nangong Iran. In 3 months, I was to wed Nangong Iran, yet now I found myself entangled with her sister. What manner of fate is this? I picked up my tattered clothing from the ground, hastily donning it despite its ravaged state. It was preferable to being entirely unclothed. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, I noticed the distant heavens, adorned with twinkling stars, as ice and snow began to melt away. The Peacock King. When I beheld the figure confronting the old ape, I was momentarily taken aback. It was he who had rescued me. In the distance, the Peacock King and the old ape strode through the void, their presence overshadowing the sky, cleaving the heavens in twain. At that moment, their figures appeared as if they were the sole entities in existence. Were an ordinary person to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in awe at the celestial beings. Even as I gazed upward, my heart was filled with profound astonishment. The abilities of these two transcended the mundane, akin to those of immortal beings. I turned my gaze toward them. The Peacock King carries the azure sky, adorned with countless stars that shine with the brilliance of the sun. The stars within his essence burn with an intensity unmatched, even surpassing the might of towering mountains, dazzling and resplendent. The old ape embodies a celestial grace, with a backdrop of frigid ice and snow, freezing the void around him, where time stands still. Is this the true power of the Peacock King? He roars, shaking mountains and rivers, plucking stars, and capturing the moon. As I observe the fierce clash between the old ape and the Peacock King, my heart quakes with awe. It is as though I'm witnessing a grand fantasy film unfold before my eyes. The Peacock King, though refined and cultured, exudes an aura of unrivaled dominion when he strikes. The old ape, master of all, wields his power with a mere flick of his hand, annihilating existence, causing stars to collapse, imbued with an ethereal quality. Both are supreme beings within the realm of the Tao, now locked in battle. What is this? As I watch their fierce duel, my heart sways, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Yet, my gaze is drawn to a magnificent estate, resembling the celestial pavilions of the heavens. Standing tall in the firmament, this estate is immense, akin to a heavenly palace, not merely a single abode, but a multitude of grand halls. Each dwelling radiates with divine light, suffused with hues of dawn, interwoven with intricate runes, creating a breathtaking tapestry. The immortal abode of yellow bud and white snow, the dwelling of the feathered immortals amidst ethereal flora. Could it be the abode of deities? My eyes widen in astonishment, a tempest of emotions surging within me, incredulous at the revelation. Could it be that I have encountered the fabled abode of the immortals? Indeed, this is precisely the legendary immortal abode. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated behind me, responding to my thoughts. It belonged to a woman, her voice crisp and familiar. The Qing Corpse sect. I was immediately taken aback, swiftly turning to face her. The woman from the Qing Corpse sect stood beside the icy coffin, gazing at me with an icy indifference. I hurriedly rushed to shield Nangong Iran and the red umbrella behind me. What do you intend to do? I pulled my thoughts back from the heavens. Although those visions were profoundly disturbing, my greater concern lay with the woman from the Qing Corpse sect. I mean no harm, merely reclaiming what is mine. Indeed, no man is without fault, even to the point of defiling the dead. The Qing Corpse sect woman glanced at me, then turned her gaze to the icy coffin where Nangong Miaoi lay, a cold smirk gracing her lips. A wave of embarrassment washed over me, leaving me at a loss for words. What do you want? You cannot take her away. Upon seeing the Qing Corpse sect woman standing next to the icy coffin, a heavy dread settled in my heart. Her arrival here likely signaled her intent to take Nangong Miaoi. You're not foolish. However, if I wish to take her, do you truly believe you can stop me? The Qing Corpse sect woman scoffed at me. While I may not be able to kill you now, rest assured, you will meet your demise by my hand. The day of your wedding shall be your day of sacrifice. Without further ado, the Qing Corpse sect woman hoisted the icy coffin and began to stride away. Where do you think you're going? In a moment of urgency, I sought to pursue her. However, Nangong still lingered with the red umbrella, halting my steps. Even if I were to catch up, I would be no match for her. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon my countenance. At this juncture, I had come to comprehend the collusion between the old ape and the woman from the Qin Corpse sect. The old ape sought the celestial energy within me, while the woman was after the body of Nangong Yaoi. It seemed that the one nurturing the corpse with the 7 stars technique was not the old ape, but rather the woman from the Qin Corpse sect. The old ape had orchestrated for me to share a chamber with Nangong Yaoi to unseal the celestial energy, thereby obtaining it for himself. The Qin Corpse sect woman, on the other hand, desired my defilement of the corpse. Nangong Yaoi's body, already steeped in resentment, was further strengthened by the 7 stars nurturing, making her akin to a corpse king. The woman from the Qin Corpse sect had bound her to me in a spectral marriage, granting us a semblance of conjugal ties. If after 3 months I were to wed Nangong, it would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the corpse king, transforming our joyous occasion into a harrowing affair. How cruel it was! What enmity did I harbor against you to warrant such malice? My expression was grim. Having unraveled the entirety of this plot, I recognized the depth of hatred the Qin Corpse sect woman harbored for me. It was as though I had wronged her beyond measure. Simultaneously, I felt a lump in my throat. It was imperative that I retrieve Nangong Yaoi's body and dissolve the spectral marriage. Otherwise, the day of my wedding would inevitably be drenched in blood and sorrow, a celebration turned to mourning. Return first and discuss later. Nangong Iran has been in a coma for such an extended period. I am currently no match for the women of the Qin Corpse sect. Even if I were to pursue her, I would be unable to defeat her. Moreover, with Nangong Iran still unconscious, it is imperative to take her to the hospital first. As I approached, the moment I made contact with Nangong Iran, a chilling sensation coursed through me. She was icy cold. Nangong Iran felt as though she were a mere refrigerator, devoid of any warmth. This instilled a sense of dread within me, heightening my foreboding. I hastily placed my hand near her nostrils to test her breath. The instant I did so, I was overcome with terror, collapsing onto the ground in shock. She is gone. Nangong Iran has ceased to breathe. She has actually died here. Chapter 76. All causes and effects converge upon me. I stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the reality that Nangong Iran could perish here. How could this be? How could this be? In that moment, I was engulfed in a daze, unsure of how to proceed. Was the delightful and tenacious girl, Nangong Iran, truly gone? I found it difficult to accept such a fate. Iran, please awaken. I gently patted Nangong Iran, hoping she might regain consciousness. Yet her body felt as cold as ice, an overwhelming chill that rendered my proximity suffocating. It was all my fault. Had I not brought you here, you would never have met this end. It is all my fault. The sudden loss of Nangong Iran left a void within my heart, as if a piece of me had been irretrievably lost, leaving me in a surreal dreamscape. In my heart, I had only just begun to embrace the earnest and devoted nature of Nangong Iran. Who could have foreseen that, just as we started, she would perish beside me? This was a reality I could not bear. In that moment, I felt utterly lost, my spirit shattered. The weight of guilt pressed heavily upon me. She is not gone yet. You can save her. A voice suddenly resonated behind me, causing me to turn in surprise. The red umbrella. You are unharmed. To my astonishment, it was the red umbrella. She had awakened without my knowledge. Could it be that you can save her? Please, save her. I would agree to any terms you set forth. I hurriedly addressed the figure with the red umbrella, who stood there, the canopy obscuring half of her face. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "It is not I who can save her, but rather, it is you who possesses that capability. Look closely to ascertain whether she is truly deceased." As her words resonated in the air, my instinct compelled me to glance towards Nangong Iran. To my astonishment, a faint shadow appeared around her, revealing the presence of her 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yet now, only 2 souls and 7 spirits remained, with 1 vital soul missing. Moreover, the remaining 2 souls and 7 spirits were on the verge of departing from her body. Casting my gaze aside, I indeed spotted, not far behind a tree, 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white. They watched us intently, their predatory eyes fixed upon our direction. It seemed that should Nangong Iran's 2 souls and 7 spirits separate from her, they would swiftly seize her. The black and white figures were none other than the emissaries of the underworld, known as the black and white impermanents. Not dead. Still a chance for salvation. My earlier confusion dissipated with the red umbrella's reminder, illuminating the truth that Nangong Iran was merely in a state of false death. There remained hope for her rescue. However, should I tarry any longer, and if her 2 souls and 7 spirits were to detach and be captured by the black and white impermanents, her fate would be sealed. The watchful gaze of these 2 emissaries confirmed that Nangong Iran was perilously close to the threshold of death. Without a moment's hesitation, I hoisted Nangong Iran onto my back and sprinted towards Jinling, propelled by the essence of Yangming, a spirit concealed within me. Seizing the dark enchantment, I concealed my form, invoking a mystical talisman to render my dwelling untraceable. Should there be any defiance, let the heavenly soldiers ascend. With a command, the winds surged beneath my feet, weaving intricate runes of unparalleled mystery. This bestowed upon me extraordinary speed as I traversed seldom trodden paths, devoid of human presence. Before long, I found myself within the bustling streets of Jinling. With a mere wave, I summoned a vehicle, Qinglong Lake. Upon providing the address to the driver, I settled into the car. The driver, noticing the unconscious girl I was carrying, cast a fleeting glance my way, but chose not to pry, ferrying me swiftly to Qinglong Lake. Arriving at the Wang residence, I pondered the cause of Nangong Iran's unconsciousness. Upon entering, I encountered Wang Jun, who gazed at me, perplexed by my burden. Quickly, prepare a bowl of chicken blood, a pound of cinnabar, a pound of ritual salt, a bowl of black dog blood, a peach branch, and a piece of white cloth. Also, a ritual altar must be erected, precisely 9 feet 9 inches high. No taller, no shorter. Realizing I had no time to gather these items myself, Wang Jun, his eyes deep in thought, swiftly turned to procure what was needed. I carried Nangong Iran to my room and laid her gently on the bed, retrieving a black wooden box from the cabinet above. Within this wooden chest lies a trove of my cherished possessions. From its depths, I extracted a box of silver needles. While this box may not be particularly precious, it is the only one I possess. Setting the silver needles aside, I ignited a flame upon the table using alcohol. Taking a deep breath, I felt a gravity settle upon my expression as I grasped a silver needle, holding it over the fire to sterilize it. Memories flooded my mind of the book 9 Needles of the Extraordinary Meridians, which my grandfather had bequeathed to me. This tome encapsulates 9 unique techniques, each regarded as a marvel in the medical realm. To wield these 9 needles, one must infuse them with vital energy to stimulate the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The technique I am about to employ is one of those 9, the 6th Harmony Soul Fixation Needle. This needle can anchor the 3 souls and 7 spirits, preserving the final breath of life, leaving the waiting soul retrievers in a state of helpless frustration. Hence it is also known as the Ghost Dismay Needle Technique. Although this marks my inaugural attempt at such an application on a human, I harbor no hesitation. Every moment is vital for Nangong Iran. With a deep breath, I retrieved the sterilized silver needle, my hands swift as lightning, probing and retracting with precision. Moreover, I infused the needle with vital energy, allowing it to emanate a faint, ethereal glow. Through the needle, the vital energy coursed into Nangong Iran's Shunting, Feng Qi, Jiawei, Shunke, Qi Hai, Ing Chuang, Mingmin, Tai Yuan, and Yongquan acupoints. The 9 acupuncture points, upon which the silver needle descends, tremble slightly as it pierces, allowing the vital yang energy to permeate my being. A considerable amount of sweat trickles down my forehead, and my mind becomes momentarily clouded, accompanied by a sense of dizziness. This is due to the excessive consumption of yang energy. Although I am a master in the realm of qi cultivation, executing this particular needle technique proves to be quite taxing. Each technique is a marvel of craftsmanship, rarely mastered by others. Each needle possesses the potential to save a life, deserving of the title Sacred Needle. My head spins, beads of sweat form on my brow, and my complexion pales as I instinctively grasp the headboard of the bed to prevent myself from collapsing. However, The two souls and seven spirits of Nangong, Iran, subtly exhibit a tendency to return to their rightful place, which fills my heart with joy. I have finally stabilized Nangong, Iran's spirit. Those two spectral enforcers must realize that their attempt to seize the souls from our grasp is futile. Disrupting the intricate web of fate comes with dire consequences. Just as a smile begins to grace my face, it falters abruptly. An ominous chill washes over me, rising from the depths of the underworld, causing me to shudder involuntarily. The two spectral enforcers, dressed in black and white, have unexpectedly followed me to the Wong family estate. Chapter 77. The resolute messengers without the need to glance back. I am acutely aware. Those two messengers are likely standing right behind me at this very moment. Humanity harbors an innate fear of these spectral beings, and I am no exception. Yet, in my endeavor to rescue Nangong Iran, I must seize her from the clutches of the messengers. What of it? I shall bear the weight of all karmic repercussions upon myself. I refrain from turning around and, in a low voice, compel myself to maintain composure. After all, delving into this realm and dealing with messengers has become a routine affair. This is merely the beginning. Unaware of their impending doom, the two messengers, their faces as pale as parchment, have somehow approached my side. They stand by the bed, gazing at Nangong Iran, their soul-binding chains gripped in their hands, their expressions icy, fixated intently upon me. Were it not for my interference, they would have surely extracted Nangong Iran's soul by now. The infamous duo of the black and white impermanence has, since ancient times, held considerable renown. The white impermanence, known as Xie embodies the yang aspect. He is often seen with a broad smile, tall and slender. His complexion ghastly pale, his long tongue protruding, while his official hat bears the inscription "Wealth comes from all directions." He is also revered by titles such as the Living Impermanence, White Master, and Seventh Master. The Black Impermanence, known as Fan Wujiu, or Wuxi, represents the yin aspect. His countenance is fierce, his build robust, with a dark complexion, and his official hat inscribed with the phrase "Peace under heaven," signifying that there is no mercy for those who defy the law and bear guilt. He is likewise honored with titles such as Short Master, Black Master, and Eighth Master. However, these two spectral messengers could not possibly be the legendary Black and White Impermanence. As far as I know, the underworld has its own city gods in every realm, and beneath them are the Oxhead and Horseface, along with the Black and White Impermanence. These two spectral messengers are likely merely subordinates of the Black and White Impermanence presiding over this particular city god. Nevertheless, they should not be underestimated. Their affiliation with the Black and White Impermanence signifies that they possess formidable abilities. Ordinary spectral messengers cannot compare to them. Within this realm of the city god, they hold a position akin to that of minor officials or captains. The two spectral messengers have pallid complexions, as if dusted with flour. However, their eye sockets are darkened, exuding a chilling aura that evokes the proximity to the netherworld. One is clad in black while the other dons white, both appearing emaciated, wielding chains for binding souls. Quickly produce the soul-fixing needle. Otherwise, we shall drag you into the realm of the dead. The black spectral messenger, adorned with a cap inscribed with "Peace under heaven," coldly addressed me while gripping the binding chain. His breath was thick with a swirling mist of dark energy, emanating ominously from his nostrils. The white spectral messenger glared at me with an equally frigid gaze. "Esteemed spectral brothers, I implore your leniency. This is but a token of my goodwill. Please accept it." I hastily ignited incense on a nearby table, offering it to them. The room became shrouded in swirling smoke. "Oh, Brother Ian, I have yet to prepare myself. However, rest assured, when the time comes, I shall certainly offer both of you fine tributes: incense, 2 maidens, and gold ingots." I adorned my face with a smile, ingratiatingly flattering the two officials. Though I wield considerable authority over the formidable spirits, I find myself utterly powerless in the presence of these officials. Moreover, my foremost desire at this moment is to resurrect Nangong Iran. I would not hesitate to placate them with smiles, or even submit to their whims if it meant achieving that goal. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the dark Een official struck me with a whip, landing squarely upon my ethereal form. In that instant, I felt my soul being torn asunder, my spirit trembled, and my body felt as though it had been mercilessly crushed. The excruciating pain emanating from my very essence was unbearable, penetrating to the marrow of my being, far more agonizing than the torment of dislocation or fracture. My body convulsed, and I collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat dotting my forehead. I even felt dizzy, as if my very spirit were on the verge of flight. This was the soul-binding chain of the Een officials, specifically designed to ensnare spirits. Their aggression towards the living is a transgression against the laws of the underworld. I never anticipated they would dare to strike at me. Otherwise, with my strength, how could their soul-binding chain possibly have reached me? In my heart, I silently recited scriptures, striving to restore my soul while circulating yang energy throughout my being. Though these two Een officials possess considerable strength, they are mere subordinates of the city god, not worthy adversaries. They are simply no match for me. I utilized the principles of Taoism to mend my wounds, and in a mere moment, I gradually began to recuperate. However, my complexion remained exceedingly pallid, as if I had just endured a grave illness. How dare you lay your hands upon me? Your audacity is truly remarkable. This is a blatant violation of the laws of the underworld. A tempest of fury surged within me as I glared at the two grim reapers and uttered coldly. At this moment, I even contemplated employing a talisman to scatter their souls into oblivion. Yet, I had to suppress this impulse. After all, they were the reapers of the city god, and should I take their lives, a cascade of troubles would undoubtedly follow. Those from the Taoist realm who dare to meddle in the affairs of the underworld. What could they possibly do? How dare they even think of bribing us? You are the truly audacious ones. Today, we shall certainly claim her soul. Your words are futile. The Black Reaper, wielding the soul-binding chains, spoke to me with an icy demeanor. She is not dead. I will revive her. Dear Reapers, why must you insist on this dead-end path? Whatever you desire, if it lies within my power, I will strive to fulfill it. My heart burned with indignation. Yet, I had no choice but to suppress my anger and once again adopt a tone of subservience toward these two reapers. After all, if I were to revive Nangong Yuan, their assistance would undoubtedly make the endeavor far simpler. Otherwise, they might cling to me relentlessly, and my ability to save her would remain uncertain. Upon hearing my words, the Black Reaper raised the soul-binding chains once more, preparing to strike at me. Having already suffered once, I could not afford to be caught off guard again. I had long been on guard against him. As he drew back, a radiant golden light swirled in my hand, and a yellow talisman materialized, firmly grasping the soul-binding chain. Though you serve as an e-messenger, do not provoke me. I held the chain tightly, its sinister energy overwhelming, cold as iron. What now? Do you still wish to strike against us? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. We, as emissaries of the underworld, administer justice. Not only do you obstruct our soul-capturing efforts, but you also dare to seek our demise. Such brazen impudence. Let me assure you, with our presence here today, her demise is inevitable. Her soul shall undoubtedly be seized by us. No one can thwart us, least of all you. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. The Black Messenger, pallid as flour, coldly rebuked me. He had spoken with finality. Nangong Iran's fate was sealed. They would not spare her. Her soul was destined to be bound. Chapter 78. The pursuit of the Een soul. The black and white Een messengers wore somber expressions, their cold gazes fixed upon me, tinged with a hint of disdain. As the emissaries of the city god, they were tasked with capturing the Een souls of Jinling. Who would dare obstruct them? Are you truly resolved in this? I inquired, my voice steady as I regarded them. These two messengers showed no inclination to relent, insisting on seizing the soul of Nangong Iran. Should they succeed, it would spell death for her. We are indeed determined to take her. And what can you do about it? The Black Een messenger retorted coldly. We traverse Jinling. We have encountered countless Taoists, and you are sorely lacking. Step aside and withdraw the soul-binding needle, or we shall take you as well. Seeing that they offered no opportunity for negotiation, I could not maintain a fa of friendliness any longer. In a chilling tone, I countered, "What if I refuse?" Such audacity. Her soul must be captured. No matter your methods, it will change nothing. The black messenger brandished the soul-binding chain, drawing it from my grasp and brandishing it in the air as a threat. His expression was frigid, unable to fathom that I would dare defy his command. "Then I shall test your resolve. What of your status as messengers of the underworld? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike you down? Depart at once, or I shall ensure your souls are scattered." Clutching a yellow talisman in one hand and a soul-locking bell in the other, I leveled a chilling warning at the two messengers. The yellow talisman in my hand was a thunder talisman, crackling with the energy of lightning. The soul-locking bell emitted a chilling aura, accompanied by a sinister energy. With but a gentle shake, it resonated with a melodious dingling sound. Previously, the black and white emissaries of the underworld regarded me with cold disdain. However, upon the emergence of the soul-locking bell, their expressions abruptly shifted. "You possess an artifact of the underworld. Yet what of it? You cannot save her. Her soul must be captured." The black emissary cast a wary glance at the bell in my hand, retreating a few steps while addressing me with a frigid tone. "Let's see, then," I retorted coolly to the black emissary, dismissing any need for civility. "You, very well. I shall observe what methods you possess. If you can revive her today, I shall drink the Meng soup and willingly embark on the cycle of reincarnation." I was taken aback that this black emissary was genuinely challenging me, firmly believing I could not resurrect Nangong Iran. "Let us depart," the black emissary commanded, retracting the soul-binding chain, and turned to the white emissary. The white emissary glanced at the artifact in my hand and, with a casual smile, remarked, "My young brother, you must understand. This woman, you truly cannot save her, for there are those who covet her soul. We are merely carrying out orders." After his proclamation, he followed the black emissary, vanishing from sight. Yet, I was acutely aware that they remained hidden, observing my every move. Carrying out orders? A sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Could it be that someone desires the demise of Nangong Iran? Regardless of who wishes her ill, as long as her 2 souls and 7 spirits remain intact, I shall endeavor to revive her. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside. Hastily, I approached the door and opened it, revealing Wang Jun standing there. "The preparations are complete," he remarked with a fleeting glance in my direction, not inquiring further. "Excellent," I replied, stepping outside. In the courtyard beyond my room, Wang Jun had erected a high altar, seemingly towering over 9 feet. Beneath the altar lay a sacrificial table draped in yellow cloth, adorned with an incense burner and candles. A bowl of chicken blood, a pound of vermilion, a pound of ritual salt, a bowl of black dog blood, a peach branch, and a neatly folded piece of white cloth were all meticulously arranged. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was in order. Wang Jun was indeed reliable. I could only imagine how often my grandfather had performed such rites in the past. With a creak, I fully opened both doors, allowing Nangong Iran, lying on the bed, to face the altar and the sacrificial table. I then approached the table, grasping the peach branch, poised to commence the ritual. However, the 2 spectral figures, one clad in black and the other in white, materialized once more in the courtyard. Their eyes fixed coldly upon me. "You shall not succeed. Should you dare to obstruct our soul gathering, once this matter is concluded, you shall suffer the consequences." The black specter appeared, his complexion as pallid as parchment, his eyes a deep shade of iron blue, fixed on me with disdain. I merely cast a glance their way and chose to ignore them completely. These 2 grim reapers exhibited no semblance of compassion, leaving me no avenue for retreat. At this moment, my only recourse was to perform a ritual to summon back the soul of Nangong Ilyin, reintegrating it into her corporeal form to revive her. Without hesitation, I commenced the incantation. Grasping a twig of peach wood, I deftly seized a handful of ritual salt. "Wandering souls, where shall you linger?" I scattered the salt from my left hand towards the entrance. With my right hand, the peach wood transformed into a brush, tracing sigils in the air as I recited the incantation. My expression was grave, my voice resonating like thunder, commanding and formidable. The salt cascaded down, glistening as it spread across the ground. The 3 souls have descended. The 7 spirits are summoned. After scattering 3.5 handfuls of salt, I took a bowl of chicken blood, dipping my middle finger into it. A crimson line formed upon the peachwood twig as I continued to chant the incantation aloud. In the next moment, I plunged the twig into the vermilion powder, lifting a handful to sprinkle onto the ground. An expanse of white cloth unfurled, binding it to the peachwood twig, which now served as my sword, slicing through the void to wield the Taoist sword of exorcism. By the riverside, amidst temples and villages, palaces and prisons, graves and forests, I conjured the lost true souls from their eerie slumber. I fashioned a soul-calling banner and firmly planted it upon the altar, letting it flutter in the breeze. I now summoned the mountain deity, the general of the 5 paths, the land spirits, and the kitchen god of the household. I beseech you to assist in the retrieval and reintegration of the wandering soul, restoring its spirit. May the gates of heaven and earth be opened wide, and may the celestial beings send forth the lost soul of Nangong, Iran. I invoke the venerable Laozi with utmost urgency. In preparation, I poured Black Dog-S blood in all directions, across the heavens and the earth, and scattered handfuls of paper money. Once these rites were completed, I grasped the soul-retrieving banner made of peach wood. With a single leap, I ascended to the exalted altar. Standing 9 feet high, seated cross-legged atop the altar, I brandished the soul-retrieving banner, addressing the void around me with a commanding voice. Open my heavenly eye. Reveal the spirit of Nangong, Iran. I swept my hand across my eyes, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light emanated from them. At that moment, beams of light burst forth, visible only to the ethereal souls, as mere mortals remained oblivious to this phenomenon. This is the awakening of the celestial sight. As I gazed around, it was as if I had transformed into an all-seeing eye, witnessing the myriad scenes of the mortal realm. At last, through the unfolding of these visions, I beheld the spirit of Nangong, Iran. How could she be there? The sight of her soul startled me, nearly causing my powers to falter and recoil, threatening to send me tumbling from the high altar. Chapter 79. Out-of-body experience. Sword strikes the messenger in my eyes. The myriad affairs of the mortal realm flashed by like ephemeral scenes, each imbued with the rich flavors of human experience. Ultimately, I discovered the soul of Nangong, Iran. However, what took me by surprise was the location of her soul. In my perception, the stars flickered in their celestial dance, akin to dewdrops rolling over the clouds, while the ice and snow withered, their luminescence fluctuating, revealing a complex and profound order that abruptly collapsed. Before me unfolded the scene of a fierce battle between the Peacock King and the old ape. The space surrounding them resembled a tattered canvas, trembling and tearing under the tumultuous aftermath of their clash. Adjacent to their fierce confrontation stood a sacred residence, radiating resplendent light. This dwelling loomed majestically in the heavens, reminiscent of a celestial palace, akin to the Jade Emperor's celestial court. It was indeed the immortal mansion, enveloped in swirling mists and bathed in radiant light. The area around the immortal mansion was interwoven with countless rules and orders. Yet, despite its sanctity, this hallowed abode of immortals bore chilling tales throughout the ages. Countless extraordinary figures, the pinnacle of existence, had found their twilight years within the immortal mansion, only to meet their demise therein. The mansion, rumored to hold the mysteries of ascension, once housed an immortal corpse and was said to emanate 10 streams of celestial energy. However, its enigma and the unknown instilled dread in the hearts of many beings. Had it not been for the twilight of their lives, few would have dared to enter the immortal mansion. In the present day, the Peacock King and the old ape have both entered their twilight years, their lifespans dwindling. Should they fail to transcend their current state, they risk becoming mere shadows in this world. Thus, the Peacock King aspires to enter the celestial abode, seeking to attain a life of eternal leisure. However, the old ape harbors an immense dread of the celestial abode, perceiving it as a devouring abyss, and dares not venture within. He has chosen an alternate path, seeking the essence of immortality to nourish his corporeal form. These two figures are among the pinnacle of the Taoist realm, having once dominated their era, leaving behind an indelible legacy. Yet, both harbor such trepidation towards the celestial abode. This alone speaks volumes of its formidable nature. It is not merely a tale spun for dramatic effect. Just moments ago, I beheld the soul of Nangong Yiran within the celestial abode. The abode emanates a divine radiance, flowing like ethereal mist, resplendent beyond compare. From the outside, one cannot discern what lies within. However, upon activating my heavenly eye to seek out Nangong Yiran, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the ancient, vast, and mysterious scenery within. There stood Nangong Yiran, engulfed in profound fear and bewilderment, gazing around her in confusion. My eyes bled, overwhelmed by an unbearable pain and sorrow. I never anticipated that her soul would find itself in the celestial abode. For both the Peacock King and the Old Ape, the celestial abode represents a life and death struggle. For me, it is akin to a death trap. How could I possibly dare to venture forth and reclaim Nangong Yiran's divine essence? Yet if I do not retrieve her soul from this moment forth, Nangong Yiran is likely to become a mere shell of her former self, a living corpse, the realm of the divine, a dead end. Yet, Nangong Yiran is to be my betrothed. How could I disregard her fate, whether ascending to the heavenly court or descending into the underworld? I am resolute in my determination to rescue her. What of the celestial realm? I yearn to uncover the secrets that lie within this enigmatic abode of deities, to discern what terrors it harbors. Seated cross-legged upon the 9-foot-high altar, I gritted my teeth and spoke in a hushed tone. Ultimately, I chose to venture into the realm of the divine to bring Nangong Yiran back. Elder uncle, procure 9 candles to be placed beside the altar and ensure they do not extinguish. Furthermore, safeguard my corporeal form. If I remain unconscious for 7 days, enter my body and inform the Nangong family that Nangong Yiran has perished. During these 7 days, it is imperative to timely replace the candles, never allowing them to snuff out. I lowered my gaze and addressed Wang Jun, who stood below. This was the first time I had called him elder uncle. Upon hearing my address, Wang Jun was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of delight crossing his features. The somber expression he wore began to soften. However, upon hearing my subsequent words, his brow furrowed once more. He cautioned me, "Do not take unnecessary risks. We shall do our utmost, but remember, one must not defy the laws of reincarnation and karma." Wang Jun understood that my forthcoming actions would undoubtedly place my life in peril. He was unwilling to see me take such risks. Rest assured, I possess unwavering confidence. I nodded to Wang Jun and said, "You must remember my words." After uttering this, I clasped my hands in a ritual gesture and chanted, "Spirit of the divine, ascend to the heavens and traverse the earth, emerging from the shadows and entering the abyss. Let the primordial essence disperse and the soul depart." As my words fell, my spirit extricated itself from my corporeal form. My essence slowly ascended, drifting in the void. I could distinctly observe my physical body seated in meditation upon the altar. Below, Wang Jun looked up at me, his demeanor tinged with urgency. Yet he complied with my instructions. Nevertheless, he dared not venture away. Instead, he summoned servants to hasten preparations. In the corner of the courtyard, 2 spectral figures stood watch, their gazes fixed upon me. They too were astonished at my spirit's emergence, not anticipating such tenacity from me. However, the dark specter among them revealed a sinister smirk, brandishing a soul-binding chain as he approached. "Just moments ago, you wielded earthly magic with your corporeal form, which instilled in me a degree of apprehension. Yet, you foolishly dare to detach your spirit. This plays directly into my hands. I shall see how you escape my soul-binding chain." This dark specter sought to take advantage of my vulnerability. Previously, he was no match for me. Now, in my spirit's detachment, having forsaken my body, I had become an entity under his dominion. Enraged, I realized that this specter not only harbored a grudge against me, but sought my very life. If I were to be taken away by him, Not only would I be unable to rescue Nangong Iran, but I might also meet my own demise here. It seems I hold no significant grudge against you, yet you seek my life. Do you truly consider me so easily bullied? Anger flashed across my face as I glared at the dark envoy, speaking coldly. What audacity you have, daring to lose your wits. Have you not fallen right into my grasp? If I desire your life, what of it? Your fate is sealed. The dark envoy sneered, and, as his words fell, he wielded the soul-binding chain and struck in my direction. The chain, cloaked in an ominous aura, rattled ominously, resembling a black dragon swirling through the air, advancing toward me. I have no time to engage in a struggle with you here. Once I return, I shall ensure you face the consequences. I cannot afford to waste time battling him. My priority is to swiftly rescue Nangong Iran. She is in the immortal's abode, and who can say if she might perish there in the next moment? However, I cannot simply disregard the dark envoy's aggression. Taishin Sanyi, refine the 9 paths. Slash through the true form, go. The ancient bronze sword has always resided within my soul, emerging alongside me and merging with my essence. I held nothing back against this dark envoy. With a single decisive strike, I brought my sword down. The light of the sword was boundless, cascading like a torrential river of stars, utterly resplendent. The ancient bronze sword was incredibly enigmatic and immensely powerful. When that strike fell, it astonishingly severed the soul-binding chain in one fell swoop. The dark envoy was beneath this strike, cleft asunder. The dark envoy, filled with sheer terror, had never anticipated that even in a state of spiritual detachment, it was possible to carry treasures. Chapter 80. Seeking longevity in the immortal mansion with a single stroke of my sword, I cleaved the black envoy's soul in twain. However, as an envoy of the underworld, it was improbable that he would succumb so easily to the dissolution of his spirit. Yet, even without complete disintegration, as he began to reassemble, the dark aura surrounding him diminished significantly. At this moment, his residual energy was likely inferior to that of even some minor spirits. Undoubtedly, he had sustained a grievous wound, and it was possible that he would have to relinquish his position as an envoy. The black envoy's gaze was filled with venomous wrath, akin to a viper fixating on its prey. I glanced at him briefly before turning my attention elsewhere. The ancient bronze sword once again melded into my soul. My spirit began to traverse towards the immortal mansion. The sensation of my soul departing from my corporeal form was extraordinarily marvelous, beyond description. I found myself walking through the void, absorbing the myriad facets of human existence. During my journey towards the immortal mansion, I observed an elderly woman haggling at the market and a young couple in their home, either welcoming a child or bickering over the mundane necessities of life. I also spotted a few Taoist priests lurking in the shadows, discreetly vanquishing demons and spirits. As I beheld the myriad dramas of human life, a sense of bewilderment enveloped me, leaving me contemplative about the essence of existence. This state of introspection seemed rather agreeable at the moment. However, as soon as the thought arose, I promptly dispelled it, refusing to linger on such distractions. I had narrowly avoided falling into the trap of confusion that often befalls the newly departed souls. Should one remain ensnared in this state of bewilderment for too long, they risk losing their sanity and becoming a wandering spirit, a lost soul adrift in the ether. After dispelling my thoughts, I turned my attention solely towards the celestial abode. It wasn't long before I arrived at the outskirts of Jinling City, where I beheld the fierce battle between the Peacock King and the Old Ape. Both of these figures are titans of the Tao realm, having once dominated an entire era. However, they later retreated to seek the path of immortality and transcendence. The Peacock King, with his unparalleled divine might, stood beneath the azure sky, surrounded by a myriad of resplendent stars, akin to a celestial sovereign surveying the world and subduing all beneath him, bathed in the infinite brilliance of the cosmos. The heavens and earth sparkled with the shimmering rivers of stars, stretching into the boundless void. The Old Ape, embodying the essence of immortality, stood atop the snowy peaks, where snowflakes danced and swirled in the frigid air. His every gesture exuded an air of dominion over the world. as if he were on the cusp of ascending to immortality. The two titanic forces, stars radiating in the azure, skies and snowfall cascading from the heavens, confronted each other in a breathtaking clash of sublime realms, resonating through the ages. Around them, the fabric of the void appeared to tear asunder, illuminating with divine light, as if celestial beings and demons were manifesting, with radiant hues and swirling mists giving birth to chaos. Observing this spectacle with my spirit, I felt an even deeper resonance and profound awe. Yet upon my arrival, both the Peacock King and the old ape turned their gazes toward me. These two formidable beings of the demon race acknowledged my presence, but their battle had reached a fever pitch, leaving them no room to divert their focus. Without faltering, I continued on my path directly toward the celestial abode, which seemed to exist beyond the realm of reality, an ethereal realm akin to a paradise. Surrounding it, divine light shimmered, and myriad hues of twilight intertwined with countless orders of rules. It was as if the celestial realm had descended upon the mortal world. The abode of the immortals hovered above the void, seeming both ethereal and tangible. Yet, as I approached, I was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. This feeling instilled within me a profound urge to submit and kneel. Nevertheless, I resolutely endured this pressure and stepped into the realm of the immortals. Jitian, you must not enter. Upon my entry, I heard the astonished voice of the Peacock King, filled with disbelief in my audacity to traverse the immortal domain with my spirit. Though I heard his words, they bore no significance to me. For as soon as I crossed the threshold, the world spun chaotically, plunging me into darkness. After a brief interval, a faint light gradually emerged, allowing me to discern my surroundings. Before me stood an ancient palace, grand and magnificent in its stature. I found myself within its confines, surrounded by various side halls and pavilions, each exuding an aura of antiquity, weathered by the passage of countless ages. Just then, a sorrowful wail reached my ears, echoing with profound desolation. Upon hearing that sound, my heart leaped with joy, and I hastened toward its source. Soon, I beheld a figure huddled in a corner of side hall, weeping. It was none other than Nangong Iran. Iran, I called out urgently to her. Upon hearing my call, Nangong Iran abruptly lifted her head, gazing around in bewilderment. She was engulfed in fear, having arrived at this place without any understanding of its nature. Even more terrifying was the sight of corpses strewn about, an utterly chilling scene. As a young girl who had never faced such horrors, how could she possibly endure this? Consequently, she fell into despair, hiding in this place and weeping incessantly. Jitian, Nangong Iran's eyes widened in astonishment as she spotted me. She quickly wiped her tears and stood up. Am I dreaming? How did you come here? What is this place? I can't escape, and there are only corpses. Her gaze was filled with confusion as she spoke to me, fearing it was merely an illusion. At this moment, she remained unaware that she was but a wandering spirit, devoid of a corporeal form. It's not a dream. I have come to find you and lead you away, I assured her. I then approached her, taking her small hand in mine. It truly is you. How could you possibly locate me? I thought I would perish here, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, burying her face in my embrace and weeping uncontrollably. Everything will be all right. I will take you away from here. I comforted her, gently patting her delicate shoulder. Yet, within my own heart lingered uncertainty as I questioned whether we could indeed escape. After all, whether among the legendary figures or the most formidable powers, the path ahead remained shrouded in mystery. Entering the abode of immortals, no one has ever managed to leave alive. This place is nothing short of a death trap. What manner of realm is this? After shedding tears for a while, Nangong Iran managed to calm her emotions and turned to me with a question. With my presence, she found her anchor and her fear began to dissipate. A splendid place. It is said that one can attain immortality here. Let's proceed. I took Nangong Iran's delicate hand, and we ventured forward in search of an exit from the immortaless abode. Within the confines of this sanctuary, there stood a complex of palatial structures, adorned with countless ancient bronze halls, each bearing the weight of untold ages. According to legend, this immortal residence was forged by celestial beings. Over the eons, Numerous luminaries who stood at the pinnacle of the Tao realm sought refuge here in their twilight years, yearning for enlightenment and the path to transcendence. Yet, without exception, all succumbed to the fate that awaited them within, with not a single soul escaping alive. The immortal abode has existed since time immemorial, interwoven with the annals of the Tao realm's history. Though it has made only a few appearances, it has entombed countless extraordinary figures. Just as I was leading Nangong Iran onward, she suddenly let out a terrified scream, trembling in fear. She pointed to a figure not far away, her body quaking with dread. There is someone still here. Chapter 81. Dare to Ask Heaven. Is there an immortal? Nangong Iran was filled with terror, her pupils constricted as she pointed into the distance, towards the ancient palace. Following her gesture, I beheld several figures seated beside the stone pillars at the entrance of the palace. Upon seeing them, I was equally startled. Could it be that there are still living souls within this celestial abode? No, something felt amiss. Although those figures appeared to be alive, they emitted no trace of spiritual essence. They had long since departed this world. Wait here for me, I instructed Nangong Iran. I shall investigate further. No, I wish to accompany you, she insisted, unwilling to let me venture into danger alone. Very well, I conceded, having formed a theory about what lay ahead, which I believed posed no real threat. Thus, we proceeded together towards the entrance of the ancient palace. As we approached the stone pillars, we were confronted by several figures standing there. However, they radiated an eerie glow, encased in a layer of waxy substance, resembling a sinister coating of candy, which was quite unsettling. These are all corpses. How could there be so many? Nangong Iran gazed at the bodies, utterly astonished and terrified, unable to bear the sight. I too was taken aback by the sight of these remains. Their bodies had somehow produced wax, indicating they had been dead for countless years. Moreover, their garments were exceedingly antiquated, leading me to suspect that these might indeed be the waxen corpses from an ancient era. It's nothing, merely some corpses. Let's hasten, I said, grasping the delicate hand of Nangong Iran as we navigated around the waxen bodies, moving towards another direction. The ancient hall was steeped in age, its surface etched with the ravages of time, adorned with a tapestry of verdigris. A dense mist enveloped the surroundings, casting an ethereal haze. The atmosphere here was dim, shrouded in mystery and the unknown, instilling a sense of dread within us. Suddenly, as we tread cautiously, Nangong Iran stumbled upon something. Startled, she exclaimed, I stepped on a corpse. I lowered my gaze to where she pointed. Beneath her feet lay a pristine skeleton, shattered and fragmented, which she had inadvertently trodden upon. It's nothing to fret over, just a mere bone, I reassured her. As I looked closer, I noticed several characters inscribed on the ground. These ancient words, written in blood, appeared dark red and blurred, exuding an indescribable charm. Upon seeing these inscriptions, I felt a jolt of realization. This skeletal remains beside us was likely of no ordinary origin, possibly rivaling the likes of the Peacock King or the Old Ape. The words left behind were a testament to his spirit and essence, etched here in his final moments. Thus, although his body had decayed into bones, these inscriptions still lingered. However, judging by their condition, it was probable that in a few centuries, they too would fade into oblivion. Why does observing these characters evoke such discontent and regret within me? A sensation akin to yearning towards the heavens. Standing beside me, Nangong Iran, with a hand pressed against her chest, seemed to be experiencing some shortness of breath, and spoke to me. In my youth, I delved into various disciplines, including astronomy, geography, classical literature, geomancy, esoteric arts, medicine, alchemy, exploration, martial arts, and divination. These ancient texts, though profoundly obscure and of indeterminate origin, were decipherable to me, owing to my extensive knowledge. I beseech the heavens, do immortals exist? These were the only words inscribed. Yet this peerless powerhouse, on the verge of death, had imbued these characters with his very essence, expressing his discontent and regret. He sought to attain immortality, to exchange it for longevity. However, until his last breath, He remained perplexed, uncertain of the existence of immortals. Witnessing this scene, I felt a profound sense of empathy, deeply affected by his emotions. He was, in essence, a prodigious figure who had overcome numerous trials to reach the pinnacle of existence. Yet, he could not achieve eternal life, facing the inevitable depletion of his lifespan. No different from ordinary mortals, he entered the celestial abode, seeking to attain immortality and exchange it for longevity, only to discover that it was an unattainable dream, leading to his demise. What profound discontent, regret, and desolation. Do immortals truly exist in this world? Who can achieve eternal life? I sighed softly. Perhaps in the future, I too will face a similar fate. In my twilight years, as death approaches, I too may feel discontent, harbor regrets, and yearn for longevity, seeking to attain immortality. In the journey of life, if one cannot attain immortality, how does one differ from an ordinary mortal? Perhaps there have never been immortals, only humans. No matter how extraordinary one's talents or how resplendent one's beauty, one will inevitably face the depletion of life and succumb to the inevitability of death. I grasped the hand of Nangong Iran and continued our forward march. Before long, we stumbled upon a skeleton, its gaze lifted toward the heavens, leaning against an ancient edifice, exuding a sense of bewilderment in its final moments. The pursuit of immortality is fraught with difficulty. The 5 words left behind encapsulated the profound sorrow of this endeavor, leaving one in utter despair. Furthermore, Nangong Iran gestured toward a direction. Upon the stone wall that supported the skeleton, there were indeed inscriptions. I cautiously reached out to touch the remains, wishing to cause no harm. Yet, as my fingers brushed against it, the skeleton disintegrated into ash. The characters on the stone wall then revealed themselves before my eyes. Chidi Lu Hong Dao. Upon seeing this name, I was struck with astonishment. My mind involuntarily conjured the image of Lu Juandi, a descendant of the Qi Emperor. This individual was indeed a member of the Lu family of the Qi Emperor. Lu Hong Dao, of the Qi Emperor's lineage, was once a rare and unparalleled figure in the annals of Taoist history. There were rumors in the past that he could ascend to become the next Qi Emperor. Yet I never imagined he would meet his demise here. I was profoundly shocked, never anticipating encountering such a legendary existence recorded in ancient texts. This celestial abode is indeed a resting place for formidable beings. In days gone by, who knows how many exceptional entities, in their twilight years like moths to a flame, sought the path to immortality within this divine realm. Yet they lie buried in the abode of immortals, their lives extinguished in despair. We continue our journey forward, encountering numerous skeletons along the way, all of whom met their demise in this place. These remains belong to the pinnacle of ancient history within the Tao realm. They include the supreme heirs of ancient emperors, unparalleled existences, as well as the royal uncles of a bygone emperor and venerable masters from the ancestral grounds of Kunlun Mountain. The vast ancient hall is shrouded in emptiness, with no discernible path to escape, as if it stretches into infinity. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed beings not inferior to the likes of the Peacock King or the Elder Ape. Their bones, interred here, evoke profound sentiments within me. Achieving immortality proves to be exceedingly difficult, rendering eternal life an elusive dream. This only plunges me deeper into despair, my heart sinking into the abyss. These illustrious figures of the Tao realm could not escape the abode of immortals, but instead perished here. How could I and Nangong Iran hope to leave this place? Must we too meet our end here? Chapter 82. Celestial Blood. A sense of melancholy enveloped me, leaving me at a loss for words to convey my feelings to Nangong Iran. Although she remained silent, the sight of so many skeletal remains and my own reaction revealed the truth to her. Yet, she refrained from expressing her worries, not wishing to burden me. As I sighed, Nangong Iran tightened her grip on my hand, a gesture of solace. It will be fine. We will surely find our way out. I nodded at her, a smile breaking through the sorrow that had clouded my heart. With renewed determination, I set aside my grief and led Nangong Iran deeper into the ancient hall. As we ventured further, it became evident that those outside were merely the weaker ones. Within this ancient temple, the skeletal remains grew increasingly formidable and awe-inspiring. Among them were figures whose names have been immortalized in ancient texts. Take Gohong, the author of Biopussy, who was believed to have concocted an elixir for immortality and attained celestial status. Yet, here he lay, merely a relic of his former existence within this realm of immortals. Some of the remains exuded a pristine whiteness akin to jade, shimmering with ethereal light. When gently tapped, they resonated with a sonorous clang, as resilient as adamantine. Even the passage of time could not dim their brilliance. They left behind indelible legacies. One particular epitaph momentarily stunned me. As I struggled to comprehend its depth, I possess a heart of immortality, long confined by the mundane world. When shall the dust of earthly desires dissipate, illuminating the mountains and rivers? Such a proclamation reflected both audacity and despair. Such beings undoubtedly possess a grandeur that resonates through the annals of history. Yet they remain eternally distant from the realm of immortality. These few lines encapsulate a profound sense of regret and solitude. This individual is rumored to have achieved a status akin to that of Gohong, seemingly having attained transcendence. It is said that he journeyed westward on a crane, having ostensibly become an immortal, yet he met his demise in this very place. Beside his skeletal remains, the bloodstains vividly narrate a tale of overwhelming murderous intent and martial spirit. It appears as though he had poured forth his essence in blood, leaving behind a final testament. Who among the celestial beings would dare to tread upon this mortal realm? Such audacity and fervor, to boldly question the immortal denizens of the heavens, asking who would dare descend to this earthly existence. He perceives himself to be as accomplished as the forces of creation, believing himself not inferior to the immortals. Yet, he finds himself unable to ascend to immortality, destined to wither and perish in this world, a fate laden with discontent and fury. I cannot help but sigh softly, for these existences, had they been alive, would have been beyond my reach. Indeed, I ponder whether I will ever attain their lofty heights in this lifetime. Yet, they have all succumbed here, their bones interred within this land. It is a truly lamentable and sorrowful fate. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ancient hall with a resounding roar. An immense force descended, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, rendering the atmosphere stifling. Within the ancient sanctuary, a haze enveloped the surroundings. Yet at this moment, a torrent of bloodlight surged forth, resembling a turbulent sea of crimson, crashing toward us with overwhelming ferocity. I turned my gaze in that direction, catching a glimpse of the unfolding spectacle. The origin of this sea of blood astonishingly lies upon the wall at the end of the ancient hall, where the character for immortal is inscribed, drenched in gore. This overwhelming force is utterly terrifying, rendering one entirely defenseless. Beneath the tumult of this blood sea, I, alongside Nangong Iran, fear that in an instant our souls would be shattered. In a moment of panic, Nangong Iran clutched me tightly, placing herself protectively in front of me. A jolt surged through my heart, and I instinctively wished to turn and shield her instead. However, at that very moment, the bronze within my consciousness, steadfast as a boulder, trembled ever so slightly. Subsequently, the bronze materialized above my head, enigmatic and encrusted with verdigris. Yet, in this instant, it emanated streams of green light, akin to chaos itself, enveloping both Nangong Iran and me in its protective embrace. No matter how the blood sea surged, I remained steadfast and untouched by its tumult. It was then that enlightenment dawned upon me. I pondered why those formidable beings perished outside, never making it here, while Nangong Iran and I traversed this realm unscathed, with no burden upon us. Moreover, we had witnessed entities seemingly transcendent. The truth revealed itself. It was all due to this piece of bronze. It had withstood the unknown might of the immortal realm, allowing us to arrive here. Finally, as the blood sea dissipated, tranquility returned once more. Yet, the bronze still lingered above my head, motionless, safeguarding us. What could this possibly be? Astonishingly, Nangong Iran noticed the bronze object suspended above my head. and she inquired about it with curiosity. This is a remarkable artifact that can aid us in our escape, I declared to Nangong Iran. Previously, I was consumed by despair, unable to perceive any means of egress. However, I have now experienced a profound awakening. This bronze object holds the potential to facilitate our departure from the immortal's abode. This ancient hall has an end. Let's hasten, I exclaimed as I grasped Nangong Iran's hand, and we proceeded with haste toward the depths of the ancient hall. As we ventured deeper, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, devoid even of skeletal remains. Those entities were incapable of reaching this far. The ancient hall was eerily silent, save for the sound of our footsteps. It was as if no one had traversed this path for millennia. Such was the profound stillness. After traversing for over an hour, I, while holding Nangong Iran's hand, finally reached the end. Simultaneously, we beheld the terminus of the ancient hall, upon which was emblazoned a blood-soaked character for a mortal. That character was imprinted upon the wall, its crimson hue as fresh as if it had just been inscribed, radiating a dazzling, albeit malevolent, light. Immortals are typically associated with ethereal grace and unparalleled sanctity. However, this character, rendered in blood, exuded an aura of boundless carnage, imbued with infinite implications. Moreover, this character has endured for an untold number of years. Even the most eminent beings and peerless figures have been reduced to mere bones, their blood long since dried. Yet, this character remained vividly scarlet, gleaming as if still flowing. It was truly terrifying. Could this truly be the blood of an immortal? At this moment, this thought involuntarily blossomed in my mind. Once within the celestial abode, there appeared the remains of an immortal, which gave rise to 10 strands of celestial aura. If there were indeed immortal blood here, it would not be entirely surprising. Yet, do immortals truly exist in this world? The character glistened in a vivid crimson, dazzling beyond compare, branded upon the bronze wall, towering a full 9 meters high, immensely grand and resplendent, akin to a brilliant red dawn coalescing. As I gazed upon the character, the teachings of my heart inexplicably began to stir. In this ancient hall, there lingered an ineffable charm, evoking a sense of unreality. Buzz. In the recesses of my mind, the universe lay in desolation, only to be born and extinguished anew, the great Tao in perpetual motion, vast and enigmatic. What does it matter to become an immortal? What significance does the mundane world hold? My heart's desire is not to attain immortality, but to traverse the mortal realm. Awaiting your return. Chapter 83. The Empress within the celestial abode, a voice resonated as if traversing the annals of time, echoing through the void. This voice emanated an unparalleled sense of solitude, stirring within one a profound desolation. It was as though one could empathize with its essence. I envisioned an extraordinary woman of unmatched grace and talent, standing majestically atop the pinnacle of existence. She was invincible, unparalleled, reigning over an epic. Yet, her desires were not rooted in supremacy. She merely yearned for the return of a singular individual. Her cultivation was not for the sake of immortality or eternal life, but solely to await the arrival of that cherished person. Throughout the endless ages, she traversed numerous ancient realms, leaving behind traces of her passage, all in pursuit of his presence. The voice was terrifying, an echo of untold ages. Now, within this ancient hall, it resounded like a demonic chant, incessantly reverberating in my mind. I felt as if I were on the brink of an abyss, teetering towards damnation, a chill creeping down my spine, cold sweat cascading down. My consciousness was foggy, as if I were a wandering spirit. However, at that moment, the bronze above me trembled slightly. Instantly, a radiant golden light burst forth from my being, illuminating my surroundings. It jolted me awake as if struck by lightning. I shuddered, gazing at the immortal character before me, and my heart filled with an ever-deepening dread. It was all too uncanny. Moments ago, I found myself profoundly influenced by the character, so close that I could almost reach out and touch it. The consequences of such an encounter are truly beyond imagination. I feared that the lethal aura of this might invade my very being, leading to my demise here. I quickly turned to my side, and there was Nangong Yuan, equally entranced. As a mere mortal, her ethereal essence appeared exceedingly frail. Before the character, her spirit seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it could shatter into fragments at any moment. She was merely a hair's breadth away from the character, almost ready to make contact. "Wake up!" I urgently pulled Nangong Yuan back. As we hastily retreated, clarity returned to our minds, dispelling the previous haze. Nangong Yuan, now awakened, was visibly shaken. What had just transpired? She pondered, rubbing her head as she recalled the recent events. It felt as though I'd been ensnared in a dream, one where I had returned to ancient times, accompanied by a childhood companion, with whom I had vowed eternal devotion. Yet, I was forcibly taken to the palace, and thereafter, I never saw him again. Eventually, I ascended to become the mother of a nation. After the emperor's death, I proclaimed myself empress, becoming the sole female sovereign in the world. Yet I could not relinquish thoughts of him. I searched through countless realms, yet he remained elusive. My name, it seems to be Wu Zetian. Nangong Yuan continued to rub her head, lost in the memories of the dream she had just experienced. Upon overhearing this revelation, I was immediately shaken, overcome with astonishment. This, the possessor of the immortal blood, is actually her. Throughout the annals of history, both past and future, she is the unparalleled female emperor who has left an indelible mark. Wu Zhao, it is indeed her. She is terrifyingly powerful, surpassing so many ancient beings. As expected of the world's only female emperor, her talent is unmatched throughout the ages, her grace peerless, truly unique in the world. However, although she is the only female emperor, her legacy is rarely found. I wonder if her ancient imperial inheritance exists here. After learning the identity of the owner of the immortal blood, I recall all that I know of Empress Wu Zhao. I have a strong desire for her ancient imperial inheritance. This female emperor can be regarded as one of the best among those ancient emperors. Her inheritance is naturally not weak either. However, she did not pass it down. Instead, it disappeared with her into the passage of time. I look forward. The 9-meter-high, brilliant immortal character is dripping with blood, exquisitely bright, exuding endless killing intent. Everything before has disappeared. All that remains is the boundless killing intent that meets the eye, and the desolate loneliness of being alone in the world. I have a memory. I have been here in a dream, and later, I broke through the palace and walked out. Nangong Yuan frowned slightly, still reminiscing. What? Hearing her words, I was immediately shocked.